an accurate head count of everybody. Right now, though, I will say if you just live in the area and you have no connection to here, I think a lot of these law enforcement agencies are just trying to spread the message to give them some space, because obviously their first priority is making sure the parents are reunited with their children that they're worried about, right? So that's just one thing that I've heard just, during my time here. I know Corin is a little closer to the actual building itself. So, this is what we're seeing here. Lots of confused faces, lots of calls, lots of people asking me what's going on, lots of tears. And we'll be here for a while, guys, as we gather some more stuff. Back to you.
We saw just that powerful image of that woman hugging a state trooper just over your shoulder, which gives you an idea of clearly an emotional morning. And here we are about an hour and 15 minutes after that first initial call came in.
Yeah. And folks in the control room, just let us know when you have maybe a map available where we can show folks where this is. But, if you're out and about, or if you know folks in that area, there have been reports of large police presence there since about 8:30 this morning.
We just saw a shot of what looked like potentially a parent walking with a student. I say that because the student looked like they were in some sort of school uniform. It was a younger person, so it is a potential that some students and families are able to leave that area right now. As they mentioned, the school, we're hearing reports that the school was having children after the situation gather in the gym just so they can get that head count, make sure that everybody is okay, get people the attention that they need, and then of course reunite them with their parents as they start arriving at the scene.
So to run through some of the confirmed information that we have, we can now report a shooting at Annunciation Catholic School. That's the school, again, the church is next door. We know that there was a mass scheduled, at least this morning at 8:15. The church building is not connected directly to the school, but it is next to it, so we're not sure exactly what scene specifically we're looking at, but all indications is that it has to do with the school, because that's what Governor Walz, Mayor Fry have been specifically referencing in the very limited information that we have. We know that the shooter is dead. We do not have any confirmed reports yet on any victims, so we don't have extent of injuries, how many people may be affected, anything like that to share with you officially yet. And as we all know all too well, as school shootings or any kind of mass shootings happen, a lot of information pours out in the beginning, even from officials sometimes, who tell us X number of people have been shot or killed, and then they sometimes have to reel that back in, because it's so fluid right now as victims are being taken to the hospital, and there's just so much communication that's going on.
And sometimes in these situations people get hurt. Not because of the initial event, not because of the shooting, but maybe just the responses. People are trying to get to safety and things like that. So that's how sometimes things can get a bit confusing at first, and I think that's why we're just seeing so many of those EMS first responders there, not only for people who might need that initial first, they're very clearly injured and need that help, but maybe folks just residually who need some of that help. Ryan, I think I heard you saying that we do have Nathan O'Neill live outside of HCMC this morning, where it sounds like at least some folks have been brought. We have seen some of their ambulance units out at the scene and leaving the scene. So let's get out to Nathan O'Neill live outside of HCMC in downtown Minneapolis this morning.
Yeah, like you said, we're outside of HCMC right now. There seems to be some sort of preparation that's going on outside of the hospital in terms of just getting ready for some sort of arrival of any sort of injuries or just some sort of emergency response. I want to show you what we have here. Now, this is one of the entrances to the ambulance bay here at the hospital. You see law enforcement is standing outside, heavily armed. They are armed around the perimeter of the hospital, actually. 8th Street is shut off to traffic on one side of the hospital. And earlier I saw many EMS workers out there standing in the bays, kind of waiting for something, bracing for something, as well as a lot of law enforcement. We have not seen any sort of flurry of ambulances or arrivals, but it is definitely clear that they are bracing for something and they want to be ready in case they are needed.
Okay, Nathan, I'm sorry, did you say that there are roads closed, and is this an area that people should avoid at this point?
Yeah, it's a small closure on 8th Street and Chicago. just in front of the hospital. It's a one-way road that's closed off. It looks like they're just trying to make it accessible for any emergency vehicles that might need to go through there. So they have the road blocked off. Pedestrians are still walking through. So it's not a huge traffic concern for downtown right now. But we've kind of been pushed back a little bit by law enforcement just to make way so that any incoming ambulances or emergency crews that do come through and see the officer that are on the side of the road here and get the directions they need to know to go where they need to go.
Sure. Okay. That's Nathan O'Neill outside of HCMC in downtown Minneapolis. Nathan, we'll get back to you, but we are hearing that some of our crews at the scene might have some more information. And Ryan back there in the booth, our producer, I believe we have a map ready now that we can kind of give people an idea as we head back to the scene where exactly this is in South Minneapolis. Do we have that map ready? Okay, we're working on that map. But just to give you an idea, if you're just tuning in, it looks like we have this map up. You can see 35W there to the right in the Diamond Lake Road. That is an exit off of 35. And then you can see Annunciation Church and School right there. That other, just to the left of that yellow line would be Lyndale Avenue, which is, of course, a main thoroughfare through South Minneapolis.
And if we're able to do it, I don't know if we are or not, but if there is a way to do kind of a Google Street view of that as well, it's kind of helpful to see the church and the school and the proximity and that area around that, because the perimeter is about a half a block around. But again, the shooter dead, no threat to the community any longer, and law enforcement really wants us to let you know that there is nothing to worry about as far as an active shooter situation here. That shooter is down, and there's no threat to the community. But we've been getting more information, as we can see here. Our crews on the ground there, Corn Hoggard was just telling us that parents, it looks like, are allowed to take their children from the scene, and we've seen several parents now walking with children, grade school age. This is a school that has kids anywhere from pre-K to 8th grade, Annunciation Catholic School, and we've seen several of those parents taking. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it looks like there on the left you can see that appears to be the church building, and then on the right, that other doorway we're showing you, that school building. As Amy said, they're detached, but there's a little kind of grove of trees in between them. All right, Corn Hoggard is on the ground, and Corn, we were just talking about kids and their parents being reunited. What have you got?
See this happening behind me right now. We've seen dozens of families leaving here after this, and it feels a little intrusive to try to go up there and talk to them, but I did ask one person who is a neighbor to my brother if everybody was okay, and she told me, well, everybody here, but not everybody. And she kept walking after that, but you can see there are a lot of somber faces here. We saw some children who were clearly shaken up by what they witnessed, whether it was something they saw or heard or both. Very, very troublesome thing for anyone to experience, but especially a child of this age to go through that is pretty tough. And so a lot of these kids walking out of here with really, you can see right here just a grim look on his face, and being supported by parents and family members, and not a good situation for these kids today. So I mentioned earlier, this is a K-8 school. They were, most of them had a mass this morning as this was going on. Again, do not know details of where in the school or outside of the school this happened, but it's something that everybody in this neighborhood for blocks and blocks could hear. Our own Alex Kendall, our old AM anchor here, lives just a little ways away, and she told me she heard it as well. All my brother's neighbors told me that they heard just a lot of gunfire, so much that they didn't even believe that that's what it was, that it had to be somebody working on their roof or something like that. But again, we're seeing all these children and their families coming out here, very emotional, but at least for these families, it seems their kids are okay. But again, the one parent I did manage to talk to, who is a neighbor of my brother, said that not everybody is, and so still trying to gather details on that. But as you can see, these kids had a rough morning here, and I don't know if that's something that they'll want to remember.
Absolutely. Horrible, Corin, but happy to see that so many kids are reunited with their parents and are getting out of there, and then the police and law enforcement can continue their investigation, and these kids can get out of there and get home. Oh, there's a little guy holding on to his mom there. Oh, you just feel for those families and those parents. But is the sign kind of what's happening there at the scene as they're starting to let those students leave with their families, and I'm sure a lot of very relieved parents getting there today and being able to take their kids home. Unimaginable.
Yeah, first week of school here after the holiday weekend, but for those children, first day of school was Monday. At Annunciation Catholic School, we know that according to their website, there's a scheduled Mass Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays at 8:15 a.m. So that church building, again, next door, we don't know quite. We don't know anything about where this happened specifically.
Right.
Most importantly, we don't have the information on victims here. We confirmed. You know, you're going to see things on social media, and even in these situations, as I said earlier, law enforcement will also oftentimes come forward because people are anxious for this information, and they'll give us some information on the wounded or those who've been killed, and that has to be rolled back because everything's happening so quickly. Continuing to watch here some video of these parents, and again, this is just it's heartbreaking. It's so bittersweet because you know that those families are so relieved that their children are okay in this situation, but also, again, as Corin alluded to, you know, you say it all the time, you just don't think it's going to happen in your backyard.
Absolutely.
And more it just is.
Kind of incredible comparing just on that very local level of seeing those kids hugging their parents hugging those kids, taking them away from the scene, and at the same time we have President Donald Trump now putting out on social media that he's been briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The FBI quickly responded and they are on the scene. The White House will continue to monitor the terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved. So it's reached the point where we have the president talking about this as well and has been briefed on it. We also have the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, tweeting that she is aware of what's going on and is monitoring the situation. In this view right here, this looks to be the school portion of that property. The church would be just to the left, and we've seen law enforcement and even some students and families kind of in that area, but the church is separate. And as Amy mentioned, those students, the pre-K through 8 students, were scheduled at 8:15 to be in a mass, presumably at the church next door. And then the first calls of that shooting came in at 8:27, so presumably less than 15 minutes after that mass started, that they started getting some of those first reports of those shots fired. But at this time, the city's saying that there is no threat to the public and that the shooter is confirmed dead. And then we were seeing a lot of those students and families getting to leave that scene. But it's still very active, and Amy, our initial reports, as many as 65 plus units were called out there. So just a huge response right away. Obviously, when you have something involving a school or a church or where a large gathering of people, you're going to have a large response. We understand FBI is out there, ATF, the Minnesota BCA, Hennepin County Sheriff, State Patrol, Minneapolis Police. We've seen drones, we've seen canines, we've seen tactical vehicles, and several of those ambulances, some of them still there on the scene, some of them who have left. And again, we have our Nathan O'Neill in downtown Minneapolis at HCMC just monitoring as potentially some folks who need medical attention start arriving at that hospital.
And continuing to just watch this information come in real time and sift through what is reportable and not reportable. But I think just, you know, most importantly, just taking a moment here to remember and to just stop and think about, excuse me, what's happening right now, because we can kind of get caught up in looking at this scene and saying, well, this is, you know, wow, it's a school shooting, but just really remembering what's happening with these families right now and the calls that were made and taken from parents at work or wherever they were this morning, and getting that call, the one that every parent would fear. And as you can see, more families taking their children home now after what has been just a horrific morning for them at Annunciation Catholic School. But just thinking about those who are involved, and again, we don't have information on victims yet, but we know that a gunman is down and dead, so we know that there has been a shooting here.
I also want to point out, while we were on air, around 9:15, maybe 9:20 or so, we did see Mayor Jacob Fry arrive at the scene and was let inside the crime tape, presumably getting much closer, talking to law enforcement officers who are responding. So we'll be waiting to see. We're closely monitoring his channels, his information, as potentially someone who could give us an update about what happened. But obviously they want to make sure they have all of the information first. And as Amy's been saying, anything like this happens, you'll see a lot of information out on social media about potentially people wounded, potentially people shot. Not always when someone is hurt in this situation does it mean that they were shot, even though this was a call for a shooting. So we're just working to gather all that. We want to make sure we bring you the latest information and most accurate information. And again, at this point, it seems that law enforcement is still very focused on this investigation, focused on making sure that these kids are okay to go home, getting them reunited with their parents, updating families about what's going on. It seems to be they're in that part of this investigation, that part of this scene, and not so much of dealing with the active shooter, because again, we have learned the active shooter is dead. But all of this aside, these children leaving, the parents being allowed behind the crime tape to go get their students, tells us that a lot of the threat has tampered down at this point, that they're allowing people to leave to enter and leave the scene at this time.
Okay, and there's Corin. You guys just let me know if you want to go to Corin. Okay, go ahead, Corin. Go ahead.
Gathered here outside as the parents are coming out with their children. Did manage to talk to one more of the parents here, and they said that they knew of at least a couple of kids who had been shot but had survived, but beyond that, don't really have any updates here. It does feel a little intrusive, like I said earlier, to try to talk to these folks as they leave what's probably the worst moment of their children's lives. And you know, they're all kind of clutching their kids pretty tightly, and you know, just trying to embrace them as they walk out of here. But you know, that was, from what they said, inside the mass, it was an all-school mass, so it's, you know, every student at this school. And so all of them, at least to some extent, witnessed this, whether they saw exactly what was happening or just could hear it. They were all there. So you can see all of these folks who were uninjured who are walking out, but again, it's a very emotional time for them. A lot of these kids walking out of here in tears, or just, you know, with, you know, grimacing on their faces, and it's, you know, you can imagine why. It's a pretty tough situation for all of them. Yeah, I don't know much more I can add to that, but you can see a lot of them right there, and it's pretty tough.
Thanks, Corin. And to have to, as you mentioned, you know, walk past people who are onlookers or who are there who are concerned, but also cameras, and it's a really tough situation. Thank you, Corin. We'll revisit that in a second. And you can go ahead and cut that mic for us. Thank you. I just wanted to share some more information, and this is the first time that we're able to share this kind of information. This is coming from a police alert that went out about 30 minutes ago, so at about 9:30, from the City of Richfield Police Department. So this is what was sent to that community. Annunciation Church area police are responding to an active shooter call. We now know that the shooter is dead. Officers are reporting 20 victims. A man dressed in all black and armed with a rifle was reported at the scene. EMS has requested a mass casualty response, and fire crews are bringing in additional resources. As I said earlier, mass casualty does not mean deaths. It just means victims of some kind. Fire crews are bringing in additional resources. Initial information indicated that the suspect shooter is no longer a threat. That we know to be true now. Out of an abundance of caution, they are asking just people to stay out of that area, because there's a lot of work to be done, to complete this investigation and move through what they need to do this morning.
And of course, one of our big questions going forward will be timeline of all of this. 8:27 was when that first initial call of a shooting was reported, and then we had crews live at the scene by about 9 a.m. So of course, part of the information gathering that we're learning is, you know, what happened between that initial call at 8:27 and when we arrived there at 9 a.m. When this shooter was taken down, as we understand that they've been killed, and that there is no longer a threat to the public. But obviously that'll be one of the big questions. How long was that man in there? 20 victims at this time. As Amy mentioned, that does not mean that 20 people were killed, but at least 20 people, victims of some kind, whether that was they were hit by gunfire or injured in some other way. But again, Richfield police saying that there was a man who was dressed in all black, armed with a rifle, was reported at the scene. Potentially, when we look at the schedule for the school, these students, this is a pre-K through 8 school, a school affiliated with the church next door. They're technically not connected. There's a little bit of a lot with some trees in between them, but according to the school schedule at 8:15, those students were scheduled to be in mass. So that will be another question, of course, that we have going forward if this was a situation where the shooter entered the school building or the church building. And of course, if you have all of these people gathered in one area, you think of the chaos of it all. And so again, what happened between that 8:27 when those first calls came in and at 9 o'clock, at least when our crews appeared on the scene, it appeared the way that we saw folks coming and going from the crime scene, the way that we saw the mayor let inside of that crime tape, even the fire and EMS let inside that scene, that maybe at that point the active threat situation was tampered down at that time. So again, these will all be questions that we'll be asking law enforcement here when they give us an update, but obviously their focus right now is reuniting these students with their families, getting them off of campus, getting the students who are okay back with their parents and getting them home, of course, to start some of the healing. Just some of these extremely powerful images that we've seen all morning of folks reuniting and hugging outside of this crime scene.
Yeah, the neighborhood, I'm sure, is really shaken by this as well. And you know, again, how does this happen here? These things like this don't happen here, and in our quiet neighborhood at a small Catholic school.
When we heard Corin say, when he was out talking to neighbors, they said they heard so much gunfire. Some of the folks that Corin talked to thought it couldn't have possibly been an active shooter situation. They said that's just too much gunfire. Was it a construction project? They weren't sure at
Roofing
first.
project so early morning. Yeah,
kind of just rocked that entire neighborhood of the amount of gunshots that we heard at that time. And again, one of those big questions: how did that shooter get into whatever building they were in? How long were they active before they were taken down? How long did it take law enforcement to get there? 8:27 was that first call into law enforcement, according to the information we have this morning.
And again, we continue to just watch just what Corin said it best. It feels really intrusive because we know our camera is there. But I think if we can just, take from this, just watch this, and then maybe it will impact some sort of change.
It's real. It's
so
what's happening down there for these families right now,
and stop this kind of violence. We don't know anything about the shooter yet, other than the shooter is no longer a factor here. The shooter is dead, which is really important. We don't have any information yet confirmed on victims, but we do know that at 10:30 here, coming up in about 25 minutes, we are expected to have a news conference. I imagine it will be led by the governor, maybe the mayor as well. We saw Mayor Fry early on in this scene, literally running, under that tape and getting to the heart of that scene early on as well. So.
I will be curious too. We know that we have federal agencies on hand as well. If it's something that they will kind of take over this investigation, or if we'll hear from Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara. But we know the FBI and the ATF are confirmed to be there on scene as part of this investigation. So as Amy mentioned, within the next half hour or so, we do expect our first kind of official on-camera update from law enforcement officers. But as you can see right now, busy as we don't know how many students attended this school, but we know it was pre-K through 8. So you cover a lot of age ranges and grades there. And it appears that their focus right now is just getting those kids back with their families, getting them away from this scene so they can really dig into their investigation and help the folks who need that medical attention. When we started our broadcast here on this at about 9 a.m., we did see an ambulance with the lights on leaving the scene. So presumably some folks who were here and who were injured have already been taken to the hospital. And we do have a crew down at HCMC downtown monitoring that situation, as well as we potentially see more folks getting some of the medical attention. But you do see a lot of students On 2 feet, obviously distress. Obviously, it's been a horrific morning, but are getting out of there and are back with their families this morning.
As you're looking at the bottom of the screen, and as we've been saying, 20 victims in Minneapolis school shooting, and I just want to reiterate, this is information that is coming from Richfield police, who had put out a police alert about 45 minutes ago or so, and at that point we believed that the shooter was dead. Now it's confirmed that the shooter is dead, but anytime we've unfortunately been through this enough. Anytime you see numbers, this early, oftentimes they can change. A lot of information comes out early. So again, we don't have any confirmed information on how many victims, the extent of injuries, if there are any deaths, anything like that. We anticipate that we'll get that information from the governor coming up here in about 25 minutes or so. Go ahead.
I was just to say, we're looking at right now in our small box here to the left, the map showing you where this is. This is in South Minneapolis. This would be southwest, so it's west of 35W. It's south of the chain of lakes off of that East Diamond Lake Road exit. And now that I'm looking at the map and putting this together, I presume Richfield, it's right near the border to Richfield. And in that statement that we got from Richfield Police, they said that they had some of their law enforcement responding to this as well. I assume because of proximity. It's very clear right away when we arrived on the scene that there was a huge response to this. I mean, as many as 65 units responding, which told us right away that this was definitely an elevated situation, a more serious situation. Of course, anything involving a church or a school or a large gathering of people, you're going to see that even bigger law enforcement response. But that map there just gives you an idea. It's the Annunciation Catholic Church and School there west of 35W near Lyndale Avenue and East Diamond Lake Road in South Minneapolis.
Our Corin Hoggard has been on the scene for us, our Saquon there as well, and Corin a little bit earlier, his brother happens to live in that neighborhood and went to his house, parked there, and started just talking to folks as we were outside that perimeter about a half a block. So we were gathering information, and one of the things that just keeps sticking out to me is that these neighbors said that they heard, and he described it as a tremendous amount of gunfire. And it's just chilling to think about, so much so that they didn't even believe it was gunfire, as we continue to look at families being reunited about a half a block away here as they remove themselves from the scene and leave campus to be reunited with families. There's a staging area nearby where friends and family are gathering, but most of these families just really taking their children and just going home. And it's such a traumatic. Such a traumatic morning for everybody, and also want to think about the first responders who are there as well. Those who are having to respond to this. It's, their jobs are never ever easy. They never know what they're going to run into when they wake up in the morning, and this is definitely some of the worst of it. So they're also in our thoughts here today as we continue to follow these developments. Again, more information hopefully coming in about 20 minutes in a press conference.
Yeah, and we'd heard that some of the students, just initially after this happened, they were ushered into the gymnasium of the school. And again, we still don't have confirmation this morning which building the shooting happened in, if it happened in the church or separate from the church, the school building. They basically share a property. There's a little bit of a grove of trees, you could say, in between the two. But just thinking about these kids and these families too, they just started school on Monday. And here we are on a Wednesday dealing with this and imagining the quick response from the educators who were there on scene, the folks who work there, already just into the school year. I'm sure they didn't even have a chance to do some of their basic drills that they do, their safety drills and going over safety protocol. So obviously, just horrific for them. We understand 8:27 is when the first calls came in, and now here at just after 10 o'clock, we're seeing a lot of folks leaving the scene. That unification, we're hearing from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office talking about that unification area, saying families and students can go to that reunification zone, but they are asking people to stay out of that area. We know earlier the exit from 35W to East Diamond Lake Road heading in that direction was closed down. It was only open for first responders. They're just trying to keep folks out of that area, and I'm sure prioritize getting folks with children at that school or even loved ones who may work at the school, being able to get them there to the scene. But we have seen so many folks, what it looks like from the neighborhood, out there checking things out. As Amy mentioned, we are hearing from some neighbors who said they heard a lot of gunshots. And the information that we have from Richfield Police is that there was a man dressed in all black who entered with a rifle. And we do understand that that man has since been taken down, that there's not an immediate threat to the community right now. Oh, just more of those hugs and reunification, as you can see, students getting to leave that area now.
Yeah, again, so bittersweet to see this, and as parents, your heart just you just can't even really describe the feeling, or caregivers, or hearing from people who have children in other, just even Catholic schools in the area, and again, we don't know what a motive here was, but it's just touching on so many different levels for so many different people, and it really, it's really something you just don't ever want to have to think about, and here we are in the throes of it as we see things like this happening in other places, not here. So just a lot to process here.
I do want to point out, while this is happening in South Minneapolis, we've heard from President Donald Trump and Homeland Secretary of Security Kristi Noem, who both say that they are aware of the situation and monitoring. We've also heard from Senators Tim Smith and A.B. Klobuchar, who said that they are aware and monitoring the situation. And I really only bring that up just because it gives you a sense of the elevated level of all this. This is from the president. It says, "I have been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The FBI quickly responded, and they are on the scene. The White House will continue to monitor the terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved." So that just gives you an idea of the level that this has been raised to. And we're hearing from Richfield Police this morning, potentially 20 victims. We don't know if that means students, if that means staff. We do understand that this was a shooting. We can't confirm that. We don't know if all 20 of these potential injuries are gunshot wounds, are people who have been shot. But we are expecting a press conference here in the next 15 minutes or so. And I will say, everybody wants to know the timeline, the motive, exactly what happened. Usually these first press conferences, it's just the very basic preliminary information, letting us know that there's no longer a threat to the community, that they're helping out the victims who have been hurt. But it could still be a while here this morning before we have some of that information about, say, a shooter, about how they entered, what their motive would be. All of that could come much later, but at least some sort of our first official on-camera update expected here at 10:30. And Amy, maybe you know this. We don't know who will be leading this press conference at this time, or do we understand that the governor will be there?
We don't know who for sure. I'm kind of thinking back to the last sort of the last violence that we had, where we had so many interagencies involved. Of course, the death of the Hortmans a couple of months ago, and just it's my understanding that it's the same sort of interagency response and protocol. So the governor led that one. I'm just thinking he might lead this one as well if he is even in town, available. I'm not sure, but I would anticipate that he would be part of this in some way, shape, or form.
And we did see the mayor there on the scene. Maybe about an hour or so ago. So potentially we could see them. We are getting some updates here of now just other schools responding to this. I know I had a friend who is a teacher, and their students don't start until next week. But teachers were there on campus getting ready, and they went on a short lockdown. Just of course not really knowing the situation of what was going on, and now we're hearing from some St. Joseph Catholic School students, St. Thomas, other Catholic schools who say that they're just going to keep their doors locked out of an abundance of caution today. And these are even schools in St. Paul who are hearing this news, and just again, we understand the shooter is dead. Law enforcement saying there's not an active threat to the public, but so many other places just taking a precaution. Even hearing from folks like the Brooklyn Park Police Department who are saying this, Brooklyn Center, Police Department, talking about how this deeply impacts the entire region. You see law enforcement agencies from surrounding cities coming to respond to this, but then it also just puts a lot of departments on edge of what could be next, preparing, and obviously as school starts for a lot of folks here next week, I'm sure it'll be top of mind for a lot of educators who see this happen and say, well, this doesn't happen here, or feeling some sort of safety. Now, a lot of kids will be heading to school next week off of this news with obviously maybe some elevated concerns.
And Hannah Ryan just let me know we got a little bit more information here. This is coming from the Associated Press, that 5 children are being treated right now. So that coming from the Associated Press, that 5 children are being treated. Our Nathan O'Neill has been staged outside of HCMC, where we believe that any victims had been taken. The trauma center there, and so we will bring you any information we can as it becomes available, but this is something that we haven't been able to report just yet, and this is coming from the Associated Press, that 5 children are being treated. So again, when we say the 20 victims, that was a report put out by the city of Richfield early on, that the officers were reporting 20 victims. That is a very wide-ranging description. We don't know, if 20 were hospitalized, that kind of thing, but just know that right now the Associated Press is reporting that 5 children are being treated after this school shooting at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis. And again, the shooter dead. There is no threat to the public, according to Richfield PD, which had to put out an alert early on before we knew that the shooter was dead, because this is an area that's nearby. Described the man reportedly at the scene as a man dressed in all black, armed with a rifle. The Associated Press, we know, called the office at Annunciation School shortly after these reports started coming in around 8:30, and whoever answered the phone said that they were evacuating the students. We know from further conversation that many of those students were gathered in a gymnasium at some point to then now be reunited with their family, who have been for the last, 45 minutes or so, been streaming in to pick up their children to take them home. Also a staging area nearby for those who are arriving a little bit later as well. So these are the developments we have thus far. 10:30 here shortly, we will have a news conference with, we believe, law enforcement, perhaps the city, the governor, and then HCMC is actually holding a press conference, it looks like separately, at 11 a.m. And that's where we anticipate we'll get more information in real time on victims and conditions at about 11 o'clock.
And of course, the initial reports is as many as 20 people potentially injured. That, of course, does not mean that they are critically injured. It doesn't necessarily mean that they were shot, but knew from the Associated Press that 5 children are being treated for some kind of something after this shooting. And just to recap our timeline a little bit, we understand that these students, it's a pre-K through 8th grade school. You're looking at the school portion right now in this video, where you can see a lot of law enforcement there at the entrance. They just started school on Monday, so they'd been in school for starting their 3rd day, and were scheduled to potentially be in an all-school mass at 8:15 this morning, and then the first calls for a shooting, we understand from law enforcement, came in at 8:27 this morning.
We have a Rob Olson who has also now joined our coverage. Rob, let us know kind of where you are exactly, and what are you seeing here, as we are, about 2 hours now out from when the first calls came in?
We are at the corner of Garfield and 54th, so this is on the north side of the school, directly across from the school itself. The church sanctuary is just down on the other corner to my east here, and there's a large presence down there. It is down there where I understand that the news conference updating these events will be taking place here at around 10:30. But this behind me is what I believe to be right in there, the reunification zone that they established here between the church part and the school part here of Annunciation. So this is the school entrance. You can see the amount of police here. We're seeing Park Police, Minneapolis Police, obviously. A number of ambulances just to my right here. I can count 5 ambulances just to my right. And, we see here, too, as parents come to bring their children out. We've seen a number of those here, too, those situations with parents bringing their young children. And when I say young children, as you see, these are elementary-age kids predominantly that we're seeing being brought out of the school. Certainly emotional parents that we've seen are emotional. You can get through here if you need to.
Are you live?
Yeah, streaming, but we can. Okay. You can come through if you want.
The media staging area is actually on the other side.
Yep, the media staging.
And then at 10:30, there's going to be a conference over there.
Yep. Okay.
If you go a block north, and then head that way.
Yep. Media staging area.
Back to 54th, you see all the media stuff.
I'm just getting an update from Minneapolis Police about the media staging area being a block to the east, as I mentioned before, and then that's where the news conference update will be coming. As you've mentioned, we do have a crew down there already set up for that as well. But at this point, the activity that we see is predominantly a lot of Minneapolis police. So you see some more folks going into that. I can't tell who those are wearing the camouflage up there. But going into the building, around the building, obviously a number of different agencies out here. We saw, information that the FBI responding to help out with this as well. And just an enormous law enforcement presence here at the north side of the school. Again, though, we've seen throughout the last half hour or so a number of parents bringing their young children out of the school. This is the reunification area for that, and clear emotion on some of the children's faces, and certainly some of the parents' faces as well as they come out of here. Some of them just with that look of shock. Some of them with more of a tearful look to them as well, as they deal with the emotional ramifications here of what has occurred this morning at this school, Annunciation here in Minneapolis. This is a feeder school for Holy Angels. I talked to a parent who's got a daughter at Holy Angels who'd been here, but they have friends who are still here, and they're awaiting word for what is their situation, their condition, if they were involved in this at all. So, a lot of people that if they don't have kids here, they know people who do, or they know the kids who are here based on their personal connections.
Rob, this is Hannah Flood back at the studio. I just have a question for you. It looks like you're standing in front of the school portion of this property, and then behind you to the other side would be the church. Can you tell right now which building law enforcement seems to be having the most focus on? If they have folks over at the church, or it's mostly focused on that school building?
It appears to be both. I can't fully see the front of the church. Again, it is directly to my right over here. It is blocked by, like I said, 5 ambulances are here on the other side of several squad cars, sheriff's squad car, police car. There is I'm going to get out of the way here. There is a massive police and other law enforcement presence that is making its way towards this portion of the building, which again is the school portion of the building. And, it's unclear exactly what they are doing, but they are coming down here in force. I don't know if these are continuing to respond to something, or if these are people who had responded who are now no longer needed where they were. It is difficult to say, but you can see the number of law enforcement of all types that has responded here. We see Homeland Security, the presence here. That's what you see, HSI on the back of the vests that these folks are wearing. That's Federal Homeland Security. That is part of this. There's ATF as well. There's the FBI, in addition to Minneapolis Police, Park Police. Here comes some more heavily armed Minneapolis police officers as well, going with this. Again, they are heading down to the east of this, so towards Lyndale Avenue. So it's hard to say exactly what they are doing now as part of this response or post-response. Certainly, though, again, we'll be getting an update here shortly from the main media staging area, which is just 1 block to my east, in front of the sanctuary here at Annunciation.
Thank you. Our Rob Olson out there in front of the Annunciation School and Church in South Minneapolis, where law enforcement's been responding to that active shooter threat. But again, we understand that the shooter is dead and that there is no immediate threat to the public. And it does look like we have some new information in here this morning just about the situation. Yeah. Amy,
we do.
You've got that here.
I do. Reuters is reporting that they've been told by the DOJ, the Department of Justice, that 3 people are dead, and 1 is the shooter. So the Department of Justice, the Federal Justice Department, is telling Reuters news agency that there are 3 people who are dead, including the shooter. And we also were told by the AP that 5 children were being treated as well. So those, as far as numbers go, that is what we have. And again, we're going to be hearing, hopefully, as Rob said, in a couple of minutes from law enforcement and from city officials who will be able to tell us a little bit more. And then at about 11 o'clock, HCMC, the medical center where presumably victims were taken, it's a trauma center there nearby. They are going to be holding their own press conference at about 11 o'clock, and we'll get some more information. Yeah, what you're seeing here, I believe, is just our crew doing some interviews, and you're seeing just live feeds of
It looks like that's the staging area where they're going to be having that press conference, which is about a half a block away. This church and school kind of sits right in the middle of this block. And maybe, Ryan, back in the booth, we can take the map again, just to give people an idea here before this press conference starts about where exactly this is. But it's just west of 35W. This is in South Minneapolis. This is south of the chain of lakes, so it's really near the Richfield border. And you can see how close it is to Lyndale there. This church and school sits on the middle of this block. So we are on the what would be the eastern side of this for that media staging area where we're expecting this press conference to start soon. Again, now here we are about 2 hours, exactly 2 hours here from the first initial call of a shooting here. And again, you heard Rob talking about, we're not sure exactly which building this happened in. There's 2 buildings, at least 2 buildings on this campus, the pre-K through 8th grade school, and then the actual church building that is next to it. And it appears that they are not connected, but are right next to each other. And we understand, potentially, according to the school's online schedule, that students were at an all-school mass, potentially at that time. So that's one of the questions that we're going to have, of course, for law enforcement once this press conference started, was did this happen in the school building? Did it happen in the church? But we do know from Richfield Police, they put out a statement saying a man dressed in all black, armed with a rifle, entered this area and started shooting. And now our latest information, the Associated Press saying 5 children are being treated. We don't know exactly what that means yet, the extent of their injuries, what exactly that could mean. But also now we have the Department of Justice telling Reuters that 3 people are dead, and that includes the shooter.
And Hannah, I just noticed here there's a statement from Katie Cashman, who is a council member in Minneapolis for Ward 7, which is located sort of on the western edge of Minneapolis, includes some parts of downtown. But this is a statement that she put out a short time ago, and she has some more information in here. And again, we'll get this confirmed with law enforcement. But she says this morning at Annunciation Church and Catholic School, someone shot and wounded multiple children and staff while they attended morning mass. At this moment, the shooter is contained. Our office is closely monitoring the situation and will share more information as it becomes available. I am absolutely horrified by the events unfolding this morning, and our office is here to support those who need it. This is a time to hold your loved ones close and check in with each other. As the day unfolds, please stay out of this area, 54th and Lyndale, to give space to emergency personnel and to families. And again, that's coming from Ward Council member Katie Cashman, Minneapolis Ward 7 council member, who put out that statement. So according to her information, children and staff were shot while they attended morning mass, and we've been talking a lot about the proximity of that church to the school, not connected, but a lot of times, and I went to a Catholic school most of my life, and you have morning mass, and they were scheduled at 8:15 this morning to have that morning mass, and the call came in at about 8:30.
Sure. I think one of the questions that we'll have for law enforcement too, we know it's pre-K through 8th grade, but don't know how many students were there, if maybe also members of the public were there, if it was just an open mass. Welcome to everybody to kind of get a sense of what it was like when these shots rang out, about how many people, but then you can imagine the chaos that followed. And I think that will be another question when we're hearing, this report that Reuters is putting out of 3 people dead, including the shooter, but then we're also hearing about as many as 20 injuries, or 5 people being treated. If those were residual injuries just from, the chaos that followed, sometimes that's the case. Sometimes it is people who were hit with this gunfire, which Richfield Police are saying a man in all black armed with a rifle entered and started shooting. So again, this would be a lot of questions that we have once this press conference gets started. We're obviously monitoring once this gets underway. They'll have some of these answers answers for us this morning. There'll be a lot of things, I think, that obviously this is still very active, so I think there'll be a lot of things that we'll just have to wait to find out here throughout the day as the investigation continues.
I will say just, I don't know if this was the case at this school, but just having, again, gone to Catholic school at that age as well, that in the morning, it's part of the curriculum of the Catholic school I went to, where you had church in the mornings, on certain mornings. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it looks like at 8:15 is when they had Mass, and usually that is for...
A little bit behind schedule.
Okay.
We'll get started as quickly as possible. If you have inquiries in the meantime, please email communications@minneapolismn.gov.
Some information for the reporters there, as we're being told that there's a bit of a delay here, but I was saying the masses in the mornings are traditionally usually for the students. It's part of their curriculum, and staff members as well. So we'll find all of that out here, hopefully in due time. Right now, clearly just focused on these families being reunited with their children, those who have perhaps lost loved ones in this horrific act of violence.
I think it is interesting at this time now, just the difference that a half an hour makes. 30 minutes ago, we were seeing a lot of those families reunited with students, taking them away from the scene, getting them out of there, presumably taking them home. And it looks like from a lot of our angles that that's not happening as much anymore, assuming that a lot of families have gotten to the school, gotten their student, and gotten out of there. So now we'll be curious to hear once this press conference starts. I'm sure a majority of this campus has been evacuated, getting folks who don't need that medical treatment out of there. Assume a lot of the staff and that has been sent home as well, kind of just clearing the way for this investigation to get underway, because even with the shooter dead, it sounds like there's going to be a lot of questions about timeline, about motive, about how exactly all of this happened. So now an opportunity for law enforcement on scene to do that investigation. And the law enforcement agencies we've seen out there today, a lot of state patrol folks out there. We're looking at a Minneapolis Park Police vehicle, which gives you an idea of just how many people responded. The FBI and ATF confirming that they have folks out there as well, the Minnesota BCA, and of course Minneapolis Police. And we've seen all kinds of tools out there. We've seen drones that were on the ground when we saw them, K9 units, some tactical vehicles as well. Sometimes these larger vehicles, you're seeing what kind of looks like, I guess you could say, a bus there. Some of those larger vehicles are sometimes brought in as kind of a mobile crime scene unit where they can take and examine evidence. It's where some of the tools that they use as part of this investigation are housed. So a lot of times that's what these big trucks mean, is it's just taking kind of almost a mobile crime lab out to an area, but then also having an area where law enforcement can gather, have access to their computers, to have internet. So potentially that's one of those big vehicles that we're seeing. That's just kind of a law enforcement response, a crime scene response, kind of letting us know that they're going to be hunkering down for a while to do this investigation and collect a lot of evidence here. So they're trying to piece everything together. 8:27 was when those first calls came in from this South Minneapolis school.
Our Corn Hoggard, who has been on the scene since pretty much the beginning, if you weren't with us about an hour or so ago, when he arrived on the scene, it was probably about 30 minutes after the call came in, and his brother lives in that neighborhood. He was able to talk with his brother and some of the neighbors there, and they described the gunfire that they heard, and they said it was so tremendous. There was so much gunfire. Nobody really even thought it was gunfire. They thought maybe there was a construction project, maybe somebody was doing roofing work or something like that, staple guns. It was just so much gunfire. And so we knew at that point that the potential here was great. And since then we have learned 5 children treated at the hospital, and this is information coming from the Associated Press, now cross-checked with Reuters, who also has this confirmed, 5 children being treated. And then Reuters reporting that the Department of Justice has told them that 3 people are dead. 1 is the shooter. So we don't have any additional information on 2 of those other victims who, according to the Department of Justice, who has told Reuters, have died.
Yeah, it was interesting here in Corin. Talked to some of the people in the neighborhood who heard that gunfire, and like you said, described it as a lot of gunfire, to the point where some people didn't even call in, thinking there's no way that this is a shooting. That's too much gunfire. But obviously, our reports now that there was a shooting here, that shooter now dead. And again, we saw the mayor run into that scene at just about maybe 9:15 or so this morning. So we'll be watching to see. I believe that man that updated us, that came up to the microphone and updated us that the press conference was running a bit behind, was communications for the city of Minneapolis. He told reporters to send their inquiries to them. So at this point, it looks like the city of Minneapolis, whether that's the mayor or the police chief, will be leading this press conference. We'll of course see, but we do know that there are some federal agencies like the FBI and the ATF there on the scene. There's one of the police canines that they've had out there as well. I'm sure just securing the scene after they get that shooter down, it's not over. Of course, they need to make sure that that scene is safe and secure. And then we do understand that a lot of the kids were ushered into the gymnasium just shortly after the event started, so they could get a head count, see how everyone was doing, make sure people were okay, and then we saw a lot of parents coming to pick up their kids and getting out of that area, something that we've seen really quiet down now. So assuming that a lot of those families have been reunited or are together at the reunification area that police have set up, but not seeing as many of those students and families stream out of this area as we did before, giving us the sense that maybe it's cleared now and really opened up. It kind of just changes the course of what law enforcement is doing at this moment. There's of course the initial response, there's getting people the medical help that they need, getting them out of there so that they can clear these buildings, and now start their investigation, collecting evidence, piecing together the timeline and exactly what happened.
Annunciation Catholic School is obviously a private school, and we know that here in Minnesota, a lot of private schools, charter schools, get started a little bit earlier before the holiday, and so they started school on Monday, pre-K or K through 8. And again, Monday was their first day, and according to Ward Council member Katie Cashman, her statement says that this happened while the students and staff were attending church. And again, about 8:15 this morning, looks like they were scheduled to be in church in the building next door. And you know, if you think about if that is the case, and again, we haven't had that confirmed yet, but if that is the case, you think about the drills that these children go through, and if you have children, you know, they all go through it, unfortunately, in their classrooms. And at a school like this, you know, I guess I don't know if, you know, do they ever practice something in a church setting? Where would you go? Where could you go in that kind of a setting? And I would think that they probably would, as it is sort of part of the curriculum here of many of these
Unfortunately,
these schools.
It's become too real that schools prepare for things like this.
If you think about what, you know, a church, a chapel setting is,
Right.
it's a very wide open, vast space, and so thinking through kind of the environment in which these kids were there. And again, we are waiting for a news conference to get started any moment now, and it may run up against another scheduled news conference, and I'm sure they'll separate them out here, but 11 a.m. for HCMC, where we believe that's where the victims were taken. 5 is the number that we have from the Associated Press of 5 children being treated, and then again 3 dead according to Reuters, 1 being the shooter.
Sure, and we of course don't know at this point if that includes church staff, school staff, but we can at least say that the Associated Press reporting that 5 children are being treated. And just to your point, Amy, you think about those children gathered in mass in that chapel area, and about not only the initial shooting started, but some of the chaos that can follow after, and how that can lead to injuries as well, just beyond the shooting. I do want to point out the Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty just released a statement saying, quote, "We are aware of the horrific mass casualty situation at Annunciation Catholic Church. Our heart breaks as we write this. Families seeking to reunify with loved ones who are at Annunciation should go to 55th and Lyndale. Staff from our victim services team will be on site. As information becomes available to our office, we will update the public and are here to support all of those in the community who need it." So just pointing out again, this is from Mary Moriarty, calling this a mass casualty situation. Our information from the DOJ via Reuters is that 3 are dead, including the shooter. So again, we're watching. This is where the press conference was set to start here at 10 o'clock. We were told it was running a little bit late, but hoping to get a little bit of clarification on that number, because of course we're hearing different numbers of people injured, people treated, and of course people who are dead, but can't confirm that includes the shooter, and the city of Minneapolis saying that they don't believe there's an imminent or immediate threat at this time because that shooter was taken down.
Just a little bit more information that you know, we can I guess, try to piece together here as to where this may have happened. As I'm thinking about it, we know that Katie Cashman from District 7, a city council person, has said that, according to her statement, that the shooting occurred during Mass, which would have been the building next door. And then, as I'm thinking about it, the reunification area has been at the school, which to me was odd. When I first read it the first 3 or 4 times, I kept thinking, why would it be at the school that close? Usually it's at a location, a block or 2 away. But that, just kind of plays into what Councilmember Cashman has said, that if it indeed did happen in the church during Mass, that the reunification area would be at the school as well. So we'll get information on all that shortly.
And also hearing that the kids were taken to the gymnasium, presumably in the school, kind of gives you an idea of the location where all of this happened. And again, our big question, I think at this time, will be timeline. When did this person, as Richfield police were saying, a man dressed in all black with a rifle, when did he enter that building? When was he taken down? How much time was there? How quickly were they able to get folks away? And then we heard from neighbors, Corin talking to neighbors just about the amount of gunfire. So we'll also be curious how many shots, I guess you could say, that the shooter got off before they were taken down, and who took them down, what that response looked like.
Or if nobody did and it was the self-inflicted.
Or that,
we just don't have that. We just know that there's no further threat to the community is what, is really, really important here to keep reiterating, is that if you're in this area, just know this is the area in southwest Minneapolis that we're talking about here, East Diamond Lake Road. And, I'm trying to look at here. There's a Kowalski's right there nearby. Let's see, across the road is, there's a
lot of homes, really. I mean,
yeah, it's a pretty residential
Lindale there that has some of those businesses and things, but pretty residential. And we heard Corin talking about as he was talking to people in that neighborhood, and they were kind of realizing what happening. Some people were even going outside, looking in their yards, going, is there going to be someone running through here? It's something that I need to be aware of, to witness, to help police with all of this, kind of when they realized how serious this was. And we did know earlier, it looks like things are back open, but they did shut down that East Diamond Lake Road exit off of 35, at least for a while, to let those first responders and presumably families to get to that scene to kind of clear things up. Oh, here we have this is a live shot outside of HCMC in downtown Minneapolis, where we understand at least some of these victims have been taken. They are scheduled to start a news conference here at 11 a.m. We're kind of watching to see. We had that press conference scheduled at 10:30 this morning, live at the scene there in South Minneapolis, and they had gotten on the microphone and told us that they just needed more time to collect things. We do know that Mayor Jacob Fry is on scene there in South Minneapolis at about 9:15, 9:20 this morning. We saw him running up to the scene past the crime tape. So we do know that some city officials beyond law enforcement are there on the ground getting this information and could potentially be part of this update. And then we understand we'll also be getting some updates from the folks at HCMC. And Amy, as you well know, in these situations too, it becomes a big deal and a big emergency response for hospitals when something like this happens, because obviously they have potentially, some of our reports is potentially as many as 20 people injured, all of whom could have been brought to the hospital, and that starts a huge emergency response for those medical folks as well, who are trying to get all of these people the help that they need as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and that is, HCMC is the place where they are very used to, level 1 trauma center. They're very used to dealing with these real-time situations, but this, to think about the magnitude of this, the ripple effect here is just endless, and really hitting so many people, hard on the spectrum, right? There are people who are so close to it. Kind of the next tier of folks is, I'm seeing here that there have been some Catholic schools in the area that just kind of went on almost a lockdown today, and just had their students inside today, even if they weren't in that area, out of this abundance of caution, because we know that this happened at a Catholic school. It's being reported that it happened during Mass. And so, again, the ripple effect here, those children today will go home and have to deal with this as well. As it wasn't just this wasn't a practice. This wasn't something we were just going through the motions in case. This was a real situation. And so the conversations that may or may not have to be had with children, and then we have those students who are still have to go back to school. The public school children who have to go back here in next week. And
Right, and just right now not having information on motive, I mean, you can't ignore the fact that this seemed to have happened, our report so far, during a mass at a Catholic school. So you see a lot of these other religiously affiliated schools just not knowing, what a motive would be, exactly what's going on, and they're just taking an abundance of caution. And I mentioned earlier, a friend of mine who works at a school in the Brooklyn Park area, they even went on just a temporary lockdown that they then lifted, just not knowing exactly what was happening and if there was any kind of threat. So like you said, a huge ripple effect.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if parents in other schools like this were taking their kids out of school today and just, holding them close. This one really hits close to home.
Thankfully, we saw so many of those families reunited and able to take their little ones home. Again, this is a pre-K through 8th grade school. Another one of our questions for officials once these news conferences get started will be just how many kids attend this school. It's hard to say. You've got pre-K through 8. That could be hundreds of students. It could be more than that. So we'll be waiting to see how many of them were attending that mass. And then, of course, the question if other members of the public were there as well. When we hear about these injuries and are getting some of these numbers, they could include children, but also, of course, the school support staff, the folks who are working there at the church who are in charge of the service and things like that. And then, of course, the number of people dead includes the shooter this morning, and we'll be asking what exactly did that look like. You mentioned, was that shooter killed via something self-inflicted? Was it law enforcement that quickly responded to the scene and was able to take them down? All of this playing into the story is exactly what happened at Annunciation Church this morning in South Minneapolis.
We're waiting for 2 press conferences. One, we are told, is still on schedule to start at 11 o'clock, and that is at Hennepin County Medical Center, HCMC. And then the other one is with law enforcement officials. We anticipate it's going to be at the scene. We've shown you the live shot there of the microphone, and we'll be waiting to see who speaks with us. But we are anticipating hearing a little bit more information about what happened. And again, very early on in this, I mean, it was a very, very quick response. The alerts came into our newsroom about 8:30 or so, and it looks like the calls came in at about 8:27. So we were alerted to it, started to get into place, sent our crews there. And as we were arriving, just about 9 o'clock or so is when we saw Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey literally, running to the heart of the scene through the perimeter to the heart of the scene. And we haven't seen, as you said, outside of that perimeter, we really haven't sensed a sense of heightened urgency. And so it makes sense at that point, likely somewhere, between 9-ish, 9:30 maybe. That's when things seemed much more calm on the perimeter, and perhaps it was at that point that they knew the shooter was down. I think we would have seen a lot more activity around the perimeter happening if they believed that the suspect was still out there. So
I think it was very telling seeing the mayor let in under the crime tape and into the scene. If there was an immediate threat of any kind, they would be keeping people like that back away from the crime scene tape. But even when our crews rolled up right at 9 o'clock, right away, that you could tell that this was an elevated situation. Sometimes when these reports come in, and that's why you have to be so careful about some of these initial reports, that there'll be a shooting near a school. Okay, it was a block or a block and a half away, and it was totally unrelated to the school. It was maybe domestic situation or something between 2 people, so you never really know. But once we had our crews out there and we're seeing the images of the law enforcement response, when you see the state troopers and Hennepin County, when we saw the FBI there, that's when you understand that this is a much more elevated and urgent situation. But then we kind of saw the kind of scene where they're not responding to an immediate threat. It's kind of switches more to the investigation and to helping the injured.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you just, you see enough of this, unfortunately, in our business that you get a kind of gut feeling of the rhythm of the way these things work. And again, as we talked about earlier, sadly, law enforcement agencies, the interagency response is incredible. The work that they do, the way that they practice this down to the second to make sure that they are in place where they need to be in any situation. And again, this is the worst of it for them. And our thoughts are with all the first responders, those who are helping the families at this point. There's just so many people involved in a tragedy like this.
I'll go over some of the numbers that we have really here quick, because the Department of Justice is confirming through Reuters this number we keep seeing of a total of 20 people injured. Again, we don't know if that includes who exactly that includes, but a total of 20 people injured, which could include students, school staff, church staff. Okay, 20 people injured is the big picture of the number that we're getting from the DOJ via Reuters. The Associated Press reporting that 5 children are being treated. So we can make that assumption of the 20, at least 5 of them are children. And then the last number that we're getting here is 3 people dead, which includes the shooter. So presumably the shooter and 2 other people. Again, we don't know if those are adults or children or what their role would be in all of this, but a total of 3 people dead, 20 people injured, at least 5 of which are children being treated this morning. And this is all the initial information here from law enforcement coming out. But we've got our camera locked in on where this news conference was set to happen about 20 minutes ago. And you can understand it's in just a fluid situation. They want to make sure when they come out that they have the latest information of what they can give us. But I do want to just point out one more time, we saw, an hour ago, it was a much different situation out here. Amy, I think you'll agree with me when you were seeing those families reunified and leaving the scene. And it looks like a lot of that now is wrapped up. And I would assume a lot of those buildings now, it's really just law enforcement, city officials. We saw the fire department out there, EMS officials. But now they've gotten a lot of folks that they can out of there so that they can continue their investigation. And I did write down the time at that point, because so many things are running together. But just as we're looking at the timeline, so if the call came in about 8:27, it was about 9:40, 9:45 when we started to see the first families leaving that scene, which, if you think about it, is thankfully a relatively short amount of time. It is, yes. In a scenario like this. So that was about that timeline, and we saw parents who were kind of running up to the crime scene tape, and they were, maybe being told a few things, but I didn't really see anybody able to go in until a little bit later, and then suddenly we just started to see them trickling out with their children, just about everybody holding their children's hand, walking them out, ages anywhere from, as you mentioned, like kindergarten all the way up to, we probably saw maybe 5th, 6th, 7th grade level aged children coming out of there. And just, again, that happening in real time, and watching that and seeing them walk right past all of these cameras and folks, concerned neighbors lined up on the streets just wanting to be there for them in some way, shape, or form. It was really, really heart-wrenching. Yeah. So many hugs, so many tears, people hugging the law enforcement officers who were also there lining the crime scene tape as well. It's been a really, really horrific and emotional morning. And here, I guess we're taking a look at some of the video I'm describing, just powerful images, and something you don't forget. No, I mean, and to your point, Amy, for these families and these students, between that 8:27 when the first call came in and this around 8:45 or so when they're being let out, I mean, it must have felt like eons for them. I mean, I can't imagine how slowly those minutes were ticking by. But when we take a look at the big picture, and Amy, as you said, unfortunately, when you kind of learn the rhythm or the way that things go, about an hour and 15 minutes after that first call came in, already letting those students leave is a sign to us, at least, that of what we're hearing from officials, that the immediate threat was tampered down pretty quickly, and they were able to get, we understand, a lot of the students from what we believe they were in the church for mass, get them to the school gymnasium to kind of regroup. Who knows, that could be part of their planned emergency response, but at least getting those kids out of there, getting them reunited with their families, and now getting all of them off of campus so that they can continue their investigation. Yeah, and just to reiterate, this is video from a little bit earlier this morning. It was about 9:45 is when those families started coming out, and this is the live scene nearby where we are anticipating a news conference that will be happening. The mayor, I think, is starting to walk up, and the police chief, Brian O'Hara, and the Hennepin County Sheriff. We can see them right there. So as they approach the podium, again, the very latest, we understand 5 people being treated and 3 dead, including the shooter. Let's get some more information from the officials now. Mayor Fry.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance. These are the sort of basic assurances that every family should have, every step of the day, regardless of where they are in our country. I'm so deeply saddened, and I'm so sorry to the families that I know are suffering right now. My ask is to everyone, stand by them. Love them. These families have forever been changed, and we've all been changed with them. We need to do everything possible to support them through this time. We have a family resource center that has been set up. I'm grateful for all of the law enforcement agencies from a number of different jurisdictions, and all the different departmental support that we've received. They're going to be working tirelessly. There's also a family resource center that is being set up as we speak to make sure that we're there for everybody. Again, to the families that are suffering, to those that have experienced loss, I'm so deeply sorry. We're going to be with you every step of the way. We love you. This kind of act of evil should never happen, and it happens far too often. The chief will provide additional details.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. Earlier today, just before 8:30 a.m., our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the Mass, a gunman approached on the outside on the side of the building and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the Mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified. 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack. We will stand together to protect our children, our schools, and our houses of worship. This deliberate act of violence is just a sign of cruelty that is beyond comprehension. Our hearts are broken for everyone that's been affected by this tragedy. As we begin the difficult path of healing, I want the community to know this, that even in the face of such evil, the Minneapolis Police Department and all of our law enforcement partners stand with our community. We stand with these families and with this parish. We will continue to be here for you. With that, the investigation is obviously in its preliminary stages, and I will attempt to take some questions to provide further information.
Chief, what can you tell us about the suspect in this case? How old was he? Any kind of motivation? Any notes or any other information you might have left?
So we were looking, the question was, what can be said about the shooter? We believe it is one suspect, a sole shooter. We believe he is deceased. He is in his early 20s, does not have an extensive known criminal history, and we are looking through information left behind to try and determine some type of motive. Yeah.
How many kids attend the school? How many kids at the school?
How many children? There were, I don't have an exact, the question was how many children at the school. There were dozens of children inside the mass at the time. I don't have an exact count. The children have been relocated into the school, which is where their families are reunifying with them.
Other than the weapons, was the shooter a student, former student? Was he a former employee? Do we know that?
The question was, do we know if the shooter was a former school employee or a former student? We don't have that information.
Did he leave anything behind other than the weapons?
There's a vehicle. The question was anything left behind? There's a vehicle that we believe that the suspect used that is being searched, and we will be conducting other searches related to this. Inside the parking lot here.
There was some neighbors who said that the door to the church had been barricaded.
Yep.
Is that correct?
So the question was, neighbors had said that the door to the church had been barricaded. The shooter approached on one side of the church building, and on that side, at least two doors, it appears there had been like a 2x4 placed. So not all of the doors around the building, but on the side where the shooter did fire.
And on the outside?
On the outside, yes.
Shootings related. Were there any explosives that were found?
The question was there any explosives? There were reports of that. There were no explosives or improvised devices that we found. I do believe there was one, I guess you would call it a smoke bomb, like not an explosive, but a sort of a firework that would release smoke.
And which side of the building? North, south?
The side that is closest to us, here, on this side, yep.
Incident related? So at these nearby homes?
I don't have specific information on that I can release.
Gunshot wound, this suspect?
Yeah, the question was, is he dead from a gunshot wound? The answer is yes. We believe he took his own life in the parking lot.
Was this outside or both inside that he was shooting?
The question was he shooting outside and inside? He was absolutely shooting outside of the building on the side of the church, inside through the windows. It appears he may have gone inside, but I don't believe we've located any casings inside the building. So I'm not certain if he fired also while inside. It appears, if not all, most of the shooting happened outside the building.
Shooting related to any other shootings that happened in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, Taylor's asking, is this related to any of the other shootings? This does not appear to be related to any other shooting in the city.
No, approximately how many rounds were fired?
The question was how many rounds? I would say it's in the dozens. We don't have an exact count. There's a sidewalk on the outside as well as a grassy area, so obviously we are going through and taking our time to process the scene.
Was he firing just one weapon, like the rifle, or?
The question was he firing one weapon? We believe he had fired all three. He had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol.
Chief, were his individual licenses concealment here? Do you have any background?
Were the weapons, was he lawfully carrying the weapons? I don't have that information, and I don't have any information on any significant criminal history either.
Was he dressed at all in any tactical type of gear or anything?
It appeared he had some black clothing on, his cargo type pants. I guess you could interpret that as, you know, however you like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for helping us to get the information out today. We have a lot more work
questions?
that needs to be done. We will return back later today to provide more details as they become available, and we'll let you know how you can know about that in the moments to come. Thank you.
How can the public help? Great.
Watching a news conference there by Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey and the police chief as well. The last question there, how can the public help? I think one of the big things we're hearing from everybody is just avoid this area. This is Annunciation Catholic School and Church, and I'm Amy Hockert. Simone Woolridge joining me now as we continue our coverage of just a horrific morning here and this mass shooting at Annunciation Catholic School, and now that we've learned that it actually was in the nearby building, which was the church.
And we have some information here about, you know, some of these victims. We now know that an 8 and 10-year-old child were killed as they sat in the pews of this church. The police chief just kind of walking us through a timeline here after they got the call after 8:30 or so this morning. We know that that gunman approached the side of the building and shot through the windows, hitting some of the children and the worshipers inside. We now know that that shooter had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol, and the chief saying that he believes that that shooter used all 3 of those guns. He just calls this, you know, incomprehensible. Now, MPD also entered and provided first aid to some of those children and those victims as they were hiding from the gunmen. Some more numbers to report to you this morning. We know 17 were injured. 14 of those were children. 2 we know right now are in critical condition. We also learned that that shooter did take his own life.
Yeah, and what you're looking at right now is the front of the school, and we at first weren't sure, did this happen at the school, did this happen at the church? We now know that this happened during Mass, and Mayor Jacob Frey, something he said that really was pretty powerful. He said, don't say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. And just a horrific image to think about as the chief was going through some of the details of what happened there this morning. About 8:30 this morning is when the first reports came in. I will say it was about 9:45 or so, a short time later, when we did see families starting to actually leave the school and retrieving their children and taking them home. So relatively quick situation here where they were able to get in and reunite some of these families. But as both the chief and the mayor said, there are families who are grieving right now because they have lost loved ones. An 8-year-old and a 10-year-old have died.
And dozens of kids were, you know, inside Mass at the time, and they have been relocated inside of the school. The chief said to reunite with family. The mayor said that they are in the process of setting up a family resource center right now so that, you know, people can be reunited. And we did, Amy, learn a little more about this shooter. The chief did say that he believes this is one suspect. We know that the shooter is in his early 20s. He said no known criminal history. Of course, they are just kind of combing through that right now, but they are working to learn a motive. Now, one of the questions asked was, you know, and I think anyone would ask this, did he have some sort of relationship, you know, to Annunciation Catholic School? What was, you know, the motive here? So the chief said that is something that they are working to learn right now. He did, though, leave behind a vehicle that is currently being searched, that the shooter did leave behind. And we also, I think, Amy, you know, you've been here all morning. We've been reporting that he has been in black clothing. He did mention that. He said some sort of cargo pants, but again, in that black attire. So if you just kind of try to picture it right now, you picture children inside praying, this person comes to the side of the building, starts shooting from the outside windows, and he did say there was some sort of barricades on the outsides as well.
It was chilling, you know. They said there were some, 2x4s, maybe some sort of wood that was blockading the door from the outside, presumably so that people couldn't escape that way as well. It's just, again, some really chilling details here on what police say happened inside Annunciation Catholic School, and of course our thoughts, and we have to say it, no thoughts and prayers. I get it, Mayor Fry, I get it, but also there's nothing we can do sitting here other than if you pray.
Yep.
Think, don't forget what is going on right now. Take a moment and think about what is actually happening in our community. This is happening in our community to these innocent children, and I just don't want to forget that. And part of what our Corn Hoggard is out there right now, and part of what he's been doing today is, Corn, you were there early on, and you were watching some really painful moments as these parents were coming and picking up their children.
Yeah, absolutely. But I kind of want to take this in a different direction, okay? Because one of the things I've noticed out here is just this community's instinct to help. We've been out here since shortly after this happened, and I'm getting a little emotional about it because, I saw so many people rushing out here, not trying to get in there and get information, but to try to help their neighbors. My brother's next door neighbors were over here just hugging everybody as they came out. I saw another neighbor who came and brought 2 dogs to let children pet a dog on their way out from this thing. I saw another random man just kind of walk up here and dump a crate of water. I'll get more to you on that a little bit later because I know we got one more thing to do.
6 a.m. this morning. That gave us time to mobilize all of our resources and prepare our teams. We are a level 1 trauma center, and we prepare and we train for this. Having said that these incidents are never easy. We've had 2 in the last 24 hours that have occurred, these mass casualty incidents. The one today, we received a total of 11 patients from this incident. 2 of them were adult patients, 9 pediatric patients. 4 of them required the operating room. And up to this point in time, there have been no fatalities related to any of those patients that were brought to our organization. I want to take a moment to tell you how proud I am to work for this organization and the teams that were involved, the resources, again, that were mobilized, our surgical colleagues, our medicine colleagues, our amazing nursing staff, our psychologists that help process these events for us, environmental services, all those involved. Hennepin EMS brought in all the critical patients from that scene to our organization, and we were very lucky to have 2 emergency medicine, emergency medical services directors that were on scene and able to provide us with really important information that, again, helped us to prepare for this event. So I don't have any individual or specific information about the patients at this time for you, so that's all I can share. Thank you for being here. Any questions?
You said they were in critical condition?
7 were brought in as critical patients, and at this time, I don't know the updates on what the conditions are of many of them. 4 of them required the operating room, as I said.
That there was a baby?
There were, again, 9 of the 11 patients were pediatric ages. Can't remember the exact name, the exact ages. I believe it's 6 all the way up to 14. That's the range.
Can you tell us a little bit about what types of teams you had working this morning, how many people it takes to treat a thing like that?
Yeah, whenever that type of a page goes out, again, it really puts into motion a lot of a big response from all of the teams. And so because we're a level 1 trauma center, we have to, mobilize certain types of resources like, operating rooms and the surgical services. We have to have emergency providers and nurses. We have to, mobilize things like the laboratory and the blood bank. So there's a lot of planning, and again, a lot of exercises we do throughout the year to prepare for these events. And unfortunately, we respond to many of them throughout the year.
Can you talk about the injuries at all, or any type of what you're seeing here with some of these patients?
I can't get into specifics, but we are dealing with gunshot wound injuries from apparently a high velocity weapon. And, you know, gunshot wounds can be very problematic because they can involve multiple body systems. And again, they require a lot of resources to manage. But again, you know, we see a lot of gunshot wounds here at Hennepin Healthcare, and we're among the best in the nation every year at managing penetrating trauma. So we are used to seeing them.
Can you tell us where the status of the 11? Are any of them still in surgery?
I don't know the status of it. I can't share that with you at this time.
Was anyone shot more than one?
I can't share that information with you at this time.
Can you confirm the families of some of the victims that made their way here?
Yeah, we've had quite a bit of effort to stand up a reunification center across the street here in our clinical specialty care building. And so to my knowledge, I believe all or almost all of the families and loved ones have been reunited with patients and know their status.
Do you know if anyone is being treated at any other locations?
My understanding was we had a lot of the non-critical patients that went to Children's Hospital, and I believe one went to Masonic Children's Hospital as well. I don't know the status of any of those patients.
Can you speak to the toll it takes on physicians here who have to handle these types of cases and mass handle the case within hours?
Yeah, it does take a toll. Thank you for asking that. Asking that question. I think again, we have psychologists that we have dedicated to our emergency department to help with our providers and our nurses and other workers to manage these types of events. Again, you know, we've had 2 mass casualty events happen in the last 24 hours. I mean, that does take a toll. But we also have to recognize that we are here as a critical resource for our community, and we have to take time to process, you know, these the care that we deliver in these situations, and we have to be able to move forward because we are obviously needed.
And none of those patients have been discharged?
Not to my knowledge.
You said there were 11 total, and 9 of them were pediatrics ages 6 to 14, but 7 were in critical condition. Are all of those that are pediatric, those 6 to 14, are all of those in critical condition, or the ones that are older also in critical condition?
I don't want to misspeak here. I believe that all of the pediatric patients were the ones that were in a critical condition. Yes.
Did I get my numbers right in saying that?
You did.
Can you give us your specific title one more time, Doctor?
It's Thomas Wyatt, Chair of Emergency Medicine at Hennepin Healthcare.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Check out our newsroom too, because I will be posting the exact information on the patients, their conditions, you know, just those general conditions and the numbers. The Hennepin Healthcare Newsroom. Thanks for coming.
All right, we were just listening to a press conference being held primarily by Dr. Tom Wyatt from HCMC. Of course, they have been through a lot the last few hours responding to the shooting at Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis. So he just kind of walked us through what they have been going through the last couple of hours or so. So for those who don't know, HCMC is a level 1 trauma center. So this is pretty much what they train to do, to deal with some of these victims, these gunshot victims. And they have had to, you know, Amy, deal with 2, you know, mass shootings in the last 24 hours or so. So he did kind of speak on, you know, the emotional and just physical toll, I should say, that it takes on some of them. We are learning that 11 patients from the incident that happened at Annunciation Catholic School were taken there, 2 of them adults. We know 9 pediatric patients, ages 6 to 14, they have treated there today, and 4 were in the operating room. He did say, though, that no fatalities that he knows of right now for those children that are being treated there.
Yeah, we do know, though, the chief, it said, if you're just joining us, Chief O'Hara told us that there have been 2 deaths, 2 victims, and then also we have the death of the shooter as well, who, according to the police chief, looks like took his own life. And the ages of those children who have been killed, 8 and 10 years old. The age range, sorry, I don't know if you had mentioned this, the age range of the children, 6 to 14 at HCMC right now being treated, and obviously such a fluid situation. 7 brought in as critical, but things change in a second. So we can stay on top of that and let you know what the conditions are now that we have some more information about that. We'll bring you up to speed, but really focusing in on those who have been affected by this right now. Just thinking about these parents and not just the families, the first responders who are there, the medical staff that is treating these folks as well. Just a really traumatic, horrific day that you just hope never happens in your community, and you never think you're going to be here talking about it happening in your own backyard, and yet here we are. The ripple effect, as I talked about earlier, so widespread here. This was a Catholic school. The shooting happened during Mass, and we still have a lot of questions about motive here. But based on those facts alone, and the fact that children are returning to school, and right now children in private schools, religious schools, charter schools are already back in school.
And this was the first week of school. They just started.
It started Monday.
And to think that this happened while they were sitting there praying, you mentioned the ages of the children, 8 to 10 years old, that were killed. They were in the pews of the church. This shooter came from the side, as the police chief describes it, comes to the side of the church and shoots through a window, and he set up some barricades as well. So just to try to imagine and wrap your head around these families sending their children to school, and the children are literally praying. And you mentioned what the mayor said, like, okay, we always say thoughts and prayers, right? But these kids were literally praying. What can you do at this point?
I know, and that is the helpless feeling that we all have and continue to have after each of these. So right now, I think just focusing on those who are hurting right now. How can we help them? Clearly, law enforcement asking us to stay out of these areas. So please, that's one thing you can do if you're in this area. Rob Olson has been there, one of the many crews that we have around the area. So Rob, checking in with you now after the HCMC presser and some of the information we learned from the police chief and also the mayor of Minneapolis. What have you got?
Yeah, we have now been moved about a half a block north of the school. That is the school entrance here at 54th, and I kind of lost my bearings now where we are, but we are directly north of the school here. That news conference taking place a couple blocks that way, and I will tell you that the way that this is arranged here, there's no way to get from here to there directly without going a long way around, because there's so much of this everywhere, for good reason, obviously, as they continue this investigation around here. So a little less activity down there. What we have seen, what I saw over the past hour or so, is a number of officers with Minneapolis Police. I saw Airport Police helping out too, going through some of the buildings right here across from the school, but also through the yards in the neighborhood just to my east here, just to the north of the school and to the north of the church area too, and looking for evidence just to make sure nothing was here. You may have heard the chief allude to, looking for potentially other supplies that the gunman had here. One of the neighbors here said that they had told her that they were looking again in case anything had been stashed in the yards in terms of other weapons or other supplies here, just to clear that out, to make sure that that's okay. I've not heard again if they found anything additional in here, but it was a very, very thorough search with canines throughout these buildings and in the alley, throughout the parking lot, around all the cars, and then thoroughly through all the yards of homes for blocks here, which is what made it then difficult for us to even move out of here, because they really locked it down even further, is they were continuing that very thorough sweep of all the properties around here and tighten things up again for the media and for other folks around here. So again, we've been moved further away as they continue to the investigation down here. See a number of people continuing to go in and out of the school. Just behind me, that's the entrance. That was the family reunification. A number of earlier today, as you've seen in the video, a number of parents walking their very young children out of there, coming to get them, and just with just stunned looks on their faces. Some of them were very much more emotional looks on their faces too. But so this continues to be very, very active presence down here as they continue to make sure that they have checked every nook and cranny around here for any additional evidence here related to what occurred here this morning.
Yeah, it's kind of like an all hands on deck situation right now. We know, of course, these families are hurting, but so is this community. You know, so many people around this area, these neighbors, all wondering what happened. I mean, just to think of the how much of this area is kind of just taken over right now by this crime tape and by these police officers.
A lot of concern there.
Yeah, of course.
Rob, too, you know, this is as just even a parent who has a kid either in school right now or starting school next week. It just shakes you to your core, and perhaps a lot of really difficult conversations that will have to be had here in families.
Yeah, certainly, you know, and talking to some of the neighbors here who, you know, they said they couldn't hear anything because it's just far enough away in the church, which is another block or half a block to the east here. And of course, a lot of homes buttoned up. So people here say they didn't hear anything until the police response came in full force. But, you know, they either talked to some people who either had children here at one point or they have friends who have children here. One of the neighbors I was talking to has got a good friend that's got a preschooler that was just starting here. So certainly a lot of connections in this neighborhood, either people who had children there at one point or know somebody who does, or certainly just feels a strong connection because they live right around this church and this school. So it's, you know, it really hits hard for people here too, even if they don't have a student there, because they know somebody who does, or they've known people who did. It's real tough.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough day here in our city. Rob Olson reporting live from the scene there. Rob, we'll check in with you shortly. We want to get to Corin. Corin was actually, you know, in the middle of speaking before we had to take that press conference. Corin, we understand, you know, some city council members have made their way out there as well. What are you seeing where you are, and what are you hearing?
Yeah, I do see three of them right over here. I see Koski, Palmisano, and Council President Payne right there. And so they're just getting a briefing at the moment. And, you know, they just, this is Palmisano's district, I believe. Koski's is right nearby as well. But, you know, before I left you the last time, I did want to kind of bring us back to that, if you don't mind. I was talking about just kind of the instinct that people had to help. I mentioned, you know, a guy brought dogs for kids to pet as they were leaving here. My brother's next door neighbors coming out here and just coming to hug everybody as they were leaving. A guy bringing a crate of water for people just in case they needed it. I talked to the owner of South Lindale Liquors, which is just across the way here, and he offered all of the help he could possibly offer to anybody. And, you know, some of the family members are actually over there staying cool right now and getting some food and drinks. But also talked to a boy who lives just down the street here. He's actually a student at Annunciation. He broke his arm last week, and he re-injured himself last night. And so he didn't go to school today. Pretty fortunate broken arm. His father told me it's the luckiest broken arm in the history of the world. But with one arm, he made this paper airplane that he wanted to give to a reporter to thank them for coming out here and covering this story. And I was just shocked. You know, it's not the best paper airplane I've ever seen in my life. But again, he did it with one arm, and just the gesture was so touching. But, you know, he's a lucky kid this morning. He had two classmates who are among those who are being treated in the hospital right now, and so he would have actually been in there pretty close to where the gunfire actually went. And yet, instead of dwelling on that today, luckily for him, he's able to be outside and thanking reporters for their coverage. Once again, you know, the council members gathering here right now. There's a fourth. Aisha Chugtai, I believe, is here as well. So they are just kind of gathering information and trying to figure out what they can do. But, you know, you got the details there from Chief O'Hara and Mayor Fry earlier. So that is basically what they're going to do. But they, you know, had been on alert about this all morning. One of them was actually the person who told me that there was the potential of an IED, which as it turned out was probably a smoke bomb. But, they had high concerns about more than just a single shooter for a time there. But, now we're hearing it's one guy with a rifle and a shotgun and a pistol. And so, again, I was talking to you about this instinct to help, and I know this entire community it came out here, out of curiosity, but also out of concern for their neighbors. Most of them did hear this. I just talked to another man here who said, it was so loud. He had like no idea that it was gunfire because it was so loud, and he thought it was more than 100 shots. So he kind of mirrored what my brother's next door neighbor told me, which is she thought it was probably somebody doing a roofing project. This guy told me he thought it was a nail gun, and just the sheer volume of gunfire kind of, surprised everybody. I think you guys have mentioned that this isn't a neighborhood that, is used to this kind of activity. And so it was shocking just that it happened here, but just the way that it happened and the volume of that gunfire made it so they didn't even believe that that was what was happening here. And so, as we gather more details, city council members are doing the same here. But again, this community kind of coming together in this moment of just terrible tragedy.
Gordon, I can't stop looking at that paper airplane, and if he's watching, we just want to thank that young man for making that for you. It's
very sweet.
A painful reminder. Maybe that's something, maybe you can pass that on to like law enforcement, and maybe they can pass it on to somebody else. We can just keep having it just be a sweet reminder of our gratitude for being here to talk about these things and to share this moment together. Corin, thank you. Appreciate it very much. I know it's been a really rough morning for you. I know your brother lives in that neighborhood, and all of us are just still, I think, in a lot of shock right now, just kind of still trying to process everything that's happened. We've lost lives. We've lost children's lives. Innocent children have experienced something that they should never, ever experience. And we say these things and we talk about things, and especially as newscasters, we talk about this kind of thing all the time.
All the time.
And then, you watch the news or you hear about it happening in your own backyard, and it just takes on
a whole different meaning.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're
very difficult to.
Oh yeah, it's just a difficult day. If you're just joining us, we know that 2 children have been killed this morning at Annunciation Catholic School. This is in Minneapolis. We know an 8-year-old has been killed, a 10-year-old has been killed as well, as they were sitting in the pews of the church. We know the gunman approached the side of the building and shot through the windows. He hit the children and the worshipers that were there. We also know that he had 3 guns. The police chief told us he had a rifle, he had a shotgun, and he also had a pistol. And the chief believes that he did use all 3. We are also learning just a little bit more about the suspect. Of course, we are really early in this investigation, and it takes, investigators a lot of time to figure out maybe what was the motive? Who was this person? Did he have an extensive criminal history? We do know that the police chief did say that he did not have a known criminal history. We do not know the relationship between maybe this gunman and this particular school. But we do know that investigators right now are searching the vehicle that he did leave behind. Right now you're looking at more of the people just coming out of the crime scene there, presumably some family members of some of the children.
Yeah, what's interesting is initially for the first hour and a half or so, there were references to the school itself, and it's a little confusing because there's the school, there's a little grove of trees, and within walking distance, maybe a few I don't know, 15, 20 steps, then you're at the church. And it's separate but very, very close. And so initially we had heard that the reunification center was in the school, which was really odd because we thought, why would the reunification area be where potentially a shooting had happened. And then, as we've learned here through the morning, that of course it happened at the church next door, nearby. And so at 8:27 is when that call came in this morning, and crews on scene almost, within minutes, immediately, because our crews also were dispatched within minutes of hearing that this may be potentially an active shooter situation. And already they had set up the perimeter when we arrived, and they train for these things, this interagency support team that comes together, and they just respond in a way that is so just by the second. They know exactly where to be and what to do. Interestingly, this is in a church situation and not a traditional school building where children might have been in separate classrooms. You have hallways. You have a different layout. This is, if you think about, and I don't know exactly what it looks like in this space, but if you think about it, a chapel. I went to Catholic school. I know exactly what that chapel looks like in my head, and I'm thinking about a very vast, wide open space. And then, as you said, the shooting came from the outside in through the window. Yeah. This is not somebody who is going to be stopped by metal detectors. No. How the questions around how do we stop people like this who would not have been stopped by metal detectors, by the traditional methods that we have of security, and so many questions, and maybe the answer is you can't. And I feel like I've asked this question.
I was going to get to
law enforcement.
Is there a way?
I don't know that you can.
Point?
So again, so many questions.
Absolutely.
We have the same ones you have, and we'll get there together.
We'll ask those questions for you.
Yeah.
I was thinking also, Amy, when we talk about the shooter, the chief did mention that the shooter did take his own life. We know that shooter was in his early 20s. I believe he said the shooter took his own life in the back of the church. Now, we don't know if that was, inside of the school at that point, assuming that it was still on the outside, if he was shooting from the outside of the building.
Yeah, they talked, sorry to interrupt you, they mentioned too that the question was asked, was the shooter shooting from the inside as well? And the answer was a little bit vague, because they said we're still searching. So far they hadn't found any shell casings inside, so they believe the majority, if not all of the shooting happened from the outside in. So not exactly sure where the shooter took his own life. The chief calling this person a coward. Clearly, we just want to make sure we understand. A lot of times, I don't even like mentioning names or recognizing, the names of these people.
Some people do it for that, you know. Yeah. Some people do it for some sort of recognition for this, right?
Cowardice act.
Exactly. But as you've been seeing, through our live pictures, these are families, these are children, people's real lives. Also, the officers, we're seeing, of course, multiple agencies respond to this today, and we have to definitely think about some of their families as well. We heard from Dr. Tom Wyatt. He's with HCMC. This is where some of the victims were taken. He did kind of, hint on the emotional, psychological toll that this takes, and so he mentioned that they do have psychologists that are dedicated to these kind of emergency responses. We know they have been dealing with, 2 mass shootings in the last 24 hours. And so you think of the emotional toll it takes on them. Just with this particular incident at Annunciation Catholic School, we know 11 patients from this incident were taken to HCMC, 2 of them adults. He did mention 9 pediatric patients, ages 6 to 14. These are young children we're talking about here. And when we talk about just the school in general, Amy, K through 8th grade? Little kids. We've been taking live photos of some of those kids and their families walking, past the crime tape and hugging them tightly, holding their hands. You can only imagine, if you are a parent, you feel everything that they're feeling right now.
And early on, too, as our crews were there, as the parents were just starting to arrive, we saw the first parents arriving and talking with the law enforcement behind the crime tape, and you could see, they were explaining who they were, and then it was so the call came in at 8:27. By about 9:40, that's when we saw parents starting to leave the campus with their children. This was a relatively short period of time that we're talking about. Thankfully, this didn't stretch on beyond that time period, because we see these kinds of things sometimes stretch on for hours and hours. And this was an opportunity for those parents to go in relatively quickly and get their children out and away from campus. And I don't know, Ryan, if we have that video, if we want to show some of the parents and families. And again, our Corn Hoggard was there with one of our photojournalists, and mentioned just how difficult it was to. And again, this is not about us, but you're there with a camera, and these children and their parents are walking by. And
he said, I didn't want to be intrusive.
So it felt very intrusive, and we all kind of feel the same way. And at the same time, as somebody who just cares about our community and the safety of our children, you feel like you almost kind of want to soak it up. You want to see what's happening, so that hopefully it spurs change. Hopefully something good can come out of a tragedy like this. So we'll show you some of that video here in just a little bit. And again, we have crews in different areas here at HCMC, and then also at the school. You're taking a look at part of the school. This is not the front of the school anymore, Ryan. I don't believe this is
maybe on the side.
On the side,
possibly.
Yeah. So again, we continue to bring you this. We've been live on the air since about 9 o'clock this morning when the news first started coming in, and our thoughts are with these families who are coping with this today, and others who have children in school right now, hearing from a lot of parents and some schools as well, specifically Catholic schools in the area, who have either gone and pulled their kids out of school today just because they want to be close to them.
Yeah, love on them.
Yeah, schools that have temporarily were on lockdown early this morning, and again, we don't know anything about a motive here, but we do know the facts that the shooter, this gunman, did shoot into a Catholic church, a church that's connected to a Catholic school, and children were praying inside, worshipers were praying inside, and based on that alone, it's chilling for a lot of families.
Yeah, you can see all hands on deck here. We do know this is one of the entrances to the school. Not sure if it's the front entrance, but you can still see that response there as we're watching law enforcement, some family members as well. We were mentioning Corin. Corin mentioned a little boy he had talked to, right? He said he just talked about how people have had the instinct to just kind of help. This boy in particular that he spoke with, he had just broken his arm, and his dad said, this is the luckiest broken arm ever, because he didn't actually go to school today, but he did say that two of his friends were injured in this shooting and are in the hospital right now, and he made a paper plane, for some of the reporters that were out there. Just very sweet. It speaks to some of the kids that go to this school, if you think of just how sweet of an act that is, and what these kids have to be feeling right now. And I know we're going to take you to some of those pictures that we have seen earlier. But as we describe, Amy, some of their faces, they're in tears, they're holding on to their mom or their dad. We've seen, parents holding their children, walking with them, talking with them, a lot of crying, of course. Just a really heartbreaking day in the city of Minneapolis today, and more family you can see here also walking.
Yeah. Very fragile situation right now. This is a time of year, when if you have children of school age, you're talking about either they're in school already. Some obviously kids have started, but if not, you're talking about, okay, let's get our sleep schedule on track. Let's make sure that are you going to pack your lunch? Am I going to pack your lunch? All of these things that we think about, and we get so busy in this time of year, and and then all of a sudden someone just slams the brakes, and we all just stop, and now things are in a totally different perspective, and we don't have to, but many of us will need to have really difficult conversations with our children about what's happened. And sadly, I know yours isn't old enough to have these types of conversations, but those of us who've had kids in school for a while, it's just part of their it's part of their school experience, is just rehearsing and having these drills, and
you hate that. You hate that it has become the new norm of having to go through these drills inside of school and here inside of a church when you're literally praying. Those are the kinds of conversations that at this point we're going to have, and what does that look like? How do you secure these areas? Why should you, secure some of these areas as we take another look at, another vantage point here.
I imagine, I imagine that we will be hearing from, I would hope, maybe some superintendents of different school districts in the area to put out some statements just to let people know. I mean, it's hard to keep track of what schools have what security measures in place. And again, a metal detector would not have stopped this gunman. But I think just for peace of mind for parents, there are some school liaisons and there are not some school liaisons. There are, some schools that have some type of a security, and then there are others that may not have as much. And so just maybe understanding that specifically to your school could be one place where you could get a little bit of traction here and a little bit of peace of mind, at least that you know what the security situation is at your school. And just thinking about different ways to wrap our heads around what's happening right now. This is, I believe, the front entrance of Annunciation Catholic School, and this is where we have been posted since just after 9 o'clock today when we were cleared to go into this area. And you can see law enforcement still gathered around, as I imagine there are still some families inside. Immediately after the shooting, we understand that the staff and students from the church area were brought over to the school, which is just a few steps away here, and brought into the gym area where they were gathering, waiting for their parents or caregivers to come pick them up and take them home. And so these responders have been out there for some time, and that scene very much under control now. Is within about the first 30 minutes we learned that the suspect was dead and there was no other immediate threat to the area.
Yeah, do we just want to reset for those?
I think so, right? How do we?
Where do you want to go?
Okay, and then do we have? Are we going to go to? I thought Rob maybe or someone else, or we're not. Gotcha. Okay. We're going to be turning an interview for you here shortly that Rob Olson just did. But in the meantime, Simone, why don't we go ahead and reset?
Okay, let's hit the reset button. For those of you maybe just joining us, just a heartbreaking day in the city of Minneapolis right now. We know there was a shooting this morning at Annunciation Catholic School. This is at the church. They're kind of all, interconnected here. So maybe in the last, 20 minutes or so, we had a press conference. The mayor was a part of that press conference. The police chief was a part of that press conference. The mayor had some strong words. Yeah, he said, children are dead. This kind of evil act just shouldn't happen. Children were literally in the middle of praying. So we just kind of want to walk you through some of the information that we know of what happened there this morning. Did you want to say something?
I just want to, I'll just kind of interject and then you kind of keep on your track here. But just one thing I think Ryan said, we're trying to pull up a map here here we go. And this is what I was hoping that we could get because I wanted to show you. So Ryan, right there, the larger building right there that Ryan's kind of circling with the arrow is the church. So this is the church area where the shooting happened. And then as you can see across that grove of trees is the school. And that was the reunification area, and that is the area where our cameras are set, where we're looking at that front door. So there, thank you so much for zooming in there. So we just kind of wanted to give you perspective of which building was where and how close it was. And immediately this morning when we saw the location and we looked up the address, we saw that it was this church address, and we went to the website and you could see that Mass was scheduled 8:15 Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and we knew the call came in at 8:27. And that is the beginning of this nightmare that everybody has been living now since. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. This definitely does give you perspective, though, of just how closely it is. And presumably what? The shooter knew that, right? That would be the assumption here. Of course, we don't just want to throw out assumptions, but if it's 8:15 in the morning and we have barricades outside of windows and 3 different guns here, you would assume that there was some sort of familiarity with this particular area. So I just want to kind of reset and just walk you through some of the things that we have learned that have happened there this morning. So we know that the Minneapolis Police Department entered inside of the church and provided first aid to some of the victims as children were in their hiding places. We know that the gunman approached the side of that building that you were just looking at on the map there and shot through the windows, hitting some of the children, hitting the worshipers. We know that he had 3 guns. He had a rifle, he had a shotgun and a pistol. The police chief saying that he believes that that shooter used all 3 of those weapons. The biggest headline out of this today is that an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old were killed as they sat in the pews of that church. We know that 17 people were injured, 14 of those people children. 2 are in critical condition this morning. We also know that the shooter took his own life in the back of that church. Now, we're not sure if that was, inside of the church or outside of the church. When the chief was asked a question of, was any of the shooting done inside, because they did mention from the outside through the windows, the chief did say that they have not found any of the casings that would basically point to him shooting on the inside. Of course, a heartbroken police department, a heartbroken city today. Dozens of kids inside of Mass at the time. They have been relocated inside of the school to just reunite with some of their family. Some information about the shooter. We know that it was just one suspect. We know that shooter was in his early 20s. Police chief said no known criminal history at this time, but they are, of course, working to learn a motive this morning. Not sure of the relationship also, to this particular school. Was this shooter familiar? Did he used to go to this school? What was the relationship there? We do know, though, that the shooter did leave behind a vehicle, and that vehicle is being searched by the Minneapolis Police Department and other law enforcement on the scene there. We also do know that he was wearing black clothing. The chief mentioned cargo pants. Now, we were hearing, rumblings about explosives found. Now, the chief did say that there were no explosives, but some sort of firework that released some sort of smoke. So we do know that, as well as, of course, those 3 guns. So, dozens of rounds fired. And again, with those 3 guns, a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. We also heard, of course, Amy, did you want to jump in here?
I was just going to talk about some of the other, if you want to go through. Go ahead. Okay, I was just going to jump through some of the other victims and the information that we have. So 11 patients were brought to HCMC as well. 7 of those 11 were brought to the hospital in critical condition, 4 to the operating room. And of those 11, 9 children ages 6 to 14 and 2 adults. And that is, again, in addition to the 2 children that we know have died ages 8 and 10. So that's what we have. That's the very latest from HCMC on the conditions. And even Dr. Wyatt, as he was telling us this information about 20 minutes ago, was saying this is so fluid. It's just everything's changing by the minute. But that is the latest that we have there. A couple of non-critical patients did go to a couple of other hospitals, but at HCMC, that trauma center, that level 1 trauma center, they treated 11 people this morning, which is just an incredible number of people, given the fact that they were also dealing with other fatalities and other shooting victims from
just the last
24 hours as well. So definitely, those folks just doing an incredible job treating these victims.
And we know we're throwing a lot of numbers, out at you right now. So if you take a look at your screen, we have some of those numbers there that Amy just kind of ran through. We know that 2 children killed. You can see there, their ages are 8 and 10. The chief did mention that, their families have been notified. So you could just only imagine the day that they're having today after hearing about what happened and learning about their kids and just all of these children that have been involved in this and just how this day will stand out to them forever and all that they have gone through this morning. And even, maybe some of their friends are, the 8 and 10-year-old that have unfortunately been passed away, their lives taken way too soon.
Our Rob Wilson had a chance to do an interview a little bit earlier with a neighbor, I believe somebody who lives nearby, and we wanted to play a portion of that interview for you now.
How long have you lived here?
8 years.
Just half a block from the school.
Yeah.
What's the first thing you knew that something had occurred today?
I was at work. My kids were here. We're in that stretch of summer for public schools where there's not a lot of care for kids. So my oldest was taking care of my littlest, and I'm on a mom's chat group, and one of the mom's kids goes there to preschool. and I was at work and just got here as fast as I could, scared of, just not knowing what was happening in the neighborhood at all at that point.
Did you learn about it from the mom?
Yes. Well, at that point it was that there's a mass shooting at Annunciation, and knowing how close my home is to there, I just got here as fast as I could.
So was it the mother of the preschooler who told you that?
No, she was on the thread though. Okay. But no, just making sure we all knew what was happening and that we were all safe.
Her child is okay?
Her child is safe. Went into lockdown. The dad was able to get into lockdown with them, and they're home.
You've known people who've had kids there before too?
Yeah, absolutely. We know kids throughout the neighborhood who go there. We see them walk to school. I actually saw 2 on their way to school this morning as I was on my way to work. So it happened right after that.
How are you dealing with this? How are you feeling?
I think I'm really sad. I'm frustrated that this continues to happen. I don't like saying that I never thought that would happen in my neighborhood, because every neighborhood should feel safe. But I literally could not imagine this happening here. You always want to think that your kids can play around the block safely. They walk around to we're right here at a library and a grocery store. You give them independence, and then you're terrified that something may happen to them.
I see.
Wait till he stops.
You okay?
We're good. A friend of mine has come and gotten my kids so they could get out of this a little bit today and not see it. They start school next week. So my oldest is really thinking about that right now and is really sad.
That's the thing for kids and parents who are going back to school this week or next week.
Yeah.
This is psychologically just hard to process.
It's awful. It's supposed to be a week of, it's so happy that the routines are back in place, or if you're a kindergartner or preschool, it's such that next step in life to start school, and for this to be taken away and to have their first week happen like this is just unreal.
You saw the police with canines going through the yards here. Did they tell you they were looking for something specific?
I asked them, is everything safe? And they just said it's added precaution, and that made me feel safe, that they were doing everything that they could to walk through. I saw their dogs and some of the officers jump over fences, and they're incredible, and I'm really grateful for their work here.
Just one of the neighbors that our crews were able to talk to this morning in this area in southwest Minneapolis. Again, Annunciation Catholic School and church, which is nearby, and the shooting that happened this morning at the church during Mass, where 2 children were killed and 17 others have been injured, and some of them, we're not sure if they're still being operated on, but we know at least 4 were being operated on, and 7 were taken to HCMC in critical condition, along with others. So we continue to just, if you pray, you pray for them. This is a really difficult time for everybody involved. We were on the scene early on, about 8:45, 8:50, something like that, and we started to see at that time parents who had clearly been notified that they needed to come and pick up their children, and they started to go into the school area, into the campus, and we know now that they were gathered in the gym area of the school where they were reunited with their children. And then about 45 minutes later, about 9:45 or so, they were starting to exit, and we just saw a stream of parents holding hands of their children as they walked out, and children ranging in age from really, really little, maybe kindergarten, up to the school goes up to 8th grade, so presumably 8th graders there as well, and they all started streaming out and just had to walk past the neighbors who were there, very concerned, people who wanted to show up and try to help out in any way they can, but it's almost like a line of people on both sides they walked through, and cameras and reporters who were trying to gather information as well. relay to the community, to let them know what's going on, and you know, just a really difficult morning to watch that scene, which we won't replay that. We've been just having discussions in the newsroom, and we just decided not to replay that video. But if you saw it live, and those of us who saw it, you'll never forget it. It was really difficult to watch. It happened in your own backyard.
Yeah, and you know, unfortunately, well, I guess if there are any, you know, good things that come out of things like this, you do see the best in people. And Corin did mention, you know, there have been so many people that have come out to the scene here to do anything that they can to help. He mentioned a young boy who is a student there. He didn't go to school today because he had just broken his arm. But some of his friends injured in this incident, and he brought something out for the reporters because he knew they were out there working. He also mentioned, you know, some people who just brought out water for some of the first responders to help. Another person, I think he said, had a dog that he brought out for people just to pet, you know, because this is a really, really tough day for, of course, not only these families that have been affected by this, their lives have been changed forever, but also some of the law enforcement there on the scene that you're looking at right now. Of course, a very large police presence over the last few hours or so. Is that the FBI that I'm looking at?
Yeah, the FBI there as well. And this I am learning from actually one of our coworkers. Had a child who went there years ago and was able to tell us that this is the back entrance, sort of the parking lot where the kids are dropped off and picked up. So that's this vantage point that we're looking at here. We had been looking at the front of the building, but just learning that now our coworker had a child who went to the school, and Rob Olson talked about it earlier as he was walking around talking to people. And you know, this is a feeder school for Holy Angels. And that community of, you know, my kid goes to one of the Catholic schools, you say, oh, which one? And, you know, it's a pretty big community where no matter which school you're at, and any religious school with a religious affiliation, you just are always kind of interested. And, you know, there's smaller communities than you might think. And so the people who know people here is we're thinking about that as well, and the ripple effect. And then, of course, we've had schools that we've seen notify us and let us know that they in fact were on a brief maybe lockdown today, even if they were out in, you know, wherever, not even close by. They just kind of went into lockdown just as a precaution. And we've heard from parents who said, my child goes to this particular school, but I went to go get them today just because I wanted to hold them close and be with them. And yeah, we're very scared. And so this is happening as well. So it's definitely these folks that we're thinking about who are in the thick of it, those who are fighting for their lives as we speak. This really touches the entire state. It should touch everyone, but for those of us here in Minnesota, in this community here in the Twin Cities especially, and then again those in this neighborhood, as you take it down to that micro level, it's just been it's just hard to put into words what's unfolding today.
Yeah, an 8- and 10-year-old killed as they sat in the pews of the church. Amy, you kind of hit on the emotion of today. Just about maybe 30 minutes or so ago, we heard from Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey at a press conference. Let's get to that right now and hear what he had to say earlier.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
Yeah, we've heard this time and time again, right? Kids should be able to just go to school. They should be able to go to church. They should be able to pray. Literally what they were doing at this time. We know that this particular school and church has mass on Wednesdays at 8:15 this morning when that shooting happened.
The shooter from the outside as well, shooting from the outside. And the question was raised during the press conference with authorities, what's the connection? And I know everybody right now, we all want to know who, how, why, right? This is just the, for those of us not close enough to be just traumatized by the violence of somebody you love. The rest of us are sitting here going, my goodness, what, how can this happen? And again, and now here in our own community, so many questions that need to be answered right now. What we're trying to do, our best to do, is really just focus on what's happening in the here and now, and just be present in a moment where we are all thinking about these victims and their families as we continue to show you more people coming out of the Annunciation Catholic School building, a place where they were children were reunified with their families, also staff members. We really want to just remember the staff members that were there as well, their roles as teachers and mentors, and the important roles that they all play in our kids' lives. And today they had a very different role of, I'm sure, trying to protect and manage the situation, which nobody ever. It's the chief said it's just unthinkable. It's unfathomable.
Yeah, as we continue, I was just kind of combing through some of the information that, of course, we've been continuing to get through our newsroom. For those of you who are maybe heading out, we do know a large part of this area is kind of blocked off by the crime tape there. So we know that Minneapolis Police put out some information just a couple of minutes ago saying folks to continue to avoid that area of West 54th Street. This is between Lyndale and Nicollet Avenues. As they say, this is still an active scene, and for the privacy of the victims' families, there is no safety threat to the public. Minneapolis Police just putting out that information within the last couple of minutes or so. We, of course, also have reporters just kind of all over right now. We just saw, I think Corin in that shot, as well as he is working to speak to some folks there. This is kind of the scene, Amy, that we have just been seeing all day, all morning. Some of the people just being taken underneath the crime tape there and walked out.
You saw a cooler right there. Corin talked about the neighbors who have come out, and somebody brought water, and somebody brought their dog as sort of a therapy dog as well. And then we have this scene, which is obviously Annunciation School. We also have other reporters working on other aspects of this story as the investigation is now just beginning. But not just here, investigators clearly trying to figure out who this person is, making sure that imminently right now there's not another threat to anybody else, but also just understanding, as we said, the why and a possible motive here. So as I'm looking at social media, I'm sure those of you at home are also scrolling social media, maybe as you're watching our live coverage as well. There's, as often happens after things like this, there's a lot out there right now, and we will bring you information as we get it confirmed. We don't want to speculate. We don't want to take you down roads that have nothing to do with this, but we just know that we do have crews who are following what law enforcement is doing right now, and we will be able to bring you those details as we can, as we feel that they've been confirmed by officials here. So I think if we just reset okay, Brian, that's a great idea. Yeah. So while we're still getting some crews in place and setting up, we've got some conversations that we're going to be having here in the next minutes and hours following this, because there are some folks that I think it would be helpful to hear from at a time like this, as we talk about reassuring parents about kids going back to school, public safety, that kind of thing. We're going to have those conversations here as we continue our live coverage of this deadly mass shooting at Annunciation Catholic School. But I think we're going to play a piece of Chief Brian O'Hara, who spoke about 45 minutes or so after the initial call came in, and we knew at that point that the shooter was down, the shooter was dead. We didn't have a whole lot of other information. So let's play part of what Chief O'Hara had to say just a couple of hours ago.
Earlier today, just before 8:30 a.m., our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the Mass, a gunman approached on the outside, on the side of the building, and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the Mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified. 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack. We will stand together to protect our children, our schools, and our houses of worship. This act of violence is just a sign of cruelty that is beyond comprehension. Our hearts are broken for everyone that's been affected by this tragedy. As we begin the difficult path of healing, I want the community to know this, that even in the face of such evil, the Minneapolis Police Department and all of our law enforcement partners stand with our community. We stand with these families and with this parish. We will continue to be here for you.
And that was Chief Brian O'Hara from just a couple of hours ago, and he's talking about the cruelty of this incident as he starts to talk about the description. You hear the church bells in the background, and it was just such a surreal moment to be listening to him talking and describing what they believe happened inside that church this morning that took the lives of at least 2 people, 2 children, ages 8 and 10.
Yeah, it just really puts things into perspective. As we've been saying, we have, reporters all over. We've also been trying to, just gain some more perspective, just from people in different positions. And I believe that we have someone who's just kind of on standby right now. Her name is Jillian Peterson. She's the executive director of the Violence Prevention Project at Hamline University. Jillian, we want to thank you for being with us here today, obviously on awful circumstances. But can you just start by just giving us a reaction to what happened here this morning?
I mean, it's just horrific, honestly. As someone, I study these for a living, school shootings and mass shootings, and this is the one that's hit close to home, certainly. I have 3 children who are 8, 11, and 13 who I sent out to their K8 school this morning, and then just heard about this moments later. It's so gutting, and I travel the country studying these tragedies, and to have one just right here in my hometown, I know how devastating this is. I know the long-term impacts it's going to have on all those families. It's just a really horrible morning.
Yeah, and as much as we want to, we really want to focus our conversations early on victims and the impact that this is having and will continue to have. And I think one of the things that jumps out at a lot of us here is this the fact that this happened inside a church building as part of their curriculum. The Catholic school, they attend Mass in the morning, some mornings. And I was just looking, so the Violence Prevention Project out of Hamlin, part of what you study is actually house of worship homicides as well. So any insight that you can give us, just generally speaking, as we don't want to take you down an incorrect road here, but anything that you can tell us about the data that you've seen, very data driven, anything you can share.
Jillian, we're having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, did we lose Jillian's audio, Ryan? Hang on with us, sorry, we're unable to hear.
But we're not sure if our viewers can hear, but we're unable to hear you, Jillian.
We just hang with us 1 second here. Let it pause. If we have to come back to you, we will do that in a moment, but we'll get it cleared up here. Okay. Are we able to hear? Are we able to hear Jillian? Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. So talking about specifically houses of worship, because that is a situation here that, boy, that really takes it to a different level.
Houses of worship are really tough locations, and we have seen an increase in the number of mass shootings happening at houses of worship because they are designed to be welcoming. They are designed to be open spaces where people come in, they'll take anyone in, their spaces of sanctuary and safety. So you don't have a lot of security, you don't have, bulletproof glass, you don't have all these things because that's not what they're designed to be. So when someone targets a house of worship, it's horrific. This is one of the first cases I can think of where it's both a house of worship and a school shooting. We do know that when elementary schools are targeted, statistically, it's most likely to be a former student or someone who has some sort of connection with that school, who has anger and blame towards that school. The fact that he committed suicide is very consistent with the data. The fact that he's in his early 20s is very consistent with what we see previously.
Wow. So is that where your mind goes? I guess when you do this, and I guess before I get to that, can you kind of walk us through when you say your research and your data, what exactly are you looking at for these kinds of research projects, in a sense?
Yeah, so at the Violence Prevention Project, we track every mass shooting that's happened in the country since 1966. We also track every homicide that occurs in a K-12 school and every homicide that occurs in a house of worship going back to the year 2000. And then we interview people who knew perpetrators, who knew victims, who were involved with recovery. And the goal of this is to understand the patterns that we see over time to design prevention strategies that will really work. So to use the data to bring people together to have conversations about how do we stop this from happening? What can we learn from these tragedies?
So that has to be my next question then. Clearly, we're a ways out from what's next, but what can we learn from this? What has the data shown you that has worked?
We do tend to see these consistent sort of psychological profiles or pathways to violence, if you will, amongst these perpetrators. They tend to be young men who are isolated, who are angry, who are hopeless, who are actively suicidal. They target places like elementary schools because of the media attention it gets. It's a way to get their name, their anger, their message out to the world. So we'll see if this person left behind something to be found that he's hoping, in doing this, we'll all read or listen to or watch. There's these sort of really angry suicides. There's almost always warning signs. There's crisis signs. People around them notice. They often tell people they're thinking about doing it. We'll see if that emerges in these cases. But one other thing is that Minnesota recently passed a red flag law or extreme risk protection order where there is the ability to remove guns from people who are saying they're going to commit violence or who are suicidal. So we'll see if that's something that could have been applied in this case.
I'm interested, Jillian, as you mentioned, you know, you do interviews in the process of working to learn some more information here. Does that interview kind of involve maybe some of the families who are unfortunately a part of some of these incidents? And if so, would that be something that you guys would do in this particular incident at Annunciation Catholic School?
Potentially we would. Oftentimes the families come to us because they're looking for answers. They want to be a part of, you know, something trying to stop this from happening in the future. And we closely collaborate with Sandy Hook Promise. And so we're very close to a lot of those families who lost children in the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting. So we'll see what, you know, how this plays out. Certainly, we want to be as supportive as possible to this community in any way that we can.
Yeah, and I'll kind of follow up on that and just say, I know your work is very data-driven and you're surrounded by numbers, which is, you know, very, very helpful as we do this. As you've had these conversations with families, though, what is helpful at a time like this? If people are at home and they're feeling like I need to do something, you know, there's plenty to talk about down the road with, you know, legislation and things like that. But right now, as we focus on healing a community, what is most helpful?
You know, I think every community is different and wants and needs different things. So I think waiting to see what they ask for, but certainly monetary donations can be helpful. Reaching out to anyone that you know. I mean, the Twin Cities is not that big. I know people who have children at that school that I'm like, what can I do? What can I bring? A lot of this too is this impacts our whole community. Like, I'm thinking about what conversations I need to have with my children tonight about this to make sure that they feel safe and that they have the space to express their fear and their concern. I think as parents, that's something we're all going to have to navigate. And it's just gut-wrenching to think about having to talk to your children about this type of thing.
Yeah, and maybe, I know in my case, I need to do less talking and more listening too, so I always forget that. So maybe just letting them have a space to communicate how they're feeling as well.
Absolutely, that's what you want to do.
Yeah, so important all around. Jillian, we appreciate your time. Is there anything else that you wanted to mention that you just didn't get a chance to say?
No, I don't think so. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks for sharing some insight with us and for the research that you do and the good that can come of the research that you've spent you know, so much time working on. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, I've been looking around. Hey, Ryan, do we know if we have Saquon or not? Okay, we're working on getting Say because Say says that she's spoken with a couple of neighbors. I believe she's at or near the suspect's home. So we do want to get to her at some point. So we're working on getting that.
Chief O'Hara, Chief O'Hara telling us that. Okay, so yeah, this might be a residence that's connected to the shooting. We heard from Chief O'Hara earlier that a vehicle was left behind at the scene at the school, so we know that. And then he made mention of maybe other vehicles that weren't directly involved, but that they were going to be checking out. And so clearly they are going to be following all of those leads here as they do the investigative part of this, and then the others who are helping out with the victims and the families. It's just so many people in our community right now who are just doing incredible work to try to find peace for some people and to try to find answers for other people. And we're so grateful for the first responders and law enforcement and everybody who's been out there in such a coordinated, quick response that we've seen here in reuniting families and children, which is ultimately the goal here. And again, 2 children we know have died, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old who died in the pew where they were praying this morning during morning mass at Annunciation Catholic Church, which is part of the Catholic school next door. The scene, the perimeter was set up about a half a block away, and early on, I remember seeing Mayor Jacob Fry running through and under the crime scene tape and trying to get to that scene. People were just arriving, and it was sort of a frantic situation, and it was about 40 minutes into the incident from the first call that we learned that the gunman was dead and that there was no longer a threat to the community, which was another big hurdle that we needed to cross this morning. And then some more information, as you just heard from Police Chief Brian O'Hara, coming out about exactly what they believe happened. And, you know, unfortunately now we have that imagery in our minds, and we know now what happened within the chapel walls this morning at about 8:30 with the gunman on the outside shooting into the church. Okay.
Okay, well, as we just chatted about just a second ago, we mentioned Saquon at a location right now, maybe believed to be connected to this shooting. So, just kind of walk us through where you are right now, what's going on, and I believe you've been speaking with people as well.
Yeah, you guys, this is only just a few minutes away from that school, that church, and this, we believe, could be the house that's kind of connected to the shooting, at least when it comes to the suspect, right? We're looking at that house right here with the brick arch around there. This is where a lot of these agencies have been focusing when it comes to their investigation. The BCA truck here is on site right now, and as you guys mentioned, we did talk with some neighbors this morning. One of them was telling me that they're actually really good friends with the woman who lives in that home. You know, it sounds like there's a couple and maybe some kids who live there, but really overall in this neighborhood, they're very tight-knit community here. They're really close. They have parties together, and this house, the owners of this house were actually supposed to host the next party for the neighbors who live here. Sounds like the people who lived in that house weren't super active, right? There was a lot of really active members of this community, especially in this neighborhood. We're hearing word that, you know, a lot of these neighbors didn't really know them, but the one neighbor who did was saying, you know, they work out together, and, you know, from what I've been hearing, they're a really wonderful couple, and they just recently redid their garden, and it's beautiful, and, you know, that's all we know so far. Now, this is, again, where a lot of these agencies have been focusing their investigation. We're seeing a lot of other vehicles kind of pulling up too. We saw some people in tactical gear walking up this morning as well. So this is the scene. You can see there's tape up right now. You can see this is very much a blocked off road. We saw some bystanders, some drivers asking us, you know, why is this road blocked off? We think and we believe that this is connected to the shooting, of course. It's just about a block or two away from the school and the church. And this is what we're seeing right now. A lot of these neighbors are also trying to figure out what's going on too. They're shocked to hear that agents are kind of looking into this home right now. We've seen a lot of neighbors gathering together. In fact, there is a literal group of neighbors behind this road just trying to figure out what exactly is going on. I kind of heard some chatter over there as well. They were echoing the same thing. So again, we're here. We're waiting to see what's happening. We haven't seen much action in the last, 10 minutes or so. They're probably investigating and walking around the house, things that they typically do in a situation like this. We haven't seen them talking to anyone, at least I haven't. But, it's very clear that these neighbors are trying to figure out what's going on, just like we all are, right? So this is the scene here right now, guys. I'll toss things back to you, and of course we'll let you know if we find any more information or if able to learn anything else from these neighbors living nearby.
All right, are you able to, because we can't really see much maybe on the sides of you, is there anything else, in that particular area, I guess, just kind of paint a picture of this particular area?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, to your point, it is really hard to see for ourselves too, just because, this whole area is blocked off. And when I say that, I'm talking about the sidewalk as well. Mm-hmm. Earlier, when we first got here, we did see some people kind of outside of that house talking with what seemed like FBI agents. They could have also been police officers, but also the BCA truck is now blocking our direct view. So it's possible there have been people talking out there as well. That's what I saw when I first got here. As of right now, though, I just walked by the sidewalk too, just to see if we could see anything. I could not see anything. I think they're pretty well thought out when they do investigations like these. I think they know that, obviously reporters are here and trying to figure out what's going on. So I think they're trying to make sure that all of that is protected right now. And again, guys, we're not really able to see anything. So we'll try to see if we can get a look from a different angle maybe and see if that helps. But as of now, this is all we can see.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're doing a great job, Say. We just wanted to see if there was anything maybe around, any people talking or chatting. But no, you're painting the picture for us, and we definitely understand. It looks like a really large scene there, as well as investigators.
Yeah.
You know, just trying to piece all of this information together. We have a lot of different, scenes going on, of course, at the school. We have this particular location, which is near the school, that we believe is connected to this particular shooting. So all of us just kind of walking through this investigation together. Thank you so much, Say.
Yeah, in real time here as we're processing and receiving, literally, thank you, Kim, information from our newsroom that is going to be helpful for us as we try to stay on track and bring you the most accurate information. As I'm scrolling through social media, I'm seeing what you're seeing. We all are, and we are just not able to report information until we're able to confirm it. And I think, especially in a situation like this, it's just, I'm sure everybody understands, we want to be able to be as accurate as possible, and this is just the respectful thing to do for the families who are going through so much for right now. So if things are seeming a little, when we go to Say and she's standing in front of an empty area, I mean, this is what we need to do now, is just to let you know that we're here, we're following this. We have crews in place who are following the different aspects of this story, the different angles of this story, and we're going to stay with you and continue to bring you the very latest on what's going on as it becomes available to us in a way that we can report it. Again, just for those who are kind of coming in and out of coverage, we are staying on top of what has just become a nightmare, a horrific day here in the Twin Cities, specifically in this neighborhood of Minneapolis, where there has been a shooting of school children who were attending Mass next to their school at a church building. 2 were killed, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old, while they were in their pews in this church service. 17 others injured, and we know that 11 people were taken to HCMC, 11 patients, 2 adults and 9 children, and those children range in age from 6 to 14. 7 of the 11 were brought in critical condition, and we know that 4 of the 11 were operated on in some form. We don't have much more beyond that. Some non-critical patients did go to some other hospitals, but those folks at HCMC are the ones that we are focusing on right now, and of course the families who have lost children today, as we watched early on, these families coming to pick up their children and learning that they were okay and they were able to reunite with them. And the relief and the joy they're feeling mixed in now with learning that we have 2 children who have died and other adults, children who are fighting for their lives at a nearby hospital, as we continue to remember them and think about them as well at this time.
And as you can imagine, I mean, although the shooting happened here in Minneapolis, this is really touching people all over the country. I've gotten text from some of my friends in different states, and I believe we have a statement from the President of the United States about what happened here. Of course, he got briefed on this situation. I believe, Ryan, can we show? Yeah, here it is. Well, let's start with Governor Tim Walz. Of course, he was briefed on it this morning. Here's what he had to say. He said, "I've been briefed on a shooting at Annunciation Catholic School and will continue to provide updates as we get more information. The BCA and State Patrol are on scene. I am praying for our kids and teachers whose first week of school was marred by this horrific act of violence." Because remember, these kids just started school on Monday of this week. It is now Wednesday, so just about, going into 3 days of school here. Here's a statement from President Trump. He says, "I have been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The FBI quickly responded and they are on the scene. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved."
And what was interesting about the Governor Walz statement, that's one that we received almost, within a half an hour or so of this all happening. And so it was one of the first statements that we received where we were able to confirm that there was some sort of a shooting. We didn't know much more beyond that. But in it, you can see it said Annunciation School. And so we really weren't sure as we looked at the map of this campus in this area. There's the school, and then there's a little grove of trees, and then the children would walk over. There it is.
Yeah.
To so on the right-hand side of your screen is the church building, and then you can see, yep, there's and then, yep, go ahead, Ryan, right? And then that's the school right there. And so there was a time this morning for about an hour and a half where we were trying to figure out, did this happen at the school? Did this happen at the church? When we went to the website for the school, we saw that there were masses scheduled for 8:15. And so then you think, okay, church. And then we realized that the reunification center for parents and caregivers was going to be at the school, which would have been strange if that's where the shooting happened. So the pieces started to fall into place, and then it was at about 10 o'clock or so when we had that, 10:30 or so when we had that first press conference, when we learned that it in fact had happened at the church during that mass, as we had all feared.
And if we just want to keep this picture up right now, because Amy, just kind of want to walk through what the chief said happened with this gunman, and as we're visually looking at this, it might just give you some great perspective of what happened today. So we know that the worship service, the mass was going on at 8:15 this morning. That gunman approached the side of the building through the windows. So if you take a look at the picture here, and we look at the church, he approached the side of the building and shot through those windows, hitting some of the children that were inside and the worshipers. And he did this with 3 guns, the chief says. He had a rifle, he had a shotgun, and he also had a pistol. And we know that the police department then entered and provided some of the first aid, of course, to those victims as the children were in their hiding places from this gunman as those shots were being fired. And now we know that an 8 and a 10-year-old were killed in this shooting, several other children injured. Amy, we did get an update. I believe they wanted to make a correction from HCMC this morning, because we did take a press conference live on the air. Now, they did mention that they mentioned 11 patients were taken to HCMC. They have now corrected that and said the correct number is 10. So we know 10 patients from this incident were taken to the hospital. 2 of those adults. 9. Now, I'm not sure if these numbers are still correct with their changing, but earlier today they said 9 of them were pediatric patients. These were ages 6 to 14. 4 of them were in the operating room at the time, but they did say no fatalities from some of the patients at the hospital there. But here's another live picture.
This is a picture of the area
what's going on right now,
where we would, where parents would drop off and pick up children. It's I think on the side or toward the back of the school. And then we've been showing you the front of the school as well. And again, Annunciation Catholic School is where the children and parents were reunited today. And as of even about 30 minutes ago, we were still seeing some families kind of trickle out of the building. But most everybody has picked up their children and been reunited and have taken them home. Our Corin Hoggard had a chance to talk with his brother, lives in this neighborhood, and so he's had a chance to talk with some of the neighbors, and he was one of our first reporters on the scene this morning. And what he heard from some of the neighbors was the amount of gunfire he described as tremendous. So much gunfire was heard in that neighborhood this morning. Quiet, as you can see, residential neighborhood, that the people living nearby were almost in disbelief that it was actually gunfire. They thought maybe it was some roofing work being done nearby. So Corin has been there all morning really talking with the folks on the ground and seeing people, neighbors, very, very concerned, wanting to help, bringing water and their dogs. So there's kind of a therapy support there. And then also there's a young man who made a paper airplane, and this young man goes to school there, happened to not go to school today because
that's so chilling.
He had broken his arm and then had a little minor injury, I guess, yesterday, and then was kept home today. And he came out and gave Corin this paper airplane to thank folks who were there, trying to talk to the community and let them know what was happening. But also, obviously, our thanks goes to the law enforcement and the first responders who are there, and everybody who's trying to help and bring peace and comfort to this situation, and those in that neighborhood as well. And then we also I believe we're working on, well, we did have Rob Wilson, who had an interview with one of the neighbors there as well. Yeah. And by the end of the interview, I mean, you're talking about it, and you're just as we are. You know, you kind of talk yourself through it, and then all of a sudden it kind of just hits you in a wave, and then emotion comes over, and then we saw that happen with her as well. And I know we're working on some more sound from folks living in that area.
Rob, did we want to get? We are looking at Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who is also there. I believe she put out a statement. I don't have it pulled up right
about
now.
A couple of hours ago. I could scroll through and try to find it. But yeah, she's on the scene. We know that there have been several Minneapolis City Council members as well who have also been on the scene for at least an hour. Here's what she has to say. I'm beyond heartbroken over the tragic news of the shooting at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis. I am praying for all the families impacted by this horrific tragedy. I will continue to closely monitor the situation and provide updates. So one of many of the city and state and county leaders who we've seen there today. Earlier on, we happened to see Mayor Jacob Fry running toward the scene, going right under that crime scene tape, and law enforcement taking him and running to the scene. At that point, we did not know that the suspect was down yet, but still a very active situation at that point. So a lot of people converging on this space and this time right now to try to do whatever they can to move us one step forward at a time here.
We do have one piece of information that we can report right now. This is from the AP, and this is a little more about the suspect. So a law enforcement official told the Associated Press that authorities have identified this shooter as Robin Westman. That official was not authorized to discuss the ongoing investigation and spoke on condition, is what we are hearing right now. So we know our Saquon is at a location near the school that we believe is, connected to this particular shooting. But that is the information we can report right now. And since I did just kind of mention a little bit about that shooter, or potential suspect, I should say, the police chief in the press conference this morning, he did speak with us just a little bit more about that suspect. He said that he was in his early 20s. He said he had no known criminal history at the time. He's working to learn, of course, the motive, because that would be, the number one question I think that we all have is why? What was the point? What was the purpose? What was the kind of relationship that this suspect had to this particular school, or to maybe someone in the school? So right now they're working to learn, the relationship. We do know, I think you mentioned this earlier, Amy, the vehicle that he left behind. The Minneapolis Police Department, as well as, of course, other law enforcement there, are searching that vehicle right now that the shooter did leave behind. We know that the shooter did have on black clothing, cargo pants, the police chief mentioned, no explosives, because that was something that I think was kind of just some of the rumblings. I think people mentioned an explosive. The chief did say there was no explosive, but there was some sort of, he compared it to a firework that released some sort of smoke.
This is I guess, so this is where I think Representative Omar was. It's clearly now away from the scene. It's a new image that we have up here for you, a new live look that we haven't seen. So I'm not exactly sure where this is, but you can see it's outside the perimeter. Oh, thank you, 54th and Lindell. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And so this is an area where some folks are gathering, getting probably some information from that officer as well. We do have now an interview that we wanted to share with you. And Ryan, this is, again, this is a fifth grader. And is there any more context that I can share? Okay, this is a fifth grader at Annunciation Catholic School. Let's listen.
What were you doing when this happened?
Well, we just got into Mass, and it was like 3 minutes after. It was very scary. It was like my friend got shot in the back. He's in the hospital right now. It was super scary because, like, we've never practiced it in the church. We've only practiced it in the main school, so we really didn't know what to do. We just got into the pews and he shot through the stained glass windows. Yeah.
And did you ever see him?
My friend ran, someone helped him run out. He saw him. He was wearing all black and he had a ski mask on.
So it just shot through the windows and never came inside?
I don't think so. I mean, I was down, so I didn't really look up. I mean, he shot through the stained glass windows, so they're probably ruined. And
But do you have friends that got hit by bullets?
yeah, my best friend did.
Have you heard what happened with him? Is he okay?
Yeah, I think he's gonna be okay. And then my friend, he was like laying on top of me, like making sure I was safe, and he got hit. So that was really brave of him.
And you have a neck on your neck?
Yeah, that was, I don't even know what it's from. Kind of looks like debris or something.
But that came from during this?
Yeah.
How are you feeling? You seem pretty put together here, but it's got to be tough.
Yeah, I'm just like confused kinda, because I never thought it would happen and it just happened. So like, just kind of crazy. And I don't really know.
Wow. Yeah. So all of us just listened to that together. I think, Amy, we both were in shock. You just heard from Weston, a fifth grader at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis. He just kind of walked us through his morning. He said, you know, the shooting happened. He mentioned 3 minutes after Mass. He talked about, you know, it being a very scary situation. He said his best friend was shot in the back. He said one of his friends was lying on top of him. He mentioned how brave that was. You know, this is a little boy talking about going to school, praying in church, and him being just, you know, initially confused because he seems very, you know, kids are so resilient, right? And I think you can tell that by just listening to him talking. He might still be in a state of shock. Yeah. All of us handle grief and trauma differently, but wow, just to hear what that little boy just had to say about, you know, most likely the craziest day of his life that happened this morning. He did kind of talk about the gunman, because Rob asked him, you know, did you see him? Were you able to see his face at all? And he mentioned he thought he had on a ski mask, and he was wearing black.
Mm-hmm. One of the things too that we talked about early on, as we were recognizing that there was the church and that there was the school, is we know that our children are part of their curriculum, part of what they learn as being in school are these drills, right? Mm-hmm. They all go through the school shooter drills, and they're in a school setting traditionally with desks and different rooms, different hallways, things like that. You can lock doors. And we talked about early on this morning, if indeed this was in the church, you know, I wondered if this is something that is practiced, and I'm sure it's school by school and church by church, but when you have a church and a school connected like this, and part of your day, went to Catholic school, I know part of your day in the morning or in the afternoon is to attend a church service, and if that is part of your day and part of where you are, you know, I'm sure a lot of schools will be looking at things differently after this. And we spoke with someone from the Violence Prevention Project just a short time ago from Hamlin, Jillian Peterson, the executive director, and she was talking to us about, they specifically look at data on school shootings and also houses of worship, but she could not remember another instance, and they've been looking at these since the year 2000. Every single school shooting, every single shooting at a house of worship, she could not remember one that involved school students in a house of worship. Yeah, so combining the two. So there's that aspect as well of the story. And again, we don't know the motives of the shooter in this situation, but just something to kind of think about here is the environment they were in a traditional chapel setting. It's going to be open, wide open. You're going to have pews. You may not have places to hide or to get under as much as you would in a school in a school building. Again, the shooter was, according to police, outside shooting in, not going through any kind of a metal detector. Not, you know, so. Just when we think, okay, well, maybe we can do this or maybe we can do that, you know, it's just it seems to be a never-ending game at times.
And you heard little Weston, you know, mention, he said, we didn't practice this. You know what I mean? So it's like, what do you do? He said they kind of just all got down, but it's something that they have not and that they should not have to practice. Let's just be honest here. Yeah. I do want to get to, we do have an update, Amy, from Children's Minnesota. Let's just read what they have here. So it says, today, 7 children between ages 9 and 16 were admitted to our hospital for care as a result of the tragic incident this morning. 1 patient has been discharged. Our thoughts are with all of the victims, their families, and loved ones in our communities who are impacted by yet another senseless act of violence.
Also, the city of Minneapolis now has put out a statement as well, and I'll just read portions of this to you, and a lot of this is what they mentioned in the press conference earlier with Mayor Fry, but just reiterating here, this is from the city of Minneapolis, a statement they just put out a short time ago. 2 children are dead, 17 other people are injured after a suspected shooter fired through the windows of the Church of the Annunciation. 509 West 54th Street is the area in Minneapolis during a morning mass service to mark the beginning of the school year. Again, as an aside, these children just started school on Monday. An 8-year-old and 10-year-old have died, and initial reports indicate 17 other people are injured. 14 of the 17 are children. And some information here about just resources for families. And they says, quote, there are no words that can capture the horror and tragedy of the unspeakable act of evil at Annunciation Catholic Church. Children have been killed, more are injured, and our community is shaken. Right now, our entire city needs to wrap these families in love and support. The city is setting up Family Assistance Center to provide them with resources and care.
Yeah, we're looking at a live picture right now. I believe this is Mayor Jacob Fry. He's been on the scene. And Congresswoman Ilhan Omar as well. We did get to hear from the mayor earlier today, and he had some really tough words. He was very emotional about it. He said, we always say thoughts and prayers, right, in these sort of incidents and mass casualties, and it's like, you say that, but these children were inside praying at the time, but we're saying thoughts and prayers. So it really does put things into perspective. I think all of us are just still trying to wrap our minds around what exactly happened there this morning. We have a bit of the information on there on your screen for you, because we know we kind of, as we're learning more information, we kind of throw a lot at you. So it is a lot to process, but I can just read through it with you here. 8:27 a.m. That's when police responded to the shooting there. We know the gunman shot through the church windows. The police chief did mention there were some sort of barricades there as well. From the outside. Yeah, from the outside of the building. Through the doors that he presumably came in. Yeah. Yep, and that poses the question of, how well, maybe did he know the lay of the land? Of course, that's something that they are investigating right now. We do know that gunman did commit suicide. He did shoot himself. Police did say that he does not have an extensive criminal history, but of course they're combing through any bit of information that they can get right now. Again, 2 children, the biggest headline of them all today. We cannot forget about these kids. 2 children have been killed in this shooting. Their ages 8 and 10 years old. We also know that 17 people were injured, 14 of them children. Just heartbreaking day. We'll continue to be with you here and bring you the latest information that we get confirmed, and we'll share it with you as we get it. And we want to share with you now just some of the coverage that we've been broadcasting for the last couple of hours. And in case you've missed some things, we've had some really impactful conversations, and we've talked with people on the scene, our crews out there. One of them was our Rob Olson, who early on had a chance to talk with a neighbor.
How long have you lived here?
8 years.
Just half a block from the school.
Yeah.
What's the first thing you knew that something had occurred today?
I was at work. My kids were here. We're in that stretch of summer for public schools where there's not a lot of care for kids. So my oldest was taking care of my littlest, and I'm on a mom's chat group, and one of the mom's kids goes there to preschool. And I was at work and just got here as fast as I could, scared of, just not knowing what was happening in the neighborhood at all at that point.
Did you learn about it from the mom?
Yes. Well, at that point it was that there's a mass shooting at Annunciation. And knowing how close my home is to there, I just got here as fast as I could.
So was it the mother of the preschooler who told you that?
No, she was on the thread, though. But no, just making sure we all knew what was happening and that we were all safe.
Her child is okay.
Her child is safe. Went into lockdown. The dad was able to get into lockdown with them, and they're home.
You've known people who've had kids there before, too?
Yeah, absolutely. We know kids throughout the neighborhood who go there. We see them walk to school. I actually saw 2 on their way to school this morning as I was on my way to work. So it happened right after that.
How are you dealing with this? How are you feeling?
I think I'm really sad. I'm frustrated that this continues to happen. I don't like saying that I never thought that would happen in my neighborhood, because every neighborhood should feel safe. But I literally could not imagine this happening here. You always want to think that your kids can play around the block safely. They walk around to we're right here at a library and a grocery store. You give them independence, and then you're terrified that something may happen to them.
I see.
Wait till he stops.
You okay?
We're good. A friend of mine has come and gotten my kids so they could get out of this a little bit today and not see it. They start school next week. So my oldest is really thinking about that right now and is really sad.
That's the thing for kids and parents who are going back to school this week or next week.
Yeah.
This is psychologically just hard to process.
It's awful. It's supposed to be a week of, it's so happy that the routines are back in place, or if you're a kindergartner or preschool, it's such that next step in life to start school, and for this to be taken away and to have their first week happen like this is just unreal.
We saw the police with canines going through the yards here. Did they tell you they were looking for something specific?
I asked them, is everything safe? And they just said it's an added precaution, and that made me feel safe, that they were doing everything that they could to walk through. I saw their dogs and some of the officers jump over fences, and they're incredible, and I'm really grateful for their work here.
Just one of the folks who live nearby that we've had a chance to chat with, our Corn Hoggard, one of our reporters. His brother happens to live in that neighborhood, and when Corn arrived at the scene around 9 o'clock this morning, he was able to talk to some folks, and then Rob Olson, our Saquon, also has been out there. And there's a lot that doesn't make air. There's a lot that you won't see, but reporters really talking to a lot of people who are struggling right now, and people who are just trying to navigate all of this in their minds and understand how this could happen in this just seemingly just very quiet residential neighborhood with a small Catholic school and church.
Yeah, we know that there were several rounds fired, and Corn kind of mentioned that when talking to some of the neighbors. They said it sounded like some sort of construction work. They just didn't believe that it was what it was, and so we're starting to get, a sense of some of the reactions, that raw reaction from some of the people in this particular area. We are also continuing to get, statements and just the emotion from. Do we want to get to this?
Okay, let's take this. So this is Representative Ilhan Omar speaking live right now.
For prayer, right now is just unspeakable horror. So my heart breaks for the families and the victims of this tragic morning here in Minneapolis at Annunciation Catholic Church. We don't know much. We know that the assailant is dead, and we are going to learn more about motives and what more can be done to make sure that we avoid tragedies like this. But at this moment, I just want to hold the space for prayer for the families and the victims of this tragic event.
Have you had a chance to speak with school leadership yet?
I have not. We know that that's what I attempted to do. They are in the middle of getting a statement out, trying to make sure that they're able to communicate the tragedy that has taken place, what that means for their close-knit, deeply faithful community. But I did have an opportunity to chat with the mayor and the commissioner of public safety, and they are continuing to see an outpouring of support from law enforcement across the state, and they are also seeing federal agents like the FBI come to assist. And we know that we are going to get to the bottom of what has taken place as the investigation unfolds. It's been incredible to hear from leaders of Congress, even the White House reached out to see what our community needs. And that's the kind of moment that we are in. It's a moment of grief. It's a moment of solidarity. It's a moment of prayer. But we know that once this investigation is done, once these families are made whole, then we can have the national conversation that is necessary to stop school shootings like this from taking place in our communities and devastating families all over this country. Thank you.
Representative, can you tell us what the White House said to you when they reached out?
All right, that was a live conversation interview with Ilhan Omar, representative, we believe, of that district, CD5, which would make sense why she's there on scene. She's been there for a little while now, and kind of giving her comments on that as well. And then just one more thing that I just saw pop up here that I think is relevant, just a comment from Cardinal Dolan. Once again, we are shocked and horrified by the news of another senseless shooting, this time all the more disturbing because it happened at a Catholic church and school, which should always be sanctuaries of peace. We mourn the two innocent children whose lives were cut short by, and it cuts off here by gun violence, obviously. But he's a American Catholic prelate who's served as Archbishop of New York for a long time, and those comments coming from him and sort of representing the Catholic Church and all of this. There are so many layers to this. The children, school age, the school shooting piece of this, but also where it happened in this house of worship this morning.
The governor also putting up another updated statement. He just says Minnesota is heartbroken. From the officers responding to the clergy and teachers providing comfort to the hospital staff saving lives. We will get through this together. Hug your kids close. We also, have been getting statements from, some of the Minnesota sports teams as well. This is really being felt, of course, all over the city, all over the country. At this point, the Minnesota Vikings putting out a statement saying we are devastated by the horrific violence that took place at Annunciation Church in Minneapolis this morning. Our hearts are broken for the victims, their families, and all who have been impacted by this senseless and cowardly act. We are praying for the injured, those who witnessed the attack, and the first responders who were on the scene providing care and support during this tragedy.
Our continuing coverage we're going to send it to a press conference now that was a little bit earlier today. Chief O'Hara, who gave really the crux of most of the information that we have this afternoon, and it's shared coverage here within our newsroom, and Simone and I are going to step aside, and Randy Meyer and Kelsey Carlson are going to come in, and then we'll have sort of team coverage on this throughout the day, but we're going to be right here with you as we continue to cover what's just been a nightmare of a day here in Minnesota, here in the Twin Cities and the area, and we'll send you to this press conference, and then Randy and Kelsey will move in and we'll continue our coverage.
Earlier today, just before 8:30 a.m., our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the mass, a gunman approached on the outside, on the side of the building, and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the Mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified. 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack. We will stand together to protect our children, our schools, and our houses of worship. This deliberate act of violence is just a sign of cruelty that is beyond comprehension. Our hearts are broken for everyone that's been affected by this tragedy. As we begin the difficult path of healing, I want the community to know this, that even in the face of such evil, the Minneapolis Police Department and all of our law enforcement partners stand with our community. We stand with these families and with this parish. We will continue to be here for you.
You've been listening to Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara updating us. This was a press conference about an hour and a half ago, basically laying out all the details of that very, very tragic situation, devastating really, in Minneapolis at Annunciation Catholic Church earlier this morning around 8:30, where we had that mass shooting. And we now know that 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, have passed away as a result of that shooting.
It's just shortly after 1 o'clock now, and we just want to bring you up to speed. If you've just been joining us, this horrific news playing out in South Minneapolis since 8:30 this morning, and we will continue our continuing coverage of this situation throughout the afternoon. We want to tell you everything that we know up to this point, but first, the Associated Press has confirmed the name of the suspect, 23-year-old Robin Westman. They are searching his car and his residence, and we have reporters who are working on learning more about the suspect. But let's just go back to 8:30 this morning, this nightmare that played out at this Catholic church, Annunciation Catholic Church in South Minneapolis. Shots ringing out during a morning mass. There is also a K-8 school. They were having mass as a school group of about, we know the school enrollment, it's about 400 people. And 2 children, ages 8 and 10, were killed in the pews that they were sitting in during this mass as this gunman fired shots into the building through the church windows.
17 others were injured. 14 of those are children. I'm going to give you the latest updates as we know it. Right now, we're told that 7 are in critical condition. Of those, 6 are children. There is 1 adult also. It broke down like this. HCMC received 10 or 11 patients. There was a little uncertainty about that, but at last report, 10 patients. And 6 other victims. 7 went to Minnesota Children's Hospital. 1 of those has been released. Those were all children, obviously, that have gone there. But again, 6 children are still there. 1 has been released, and we do know that 7 total of the 17 others injured are still in critical condition. 4 of those underwent surgery this morning as well.
We know the gunman fired so many shots that neighbors nearby actually thought there was construction or maybe roofing going on because there were so many shots fired. They didn't even realize that it was gunfire. And Minneapolis police saying the gunman used 3 weapons, a shotgun, a pistol, and a rifle. And again, so many children also taken to hospitals, HCMC, Masonic Children's and Children's Hospital. MPD responded, providing first aid on the scene and also having to rescue so many children who were hiding in the church as well. Parents then running to the scene to reunite with their children. One of the images that really struck me is a mom who is holding her dress shoes, running in her bare feet toward the school this morning.
It should be noted that this shooter, now identified, as we said, as Robin Westman, 23-year-old, shot through the church windows directly into the pews of the church at the children. And he stayed outside. There were no shell casings found inside, so the investigation right now suggests that he shot from outside the church and then killed himself in the rear outside behind the church. There were a couple comments earlier this morning. Mayor Fry was one of the first to take to the microphone. He said, think of these children as our own. And in situations like this, it is easy to go, not in my neighborhood, not in my town, but that certainly is not the case anymore. He went on to say they're deeply saddened and sorry for the families. And Chief O'Hara, he called this a deliberate act of violence against innocent children. The sheer cruelty and cowardice firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Those are the comments that came out shortly after the shooting this morning. And, you know, for us, those of us that sit behind the camera here and talk about this and see these images, it's just devastating for folks out there. It doesn't matter whether you live in Minneapolis or whether you live in the state of Minnesota or in the country. When these things happen, it is horrific for everyone. And so as we go through our coverage today, understand that there are a lot of people hurting today about this. And as you can imagine, it is unimaginable what the parents of those children killed and injured must be going through right now as well.
So much of that area around the church, and you're looking at a live picture of the area that's been cordoned off of 54th Street in South Minneapolis. So much of that area is still blocked as this investigation continues, and a residence that they are searching is nearby as well. So that area is going to be blocked off as investigators try to learn more about the suspect so that they can share with us any information that they've learned. We know the ATF was also called to run any purchase history on these weapons, but so little is known about any kind of background, whether or not this gunman had any connection to the school at all. And really our focus right now is just on those who are injured and what's happening at the school and the families who are hurting right now as a result of what happened there this morning.
In reference to that school, South Minneapolis, it's at 509 West 54th Street, Annunciation Catholic School. Founded in 1923. We believe as of last count, this would have been the 23-24 school year. There were 391 students in that school, pre-K through 8th grade. We do not have any idea how many may have been en masse this morning. This was the first week of school for those students, pre-K through 8th grade, and we have seen coming out of that area kids of all ages with their parents, the lucky ones, the survivors that walked out of there clearly grief-stricken and stunned by what they witnessed.
It's been so hard to watch. We've had Rob Olson and Corin Hoggard out there all morning covering this for us, and you know, we all have kids. My kids have been through lockdowns. It's a traumatic experience, and many of those situations have been false alarms. Getting the call for a parent this morning, I can't even imagine what that must be like. We do have Rob Olson, who spoke with some of the families outside the school and the church this morning, and if we can bring Rob in just for a little bit of that part of it and what people have been going through on the scene there today. Rob?
Yeah, I tell you what, it was certainly a couple of hours ago when they were still, you know, they had the children in the school portion of the building, and again, separate buildings next to each other here, the church and then the school, and that was the unification area for parents to come get their children, and you just saw these parents and these young kids walking out, many of them just sort of grim-faced, just kind of stunned. Some you did see that were emotional, obviously dealing with the events of what unfolded here, and as you mentioned, kids of all ages, but certainly a lot of young children that we saw, that it's just hard to fathom the children of that age going through something like this and experiencing it. And a little bit ago I talked to, and we just had aired the interview a bit ago too, with Weston, a 5th grader, who was telling me about being in the morning mass and the gunfire just coming through the stained glass windows, and he had mentioned they had practiced lockdown drills in the school but had never done it in the church. Which I guess if you think about it, that's sort of what makes sense, I guess, is that many schools go through these lockdown drills. What do you do in the case of an active shooter? You don't do it in the sanctuary of your church. And so they said, he said, we didn't know, what to do except just to get down. We got down between the pews, and he said his best friend was, on top of him, protecting him, but did get shot in the back, is expected to be to survive, to be okay, is one of those that is injured. But for a child of that age to be processing, going through an event like that, and he was extraordinarily well spoken about it, is just, it's just hard to fathom, again, talking about that. And then, earlier spoke to a neighbor here who lives just a couple blocks away, didn't hear anything. She had gone to work, had just gotten to work when the news came through a text group with other mothers in the neighborhood, including one who has a preschooler in the school, and her children were at home as they're in this week. Their child care had ended, but her camps had ended, and school for them hadn't started yet. So she came home immediately, and just again also stunned by the ideas that they've known people with kids in that school. They've known kids that have gone to that school. They have friends in that school. And it's so close by and part of the neighborhood. Again, also just sort of hard to fathom. We saw for a time here multiple officers with canines from several different agencies in an all-out effort to search all this area around the school. And I was been on the north side all day, and going through the commercial buildings here, the retail buildings and the parking lots, but also through the homes, through the yards, and all the way around to search for any potential other evidence, just to make sure that there was nothing out here that was related to the events over at the church. So, that also is part of the kind of the stun or the emotion here for neighbors here in the wake of this, than to see that sort of effort by law enforcement afterwards, searching everywhere with canines looking for potential evidence. Just spoke to another young man over here that had just brought some flowers that he placed right here. He was hoping an officer could take them up to place them at the school. That was not doable in this situation, so he placed them here. But he said too, he lives in the neighborhood, and again, everybody knows somebody that's been a student there. And his father, in fact, is a pediatric surgeon, I believe he said, at the University of Minnesota, and had to respond to treat some of the young wounded children in this case. And so he was very heavily emotional too, to bring flowers down here to thank those that are responding, but also to have that moment of emotion here about how did this happen, why did this happen, and why does things like this continue to happen. We just saw Congresswoman Ilhan Omar here too, spoke to us briefly. We shared that with you just a bit ago too, with her thoughts. So again, continues to be active scene, not as active as it was a few hours ago. We just saw several SWAT vehicles that have just left here to clear the scene, but certainly just a massive area still cordoned off here as this investigation around the school continues. So that's what's happening now. It's been a pretty pretty weighty, emotional few hours out here, just even on the periphery of this scene around the church and the school. Back to you guys.
No doubt, Rob.
And Rob, we want to actually play the interview that you conducted earlier this morning with that child. Stay with us for just a moment. We'll come back to you. But if we can go ahead and share Rob's sound with that interview with that child who was inside the mass.
This is the fifth grader, right?
Mm-hmm.
What were you doing when this happened?
Well, we just got into mass, and it was like 3 minutes after. It was very scary. It was like my friend got shot in the back. He's in the hospital right now. It was super scary because, like, we've never practiced it in the church. We've only practiced it in the main school, so we really didn't know what to do. We just got into the pews and he shot through the stained glass windows. Yeah.
And did you ever see him?
My friend like ran, someone helped him like run out. He saw him. He was wearing all black and he had a ski mask on.
So it just shot through the windows and never came inside?
I don't think so. I mean, I was down, so I didn't really look up. I mean, he got shot through the stained glass windows, so they're probably ruined. And
But do you have friends that got hit by bullets?
yeah, my best friend did.
Have you heard what happened with him? Is he okay?
Yeah, I think he's gonna be okay. And then my friend, he was like laying on top of me, like making sure I was safe, and he got hit. So that was really brave of him.
And you have a nick on your neck?
Yeah, that was, I don't even know what it's from. Kind of looks like debris or something.
But that came from during this?
Yeah.
How are you feeling? You seem pretty put together here, but it's got to be tough.
Yeah, I'm just like confused kind of, because I never thought it would happen and it just happened. So like, just kind of crazy. And I don't really know.
That's bad. This is just terrible.
It's tragic and disheartening that little Weston there is so composed after going through something like that it's just not a big deal, and that's what makes this whole thing tragic in many, many ways. It's hard to. What a brave little boy right there. I can't even tell you. And you just hope, Rob, for all of those children that they find a way to get through this and in some ways put it behind them.
Yeah, and as you said, I mean, remarkably composed and remarkably well spoken, and which is, to come across a fifth grader like that in a non-tragic situation that is so well spoken and well composed. You're always impressed. But in considering what he is speaking about here, to be that well spoken and composed is remarkable. And you can only imagine though, what ramifications this will have on him in the hours to come. As some of that, I guess, shock potentially might wear off. His parents were there too, and his grandfather was there, and I spoke to them as well, and just about, they said, yeah, I mean, go ahead and talk to him. He's happy to share what he's, I guess happy is not the right word, but he's willing to and very willing to share about what his experience was, and but they're also too just stunned and I guess, certainly a little bit of anger, too, in talking to his father about that situations like this occur and keep occurring. And in this case, as you mentioned, they were in a sanctuary, not in the school, in a place where they had not practiced to respond to an active shooter.
That raises a whole other issue.
Because it didn't occur to you, you should.
And that's exactly right. You raised that issue earlier, Rob, and that is it raises the scope of concern for parents everywhere now. I mean, I think we can sort of get our head around the fact that schools need to be safe and children need to know what to do in a school shooting. This is an entirely different thing, which as I said, broadens the scope of tragically what parents have to worry about, and others.
I know with Weston, with his description of what happened, it's clear that he was very close to what happened, which is I'm so frightening, I'm sure, for his parents right now, and I'm sure there's a significant amount of shock that they are dealing with as the adrenaline was flowing and they were just trying to get him to a safe place. But I can tell you, 3 kids of my own, kids are becoming sadly more and more conditioned to this sort of thing because of the drills that they have to run several times a year at school, and because of the lockdowns that happen when there is fear that there might be a shooter. And I know my teenage son went through that, and as he's coming home and he's describing to me, we were locked in an art closet, and he goes, I was expecting to hear gunfire. So kids have become sadly more and more conditioned to maybe expecting something like this because they do run these drills so many times a year, and it's really scary to hear a 5th grader have to talk about living through something like this.
Rob, we're going to step away from you.
When we were growing up.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
I was saying, when we were growing up, we did fire drills. Yeah. We did tornado drills.
Tornado drills, yeah.
We didn't do active shooter drills. I mean, I remember too the duck and cover drills. Get under your desk. In the 70s, during the Cold War, there were other concerns here, and of course, getting under a desk is not going to protect you from a nuclear war. But I mean, that was sort of the mindset at the time to in any event, whether it's a Cold War issue or a tornado, and then of course the fire drills to exit the building. Never, ever, in our childhood did we even think about an active shooter drill situation. That's not something we ever grew up with. And that is, as you mentioned, a very pervasive reality for students these days. But as he mentioned, not in a church sanctuary.
No, and I can't help but go back just 2 months from now on June 14th when Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark were killed by a shooter. That was just and Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette were badly injured by a shooter, and we thought at the time, well, these things don't happen here. They do, and now this, 2 months later, it's just...
I mean, and even listening to the hospital staff earlier this morning too, Rob, at HCMC, they've had several shootings over the last few days, and so the emergency room has been in constant triage mode because of the shootings that have just happened in Minneapolis. So, and a lot of these kids that are in critical condition right now, they're in a fragile state because bullet wounds are very, very difficult to treat and to keep people safe from when they're in surgery. So again, there's 1 adult and 6 children still in critical just at HCMC right now. So we continue to think about them and their families right now.
Thank you, Rob. This does resonate around the country. We're seeing responses from all around the country right now. In fact, I think we have a live shot of the White House right now. Flags there flying at half-staff there. The president has spoken to Governor Walz, offering his condolences, his concerns. Obviously, this is one of those situations that does get federally investigated as well. But again, as you can imagine, this is resonating. The tragedy of this, the devastation of this is resonating all around the country, including in our nation's capital today as well.
And we have an update from Children's. We've been talking a lot about HCMC. They held a news conference earlier today, but Children's Minnesota also putting out a note about 2 minutes ago that 7 children between the ages of 9 and 16 were admitted to the hospital as a result of this tragic incident. 1 patient has been discharged, but they continue to treat 6 children at Children's Hospital as well.
And we do know that 4 were in surgery at the time some of these numbers came out. That would indicate these are devastating injuries, typically speaking, in a mass shooting like this. So again, we're monitoring that as well. We are getting regular updates from the hospital in terms of where those cases are going and what the condition of the people, not only the children, but the adult as well. So we will continue to keep you posted as well as we watch and look at the scene there in Minneapolis. As Rob pointed out, it has settled down there, as you can imagine now, several hours past the shooting, about 5 hours now past the shooting. But we do know, in listening to those 2 press conferences, that this is one that's being investigated all around the country, all around the state by various agencies. And the only thing that we do know about the suspect, the suspected shooter, Robin Westman, he's been identified now. It's 23-year-old. His home, we understand, is nearby. And that's all we know. We don't know. It does not have an extensive criminal history. Those are the words from Chief O'Hara. Earlier today, both Chief O'Hara and Mayor Fry spoke following this tragedy. I think we can go to Mayor Fry's comments. He talks about the tragedy of this and how it affects all.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
Earlier today, just before 8:30 a.m., our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the Mass, a gunman approached on the outside on the side of the building and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the Mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified. 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack. We will stand together to protect our children, our schools, and our houses of worship. This deliberate act of violence is just a sign of cruelty that is beyond comprehension. Our hearts are broken for everyone that's been affected by this tragedy. As we begin the difficult path of healing, I want the community to know this, that even in the face of such evil, the Minneapolis Police Department and all of our law enforcement partners stand with our community. We stand with these families and with this parish. We will continue to be here for you.
And you've been listening to Police Chief Brian O'Hara, Mayor Jacob Fry speaking about this tragic shooting at Annunciation Catholic Church in South Minneapolis this morning. That was from a couple of hours ago. We've just learned that Minneapolis police officials and city officials will hold a news conference again in about an hour at 2:30 near the school and church.
It's expected that we might learn more about the suspect at that time. A lot of information is being gathered over the last few hours, so we're hoping to learn more about that and maybe any other motivation that they could have discovered since the shooting occurred this morning. As you can expect, talk about the Catholic Church, and Pope Leo has now responded to the shooting. Let me just read some of this for you. Said a telegraphic condolences over the shooting at a Catholic school in Minneapolis, calling it terrible tragedies, saying he was praying for the relatives of the dead and injured at this extremely difficult time. So he is, again, the new pope that has now responded to the situation in Minneapolis as well, and just one of many around the country that are now weighing in.
Flags at half-staff at the White House as well. Minneapolis City Council member Jason Chavez announcing that there will be a vigil tonight at 8 p.m. at Lyndhurst Park for victims of the Annunciation shooting as well.
All right, so we're about half hour into this hour, and for those of you that may just be joining us, let's just backtrack about 5 hours from now. This shooting happened at Annunciation Catholic Church, right next to Annunciation School there in South Minneapolis, at 509 West 54th Street. The suspected shooter was outside the church at the time, shooting through the stained glass windows directly into those attending that 8:30 Mass. Most of which were children at the time. We now know that there are 2 dead children, ages 8 and 10. There were 17 others injured.
And according to witnesses and also Police Chief O'Hara, the gunman was wearing all black at the time. He's been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman. No word yet on whether or not this gunman is connected to this school or church in any way. Police are investigating a home that is nearby as the suspect's residence, and they're also looking at his car. Police Chief O'Hara saying that he died by suicide just outside of the church. We're closely watching as so many people are being treated at area hospitals right now. 1 adult, 6 children in critical condition at HCMC, and then there are 6 others being treated at Children's Hospital as well. And because so many of these are gunshot wounds, it's a very, very fragile and tenuous situation. We know that so many shots rang out, according to witnesses inside the church and in the neighborhood, that some neighbors did not even recognize it as gunfire because there were so many shots being fired, and we're told the gunman used a total of 3 weapons. And it seems like this gunman was aware that there was a church mass that would happen there at 8:30 on Wednesday morning.
Yeah, there does seem to be some connectivity between the suspect and that church. The ages of those that were killed or injured is 6 to 14. This is a pre-K through 8th grade school, and so that does jive with what we're hearing in terms of the ages of those that have been killed and or injured, along with the 2 adults that were injured as well.
They just started school on Monday, and this was an all-school mass, and the way that they were beginning their school day inside the church. And Chief O'Hara saying that the 8 and 10-year-old children who were killed this morning were killed in the church pews where they were sitting. Yeah. And we listened to the 5th grader Weston talk about what it was like inside that church when those gunshots rang out. He talked about his friends jumping on top of him. He knows 2 friends who were hurt as well. And to be able to articulate that at his age.
Yeah. In fact, Ryan, if you could, let's cue that sound up again for those that did not hear it. I mean, it sort of brings everything into scope from the perspective of a 5th grader. The 5th grader that talked about what he went through. If we can cue that up, I think it's really, really, really good sort of a way to take our viewers there through the eyes of a child. It's incredible, and he's so composed. He's standing there with his parents and his grandfather, so it's not, we didn't pull him away. It was something that he wanted to talk about, which does say something as well.
And I just know as a parent, it would be so hard for me to have to know that my child lived through something like that. So I just really feel for him and his family and all of his classmates right now who, a tragedy like this will take years to process.
Do we have that ready to go? Let's play it.
What were you doing when this happened?
Well, we just got into Mass, and it was like 3 minutes after. It was very scary. It was like my friend got shot in the back. He's in the hospital right now. It was super scary because, like, we've never practiced it in the church. We've only practiced it in the main school, so we really didn't know what to do. We just got into the pews and he shot through the stained glass windows. Yeah.
And did you ever see him?
My friend like ran, someone helped him like run out. He saw him, he was wearing all black and he had a ski mask on.
So it just shot through the windows and never came inside?
I don't think so. I mean, I was down, so I didn't really look up. I mean, he got shot through the stained glass windows, so they're probably ruined. And
But do you have friends that got hit by bullets?
yeah, my best friend did.
Have you heard what happened with him? Is he okay?
Yeah, I think he's gonna be okay. And then my friend, he was like laying on top of me, like making sure I was safe, and he got hit. So that was really brave of him.
And you have a nick on your neck?
Yeah, that was, I don't even know what it's from. Kind of looks like debris or something.
But that came from during this?
Yeah.
How are you feeling? You seem pretty put together here, but it's got to be tough.
Yeah, I'm just like confused kind of because I never thought it would happen and it just happened. So like, just kind of crazy. And I don't really know.
Yeah.
I don't think at this age it can really set in fully, and there's a great deal of shock that all of them are experiencing right now, just trying to understand what happened while they were sitting in their church mass at the beginning of the school day this morning at 8:30 this morning.
Yeah, there's more tragedy to come. We have a lot of people that are children that are injured, and as we said, there were 4 that went into surgery. There are still 6 children in critical condition and 1 adult. So, you know, this is far from over in terms of the tragic scope of it with injuries. We hope, obviously, that they all come through this well. They're being cared for very well at HCMC and Children's Minnesota. So we hope and pray that those victims come out of this thing as well.
There is a 2:30 news conference with Minneapolis police and city officials, and we expect at that time that there is going to be more information about the suspect, 23-year-old Robin Westman, who's been named, apparently has a residence that's nearby, and we have just learned in our newsroom that his mother did retire from Annunciation Catholic Church a few years ago. That is the only connection that we know of so far, but stick with Fox 9 here. We'll carry that news conference live when that happens at 2:30, when we expect that they probably will have details about the gunman who is dead. Police Chief Brian O'Hara saying he died by suicide at the rear of the church this morning.
We are getting responses from various Minnesota entities. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who represents the 5th District in Minneapolis there, She did come out to talk about this and said she's hoping and praying that the victims come through this. And let's go ahead and let our viewers hear that as well.
Just unspeakable horror. So my heart breaks for the families and the victims of this tragic morning here in Minneapolis at Annunciation Catholic Church. We don't know much. We know that the assailant is dead, and we are going to learn more about motives and what more can be done to make sure that we avoid tragedies like this. But at this moment, I just want to hold the space for prayer for the families and the victims of this tragic event.
Have you had a chance to speak with school leadership yet?
I have not. We know that that's what I attempted to do. They are in the middle of getting a statement out, trying to make sure that they're able to communicate the tragedy that has taken place, what that means for their close-knit, deeply faithful community. But I did have an opportunity to chat with the mayor and the commissioner of public safety, and they are continuing to see an outpouring of support from law enforcement across the state, and they are also seeing federal agents like the FBI come to assist. And we know that we are going to get to the bottom of what has taken place as the investigation unfolds. It's been incredible to hear from leaders of Congress. Even the White House reached out to see what our community needs. And that's the kind of moment that we are in. It's a moment of grief. It's a moment of solidarity. It's a moment of prayer. But we know that once this investigation is done, once these families are made whole, then we can have the national conversation that is necessary to stop school shootings like this from taking place in our communities and devastating families all over this country. Thank you.
Congresswoman Ilhan Omar there responding to that tragic school shooting in Minneapolis this morning. Her district is the 5th district in Minneapolis, and so it's very close to her as well. We are getting more information into the Fox 9 newsroom now about the suspect, Robin Westman, 23 years old.
Yeah, we told you earlier that his mother had retired from Annunciation Catholic Church just a few years ago. We've also learned in our newsroom just a little while ago that the suspect, Robin Westman, did petition for a name change in Dakota County in 2019 to go from Robert to Robin. And in the court filings, it says that Westman identified as a female and wants her name to reflect that identification. Again, we are expecting a news conference at 2:30 this afternoon in about 45 minutes with Minneapolis police and city officials to talk about an update on the investigation. We expect at that time that there will be more information about the suspect because they've been searching a car and a residence nearby. And again, the suspect apparently died by suicide just outside the church after the shooting. And then we also hope to get more information on the children who have been injured. One adult also in critical condition right now. Those children, 6 of them at HCMC, 1 adult at HCMC in critical condition. There's another adult, 2 children with non-life-threatening conditions at HCMC, and then there are 6 being treated at Children's Minnesota as well. So
one was released from there, so that's good news as well.
So many children were hurt as they those church pews this morning during this morning mass at 8:30 this morning at Annunciation Catholic Church. It was part of their school day to start the day with mass. They started school just on Monday of this week.
Yeah, the school is a pre-K actually through 8th grade. Annunciation Catholic School, founded in 1923. As of last count, there were 391 students at the school itself. We don't know how many of those students would have been attending mass on this first week of school for them, but it's very feasible that it was a full mass. The shooter, we're told, stayed outside, had barricaded some exits and entrances on the side of the building, on the side of the church where he was shooting through the stained glass directly into the church, directly at children, and that resonated with Chief O'Hara. He just, I mean, as it would anybody, but he had a statement about that one earlier this morning. I'll read it to you. He said, "Deliberate act of violence against innocent children. The sheer cruelty and cowardness firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. The 2 children that died right where they sat in the church, and as we heard from young Weston, the 5th grader, the rest of those students ducked for cover and had to witness this horrific tragedy."
And as we just go over details and talk about the area that's blocked off and try to update you, I think what really resonates with me and you know, the harder moments of this is when you see the images of parents picking up their children, you know, when they were running to the scene and they were grabbing their kids and leaving, and just the emotion that happened across this neighborhood, because so many of the neighbors see the kids walking to school or being dropped off at school, and the ripple effect of something like this that affects South Minneapolis, Minnesota, our country. As we continue just to talk about what we know and continue to update you, this is such an incredible tragedy that is affecting hundreds of families.
Yeah, I know we have that video, and I know we can't get it at this exact moment, but let me know when we have that video. We shot some. We tried to be as respectful as we could as parents filed out of that area this morning. And it is, as Kelsey points out, extremely emotional video to see. The children clearly either dazed or very emotional about what they experienced this morning. Parents just visibly thankful that they're able to walk out of there with their child. And I'm sure there were some horrifying moments for many parents before they even knew what the situation was with their own children in that sanctuary. So it's really, really tough stuff, and it's tough stuff for not only the parents of those children who go to school there, the teachers that teach there, the priests and the nuns and everybody else who are there instructing those children. This is an aerial view now of that area. You can see, this is an earlier shot. This is not live. You can see the church there in the background where the shootings occurred. The school is not far from there, really on the same grounds as that. You can see the emergency vehicles outside there. This was all unfolding shortly after 8:27 this morning. The first calls came in. Minneapolis police had responded within 4 minutes. There was a huge presence there. Here you can kind of see how the layout was and is in that area of South Minneapolis. But as you can imagine, those parents who were able and lucky enough to walk out of there with their child and what they must be going through and the conversations that they now have to have. You can see the school there and the church now back in the background. So that's how.
And as a parent, you try to dismiss the drills. The active shooter drills can be really hard on kids, especially at that young age. And you try to be as comforting and supportive as possible, and you try not to make a big deal out of those so that they aren't scared. But then, something like this happens, and I can't even imagine the conversations and the shock and emotion that so many families are dealing with right now. Again, we're going to have a 2:30 news conference with Minneapolis police officials to update us on the situation, but the toll that this has also taken on police and EMS. This is the 4th shooting in Minneapolis since Tuesday, and the 2nd that is in this area. And HCMC, for one, because it's a level 1 trauma center, has just been in triage mode.
It's the second mass shooting in 2 days, really, so yeah.
So I can't imagine, just for so many people, the toll that this is taking on them right now.
Yeah, I have a response here too. Again, keeping in mind this is a Catholic church, Catholic school. The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops have released a statement asking for healing. And it reads like this: in response to the shooting at Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis, Archbishop William E. Laurie, Vice President of the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, issues this statement. As a church, we are following the tragic news from Annunciation School in Minneapolis with heartbreaking sadness. Whenever one part of the body of Christ is wounded, we feel the pain as if it were our very own children. Let us all beg the Lord for protection and healing of the entire Annunciation family. And certainly our thoughts go out to that family as well. It's just a tough time.
And as you can see from that aerial shot, and then this is our live picture of the scene right now, which is still cordoned off. This is in a neighborhood, and so Rob Olson was speaking with neighbors nearby after this happened this morning, just about what they heard and what they saw. We have one of those interviews that we can share again with you right now, just to give a sense of what people were experiencing there this morning.
How long have you lived here?
8 years.
Just half a block from the school.
Yeah.
What's the first thing you knew that something had occurred today?
I was at work. My kids were here. We're in that stretch of summer for public schools where there's not a lot of care for kids. So my oldest was taking care of my littlest, and I'm on a mom's chat group, and one of the mom's kids goes there to preschool. And I was at work and just got here as fast as I could, scared of, just not knowing what was happening in the neighborhood at all at that point.
Did you learn about it from the mom?
Yes. Well, at that point it was that there's a mass shooting at Annunciation, and and knowing how close my home is to there, I just got here as fast as I could.
So was it the mother of the preschooler who told you that?
No, she was on the thread though.
Okay.
But no, just making sure we all knew what was happening and that we were all safe.
Her child is okay.
Her child is safe. Went into lockdown. The dad was able to get into lockdown with them, and they're home.
You've known people who've had kids there before too?
Yeah, absolutely. We know kids throughout the neighborhood who go there. We see them walk to school. I actually saw 2 on their way to school this morning as I was on my way to work. So it happened right after that.
How are you dealing with this? How are you feeling?
I think I'm really sad. I'm frustrated that this continues to happen. I don't like saying that I never thought that would happen in my neighborhood, because every neighborhood should feel safe. But I literally could not imagine this happening here. You always want to think that your kids can play around the block safely. They walk around to we're right here at a library and a grocery store. You give them independence, and then you're terrified that something may happen to them.
I see.
Wait till he stops.
You okay?
We're good. A friend of mine has come and gotten my kids so they could get out of this a little bit today and not see it. They start school next week. So my oldest is really thinking about that right now and is really sad.
That's the thing for kids and parents who are going back to school this week or next week.
Yeah.
This is psychologically just hard to process.
It's awful. It's supposed to be a week of, it's so happy that the routines are back in place, or if you're a kindergartner or preschool, it's such that next step in life to start school, and for this to be taken away and to have their first week happen like this is just unreal.
We saw the police with canines going through the yards here. Did they tell you they were looking for something specific?
I asked them, is everything safe? And they just said it's an added precaution, and that made me feel safe, that they were doing everything that they could to walk through. I saw their dogs and some of the officers jump over fences. They're incredible, and I'm really grateful for their work here.
You were listening there to a neighbor nearby, very familiar with that area, very familiar with the church, very familiar with the school, talking about, as we all would, the shock and horror and surprise that something like this would happen in the midst of your own neighborhood, mentioning that she just watches these children walk down the sidewalk to school with the start of the school year this week for them. And just, I think, we've seen, I called for it earlier, we've decided it's probably a little invasive in many ways to show the parents and their children coming out this morning. We're not going to do that anymore. They've been through enough. They don't need to be splattered all over TV, so we're not going to show that. But what is important is you could read and feel the emotion in them, and how something like this impacts families when you, in the back of your mind, are telling yourself it's never going to happen to me.
Right. That's what really makes it sink in, and it really shatters your sense of security in your neighborhood. Just like that neighbor was just saying, you want to feel like your kids can play outside. You want to feel like your community is safe. You want to believe that something like this could not happen here.
It's almost a, what now moment. Several people, including our own Rob Olson, who talked to people in that area, talk about the scope of concern now widens. And the students themselves said that, well, we practice these kind of things, an active shooter drill in our school, but I guess it wouldn't occur to us to practice something like that in a church during Mass, and that's very plausible. You wouldn't probably, and this person, this suspect, clearly knew about this Mass time, lived in the area. Now we know there was a connection between his mother, who retired from there in 2021, and Annunciation Catholic School. I don't know how you guard against that. I don't. And I think that's what every parent is saying too. How do we now feel comfort in sending our children to school?
It's rattling for everybody. because
and you have school-age children.
Yeah, it's just because, like I said earlier, my kids talk about those drills, and they're unsettling for them. They don't like to have to think about it.
Yeah.
And as a parent, you try to just say, well, it's just, you have to go through that, and you don't want them to worry, so you try to lessen that worry. But days like this make you take a step back and make you think about your own security in any place where you live. We know tonight that a lot of community members are going to gather. There are already 2 vigils that have been announced, one at 8 o'clock. City Council member Jason Chavez announcing that an 8 p.m. vigil will be held at Lyndhurst Park, and then Holy Angels also announcing a 7 p.m. vigil at the gym tonight as well.
I want to backtrack just a little bit to let our viewers know the quick response from Minneapolis Police in terms of getting information out to the public. Chief O'Hara was at the podium, or at the microphone, a couple hours ago talking about what they knew at this moment, and he actually gave us quite a bit of information. Let's go ahead and play that if we can, and let our viewers listen to that, and you can kind of get the scope for what they dealt with this morning.
We believe it is one suspect, a sole shooter. We believe he is deceased. He is in his early 20s, does not have an extensive known criminal history, and we are looking through information left behind to try and determine some type of motive. The question was, what can be said about the shooter? We believe it is one suspect, a sole shooter. We believe he is deceased. He is in his early 20s, does not have an extensive known criminal history, and we are looking through information left behind to try and determine some type of motive. Yeah.
How many kids attended the school? How many kids at the school?
How many children? There were, I don't have an exact, the question was how many children at the school. There were dozens of children inside the mass at the time. I don't have an exact count. The children have been relocated into the school, which is where their families are reunifying with them. Reg.
Was the shooter a student, former student? Was he a former employee? Do we know that?
The question was, do we know if the shooter was a former school employee or a former student? We don't have that information.
Did you leave anything behind other than the weapon?
There's a vehicle. The question was anything left behind? There's a vehicle that we believe that the suspect used that is being searched, and we will be conducting other searches related to this. Inside the parking lot here.
There
Yep.
was some neighbors who said that the door to the church had been barricaded.
Yep. So the question was, neighbors had said that the door to the church had been barricaded. The shooter approached on one side of the church building, and on that side, at least 2 doors, it appears there had been like a 2x4 placed. So not all of the doors around the building, but on the side where the shooter did fire.
And on the outside?
On the outside, yes.
Were there any explosives that were found?
The question was there any explosives? There were reports of that. There were no explosives or improvised devices that we found. I do believe there was one, I guess you would call it a smoke bomb, like not an explosive, but a sort of a firework that would release smoke.
And which side of the building? North, south?
The side that is closest to us, here, on this side, yep.
Was this incident related also at these nearby homes?
I don't have specific information on that I can release. The question was, is he dead from a gunshot wound? The answer is yes. We believe he took his own life in the parking lot.
Was this outside or both inside that he was shooting?
The question was he shooting outside and inside? He was absolutely shooting outside of the building on the side of the church, inside through the windows. It appears he may have gone inside, but I don't believe we've located any casings inside the building. So I'm not certain if he fired also while inside. It appears, if not all, most of the shooting happened outside the building.
Is this shooting related to any other shootings that happened in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, Taylor's asking, is this related to any of the other shootings? This does not appear to be related to any other shooting in the city. The question was how many rounds? I would say it's in the dozens. We don't have an exact count. There's a sidewalk on the outside as well as a grassy area, so obviously we are going through and taking our time to process the scene.
Was he firing just one weapon, like the rifle?
The question was he firing one weapon? We believe he had fired all 3. He had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol.
Chief, was this individual licensed to conceal and carry? Did he have any?
Were the weapons, was he lawfully carrying the weapons? I don't have that information, and I don't have any information on any significant criminal history either.
Was he dressed at all in any tactical type of gear or anything?
It appeared he had some black clothing on, his cargo-type pants. I guess you could interpret that as, however you like.
So that is Chief Brian O'Hara from earlier this morning responding, the first response to reporters, getting us as much information as they had or could release at that point. You heard him refer to the suspect as a he. We have since learned the suspect is Robin Westman, 23 years old, and we've also learned new information about that individual.
His mother retired from Annunciation Catholic Church in 2021, and then we also, here in our newsroom, found court documents to reflect that that the gunman asked for a name change from Robert to Robin in 2019 because Westman identified as a female and wanted her name to reflect that identification. We don't know anything more about this suspected gunman other than that, and that there was a residence nearby and a vehicle nearby that investigators were searching. We hope to learn more at 2:30 when police and city officials update the media. Again, that's in about 27 minutes. We will be carrying that live, and like Chief O'Hara provided as much information as he possibly could this morning, so we expect that the news conference will be rather detailed at 2:30 as well.
Yeah, and for those of you that just may have popped in, we're just 4 minutes after the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Let me just bring you up to speed on what occurred there this morning. I'll just go through some details. It'll get you up to speed in terms of everything we know as of this hour. That shooting occurred during morning mass, approximately 8:20 this morning. That's approximately when the first call came in. Children. The church sounds like it was fairly full. This is a Catholic school, Annunciation Catholic School, so it was morning mass to start around 8:30. Children were all sitting in their pews. The shooter from outside shot through the stained glass windows into the church from one side of the church. Also, we learned that the shooter, or more presumably the shooter, barricaded some doors so that people couldn't get out of the church.
Was it 2x4?
Yeah. Had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. Fired all three of those weapons. There were no explosives found, although there was a smoke emission device found at the area, though I don't believe it had been detonated. The shooter was later found dead in the back of the church outside. It's not believed that any shots were fired from inside the church at all. All the casings were found outside. 2 children killed, ages 8 and 10. They were killed just horrifically where they sat in that church. 17 others were injured. 14 of those injured are children. At last count, we have 7 total in critical, right. 1 adult and 6 children. We also know that 4 of those who were injured were rushed into surgery right away. Presumably those would be part of the those that are in critical condition as well. Obviously the investigation moves along, and again, all this took place in a very short period of time, although neighbors in the area said at first they weren't even concerned about it because there were so many shots fired that it sounded like someone was firing a nail gun on a roof, on a roofing project. So initial response was from neighbors that it didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary.
You know, and your mind wouldn't go to that necessarily. Your mind just wouldn't go to that at 8:30 in the morning in a residential neighborhood that's quiet. And there were dozens of rounds fired between those 3 firearms that Westman was allegedly carrying, just dozens of rounds, and it's remarkable that there weren't more children killed in those moments when the shooting began. We do know that the situation, though, for 6 people, 1 adult and 6 children who are in critical, is very, very fragile right now, and we may perhaps get some updates on the conditions as well at 2:30. But these are small children. This is a K-8 school, and bullet wounds are very, very difficult.
Yeah, and HCMC is obviously a trauma center, so many of them, the worst, were probably sent there. We do know that the victims were sent between HCMC and Children's Minnesota, so that's where they are right now. We are getting fairly regular updates from both hospitals with updated information on how those victims are doing, and we certainly will pass that along to you when we get it as well. They're going to be a little tight-lipped about some of this stuff, and they will keep us apprised of basic conditions. Beyond that, we're just going to hope and pray.
Yeah. And we do know just from the families who were leaving the school once they were able to get their children, from our reporters who've been out there, that there was a certain amount of just chaos and shock when all of this started. MPD responded right away and then started administering first aid to those who were injured, and they started rescuing children who were hiding in the building. Many also ran. So it was just a terrifying scene for the hundreds of children and parishioners who were witness to this morning.
Speaking of witnesses, Rob Olson, if we can get him ready to go on mic here. Rob was on scene as well. He's talked to not only neighbors, but he's talked to a little boy, and the sound coming out of that and the interviews coming out of that it kind of brings it all home for many of us who were not there. The neighbor talking about how stunned she was to not only see children walk down the sidewalk, and lives very, very nearby, to see the children walk down the sidewalk going to school this morning, but then to realize that it happened in her neighborhood. And we all think that it's not going to happen in our neighborhood. And that was, when I watched and listened to her, that was the part of it that really resonated, was that just stunned by this. And then, of course, we had the sound and habit, and we'll play it for you in a moment here, but of a fifth grader, Weston, who was there and dove for cover, and he'll recount what that was like. And our Rob Olson was on that scene, is on the scene still right there, which is still considered a very active scene, Rob.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, certainly much quieter and not nearly as crowded as it was hours ago when this street was lined with squad cars. Still is, but not to the extent that it was mid-morning today, where when I got here it was just nothing but solid squad cars, and then a line of ambulances too. There were 5 lined up kind of down on the other end of this block, and a few more down here. Now much of that has that certainly has cleared out. Is the need for the ambulances is no longer. Some of the SWAT vehicles have left, and some of the other squads have left or dispersed to other parts of the investigation here. But the perimeter here of this scene remains very, very extensive. We are just half a block from the side of the school here. The church is down on the other end of the block, so that's Garfield behind me. Rich is the north entrance to the school, and then the church is just beyond that. So you've seen a lessening of activity. Is the necessity of that initial, immediate, urgent response, emergency response, has abated a couple of hours ago. But now the urgent response here now is making sure that this scene is completely cordoned off for blocks in each direction to protect the scene for the investigation now. And so that's what we are seeing. No indication exactly how long it will remain this way. It's basically as long as it takes until investigators are comfortable that they have made sure they have not missed any bit of evidence that is pertinent to their investigation. We did see earlier this morning officers with canines from several different departments that were just scouring all the areas around here, including the yards in the neighborhoods around the school, looking for any potential evidence that would be important to this. Theoretically, maybe that if there was an additional stash of weapons or some other devices here, that's their immediate concern, was because they don't know at that point the scope of everything. So they've got to search everything to make sure that a scenario like that didn't exist. And we've not heard any information that it did at this point, but certainly they have that immediate concern. So around here now, again, in terms of the foot traffic, there's still, a few people coming by. We just saw a kid coming by with refreshments, and and donuts here to pass out to first responders if they needed it. Anybody that's been stuck out here all day long and will remain here for hours to come. And just saw somebody else walking through a parking lot back here carrying some flowers, presumably to come bring to the perimeter at some point here to put those down as people continue to process this, both on the emotional level of what occurred, and then more of the other emotions here, more of the other levels of thought about what happens now in the wake of this and the response.
So, Rob, a couple things I'd like you to reflect on, because you're there and you've talked to people who were there at the time. One, Megan, the neighbor that you talked about, and we sort of reflected on it as well, and that she just had a stunned look about her that this would happen in her neighborhood. The other interview that you did that's just iconically impressive in so many ways in terms of that young man and how he could recount what happened. But give me your reflections on how they seem to you, and we're going to play the sound, but initially I'd like you to respond and sort of reflect on those two interviews.
Yeah, with Megan, the neighbor that you're referring to, lives a few blocks north of the school here, and she had said she'd just gone to work when it came through a mom text group about how this had occurred, and one of the moms in that group is a preschooler here, and she immediately thought about her own kids at home, and came home, and as you mentioned, she talked about seeing the kids walking past her house this morning before she'd left for work to go to that school. She's lived here for 8 years, and and that school is a neighbor, just like all your other neighbors are neighbors. The school and the church, the connected church for the school, I mean, these are your neighbors. They are part of the fabric of your neighborhood right here, and you know kids that are there, or you have friends who have kids that are there, or who went there, or maybe went there and now go to Holy Angels, because that's the next step after the 8th grade. If you want to continue on with that, that's the high school connected to this. And just that thought of, we hate to say, I can't believe it could happen here, because that's what you always hear, but then again, that's the immediate thought, like, it happened here. And the idea of, her own children getting ready to return to the school that they go to next week, and the emotions and just the shock of her own kids processing that this occurred at a school.
Let's go ahead and play that. Let's play it for our viewers.
Yeah. How long have you lived here?
8 years.
Just half a block from the school.
Yeah.
What's the first thing you knew that something had occurred today?
I was at work. My kids were here. We're in that stretch of summer for public schools where there's not a lot of care for kids. So my oldest was taking care of my littlest, and I'm on a mom's chat group, and one of the mom's kids goes there to preschool. And I was at work and just got here as fast as I could, scared of, just not knowing what was happening in the neighborhood at all at that point.
Did you learn about it from the mom?
Yes. Well, at that point it was that there's a mass shooting at Annunciation, and knowing how close my home is to there, I just got here as fast as I could.
So was it the mother of the preschooler who told you that?
No, she was on the thread, though. Okay. But no, just making sure we all knew what was happening and that we were all safe.
Her child is okay? Her child
is safe. Went into lockdown. The dad was able to get into lockdown with them, and they're home.
You've known people who've had kids there before, too?
Yeah, absolutely. We know kids throughout the neighborhood who go there. We see them walk to school. I actually saw 2 on their way to school this morning as I was on my way to work. So it happened right after that.
How are you dealing with this? How are you feeling?
I think I'm really sad. I'm frustrated that this continues to happen. I don't like saying that I never thought that would happen in my neighborhood, because every neighborhood should feel safe. But I literally could not imagine this happening here. You always want to think that your kids can play around the block safely. They walk around to we're right here at a library and a grocery store. You give them independence, and then you're terrified that something may happen to them.
I see.
Wait till he stops.
You okay?
We're good. A friend of mine has come and gotten my kids so they could get out of this a little bit today and not see it. They start school next week. So my oldest is really thinking about that right now and is really sad.
That's the thing for kids and parents who are going back to school this week or next week.
Yeah.
This is psychologically just hard to process.
It's awful. It's supposed to be a week of, it's so happy that the routines are back in place, or if you're a kindergartner or preschool, it's such that next step in life to start school, and for this to be taken away and to have their first week happen like this is just unreal.
We saw the police with canines going through the yards here. Did they tell you they were looking for something specific?
I asked them, is everything safe? And they just said it's added precaution, and that made me feel safe, that they were doing everything that they could to walk through. I saw their dogs and some of the officers jump over fences, and they're incredible, and I'm really grateful for their work here.
All right, and Rob, you also spoke with a 10-year-old, and that's 5th grade. That is so incredibly young, and he knows at least two other children who were shot, and he was shielded by one of those children who was shot and injured, little Weston. And so, Rob, we want to talk to you quickly too about how he's doing, but also we heard from him. He was with his parents and grandparents. How were they doing?
They were also very, seemed very composed about this whole thing, but they expressed anger, really, is what it was. I mean, just irritation that they're even here with their 5th grader in this scenario, and that time and time again, where you hear about these types of situations, and they said it's frustrating that it seems like there's nothing done to adequately address some of the concerns that people have, and certainly parents have with their children in school. And and they said, Weston is very able and capable and willing to talk about his experience. And again, speaking to him, remarkable at the composure that he had, considering what he had to be processing about what he experienced and what he witnessed himself. Just remarkable.
Okay, Rob Olson, we'll come back to you in just a little bit, but thank you for that update. And again, we'll have a news conference in about 10 minutes with police officials. But before that, we have an interview that we want to get to with St. Paul Police Chief Axel Henry to talk about just the law enforcement response.
Yeah, and I think he really wanted to assure citizens of St. Paul that they're doing everything they can as well to keep people safe. Let's listen in. Oh, he's live.
So Chief Henry, thank you so much for being with us right now. I can't imagine what's going through your mind, because I know that you all plan and train for incidents like this. So can you just tell us from a law enforcement perspective? I know MPD rushed in there to give first aid, to rescue kids who were hiding. What is going through the minds of law enforcement officials?
Well, first off, obviously our hearts go out to everybody that's been impacted by this, and it's literally the whole state. But obviously the direct victims, are at the forefront of our minds. Minneapolis did exactly what we train our officers to do as well. They pressed the problem. I think it's way too early to say this, but my guess is that if this person did indeed die from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, it was because they either heard or saw the police arriving so quickly and they stopped their behavior. We train to press the problem. We have great relationships with our schools here in St. Paul. We train our officers how to respond to these types of calls, as well as we scout out these locations. And it's not just the schools, it's businesses, it's any collection point that a mass people are going to show up at or be in attendance, to make sure that if we have something happening there where there's a bunch of people and they could be vulnerable to this kind of attack, that we scouted it out in advance. Our officers are familiar with the schools in their districts. They visit them. Our SWAT teams have trained in many, if not all of them. So they've been inside the hallways and they've been inside and found out the best ways to get in and out of those facilities. And so we're ready when these things happen.
Chief, what about the scope of what this does to parents and how they, I think most parents could get their heads around now in this day and age that my child needs to be kept safe in school, and they have drills to keep them safe, to help keep them safe. They have officers in schools to help keep them safe. This situation now expands that concern to, in this particular case, a nearby church. But the same could be said about any school campus. It could be the ball field. It could be, what do you say to parents who now have to deal with that sort of broadening of the scope of concern?
Yeah, well, it's almost unimaginable at this point. I mean, the children in my life are all adults now because I'm old enough for that. But the grandkids are in the front of my mind right now, and you start to think about what it is that we can do to give you some assurance. I think we as a community have to come together at this point. One of the commonalities that you see in almost every one of these incidences across the country is that no one ever says we had no idea this person had a firearm. They know, and we as individuals have to be watching these things. I think the other thing is we cannot allow these people who perpetrate these acts to have their names and their identities be celebrated in any form or fashion. These are extremely cowardly and selfish actions. And I told someone earlier, you'll never hear me say this person's name out loud because, again, I understand the media has a responsibility to report the news, but I think too many of these people who commit these crimes are seeking the notoriety that comes with it. And I want to make sure that we're doing everything as a community to make sure that we aren't doing anything to encourage or endorse that.
Yeah.
And sort of on that note too, Chief Henry, there is so much chatter online and through social media. It's hard to cut through all of the negative stuff that is out there, but we talk about hear something, say something. What message would you give to the public too about any potential warning sign?
Well, I think that's spot on. Listen, we'd rather go check something out and have it turn out to be a molehill. I think people want to wait too long, and they say they don't want to bring any attention to something that turned out to be wrong. I think we have to kind of push that instinct down and say, listen, in the environment we live in today, we want to make sure that we're reporting things. And if it turns out that someone makes a report against me, I should be more understanding of that and say, well, listen, I'm glad I have a neighbor that was that concerned. And it turns out that it was nothing or was a mistake, but we need to be more on top of that as a community, and we need to come together. I think this is, an issue that doesn't need to be partisan in any way. And I think we all care about having safe kids and safe collection places for folks and safe events. And we can do that if we come together as a community.
And that raises a different point. This happened in Minneapolis. You're in St. Paul. You're in charge of that police department. Post an incident like this, something gets learned by everyone. Do you coordinate with Minneapolis? I'm assuming you do to talk about what happened, how it happened, what can be learned from that.
Yeah, we will. There'll be obviously we'll do an autopsy on this event from a response standpoint when it's over. But the chief and I were talking as early as this morning. I was offering resources. We have folks over there right now that are working covering calls in the city. He would do the same for us, and so would any other law enforcement agency in this area. We all going to learn from this. Sometimes I don't mean to trivialize it, but it's not unlike a professional sports team. We're going to be watching the game film on this after the fact and figure out what worked, what didn't, how can we be better prepared. And again, prevention's the gold medal. So that's what we're always looking to do, is prevent the next event. But we work together to figure those things out.
All right, Chief Henry from St. Paul Police, thank you so much for joining us. We know these agencies in the Metro work together so well. We know multiple agencies helped to respond today when this call came out around 8:30 this morning. And if you have anything else that you want to share, we hope that you'll join us later on today too. But we know you, like so many chiefs in the area, will be working together in the hours and days and months that follow.
We also acknowledge, Chief, that this is hard on police officers as well. This is not easy for anybody. Responding to these things is hard on everyone. Our police officers and first responders do it in a very professional way. So just know that people recognize that it's not easy for any of you as well.
I greatly appreciate you saying that.
All right. All right. Thank you, Chief Henry. And we hope to talk with you as well as our continuing coverage continues throughout the day today. We are getting ready for a news conference, though, right now that will be in the city of Minneapolis. City of Minneapolis officials and police officials getting ready to brief the media at 2:30. So we know they're staging for that. They may not start right at 2:30, but we'll be carrying that live as soon as they do begin.
Yeah, there's been a few hours now since the last one where Chief O'Hara acknowledged that they were still gathering information. Clearly, the first press conference occurred within a couple hours of the shooting itself. So there has been much more gathered since then. I'm sure we will hear more about the suspect. At least we're hoping to or expecting to hear more about the suspect and what went down. We certainly want to stay on top of the conditions of those that are still in various serious situations in the hospital as well. There were 17 victims outside of the 2 that were tragically killed. So we do want to stay on top of their conditions. Some of them were still in surgery at last time we checked. At least 4 of them were. We do know that there were 7 in critical condition as of an hour or so ago. 6 of those were children, 1 adult. So that's certainly a very important part of our coverage throughout the day as well.
Yeah, and in a situation like this, there is so much misinformation that then starts to spread because of social media and online just chatter and people sharing things that they think they've heard. And so I know they're going to want to guard against that by holding this 2:30 news conference to try to just get factual information out there because they're fighting against just the hours that pass and whatever people will start to spread about whatever names they've heard or things that they've seen or things that they've thought. And so again, at 2:30 or close to around that time in a few minutes, we do expect to hear from these police officials about what they know so far. We know that there are still so many children who are in the hospital, 6 in critical, along with an adult who's in critical condition. And then there's an adult and 2 other children that are at HCMC, and then 7 others who are at Children's Minnesota. So many children were hurt in this barrage of gunfire at 8:30 this morning as they sat for morning mass to start their school day.
We also now know that the FBI is investigating this as an act of terrorism and directed toward a hate crime toward Catholics. So that is how the FBI is approaching this particular mass shooting at that school in Minneapolis. Again, looking at it as an act of terrorism directed toward Catholics as a hate crime.
Yeah, and federal officials, local, state officials have all descended on the scene to start to work together. And that is one thing that we've seen in times of tragedy. These law enforcement officials do work together very well, and they've trained for this, so it's sort of seamless when they start to all come together like this. But the ATF is also tracing just the purchase history of these weapons. The FBI looking into this. We know that the governor has made statements already today. The White House has flags at half staff. All of these officials communicating with one another. And again, we hope to just get more factual information as soon as this news conference begins. An 8- and a 10-year-old killed in this shooting early this morning at 8:30, and so many families from this church community, because this is a K-8 school as well with about 400 students. And then there were also just parishioners there for morning mass, again, that started around 8:30 at Annunciation Catholic Church.
509 West 54th Street in South Minneapolis, if you're wondering where exactly this occurred, and it's very near where we're going to have this updated press conference here. Should note, too, that Governor Walz has ordered U.S. and Minnesota flags to fly at half-staff at all state buildings as well, and he would direct that to others to do the same as well. It is a courtesy that he is offering to all of those of you out there who are suffering right along with the parents and the children who have been through this morning.
And you're seeing the scene now where they will be staging for this news conference. I can see out just off to the corner, Mayor Fry is there. We have the BCA state officials there, and we expect Police Chief Brian O'Hara to be speaking, give an update on what they know. But that is what we're showing in this double box here, that scene. You see the microphone there. That is where they're staging near Annunciation Catholic Church in South Minneapolis to get ready and give that briefing. This was, for as far as we know, this came out of the blue for so many people. We don't know of any, or we haven't been told of any threats that were made against this school, made against this church. We do know that the gunman apparently did live nearby and that his mother had retired from this school, and that the gunman had undergone a name change about 6 years ago from Robert to Robin.
It's possible that the FBI has come up with something through an online scrub or whatever that they now, FBI Director Kash Patel is investigating this, as I said a moment ago, as an act of terrorism directed as a hate crime toward Catholics or Catholicism in general. So that is the FBI's perspective on this. We don't know exactly what directed them to move in that area, but that's certainly where they're looking at it, and it certainly is a terrific act of violence and terrorism from its outward appearance as of this hour anyway.
We know that the gunfire came from outside the church and through the windows, but we know from listening to some of the children that talked to our reporters that they did see the gunman. They knew that he was dressed in all black. Little Weston, who's just 10 years old, saying all black, and that he also, one of his friends said that he was wearing a ski mask. We don't have that part confirmed, but we do know that he was dressed in all black clothing, and that then he apparently died by suicide at the back of the church outside. And beyond that, we don't know any other connections, any other threats that were apparently made to any other people from this particular gunman.
Catholic Church, as we said before, Archbishop of St. Paul, Minneapolis, Bernard Hebda, he also thanked Pope Leo for his comments and prayers, but he said, this is Hebda again, my heart is broken as I think about students, teachers, and clergy and parishioners and the horror they witnessed in a church, a place where we should feel safe. And the Archbishop went on to say in a statement, the staff of the Archdiocese are providing support to the parish and the school. He went on to say we need to end gun violence. Our community is rightfully, hang on one second, outraged at such horrific acts of violence perpetrated against the vulnerable and the innocent. Again, those comments coming from the Archbishop of St. Paul, Minneapolis, Bernard Hebda.
And the fact that this happened during a morning mass at the beginning of the school day too, the children start their day, and you know, mass is filled with music. It's filled with peace and quiet and peaceful messages. And as we're hearing and seeing from a lot of parents and people in the community, it's just such a shock. And you hear it all the time that nobody expects this to happen because we want to feel like we live in safe communities. But that is certainly the message that just a situation of just complete shock.
I want to give you an update again on the victims, other than the two young children that were killed. Again, their ages, and this is the heartbreaking part of all of this. This school is pre-K through 8th grade, and the two children that we know died right there in the church were ages 8 and 10. As we've said before, there were 17 other individuals injured in that church as well. 14 of those were children. As of last report, 7 of those who are still hospitalized or injured are in critical condition, and that is 1 adult and 6 children. And when they list them as critical, that could be based on a lot of things, but I do know that these are horrific injuries that can be suffered in situations like this. And we know that at one point, at the same time, there were 4 children in surgery. Right. We have not received an update from either HCMC or Children's Minnesota in the last couple hours, so we're hoping for the best as those victims work their way through the injuries that they suffered.
We do believe that police were there within minutes, though, and EMS to provide immediate medical care and to get to those children as quickly as possible. It just these types of surgeries can take so much time, so it may be quite some time before we get any information about those who are injured and how they're doing, other than those who are dealing with non-life-threatening injuries. So again, we will take this news conference as soon as it begins. This impacting the state of Minnesota, the city of Minneapolis, the entire country right now, federal, state, local officials, all involved in the process as they dissect and try to figure out who this gunman is, why this happened.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note, as Chief Henry from St. Paul noted, that as journalists, we will continue to report the facts. One of the facts that we need to report is the name of the suspect, and until that's cleared and until that's verified, we will continue to report the name. But in situations like this, to his point, he said he would not utter the name of the person who did this horrific act. And as this story advances, we will do our best to be respectful on that as well.
And then we talked about just for members of the public, if you see anything, you hear anything, it doesn't matter how trivial sometimes you think it might be, say something to officials, because oftentimes we do find that after something like this has happened, that there was a warning sign, that perhaps there was somebody that knew something or something was posted online. And before it's too late, he said, just report it. to an adult, to somebody that can do something about it.
Yeah, no harm comes out of that, really.
Right.
I mean, and I think a lot of people have become conditioned to know that and to do that. And events like this, certainly, thank you, Eric. We're just getting me mic'd up here again. They're conditioned to do that more so than ever before, and that's part of the tragedy of this as well, is that, you know, you don't know what you should say and when you should say it, but I think the message is anytime you see something suspicious, report it.
Yeah, and I think there's just so much online. There are so many layers to our social media culture right now, and I think a lot of people just want to turn away from it too, like they just don't want to listen. But I think it's hard to cut through some of the clutter that exists out there. But it's so very important to try to flag any potential concern, anybody who may be dangerous, anybody who may be planning something. Typically, there's somebody that knows that they have a weapon, or that they may be thinking about an act of violence.
So we are waiting for the next press conference. Was scheduled to start at 2:30, has not started just yet. This is an update on what has occurred in the last approximately 4 hours since Chief O'Hara came to the mic. I believe I can see Mayor Fry in the background there getting ready as well. So it's likely, as occurred this morning around 10:30, he spoke as well. He is on the scene along with the chief and various law enforcement agencies and other civic leaders. In a situation like that, there's O'Hara on the far left side of your screen as well, getting ready for an update to all of us. One that we hope will provide more information on exactly what happened, possibly more on the suspect as well.
Right, and again, we'll take that as soon as it begins. There are some candlelight vigils that have been announced for tonight. They may or may not be public. We think that the one at 8 o'clock is. It was called by a council member, Jason Chavez. He posted this at Lyndhurst Park. But then there is one that's specifically for Holy Angels in honor of Annunciation Catholic Church and School. That is at 7 p.m. So we know that there are community members who are gathering. We know that a number of people just showed up at the scene to offer refreshments, food, water for police, fire, EMS officials who've been out there all day. We know people are stopping by the scene, which is still cordoned off, but to set down flowers. And in moments like this, it's just, I think people struggle to know what to do or how to help, and I think sometimes it's just a matter of just gathering together and being together, and I think that's why these candlelight vigils are so important, so that members of the community, you don't have to speak, you don't have to say anything, but you can just come be together and find that support in your community.
Yeah, again, this is just a horrific event that began unfolding around 8:20 this morning. An 8:30 Mass scheduled at Annunciation Catholic Church there in South Minneapolis. This is the first week of school for Annunciation Catholic Church, which is right next door. And so the church, as you can imagine, full of students. The ages of those students run from pre-K through 8th grade. So you can imagine what the church was like inside, and so you know, it's just one of those unimaginable situations that occurred with the shooter outside the church, shooting through the stained glass windows directly into children sitting in those pews.
Especially an 8:30 Mass that is designed to be a time for these children to quiet their minds, find peace, find comfort. You know, the start of a Mass, there's so much music, and there's so much tradition. And again, it is for school-age kids who have busy minds and busy bodies. This is a time in their day in a Catholic school where they quiet down and they reflect and find peace. You can see the officials that are gathering right now. We know it's going to be a combination of state and local officials. We've spotted Senator Amy Klobuchar there in the background. We have seen Mayor Jacob Fry, the city of Minneapolis, and we expect Police Chief Brian O'Hara to be speaking as well.
Yeah, this is their first chance in some 4 hours to update the public, and which we will do for you, update the public on what occurred there this morning. They'll start from the beginning. A lot of people would not have heard that 10:30 press conference this morning, so they'll start from the beginning and outline exactly what happened during their response, previous to their response, and post-response. We will get an update. It's very likely that the officials there, primarily the mayor or the police chief, will have been updated more precisely on the condition of those 17 other victims that were injured in this shooting. And so there's a lot of information that's likely to come out of this this updated press conference. As you can see, Chief O'Hara making his way toward the camera. Amy Klobuchar, our senator, in the middle there. Mayor Fry rolling up from the back there. They will all, DeWanna Witt there also, right. Hennepin County Sheriff in the center of your screen right now as well.
So it looks like they are getting ready as they all approach the microphone, and again we'll be taking that live as soon as they're ready to start speaking. But we're very, very close right now, just kind of listening in to our microphones. There's the governor as well making his way there. Perhaps they were just waiting for the governor, and then they'll get started. But we do expect that there will be a significant update of information about what they've learned so far in this investigation, which will be extensive, which will take days, weeks, and months to try to piece together. And I don't know that you could ever fully understand, but
is an embrace by the mayor and the governor there, shaking hands with the police chief, discussing likely how this is going to go. I should note too that Governor Walz has ordered U.S. and Minnesota flags to fly at half staff in respect and out of sympathy for what occurred this morning there. I also know that President Trump has also contacted the governor. The two have spoke. The president has offered his condolences for the horror that occurred there this morning as well. So they have spoken, probably the first time they've spoken in a very long time.
Right. And there are a number of federal officials that are involved in this as well. So you're going to see a lot of layers to this investigation. All right, we know that they're approaching the mic. It's probably just a matter of who's going to start this news conference, because there are a number of speakers, and it looks like we're going to begin with the governor.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Certainly a day and a news conference that no one wants to be at. A community behind us, Annunciation Church and School, committed to academics, service, and Catholic values, filled with the first days of school of beautiful children going to learn those values, share with their teachers and their classmates, and children going to learn those values, share with their teachers and their classmates. And instead of that joy and that curiosity and that learning, they were met with evil and horror and death. And we often come to these and say, these unspeakable tragedies, or there's no words for this. There shouldn't be words for these types of incidents, because they should not happen. And there's no words that are going to ease the pain of the families today. On behalf of all the people of Minnesota, our deepest sympathies. A wish that any of these words would make what you're feeling now better, but it won't. A place that's founded on community, founded on service, founded on family. I'd like to give special thank you to the mayor and the team in Minneapolis, the Minneapolis Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, Minnesota State Patrol, the BCA, so many agencies, our federal partners in the FBI, the first responders, and the heroic work that's happening now as we speak at multiple medical locations, including Hennepin County Medical Center, where most of our children were transported to receive the life-saving care. The thoughts and prayers and the hopes and the support that we need to give them in this moment too is critical. Speaking with all the people here and grateful to our federal partners, Senator Klobuchar speaking early this morning and receiving a call from President Trump, who was with his leadership team of the Attorney General and the Vice President, expressing their deep condolences amongst the horror that happened and an offer to provide the support to the folks here in Minnesota of what's needed. So there's a lot of cameras here, and unfortunately we've been through these types of things. They will be gone at some point. All of you, you have to do your jobs. But what happened here today will not be gone. Minnesotans will not step away. We'll stand with this community. We'll redouble ourselves to do the best we can to understand what we can do to prevent any parent from having to receive the calls they received today, from any school dedicated to children having to respond to a situation that, as we said, is unthinkable, but that's all too common, not just in Minnesota, but across this country. It's Minnesota's day today, and it's my strongest desire that no state, no community, no school ever experiences a day like this. So I ask the rest of the folks around the country who are watching, keep us in your thoughts and prayers, but also keep us in the thoughts for action. Keep us in the ideas that we can work together. And it's on these days like this, I think, and I hope we can hold on to it, we are unified as a community. Everybody across the country today is part of the Annunciation Parish, and they're with those families. With that, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey.
Thank you, Governor. Throughout the morning, we have seen this extraordinary Minneapolis family step up in thousands of different ways. People with strength, resilience, compassion, and love for the families that have been forever impacted by this heinous act. We want to make sure that we're doing everything possible for them right now, and I want to give a special thank you, and we are so grateful to all of the faculty and the teachers at Annunciation. The way that they acted during severe threat and danger was nothing short of heroic. This is a tragic and horrible event that should never occur, and it would have been all the more tragic and horrible had they not stepped in, at times perhaps put themselves in danger to protect others. As horrible as this has been, it could have been far worse. I'm grateful for our law enforcement partners, our police officers in the Minneapolis Police Department and other law enforcement agencies well beyond that step up, that answered the call to make sure that they were running towards danger when so many of the rest of us would have run in the other direction. Thank you. We are so appreciative of your service. To Principal DeBoer and your whole team, the ethic that you have showed, the love that you've shown, it's flat out incredible. And at the same time, look, we need to be doing more than talking. It can't just be words. There needs to be action. And when we have seen school shooting after school shooting, when we have seen churches get shot up by horrible actors, I think the impetus has to be on all of us as leaders to do a whole lot more, to recognize that we've got more guns in this country than we have people. And it's on all of us to recognize the truth and the reality that we can't just say that this shouldn't happen again and then allow it to happen again and again beyond that. It's on all of us. And I have heard about a whole lot of hate that's being directed at our trans community. Anybody who is using this as an opportunity to villainize our trans community or any other community out there has lost their sense of common humanity. We should not be operating out of a place of hate for anyone. We should be operating from a place of love for our kids. Kids died today. This needs to be about them. This needs to be wrapping our arms around these families with every bit of love that we can possibly show. And I know that our Minneapolis family and well beyond is prepared to do exactly that. And so my message to everyone out there is, again, these families are experiencing some acute pain right now. But don't just think of these as somebody else's kids. Think of your own. Let's make sure that we're acting now to not just say it's never happening again, but ensure it doesn't. Our chief of police, who's been working tirelessly throughout the day, along with, again, a number of different law enforcement agencies, investigators, federal partners, state partners. Thank you, Senator Klobuchar, for being here. Been working tirelessly, and I'd like to invite him up to give some more of the details that have come up. Chief.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. Good afternoon, and thank you all for your patience as we continue to gather the facts in this investigation into this truly unthinkable tragedy that happened here earlier today. I want to make sure that we are providing the most accurate information possible, particularly as we speak around our victims. At this point, we know we have a total of 19 victims from this tragedy. 2 were young children, ages 8 and 10, that were sitting in the pews at Mass when they were shot and killed. They were pronounced deceased on the scene. There were another 14 children between the ages of 6 and 15 that were injured by gunfire. There were also 3 adults in their 80s that were parishioners here attending Mass that were also shot in this incident. The families of all of the children that have been affected have been notified. The coward that shot these victims took his own life in the rear of the church. That coward has been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman. No prior criminal history. As to the weapons used to perpetrate this horrific attack, there was a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. All 3 had been lawfully purchased by the shooter. At this stage, we believe that the shooter had acted alone. There is no indication of other suspects directly involved in carrying out this attack. Our investigators are working with other agencies in the process of executing 4 search warrants. 1 is for the church itself, where this crime occurred. The other 3 are residences nearby in the metro that are related to this shooter. Additional firearms are being recovered from those 3 residential locations as we speak. We are also aware of a manifesto that the shooter had timed to be released on YouTube. This manifesto appeared to show him at the scene and included some disturbing writings. That content has since been taken down with the assistance of the FBI, and it now remains under active review by our investigators. We know this community is reeling and is in pain. I want to ensure everyone in our community, this parish, all of the families affected, and all of our residents, that all of law enforcement collectively, local law enforcement, our county, our state, and all of our federal law enforcement partners have been here, and we are all working tirelessly to uncover the full scope of what happened, to try and identify a motive why it happened, and whether there are any other further details. We will continue to share updates as the investigation progresses, and we remain committed to being as transparent as possible while protecting the integrity of this investigation. In a moment, I will take some questions that I am able to answer, but first I want to bring up the principal of Annunciation School, Matt Du Bois, as well as, after him, our Archbishop Bernard Hebda. So, Principal.
Good afternoon, everyone. To any of our students and families and staff watching right now, I love you. You're so brave, and I'm so sorry this happened to us today. Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children. And as we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action. This is a nightmare, but we call our staff the Dream Team. And we will recover from this. We will rebuild from this. When we planned for this school year, we intentionally chose a theme from the prophet Jeremiah chapter 29, a future filled with hope. There's nothing about today that can fill us with hope. We, as a community, have a responsibility to make sure that no child, no parent, no teacher ever has to experience what we've experienced today, ever again. I need everybody to commit those words to your speech patterns, never again. We lost 2 angels today. And please continue to pray for those still receiving care. We can't change the past, but we can do something about the future. There's an African proverb that says, when you pray, move your feet. So I beg you, I ask you to please pray, but don't stop with your words. Let's make a difference and support this community, these children, these families, these teachers. Never again can we let this happen. I love you, Annunciation family. We're with you, and we will be stronger when this is done. Archbishop Hebda will be coming next.
Thank you, Principal DeBoer. I'm so grateful that Mayor Fry and the Chief both mentioned how valiant you and your staff were. I'm so grateful to the pastor here at Annunciation, Father Dennis Zarin, for the deacon, Deacon Kevin Keneally, also were heroic in this time. But how sad it is, for sure, not only for the families who are directly involved, but indeed for families everywhere who feel the threat that comes from an event, a tragedy like today's. I would never want to correct a principal, but Principal DeBoer said it wasn't so clear where would be the source of hope. And brothers and sisters, we have to be men and women of hope. Already today, I've been receiving messages from all over our country promising prayers. And I think it's the prayers of the feet as well, Principal. That is, for me, is a source of hope, just as we see families stepping forward to help those who have been impacted by this terrible tragedy. Very grateful that Principal DeBoer spoke about prayer. Certainly that the bell in a Catholic church is always a call to prayer. And so it's a reminder for us, for sure, to be praying. And we have to recognize that it's through prayer and through that prayer of the feet, through that action, that we can indeed make a difference. That has to be the source of our hope. I was particularly pleased today to receive a message from Pope Leo. If you'd bear with me, I'd like to share that with you. It comes directly from Cardinal Pietro Parolin, who's the Secretary of State, and it reads like this. His Holiness Pope Leo XIV was profoundly saddened to learn of the loss of life and injuries following the shooting that took place at Annunciation Church in Minneapolis. And he sends his heartfelt condolences and the assurance of spiritual closeness to all those affected by this terrible tragedy, especially the families now grieving the loss of a child, while commending the souls of the deceased children to the love of Almighty God. His Holiness prays for the wounded as well as the first responders, medical personnel, and clergy who are caring for them and their loved ones. At this extremely difficult time, the Holy Father imparts to the Annunciation Catholic School community, the Archdiocese of St. Paul and Minneapolis, and the people of the greater Twin Cities metropolitan area, his apostolic blessing as a pledge of peace, fortitude, and consolation in the Lord Jesus. My brothers and sisters, that gives me some hope. We know that the Holy Father, Pope Leo, did his hospital training right here in Minneapolis, so he knows our community, and he's been reminding anybody visiting from Minnesota that he spent some time here. We're very grateful for his blessing, but I, like those who have spoken before, ask that you would continue to look for those ways of supporting those who have been impacted today, not only with your prayers, but also with your action. Thank you. And Chief, I now turn this back to you for your questions.
Thank you, Archbishop. As I mentioned, obviously the investigation continues in its preliminary stages. I will take some questions now, and additionally, we will let you know when we can provide some updated information.
How are the injured students doing? What are their conditions at this point?
The question from Matt was, how are the injured students doing? I believe all of them have their parents with them now, and they are all expected to survive. All of the remaining victims are expected to survive. There is a range of injuries, however.
Chief, you said the weapons were acquired legally. Do we know when
Yes.
and where they were acquired?
I can tell you they were purchased recently.
Chief, can you tell us anything more about a possible motive here? We've also heard reports that the suspected shooter's mother was employed here at some point. Can you confirm that as well?
Okay. So the question was on a possible motive and a relationship to the church or to the school. I have no information to share on a motive other than saying again that there was some sort of manifesto that was timed to come out on YouTube. It's been taken down, and our investigators are going through that to try and develop a motive from that. Additionally, there are these 3 search warrants happening in residential locations, and we may very well, find more information or writings that could give some sense to that, but we don't have that now. And I cannot confirm a relationship between the suspect or his family and this church at this time, but that's obviously something we're looking very closely at.
Can you confirm at this point whether it was in fact by the suspect, or you believe at this point that it is in fact from him? And second question.
What was by the suspect? I'm sorry.
Manifesto that you've been talking about.
Yep. So the question was about the manifesto. We do believe it was by the suspect, yes.
And we understand that we've seen some documents about a name change that somebody with the same name as the suspect has filed for a few years ago.
Yep.
Do you believe this to be the same person, that Robin Westman was in fact formed with a different name at this point? And can you speak a little bit more about the identity?
Yep. So the question was about the suspect, and he had a name change at some point in the past. I cannot confirm that other than confirming the identity, the name that I gave you, the age. That is the suspect. That's the person that we believe has caused this.
Chief, you mentioned these videos posted on YouTube, seemingly scheduled to be posted right after the shooting. Is there anything that the suspect posted days prior, months prior, that could shed any light on their mindset?
Yep. So the question was, we mentioned that the YouTube videos were scheduled to be posted. Is there anything else in social media that may shed some light into this? We do not have information on that at this time that I'm able to share. However, our investigators and our law enforcement partners are definitely looking at that.
About how many children and parishioners were in the church when this happened?
So the question was how many children and parishioners were in the church when this happened. This was towards the beginning of Mass, so some of the children were already filed into the church and were seated. Others were coming in. I've heard estimates, but we will release a more definitive number.
Chief, Minneapolis police officers have had a couple of days. I know we're talking about the children.
Yep.
This incident, but there were several shootings yesterday.
Yep.
How is the resourcing going for you? Are you getting help from other places?
Yep. So Sue's question was resources for Minneapolis police due to the other challenges we've had the last 24 hours. Obviously, this has been the most difficult. The dozens of officers that responded to this scene, many of them are deeply traumatized by what they saw, as are obviously all of the children, all of the staff members, Father Dennis, everyone who was at Mass this morning. So obviously that has been our number one priority, is to care for the health and wellness of the officers that responded here. Additionally, obviously, we have responded to other challenging situations and other acts of violence. I can say In regard to the shooting that happened outside of the high school yesterday, we have arrested 2 people for assisting in that shooting. We have not gotten the shooter yet, but we believe we have 2 people under arrest that were present with the shooter when that happened, and we're making significant progress. There was an additional arrest at a homicide last night that happened on the 2700 block of 3rd Avenue South. That person has not been booked specifically for being responsible for that murder, but we believe that is the person who caused that. So, no, unfortunately not. Yep.
A lot of the politicians here, the principal and others have said that this can never happen again. I'm just wondering if you have a suggestion for where we start to make sure it doesn't ever happen again.
Yeah, so the question was, where do we start to make sure this doesn't happen again? I don't have an answer for that at this time.
Chief, we understand from the federals that there is an idea that this might be investigated, maybe it already is, I'm not sure my information, as a hate crime against Catholics. I'm asking you, perhaps, Archbishop, is this a line of investigation that you have open to comment on that?
So the question is this an investigation into a hate crime against Catholics? We don't have a motive at this time. Obviously, we're open to any possibilities at all, but we don't have a motive or anything to suggest that.
Do you know if there is any more safety, any more protective measures that are implemented at other Catholic schools throughout the Twin Cities or churches? I'm sure there are masses going around right now this afternoon.
Yeah.
It's just a week out from, or a few days before the start of school.
Yeah. So the question is the concern for other churches, other schools around the metro. Unfortunately, this is something that our community has been dealing with for some time. The threat of active shooters, the threat of hate crimes at houses of worship, unfortunately, is not something new here. And of course, our precinct inspectors, our crime prevention specialists are available to work with both houses of worship, churches, and schools that do reach out to assist in any additional security measures or advice that we can offer them.
About that to follow up. Are you aware if this is the first time that actually a Catholic mass has been targeted and there have been victims inside a Catholic church during mass? In the Twin Cities, not
in the Twin Cities?
I'm unaware of any other.
Yeah, from the the question was, this the first time that there's been attack of Catholics at Mass in the Twin Cities area? The Archbishop is unaware of any other attack.
Saying that this is being investigated as domestic terrorism. Are you also tracking this?
The question was, is it being investigated by the FBI?
The FBI director saying this is domestic terrorism. Is that what you're tracking?
Well, the FBI is here with us and has been a part of this entire investigation, as well as the ATF, other law enforcement. It's being led right now by the Minneapolis Police Department, and we are looking at, obviously, any possibilities from wherever the evidence will lead us from what we recover. Absolutely.
Thank you all again so much for your time today, for your support. Thank you. Yes, I think there's probably 2 names you would like spelling for. It's Principal Matt DeBoer, D-E-M-A-T-T-D-E-B-O-E-R. David Edward Boy.
Listening to the latest update, started about 2:45, coming out of Minneapolis with Chief O'Hara, various dignitaries there as well. The mayor, Jacob Fry, spoke. Archbishop Bernard Hebda spoke as well. The principal of Annunciation Catholic Church, very emotional speech as well. Some of it just so heartfelt and so close to the situation that it was hard to listen to, but we did get a little bit more information.
Yeah, so there's a lot of information to go through, so we're just going to kind of go through the news conference as it happened for the last half an hour. First of all, Chief O'Hara saying that all of the injured children and adults are expected to survive. Of course, today, 2 children, likely a 3rd grader and a 5th grader, 8 and 10 years old, killed during this shooting as they were sitting in church pews waiting for Mass to begin. There were 19 victims in all. 14 children ages 6 to 15 were injured, and 3 adults in their 80s, parishioners of this Catholic church who were there for Mass, were hurt as well. The gunman again took his own life, likely as police were responding to this shooting. No prior criminal history, but they've executed 4 search warrants, 1 for the church itself and 3 for residences connected to this suspect. They've recovered some additional firearms, and then he also talked about this manifesto that was posted to YouTube. We're trying to get some more information about just the exact timing of that, but we know that there was something placed on YouTube and then taken down by the FBI, who is also involved in this investigation.
Yeah, it sounds like that manifesto, which was timed, or not the manifesto, but the YouTube posting of the manifesto was timed to come out after the shooting. It has since, as Kelsey points out, been taken down. But the fact that the FBI is involved in this investigation, which is not surprising, but the fact that they've already come out with the case being investigated as an act of domestic terrorism directed as a hate crime toward Catholics would indicate that the FBI certainly has their eyes on that manifesto as well and has some indication, at least from their perspective, how they will be investigating this case.
And we have a number of statements that we also want to share with you. One is of a parent of a student who was shot and injured today. It's a lengthy statement, but this is a mother saying that she's not doing any interviews right now, but wanted this released to the public, that their hearts are shattered, not only for their child, but for everybody who was harmed. We grieve and we pray for others who were shot and for their families and for those who lost loved ones. And we heard this in the news conference as well, the number of first responders who were there and the heroic acts that took place. This mother says, as for the first responders who raced into danger for others, we thank all of them. Our son shared with us that an MPD officer really helped him. He said the officer rendered aid, hugged him, and also prayed with him before getting into the ambulance today. She goes on to say that we just feel the pain and the anger and all of the confusion, the searing reality that our lives will never be the same, and yet we still have our child. And she realizes that, unlike others, we are blessed to hold on to our child. We pray that everybody touched by this tragedy can find the strength to begin rebuilding as well. And that is just one statement today from one parent from Annunciation Catholic Church.
Governor Walz, as we stated, opened up the press conference. His comments went like this. Let's see if we can get the governor's comments. If not, I'll just read them to you. The governor said, no words will ease the pain for these parents. It is my strongest desire that no school, no state has to go through what this state and these parents have had to go through. Jacob Fry, Mayor of Minneapolis, he noted the heroic actions of parents and teachers in that church in the moments of that shooting. He said it could have been far worse if not for their actions. He did go out into an area that will undoubtedly be talked about. Leaders need to do a whole lot more to recognize we have a whole lot more guns in this country than we do people. Those are the words from Mayor Jacob Fry and Chief Brian O'Hara prior to giving the details, at least the details as we know them at this moment, calls it an unthinkable tragedy. We talked about the principal, Matt DeBoer,
right.
Also very, very emotional. Our teachers were heroes today, in his words. Older children protected younger children, and we heard a little bit of that from Weston, the 5th grader that we talked to, 10-year-old Weston. We as a community, he said, have a responsibility that no student, no teacher, no parent have to go through this again. And he reiterated and in many ways just resonated the words "never again."
Right.
It was a very big part of his limited comments, but he felt so close to this situation that he never wants to, understandably, never wants to see this again for anybody, not just in his community, Catholic community, but anywhere.
His message is that we really have to find a future that is filled with hope. And they set the scene that this Mass was just beginning. Some of the students were seated, some of them were still coming in. And the school released a lengthy statement in addition to Principal Matt DeBoer speaking at that news conference, saying that a gunman began shooting into our church from the outside during Mass. You need to know that within seconds, our heroic staff moved students under the pews. Law enforcement responded quickly and evacuated all of our children and staff to safety in a matter of minutes when it was safe to do so. Tragically, we lost 2 of our beloved students before the scene was secure. A number of other children and parishioners were wounded, and they are being treated at area hospitals. Some have been treated and released. All staff are physically safe and accounted for. Please lift up these families and these children in prayer and surround them and each other with your love during this difficult time. And then also Pope Leo sending a message as well to Archbishop Bernard Hepta as well today. His connection, he's from Chicago, but was said in the news conference that he did some training in Minneapolis too and feels connected to this community.
Yeah, he blessed the church and all those in it, and sent his heartfelt thoughts and prayers to all of us here in Minnesota. The chief also had some other details, and this is a question that undoubtedly gets asked every time there's a tragedy like this, but he said the shooter lawfully purchased these firearms used in the shooting, and as we identified before, the 23-year-old shooter has no notable prior criminal history, and law enforcement believes he acted alone.
The paramedics, and I think a lot has been said in this news conference, and what we're hearing from people at the scene is there was so much comfort provided by the police officers and paramedics, and the Union for Local Paramedics also issuing a statement saying that our members today responded to this heartbreaking tragedy at Annunciation Catholic Church, a gunman opening fire during morning mass, killing 2 children, injuring others. Our deepest thoughts are with the victims, their families, and all who have been impacted in this senseless act of violence. And we want to recognize and commend every responder who faced this unimaginable scene with courage, professionalism, and compassion.
I think also, if the one thing that I think people at home, other than the kind words and thoughts and wishes of those that attended this, and certainly we did get some details from the police chief, but I think the most important thing to come out of this is that the injured are expected to all survive. And that was the one thing that we here on the anchor desk and in the newsroom we're most concerned about, was what is the condition of the rest of those children, of which there were many, and the adults. And we also learned that the adults that were injured were all in their 80s. Presumably in a church like this, when there is a mass in the morning, people from the community will attend, and in this particular case some elderly were attending that. We also know now that the shooting was occurring or occurred as some of those students, and presumably these 3 elderly people, were already seated in the church. At the same time, more students were coming into the church. So it started fairly early in the process of assembling inside that church.
We also have a statement from the sheriff of Hennepin County, Dewana Witt, on the shooting this morning as well. Today, our community experienced one of the most horrific acts of violence imaginable. A gunman shot into a school during its morning mass where students and staff were gathering. It was the 3rd day of school. They began on Monday. An 8-year-old and 10-year-old were killed on scene, at least 17 others injured and taken to local hospitals. 14 of those are children. The gunman who died on the scene from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound had been identified, and our office has been on the scene assisting Minneapolis police whenever needed, and we will offer our support and assistance in this investigation as it continues. I've been in law enforcement for 25 years, but I've never experienced this kind of devastation. I'm in shock, and I'm grieving for those families who are now experiencing what no one should have to. I'm grieving for our community, and I'm thinking of all of those other communities in the United States who've experienced this type of horror. As I type this, we are all in the very beginning of feeling the emotional impact of violence. So if you're looking for a way to help, please consider contacting the American Red Cross Minnesota region to donate blood. And please take care of yourselves. Please take care of each other and keep these families close in your hearts. And that's Sheriff Dewana Witt, Hennepin County.
Yeah, this whole story will be evaluated, this incident will be evaluated very deeply. We now know, as we've stated, that the local authorities as well as the federal authorities will be deep into this one, especially now that the FBI has indicated they are investigating it as an act of terrorism and a domestic act of terrorism and a hate crime toward Catholics. So this is something that we'll be covering throughout the rest of the day and the evening, and hopefully getting more details on exactly what was the catalyst for that type of investigation.
Right, the whole posting to YouTube. the timing of that? When did that happen? Were there any warning signs? There were additional firearms that had been recovered at all of these other residences. So what, if anything, could have been done to prevent this? I think that is the overriding question right now. What, if anything, could have been done in the days and weeks prior to this shooting to prevent this horrific act? We know that a lot of people have just been showing up at the scene to offer water and food for first responders, people dropping off flowers. And at a time like this, people just want to show their support. One of our reporters spoke to a woman who dropped off some flowers today to just express, I think, what a lot of us are feeling, and that is just a lot of raw emotion. I'm sorry, it's a gentleman who dropped off flowers. And if we could listen to that interview right now.
Just that I was also a student that went around here. Just calling my mom this morning was really sad. Just never want to have that feeling go past you. And just knowing, like, because so many people on my block, they have kids that go here. And I just couldn't bear to think about that. Just want to show my support, and hopefully this can bring action to bring stricter gun laws and background checks for the future.
Just somebody who showed up at the scene to drop off flowers. I think a lot of people are struggling to know what to do in moments like this, how to help. The sheriff mentioning that a really wonderful way to help is to go to the American Red Cross and donate blood. And there have been 4 shootings in Minneapolis since Tuesday. So they've been triaging at hospitals almost nonstop for the last couple of days.
Yeah, Chief O'Hara said the Minneapolis Police Force is, they are at full capacity right now investigating what was a mass shooting yesterday. Yeah. And then again today, and there are other murder cases that they're investigating. There was a single murder overnight as well. So they do have their hands full. Nothing takes more priority, I believe, than this one right here today, for obvious reasons. But you could see it, you could hear it in his voice that there was a lot of disappointment, despair, and just complete horror in what occurred here today, this morning, with all those children in that church. Again, let's just keep in mind, the most important thing right now is that those that were injured, shot in this church, that did not die, and there were 2 children that died, are expected to survive. And this is on the heels of 17 injuries in this particular case. And so 14 of those were sent to the hospital, and so that's really great news.
Right. But 7 still in critical condition, so these are serious injuries. The mayor even also saying, these were all emotional statements made by our local and state officials. The mayor saying today, don't think of these as somebody else's kids, think of them as your own. And I think that's what a lot of us are doing tonight. We're thinking about our own children, our own communities. What, if anything, can be done? That is the big question as we investigate and learn about this investigation, is what, if anything, could have been done before this happened? Did anybody know anything?
Rob Olson has been on the scene of the investigation, the site where it all occurred, all morning long. He joins us now live with more. Rob, were you able to listen to the latest details along with us?
Yeah, I was able to hear most of that. A little bit, I was interrupted for some of that, but I did catch most of that. And so, much of what we'd heard earlier in the day, just with fleshed out a little bit more. The big thing there from Chief O'Hara too is that of those children injured and being treated for injuries, and some were listed in critical condition earlier, but all expected to survive. And so that certainly is good news. But, we don't know the nature of the injuries. He did say that the injuries were varied with these children that are being treated in local hospitals. So, again, what we see out here is a continued large presence and certainly large perimeter. And, again, continuing throughout the day, you see some of the presence thin out a little bit more because of the need to the investigative need and certainly the scene need lessens, but the perimeter remains rather large because the investigation continues here. So those are the resources that are still here holding this scene and keeping the investigation going. The BCA crime lab truck back there in front of the school, just past the school, more in front of the church here. is still on the scene. So still, you're going to expect that this will be a pretty large perimeter for the foreseeable future here. Is this investigation can take some time as they process the evidence here at the scene of this shooting here. So that's what's happening here at this point. Again, otherwise it's much quieter scene than earlier when we saw so many resources out here, in that initial response, and certainly all the ambulances that were here, the officers with canines just scouring this whole area for any potential other evidence that could be used here. As the chief mentioned, he will not talk about motive, and it kind of highlights sort of the coexisting, I guess, investigations here. They're not competing investigations. They're coexisting here at multiple levels, where you have local, state, and federal investigations that all collaboratively work together. From the city standpoint, from the chief's standpoint, he's not ready to talk about establishing any kind of motive. Of course, we've heard from the FBI director that they are investigating this as a potential act of terrorism and a hate crime against Catholics. So that is certainly something the federal authorities are talking about. But again, from a local law enforcement standpoint, not getting into any kind of impetus or motivation for this as they still continue to investigate the evidence here that they have on the scene and process the evidence here at the scene of the school and the church.
All right, Rob. We know it's an ongoing investigation. We do know also that we do expect another update later in the afternoon or evening, so we should get more information as well. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it.
And for the church community, they're just focusing right now on their children and the parents. We heard from Principal Matt DeBoer during that news conference, and they've also issued a statement right now just to explain to the families. They said, we don't know when school will resume. There's so much work being done by so many different types of officials. And he just reiterated the fact that the teachers today were absolute heroes along with first responders, and continue to give this message of hope, and that our future needs to be filled with hope, and that this should never happen again. We want to listen to some of the comments from Principal Matt DeBoer. Okay, we'll get back to that in just a moment.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so, I mean, to be the principal of a school like that, and again, it's about 400 students pre-K through 8th grade, and to have something like that happen under your watch is unimaginable for any school administrator, any principal, any teacher for that matter, and to have it right there essentially on school grounds, again, to sort of set the stage on how this occurred. Those students, first week of school, by the way,
right,
for those students at
third day
at Annunciation Catholic Church in South Minneapolis, but starting their day with Mass at 8:30. So as we now know, based on this last update from Chief O'Hara, that when the shooting began, and again, keep in mind the shooter was outside on one side of the building shooting through the stained glass window at the occupants of the church at that time, which was comprised of students, and now we know 3 elderly individuals in their 80s who were also injured in the shooting. But at the time he said there was also students just entering the church.
Right, so not everybody was seated yet. Right. He didn't even have a number as to how many people might have been in the church at the time, but so this was just the very beginning of Mass. Yeah,
some of the most iconic sound that will come out of this will be from 10-year-old Weston.
Yeah.
Rob Olson interviewed that young man along with his parents and grandfather at the scene there this morning, but he describes literally in vivid color how this occurred, that the shooting began. This was a shooting situation where they had not practiced before, and clearly the reason is for why that occurred is because they do that in the school.
Right.
There was never a notion that they would have to go through this in their own church. So he talks about that, and it's just it really takes you to the scene. Let's listen to 10-year-old Weston.
What were you doing when this happened?
Well, we just got into Mass, and it was like 3 minutes after. It was very scary. It was like my friend got shot in the back. He's in the hospital right now. It was super scary because, like, we've never practiced it in the church. We've only practiced it in the main school, so we really didn't know what to do. We just got into the pews and he shot through the stained glass windows. Yeah.
And did you ever see him?
My friend like ran, someone helped him like run out. He saw him, he was wearing all black and he had a ski mask on.
So it just shot through the windows and never came inside?
I don't think so. I mean, I was down, so I didn't really look up. I mean, he got shot through the stained glass windows, so they're probably ruined. And
But do you have friends that got hit by bullets?
yeah, my best friend did.
Have you heard what happened with him? Is he okay?
Yeah, I think he's gonna be okay. And then my friend, he was like laying on top of me, like making sure I was safe, and he got hit. So that was really brave of him.
And you have a neck on your neck?
Yeah, that was, I don't even know what it's from. Kind of looks like debris or something.
But that came from during this?
Yeah.
How are you feeling? You seem pretty put together here, but it's got to be tough.
Yeah, I'm just like confused kinda, because I never thought it would happen and it just happened. So like, just kind of crazy. And I don't really know.
Yeah, so that is, for those of you at home, if you ever wonder what it's like to go through that the eyes and the feelings of a young child, that is it right there.
I think confusion is probably the best word that he used, because these kids don't have enough life experience to understand or put this all together. And so many of them are just, I imagine, just in a state of shock and confusion, because it all happens so fast. We also have a statement from the mother of an 8th grader who was shot and injured this morning at Annunciation Catholic Church, and she sent a lengthy statement, Danielle Gunter, saying that their hearts are shattered, not only for their child, but for everybody who was harmed. We grieve and we pray for those others who were shot, for their families, and for those who lost loved ones. And as for the first responders, and this is just a really big part of this statement, who raced into danger for others, for us, we thank them all. Our son shared with us that an MPD officer really helped him. He said the officer rendered aid, then stayed with him, hugged him, reassured him, prayed with him, and then put him in the ambulance to head for the hospital. We ask for leaders to place armed security at schools to prevent another tragedy like this. This is from that mother, Danielle, again. We feel the pain, the anger, the confusion, and the searing reality that our lives will never be the same, yet we still have our child. Unlike others, we are blessed to hold on to him. We will help him rebuild his life, his trust, and his confidence.
Some of that was resonated too by the principal at Annunciation Catholic Church, Matt DeBoer. He spoke rather emotionally in this press conference, this latest press conference, sort of echoing some of those thoughts about the actions of teachers and students. Let's listen to him.
Good afternoon, everyone. To any of our students and families and staff watching right now, I love you. You're so brave, and I'm so sorry this happened to us today. Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children. And as we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action. This is a nightmare, but we call our staff the Dream Team. And we will recover from this. We will rebuild from this. When we planned for this school year, we intentionally chose a theme from the prophet Jeremiah chapter 29, a future filled with hope. There's nothing about today that can fill us with hope. We, as a community, have a responsibility to make sure that no child, no parent, no teacher ever has to experience what we've experienced today, ever again. I need everybody to commit those words to your speech patterns, never again. We lost 2 angels today. And please continue to pray for those still receiving care. We can't change the past, but we can do something about the future. There's an African proverb that says, when you pray, move your feet. So I beg you, I ask you to please pray, but don't stop with your words. Let's make a difference and support this community, these children, these families, these teachers. Never again can we let this happen. I love you, Annunciation family. We're with you, and we will be stronger when this is done.
Principal Matt DeBoer at Annunciation Catholic School, Amy Huckert and Simone Woolridge now stepping in as we continue our team coverage here of this deadly shooting at a Catholic church in Minneapolis while school children and other parishioners were having Mass. Simone had an interview earlier in the morning, and I don't know if many people got a chance to see it. And we asked Jillian Peterson to come back from the Violence Prevention Project. They use data to study shootings in houses of worship, in schools. And Jillian, if you're there, I know we just have a couple of minutes with you, but this is the first time you were telling us earlier that you can remember that these two intersected like this. Is Jillian able to hear us, Ryan? Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay.
Well, earlier today, she did kind of hit on the significance of having, a church and a school together to where. So this is what they normally do, right? They try to track some of these basically statistics through some of the schools, and maybe we can bring Jillian in so she can kind of explain a little bit about what they do at the Violence Prevention Project. Jillian, are you able to hear us right now?
Okay, sorry.
Maybe we'll try to get her back.
Thank you. Well, so
it is very interesting.
Really interesting. We'll try to get her back in a little while, but she did have some really interesting things to say. And they specifically look at these cases from a data-driven approach, and also talking to families and those who have. Okay, all right. We're going to try it one more time here. Jillian, are you able to hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
Thank you. I know we just have a couple of minutes with you. We were just setting up kind of the work that you do, and the fact that you told us earlier this is the first time you can remember studying these since the year 2000, each and every one where a house of worship and a school shooting intersected.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some previous cases at private schools that are affiliated with a church, but not one where the school children are actually inside of the church at the time the mass shooting occurs.
And Jillian, just for our new viewers who maybe weren't joining us when we were chatting earlier today, just talk to us a little bit about what you do, because you guys do, travel across the country to study some of these things.
Yeah, we've been tracking every mass shooting that's occurred in the United States since 1966. And then we also track any homicide that occurs at a K-12 school or at a house of worship since the year 2000. We code them on hundreds of different variables. We track the perpetrators, the victims, the guns. We conduct interviews with people who knew the perpetrators and the victims. And the goal is to look for patterns in the data that can help us prevent this from happening moving forward.
Jillian, can you speak to the vulnerability of anyone, in this case children, some elderly worshipers who are in a chapel, in a house of worship setting?
Yeah, houses of worship are one of the hardest locations because by design, they are welcoming. They want to bring people in. They want to provide sanctuary. You are welcome in that space. They don't screen. They don't, ask what you're carrying. That's kind of their purpose. And so when something like this happens in those spaces, it's particularly heartbreaking. And those spaces are quite vulnerable. We've been seeing an increase in shootings occurring in houses of worship over the last few years.
And I'm also interested to know, Jillian, is there any way, with that being said, is there any way through your research and through some of this data where you are able to kind of help find out how to prevent, some of these unfortunate events from happening?
Yeah, a lot of what we focus on is the warning signs prior. So who knew what? Perpetrators often tell people their plans. They post things on social media, which seems to be the case here. People around them notice their behavior is changing and is different. They're often actively suicidal, and then they're able to get their hands on guns. So understanding how each of those pieces happens, that's how you understand where prevention could have happened. So we'll see as details emerge about this case, sort of what could have gone differently.
All right. Yeah. Dr. Peterson, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Again, Violence Prevention Project through Hamlin. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to chatting with you again as we learn more details.
You want to reset?
We definitely should. We've had, let's see, about 9 a.m. is when we were on the air initially, and since then, we've had a lot of information that has come out, and I just have to say that, Chief Brian O'Hara talks about the transparency that they have shown, and we really need to acknowledge that just as a journalist, they have struck a really good balance between giving us information and doing that in a way that respects the victims and the environment and the circumstance, but also in an effort to be transparent, to just let people know what's going on. We were able to get information right away. So yeah, we can, it's been trickling in throughout the day, and people are kind of in and out of the coverage. So let's just, reset a little bit.
I figured we could reset just a little bit. I know we've been on air for quite a while now, but just with the latest information, Chief Brian O'Hara, part of that press conference happening about, a half hour or so ago, he did mention 19 victims involved in this. We do know an 8 and a 10-year-old were killed today inside of Annunciation Catholic School. It was at the church. I believe earlier today we were showing, kind of that map where you could see where the school is and where the church is, very close together, not too far of a walk for this all to happen. We do now know that those 3 adults that were shot were in their 80s. We also know that this is not uncommon, to have this all-school mass where other people are involved, other people come in to pray, and we know that the children were doing that at the time of the shooting.
Yeah, just speaking from experience, going to a Catholic school might have been a slightly different circumstance in this, but in the morning, this was a planned mass that they had. This one to sort of kick off the school year. They had just started school a couple of days ago on Monday, and this was the all-school mass. And oftentimes when these Catholic church schools affiliated with churches have their morning masses, the doors are open. As Dr. Peterson just said, it's a welcoming atmosphere. And as we heard, there were at least 3 parishioners, worshipers who were there. These 3 happened to be, I believe, in their maybe 80s or elderly, and they were also affected in this as well. So it is a very welcoming atmosphere where everybody was that morning. The 2 children were shot and killed in the pew where they were worshiping. So we knew that fairly soon on. They were able to tell us that they had died at the scene, and 17 others injured. As Simone said, 10 of them were taken to HCMC, which is a level 1 trauma center. And the big piece of news that came from Chief O'Hara here just within the last 15-20 minutes is that everyone is expected to survive of those who've been treated at hospitals. So we had 1 adult, 6 children in critical condition, and they may still be. We're not sure of the conditions, but at least we know now through Chief O'Hara that everyone who is treated is expected to survive.
Yeah, and I believe someone asked, how many people were inside of the church at the time. Chief O'Hara said he couldn't give that number, but he did say that some of the children were coming in at the time of the shooting. And I know just from speaking with Jillian, like we just did, she was just talking about, the safety of when you're talking about a church. It's hard to secure those kind of areas. And this particular shooter did it from the outside. We know that he shot through a window while those people were inside praying.
Yeah, and as we've been hearing from 10-year-old Weston, who our Rob Olson had a chance to speak with here pretty immediately after all of this happened. Weston was with his family, and they wanted to talk to us, and he talked about how quickly this happened. It was about a few minutes, he thought, after they had just gathered for Mass. And so he said that there were people running and trying to hide in different places. People were laying on top. He said his friend laid on top of him. And if you think about an open chapel, not knowing exactly what the layout is there, if you just think about a traditional chapel area, it's going to be vast and wide. And then we also know from the information from Chief O'Hara earlier this morning that the shooter also, in addition to shooting from the outside into the church, also did barricade the door, the entrances, at least where the gunman was presumably going to go in, but had barricaded that with some 2x4s or some sort of wood to make sure that nobody could get out of those doors as well. And again, Annunciation Catholic School next door, K through 8, and about 400 students in all is what I've been hearing. I don't know if we have a recent number. K through 8, and we saw many of them, unfortunately, earlier on walking out with their parents. We had a live picture outside of that school as they were being reunited with their parents. And I believe we have, Ryan, could you repeat that? Sorry.
Senator Amy. Okay. Yeah. So as you can imagine, of course, reaction pouring in from all over the country at this point. We saw Amy Klobuchar behind, I believe, Governor Walz while that press conference was happening. I believe we spoke with her one-on-one. So hopefully we can get to this sound from Senator Amy Klobuchar.
Okay.
I just look at it through the eyes of one of my friends who is a mom of 3 of the kids that were in that mass, and her daughter, who's a 7th or 8th grader, watched 2 of her friends shot, one in the stomach, one in the neck. When she got out of the church, she had to tell the dad of one of them what had happened as a 12-year-old. And so you think as parents of that glorious week where you drop your children off for school and they have a new teacher and they're all excited. That's what was going on with these kids. And they're at an all-school mass, tiny little kids down to, kindergarten all the way up to 8th grade. The little ones are in with the big ones. And then this happened. And I really appreciated the words of the Archbishop and the school leadership. They're going to need a lot of love, more security for the church. Yes, of course. All those things we know has to happen. And getting to the bottom of the motives and trying to do something about all these guns, that is all important without hurting legal gun owners at all. But today is a day of thinking of this church family and the surrounding community, because the individuals that are the families that are waiting outside operating rooms right now or in the hospital. The best news I had today was when the police chief announced that they believe all the other kids will survive. But that still leaves of 8 and a 10-year-old families who dropped their kids off that day thinking this was a beautiful day. Maybe they're going to the fair this weekend, hanging out as a family, and they'll never see their kids alive again. So that's the first, but the fact that we have Children's Hospital and we have incredible doctors and nurses, and that these kids survived when they're so little to be shot like that, and the fact that they got under the pews, and that there's actually a safety plan was put in place that I think really saved a lot of lives. And I think we're also going to hear about the heroism of the church, heroism of the teachers and the people that were there today. And those stories will be really important to tell, because in all of this hatred, you have to always remember there are heroes and there's people that stand up for their neighbors.
I'll ask you about the heroes and the helpers.
Yeah.
Because I've been talking about that a lot here. Just standing outside here and seeing somebody bring a dog up so the kids who are leaving could pet a dog. There's a kid who lives down the street who brought a radio flyer full of water and soda for people. And, it's just kind of like seeing this community come together to me has been remarkable. And I just wonder what you've seen there.
Yeah, it has always been a close-knit neighborhood. And it's this mixture. I mean, look at this. The school is right next to houses, and the houses are right next to stores. And they have this incredible sense of community between the schools. There's other schools here. There's Catholic school. There's public school. And I don't think that this madman is going to destroy that part of this neighborhood. But these kids that witnessed that shooting, that's going to be with them forever. And I know their families are going to have to be doing a lot of work with them. And so all we can do as a community is do everything that we can support them.
Yeah, you heard her mention a lot about the children and what they would have to do, moving forward, how they feel right now, maybe still in shock. We know that people handle grief differently and trauma differently as well. So some of them, as we heard from what was his name?
Weston.
Well, little Weston. I mean, you would never know, but that's the resilience of children. And again, probably still in shock. So as we start to try to go into the minds of what they will have to deal with, we have someone in the interview.
Because resilience doesn't always stay resilience, right? So we wanted to welcome in for a conversation Brandon Jones, who's the executive director of the Minnesota Association for Children's Mental Health. Thank you for being with us, Brandon. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
I guess if we could just start with kind of your reaction. I've known you a long time. I've known you've worked with youth of all different types of youth, those who are at risk. And I'm just curious how you're feeling as you're hearing all of this today and taking in this information as we are through your eyes.
Yeah, I'm stunned, like many of us, not just Minnesotans, but folks around the country who are getting this news. It's unfortunate, and it gives us another look at the reality of what many of our communities are facing on a daily basis is harm to children, and it's unfortunate. And mental health is at the center of this thing from beginning to end.
Brandon, I'm curious for maybe the people at home with kids and probably have to have some of these tough conversations today. What do you think that should look like? What should that conversation be?
Absolutely. I think that all children are affected by this, especially if they have access to hear or see what's going on, or they're even feeling emotions from their parents or caregivers, seeing their siblings and neighbors. And we have to make sure that we just try to have age-appropriate conversation and dialogue, open space for those young people to hear and share and ask questions. And don't be afraid to answer those questions to the best of your ability. We don't want to, overstimulate children. We don't want to traumatize them even further than what's already happening. But we do want to give them some reassurance that they are being seen and heard during this moment.
Can I ask you kind of specifically, as we, really want to try to give people specific advice here, and I know it's hard to do with different age ranges and things like that, but can you talk to us about age ranges, and should parents bring this up to children? Should they wait to see if, they bring it up, look for signs that they might be thinking about it? What do you think?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, I would say if your child is, I would say, third grade and under, I would wait for them to bring it up, because they might not be fully aware of what's going on. It might just be feeling things, but still give them some love, some nurturing, some care, so that they know that even if you are having a response, or they're overhearing things on the radio or TV or things of that nature, that they know that they're being cared for and loved for in the moment. Children that are above that age range, absolutely feel free to ask questions. Hey, have you seen anything? Many kids are on devices these days. Anything can pop up as a notification, or just on any social media they may be on, and just ask them, hey, have you heard about what happened in Minneapolis? Do you have any questions? Know that I'm here. If you need anything, let me know. Just keeping a nice, encouraging environment and keeping the conversation open. I always say, let the kids ask questions, because their curiosity is what they really want to know. And make sure that once they do ask questions, you just have the best answer you can give to give them that reassurance.
And Brenda, you mentioned curiosity there. I'm curious to know, just within your line of work, is there any sort of pattern that you're noticing, maybe with some of the kids, like things that they are talking about, things that they are feeling? How are kids feeling right now? Do we know?
Yeah, anxiety. That's the biggest thing that I'm coming across with many of the youth that I've had in contact, both professionally and personally. There's just a lot of anxiety. Kids are anxious right now. They want to know what's going on, what's happening, what's going to be done about this. That's what's going on. A lot of anxiety. That can spur into a lot of different things as well. But mainly, it's just kids are anxious right now. They don't know what's going to happen next.
I don't know if you had a chance to see, we all just can't stop thinking about a 10-year-old fifth grader that we had on our air a little bit ago, who was interviewed shortly after all this happened, was reunited with his family, and the way he recounted what happened in the chapel while he was in there. I think we all are just a little taken aback by just, how composed this sweet boy was, knowing that can't be how it's going to stay. That can't be how this is going to look. Can you talk a little bit about, I guess, our kids, are they hardened to this? If so, how much? And how do we kind of deal with the fact that, well, they do these drills all the time?
Yeah. To a certain extent, I think sometimes they can be. It's not the case for all kids that they're hardened to it, but this is a reality for kids. I know many kids in our state, they do go through unsight shooter drills. It's a part of the lifestyle. I mean, back when I was a kid, we used to do tornado drills. We didn't do this. This is a part of growing up today, and it's unfortunate, but it is a reality. And I think the best thing two things that parents and caregivers can do is try to help the young people shift towards their normal routines as best as possible. Get them back into those daily habits, not ignoring them, but trying to get them back to some of the day-to-day things that they do. And then also, parents and caregivers can pay attention to changes in behavior, shifts in sleep, appetite, mood. There may be some anxiety just around going to school or even getting on a school bus. Given this, pay attention to things that like bedwetting or clinginess for those little ones. Those are all things that may be a sign that something may be going on from an emotional standpoint with your child.
Such good points, because I think a lot of parents are still dealing with their own kind of emotion, because you're in a state of shock, right? Especially when it's something like this that's happening. Now you have to nurture your child, and then you have to pay attention to the signs, and then you have to deal with your own kind of grief and trauma. So this is very interesting to hear, some of the steps that we could take at home with our own kids.
Yeah,
absolutely. Can I add one more thing?
Yeah, of course.
Try to avoid dismissal things. This is real. This is real. Young people are feeling this. I mean, adults are feeling it too. But try not to dismiss it and say things like, don't worry about it, or it won't happen here. You got to avoid those types of things, because sometimes we don't know. You do want to give reassurance, but we don't want to overload our children with information. We don't want to force them to watch video clips or ask them questions, and kind of let them bring it to you as best as possible, but just give them, again, that reassurance and that care that they need. Pressuring young people to be strong in these times can be very difficult, and it can kind of they can have a reaction that might not lead to what a parent or caregiver is attempting to do.
Yeah. I just want one more thing I wanted to ask you about, because while this is a very, specific, horrific incident that most of us can't relate to in the way that these families who are going through it can, many of us are sending kids back to school or have already sent kids back to school. What does that conversation look like, if at all, depending upon age, specifically as we're having more anxiety around going to school now, or even church as a place that should be safe?
Yep. It's not a one or done conversation. This is a major incident, but we have to focus on safety of our kids all the time, create opportunities to have these conversations. One of the simple things that I always encourage families to do is just what I call an emotional check-in. It's a quick little easy, you can make it even a game, called high and low. Ask your child, what was your high today? What was your low today? Kind of just check in on how they're observing the world around them and how it's affecting their mood. Just something that simple can give you a lot of insight to what's happening. That can be done at a dinner table. It can be done walking from the bus stop back home. It can be done just in a quick pass. Just checking in is one of the best things that we can do. But if your child does bring a big question to you, a tough question, that is your time and your moment to have that conversation as best as you can. And if there's something that you don't know, it's okay to be that vulnerable in front of your child, because they want to know that you're human too.
And one thing that Brandon taught me years ago was, if you have a teenager or somebody, text them. You can text them. You don't have to. We talk. It doesn't have to be a big thing, but it's much more comfortable for some people, even adults sometimes, just to text and have that exchange in that way, just so you're talking.
Absolutely.
All right.
Brandon Jones, we appreciate your time. Such good insight, such good tips.
Thank you.
It's such an important conversation, so we appreciate your time tonight.
Absolutely. I appreciate you all as well. If anyone needs any resources, feel free to check out my organization's website. That's macmh.org, macmh.org. We have resources and services there for folks if you need it. So take care, Minnesota, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Brandon Jones, Executive Director, Minnesota Association for Children's Mental Health.
Okay. Let's see. We have, of course, just, again, reactions just kind of pouring in here. We have Leon Purvis, who is out and about today, who has some, outside the school right now, who has some reaction from the Catholic community, who, of course, just a really tough day. Leon, what have you heard?
Exactly, Simone, Amy, such a tragic day for the Catholic community, and just, a heartbreaking day. I mean, these are children, and it's just even hard to process this as a journalist. But one of the things to note earlier in the press conference at 2:30, to hear the principal of Annunciation Catholic School hear about the heroic actions of adults, teachers, and older students. Just listen to what he had to say.
Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children. And as we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action. This is a nightmare, but we call our staff the Dream Team, and we will recover from this.
Talk about heroic action in a moment of just tragedy, and just being able to process that all in real time. I mean, it's, what those people are going through, I couldn't imagine what they're going through. But also the Archbishop of the diocese also spoke on what the Pope had said here about what happened this morning.
His Holiness Pope Leo XIV was profoundly saddened to learn of the loss of life and injuries following the shooting that took place at Annunciation Church in Minneapolis. And he sends his heartfelt condolences and the assurance of spiritual closeness to all those affected by this terrible tragedy, especially the families now grieving the loss of a child, while commending the souls of the deceased children to the love of Almighty God.
And also the Archbishop did mention how Pope Leo did visit Minneapolis before, so he knows the community and he knows the area, so he has actually been on the ground here. So of course his thoughts and prayers are with everyone impacted by today. And there are a number of prayer vigils tonight that different crews will be going to, and as you can imagine, both Amy and Simone, everyone is just praying and hoping that we can all recover from what happened this morning.
Yeah, I think the number one word, of course, he said, was hope, and he asked, people to find ways to hopefully wrap their arms around this particular community. Leon, thank you. As Leon mentioned, the Pope did some training in Minneapolis, so he knows this, city pretty well, and I think it's just so hard to believe for so many people. Yeah,
as well.
Absolutely.
So, we have some more conversations that are lined up for you here as we continue our coverage of this very, very dark day in the Minneapolis community, and just for anyone here living in the state and really in the country, as we deal with yet another shooting of school children. This one in our backyard here in Minneapolis at a small Catholic school in a small residential area of Minneapolis, a very quiet area where the gunshots rang out this morning around 8:30, and neighbors telling us that the gunfire was so tremendous that they didn't even believe that it could be gunfire. They thought that it must be construction work nearby, only to learn later of the horrific events that happened inside the church, about a half a block from where they were. We have received quite a bit of information throughout the course of the day, and I don't know if they have another press conference set up. I don't remember if Chief O'Hara said that they were going to be doing that.
He didn't mention it, but he did say he'll get more updates, but he didn't say a particular time.
But we have gotten quite a bit of information also from HCMC, and that is where the victims were taken. And I know we have some updates there as well that Chief O'Hara was able to give us. And our So Young Kim is standing by outside HCMC. And So Young, are you there? Do you have any additional information, or can you reiterate what the chief told us here just about an hour ago?
Hey, Amy, yeah, so the Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara, in that latest update that you referenced, says all remaining victims are expected to be okay. And CMC here is a level 1 trauma center in downtown Minneapolis. So a lot of those victims with the most serious conditions were brought here earlier this morning. Hospital officials say they received 10 patients earlier this morning. 7 were fighting for their lives. And of those 7, again, O'Hara says that most of the victims are expected to be okay. And of those 7 fighting for their lives, 6 in critical condition are children. And we know 3 of the patients suffering from non-life-threatening injuries. Of those, 2 are children. And the chair of the emergency medicine department says that ages range for the children between 6 and 14. And he talks about being a level 1 trauma center. HCMC is the hospital. They train for traumatic events like this. They train for critical incidents like this, but it does take a toll. And without getting into specifics of individual condition, he did talk about how complex these cases were. He kind of referenced how gunshot wounds are complex because they typically impact several body systems. So we're still waiting on an update on those 10 victims. Again, 3 non-life-threatening, 7 are in critical condition here at HCMC. Hospital officials did say they do plan to provide another update later today. So as soon as we hear the latest, we'll bring it to you on air and online. For now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, So Young. Yeah, of course they mentioned about training for this, but they also mentioned that there are psychologists specifically for some of the people involved in this emergency response, because we know how much they also have to see, right? Just because you train for this doesn't mean that you're always ready or just emotionally able to deal with some of this. And I think the chief also hit on that as well with some of the officers. Just think about all of what they've had to go through, not even just with this shooting, there was another mass shooting just 24 hours ago or so, and then several shootings in the last week. So he just really touched on just the emotional toll for some of the police officers out on the streets every day.
I think it really is a good opportunity for everybody to just really let that sink in. That's one thing that stuck out to me too in Chief O'Hara's last comments, is that he said there are a dozen officers right now who are traumatized
by what
they just saw.
Just today, yeah.
And we think of, we all watch a lot of TV, we all watch a lot of movies, and we think of officers and those working in the ERs and trauma centers. We think of them as they're just doing it. They're going through the motions.
Robotic in a sense.
Yep,
to
that's
where
their
it's
job.
not humanized.
And look at them go, and wow, amazing. But they're people who go home to families who also have to deal with a lot in all of this, and I just think we really have to, remember that as well. In a couple of minutes here, we're going to be talking with Senator Tina Smith. We'll have a conversation with her as we continue to hear from different people from all the different worlds here that we're touching in this story, and getting some perspective and hearing their thoughts as they are clearly continuing to hear from other people as well, who are passing along their condolences and their thoughts as we continue to grieve and also try to process what's going on here in Minneapolis.
Yeah, what we know right now, an 8 and 10-year-old killed this morning at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis. We just talked about some of what Chief O'Hara had to say. Let's play it so you can hear it if you're just joining us.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for your patience as we continue to gather the facts in this investigation into this truly unthinkable tragedy that happened here earlier today. I want to make sure that we are providing the most accurate information possible, particularly as we speak around our victims. At this point, we know we have a total of 19 victims from this tragedy. 2 were young children, ages 8 and 10, that were sitting in the pews at Mass when they were shot and killed. They were pronounced deceased on the scene. There were another 14 children between the ages of 6 and 15 that were injured by gunfire. There were also 3 adults in their 80s that were parishioners here attending Mass that were also shot in this incident. The families of all of the children that have been affected have been notified. The coward that shot these victims took his own life in the rear of the church. That coward has been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman. No prior criminal history. As to the weapons used to perpetrate this horrific attack, there was a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. All 3 had been lawfully purchased by the shooter. At this stage, we believe that the shooter had acted alone. There is no indication of other suspects directly involved in carrying out this attack. Our investigators are working with other agencies in the process of executing 4 search warrants. 1 is for the church itself, where this crime occurred. The other 3 are residences nearby in the metro that are related to this shooter. Additional firearms are being recovered from those 3 residential locations as we speak. We are also aware of a manifesto that the shooter had timed to be released on YouTube. This manifesto appeared to show him at the scene and included some disturbing writings. That content has since been taken down with the assistance of the FBI, and it now remains under active review by our investigators. We know this community is reeling and is in pain. I want to ensure everyone in our community, this parish, all of the families affected, and all of our residents, that all of law enforcement collectively, local law enforcement, our county, our state, and all of our federal law enforcement partners have been here, and we are all working tirelessly to uncover the full scope of what happened, to try and identify a motive why it happened, and whether there are any other further details. We will continue to share updates as the investigation progresses, and we remain committed to being as transparent as possible while protecting the integrity of this investigation.
That is the very latest from Chief O'Hara, who we heard from about an hour ago or so, and we'll see if we get any more updates, but we know that HCMC should be holding another press conference letting us know the status of those who are being treated there. Chief O'Hara, though, telling us, as you heard, that they are all expected to be okay, which is just incredibly just welcome news this afternoon.
That's exactly what we were all, on pins and needles, hoping that everyone else was going to be okay, especially after hearing so many people, were taken to hospital. So that's just the best news that can come out of such a tragic situation.
We are hearing, and maybe in your communities, there are going to be some vigils this evening, and you can check your local sort of Facebook communities to see if anybody's doing anything there. But we do know that the media has been invited to one that is happening, and it's also open to the public, and that's at Holy Angels Academy, which is it's actually the high school. So Annunciation Catholic School would be a feeder school for Holy Angels, and I believe it's in their gymnasium tonight, and I believe it's at 7 o'clock. I'm not sure. Let me verify. 7, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Ryan. 7 o'clock tonight, so that is open to the public, and again, it's in the gymnasium. I imagine it's going to be pretty full. There are a few others that we've seen online, so again, you can check online in your neighborhood to see. But again, it just speaks to the ripple effect of this when you talk about this was a school that was connected to Holy Angels. So you think about the families, who are involved with Holy Angels, and maybe they have siblings who are younger, who are coming up, the teachers who have taught students from this school, and it just on and on and on throughout the day. We have a coworker who messaged us and said, my son went there when he was younger, and it just, we're finding the more we talk to people that someone who knows someone who knows someone.
Connection.
The connections here are incredibly tight in that community. So we continue to just bring you the very latest information that we can. There's so much online right now that we are all just sifting through, but we don't put anything out there unless we have it confirmed, and we feel comfortable confirming that or sharing it with you because it's been confirmed. The last thing anybody wants to do is to share information. It would be insulting, I think, to the families, to the situation. And so if you're saying, why aren't they saying this? Sometimes you're seeing things that is why we're just trying to really walk a very careful path here.
It's a delicate situation, for a lot of people, but especially for these families. I mean, think about some of the visuals that we saw earlier today with some of those families that were basically being taken under some of the crime tape that was wrapped around the school area there. There were parents holding on to their children, holding their hands, picking them up in tears, visibly just very emotional. So just imagine what they are going through right now on this day, and then what their children are going through. What a horrific, just chaotic day for them, just to think that you're going to school. The third day of school, this is the first week of school, and then as a parent, you send your children off to school, and you never imagine something like this. And we've heard this, sadly, time and time again.
It's a fear way back in the back of your mind, but here it is playing out right now in front of us. We have Senator Tina Smith joining us now for a conversation. Thank you so much for joining us, Senator, on this really dark day.
Oh, thank you for inviting me to be on. It is such a terrible, terrible day. So sad.
If we could kind of walk through, where were you when you heard, and early on, some of your thoughts, and as the days progressed, how have you been sort of navigating all this information?
Yeah. Well, so I'm in northern Minnesota today, and I heard early on, Annunciation School is only a couple of miles from where Archie and I live in South Minneapolis, and so I'm very familiar with the school and that neighborhood. And just like everybody else, I was trying to gather information and reaching out to the mayor's office and the governor to understand what was happening. It's just so unfathomable to think of this kind of tragedy and violence, especially in a school, and as these children were celebrating Mass in their very first week back at school. I don't know about you, but my grandchildren, I have a grandchild who started kindergarten today, and a lot of families are sending their kids back to school. And so I believe that's one of the reasons why this hits so close to home for so many of us.
Yeah, I think we've both been talking about, my kiddo's 3, but my mind definitely went there, and your kids are a little older, but
they've started already, and that is a conversation. You know, Senator, we were saying this is a time of year when we should be talking about
happy time,
school lunches, and how's, you know, do you have all your supplies, and get your sleep schedule back on track. The conversations now that we have to have with our children are just unimaginable, and now to have this hit so close to home, it's just we're really all having a hard time processing all of this.
Yeah, Senator. Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
No, I was just going to say that in the time that I've been in the Senate, and even before when I was Lieutenant Governor and working at the state and the city, there have been times when I have been, called to be with people when something really horrible happens, and you never get used to it. It never becomes just the thing that you do. It always, I think, touches us, and that's what makes us human. That's why moments like this are so, in some tragic way, they bring us together, because we all are feeling so much of the same thing, thinking about those little kids that lost their lives and the ones that were injured and all of their families.
Yeah, with that being said, I'm curious, what do you say, to people in this kind of moment? And you mentioned, just the familiarity with that particular area. Have you had a chance to talk to some of the people nearby?
Well, so I have, been exchanging voice messages and texts and calling people. And Annunciation School is one of those places where there's so many of us that somebody who's either their children are there, or their grandchildren, or their nieces or nephews. And that's certainly the case for me, as I think it is for so many folks. That school is quite knit into the community of South Minneapolis, and even more broadly. And I think everybody is still really reeling from this and trying to make sense of it. And of course, it's not possible to make sense out of this kind of evil and violence. You can't really understand it, but I loved what the school principal said when he was speaking a little earlier today, and he said essentially, you pray by using your feet. Your prayers are about the actions that you take.
Yeah. We oftentimes, we see so much happen in social media and online, and it just kind of comes over you like a wave. And Mayor Fry addressed some of this about an hour ago in his press conference, and he said, there's politicizing that's going on, and there's blame that's going on, and just hatred and vitriol, and we all understand, we're all angry. What is your message to people right now, kind of in this moment?
Well, I believe that love is stronger than hate, that love is bigger than anything. And it is when we're called to come together in moments like this that we have to remember that. And that doesn't mean to adapt a posture of being passive and just accepting the terribleness of this moment and the horrible hatred and violence of this moment. It should be really a recommitting ourselves to making trying to make things better, and trying to make it true that when every child goes to school, that they're safe and they're going to be loved and cared for. But fundamentally, this is what everybody wants in their life, right? You want to be safe in your home, in your neighborhood, in your community, and we have to recommit ourselves to that. And I do believe we are at a tipping point in this country where we have to really strongly condemn this terrible violence.
I was just about to get there, Senator. I was going to ask, every time we get in this situation, I hate that I have to say every time we get into this situation, because this is a constant conversation, it feels like, but where do we go from here? How do you put that one step in front of the other at this point?
Yeah, well, progress is not a straight line, and it doesn't just happen. It happens because of the work of the dedicated individuals, so many dedicated individuals. And I'm full of grief today, and so I'm not quoting Dr. King quite as eloquently as I might have. But I think the only thing to do in moments like this is to recommit ourselves to working together and making things better. And it doesn't happen all at once, but if we give up hope, then it won't happen at all. So that's, I think, what we need to hold on to, and just remind ourselves to be kind to one another. I don't mean to sound naive on such a terrible day, but that's all I really know in moments like this.
Well, I think if you've asked any of those children, they'd probably say the same thing, and it's just a pure message. It's just a very pure message. We really appreciate the time that you're giving us today. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much.
All right, just to kind of walk our viewers through our day.
I just wanted to mention one thing that it's interesting that we're talking with Senator Smith right there, who we were talking to about a couple of months ago as we had another tragedy come through our area with Senators John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, and of course the Hortmans, and Senator John Hoffman and Yvette Hoffman and Hope Hoffman. So the Hoffman family today put out a statement as well. Of course, they're also the victims of just extreme violence, and they say they're sending all their love and support to the school and that church community in the entire state of Minnesota. They say we are all impacted by these mindless acts of violence and senseless attacks. The evil actions of an individual can impact the lives of so many, the victims and our community. Our family understands this firsthand and calls on our state and the nation to find more grace and peace in our daily lives. We will hold these families in our hearts and prayers forever. And that is from the Hoffman family.
Yeah, to think about what they've had to go through, just a couple of months ago, and it kind of hits on, what Brandon.
Someone impersonating a police officer, and then in this situation in a house of worship where children are in pews trying to worship, and you just think of the vulnerability there, and it just adds another layer of concern. Intense it's on so many levels very, very difficult to process. The investigation, of course, continues on. We know that soon after everything happened, about an hour or so afterward, we know that law enforcement was starting to spread out, and they were checking different locations. I believe that they had search warrants. I think Chief O'Hara said at 4 different locations, including 3 that were, they believe, connected to the shooter. So they have been fleshing out those leads. There was a vehicle that was left at the scene, and then they were looking into other vehicles as well.
Yeah, he didn't even want to really mention his name, right? He just said coward at this point, and I think a lot of people are just trying to wrap their arms around, and their arms and their heads and everything else around what exactly happened here. We do want to get to our reporter, Corin Hoggard. Corin has been, one of the first ones on the scene this morning. Corin, where are you right now? We still see, pretty much an active scene.
Yeah, that's actually the church that's about a half a block behind me now here. This is the setting where the press conferences have been all day. And one of the things I've been kind of emphasizing all day is kind of the, positive kernels within this very negative story. And I want to tell you one that we won't be able to share, in audio or video, because it came from a parishioner here who didn't want to be recorded, but he was very open with me about the story of his experience. And he was actually in there this morning. He said he was in the back pew. He has a child who is a student there, and this, was the first mass of the school year, and so a lot of parents will attend. And so he was in there, started hearing all the gunfire coming from inside, was basically kind of, paralyzed by not knowing exactly what to do, but figured the best thing that they could do was keep everybody inside and, low, because he knew it was coming from outside and they probably wouldn't be safer by going outside. He said pretty quickly he actually saw the first police officer arrive on the scene, and that officer ran into the church, into the area where they were having the mass, and asked him where the shooter was. And he pointed in the direction where the gunfire was coming from, and that officer just ran straight to the danger. It was still an active gunfire scene, and that officer ran right over there, and within a few seconds, he said, the gunfire ended. So he doesn't know exactly how that gunfire ended, but he said that officer was one of the heroes today. We heard from the principal of the school, Matt DeBoer, also about how a lot of the teachers were heroes. We talked to one of the students earlier today, and he said they didn't exactly, planned for this. They had, done training for inside of the school handling a shooting, but not inside of the sanctuary. And so the teachers were really the ones who kind of drove the kids into that kind of mode where they did their usual classroom protections and got down and got low and probably saved a lot of them from being injured or killed as well. And so I, as terrible as this is, I like to focus on the best things that happened out here. The people, as Mr. Rogers taught me, the helpers. There's one of them right here who brought out a bunch of sodas and water and donuts for the press and everybody else gathered outside of the crime scene here. He was actually a student who believes he went to school with the shooter, but he's also someone who lives in this neighborhood and wanted to make sure that everybody out here, was as comfortable as possible. He wanted to be a helper. And so I think Mr. Rogers said if you focus on the helpers, in a time like this that is such a dark time, you can still see some light. And so that's what I've been trying to do.
Absolutely, Corin. And you had you want to relay this sweet story of the young man who was a helper to you today and to some others, and just briefly just share that story with us, because it's kind of one of those things that we're holding on to today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just kind of set it up by telling you, we were on the backside where the parents were rushing out. Well, first they were rushing in, and then they were rushing out with their children, and you could just see the grim looks on their faces, and some of them were still in tears. And some folks had come over there to, they brought 2 dogs to let the kids pet the dogs. Some of them brought water. Some of them did other things. But as I brought some water back to the scene for myself and my photographer at that time, Scott Keller, this little boy stopped me and asked if I was a reporter on the scene, and then he gave me a paper airplane. And he told me his story. He was actually, a second grader here at Annunciation. He had what his father told me was the best broken arm in the history of broken arms. So he actually broke his arms a few days ago. He re-injured himself last night, and so he wasn't able to go to school today, which means he missed all of this and the traumatic experience that a lot of his classmates went through. His father told me a couple of his classmates and best friends were actually among those who were injured, and so he missed out on being potentially right there in the line of fire. But his thought today to help was, with his one arm that was still good, he would make a paper airplane and offer it up to a reporter who he thought was trying to help, and that was his version of helping. Pretty amazing. I'm keeping that paper airplane for sure. I don't have it with me right now, but that's something I will cherish now for the rest of my life.
It's just really sweet, and it goes to show just how some of these kids are, right? It's so sweet, so nice, and just to really think about how he feels, and his father, how this family has to feel like, he was supposed to be at school today. And the fact that he wasn't at school and then this happened, but he has so many friends impacted by this. It's just...
And Corin, something you just said sparked something that I just heard about a couple of hours ago in one of our interviews. But you mentioned that the gentleman you talked with, who was in the back of the church and saw the officer run in, and the officer said, "Where's the shooter?" And he directed him to where the shooter is. We had a conversation a couple of hours ago with St. Paul Police Chief Axel Henry. And one of the things, this was before we really knew a lot of details, and one of the things that Police Chief Henry said was the fact that the shooter took his own life in this case indicated to him that he likely saw law enforcement, and that he really credited with how quickly this came to an end. And, at the time, everybody's sort of speculating. Of course, the chief has a lot of experience, but if you really just stop and think about and slow down those moments and think about how critical every conversation is, and every direction and every act of bravery that came together in these moments, it's really remarkable.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and that may have been the reason that this all stopped. We don't really know. We, know that there was this manifesto. I don't care to read it because I don't want to. I want to know this person's motive, and that's that. I don't really want to give this person any more thought. That's not my way of thinking. I don't want to give this person any kind of notoriety, but knowing exactly why this started, and that can maybe tell us, what they intended and whether, how much worse it might have been. But we know that they, barricaded a couple of the exits, not all of them, but a couple of the exits. We know that they, knew that there was a mass going on and started from, again, the chief calls this person a coward. This person was shooting from outside of the church through a window into an area where they knew kids were. A lot of kids. This is someone who has a familiarity with this building and with the schedule of this building, and, put themselves in a position where they were going to be somewhat invincible and could just pick people off and without being, touched by it. And so if an officer shows up quickly and actually, gives them a sense of, this has to stop, someone's going to stop me, then that very well may be the reason that this all came to an end when it did, because this person didn't seem like they were ready to, face any kind of opposition.
Yeah, so much credit to that officer that you said from speaking with the gentleman that you did, who said it kind of just walked right into danger when, after asking, where's the shooter, and went right to him. So it just speaks to, all of the things and unfortunate events that police officers have to deal with on a daily basis.
Yeah, they've seen a lot today. Corin, thank you for that update. We really appreciate it. And as we continue to follow the story of people's emotions and how they are navigating all of this, we wanted to check in with our Rob Olson, who is somewhere where people are showing how they're feeling right now. And Rob, if we could go to you, I believe you are also near the scene of where this happened, and perhaps a memorial growing there.
And this is where I've been for much of the afternoon earlier. I've started down the block here just to the north of the school entrance, and now over at 54th and Lyndale, the western side of this perimeter that's been taped off and will remain so, with the school and the church being right there. But what I wanted to show you here is it's getting to the time of day where more people are getting off work, free to come by here and share their emotions. This is what has now been growing at a rapid pace here, right on this corner, just down from the school, as people stop by, many of them just going into the Kowalski's, which is right next door, to pick up flowers or bringing them from home. Or other places, but growing very quickly here just in the last half an hour. And the first flowers, though, were left here maybe even around noon, 1 o'clock this afternoon. There was Arthur Louis that I talked to. He came in. At first, he was trying to get some of the officers to maybe bring them up to in front of the school or in front of the chapel of the church here where the shooting occurred, and they couldn't work that out, so they said, you know what, we'll just leave them here for now. And then that has now been the place. That is the beginning of this growing memorial here. So people just want to express their emotion, their grief, any way they can, even if they don't have a connection to this at all. They just live in the neighborhood. But I spoke to Arthur Louis and he brought those flowers. Here's a little bit of our conversation from earlier.
Just that I was also a student that went around here. Just calling my mom this morning was really sad. Just never want to have that feeling go past you. And just knowing, because so many people on my block, they have kids that go here. And I just couldn't bear to think about that. Just want to show my support, and hopefully this can bring action to bring stricter gun laws and background checks for the future.
And then Arthur laid those flowers here at this traffic light here on the corner of 54th and Lyndale. And as I said, those have been here for several hours, and now just in the last half an hour or so, we're seeing a lot more people just coming in and bringing these here. And I've talked to them. Some of them don't want to really talk. You can tell that this is a very emotional and private thing for them, is they just want to bring this here. But several others telling me that it's just they live near here. One of them who just brought flowers said he lives down right near where the shooting happened, and he was one of those neighbors that heard what they thought were construction noises. He thought it was a nail gun that he heard. Didn't process initially that this was gunfire, because why would you think it is in that point. You think, oh, there's some construction project going on here, before realizing the tragedy that had occurred. And again, others that are just, they live around here, and it's just, that sense of grief about what happened in their community is bringing them to do the only thing that they can think to do right now, which is to display that through bringing flowers out here. But again, this is, aside from that, a pretty quiet scene behind us is this perimeter remains in place, and again will for some time, as investigators do what they need to do. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension's Mobile Crime Lab down there is an integral part of processing the actual scene itself to collect the evidence there, and that is a meticulous process as well. So that remains a wide cordoned off area here, is that investigation will continue. Back to you guys.
I mean, just to know that, the first flowers were bought around 12 p.m. That's just a couple hours after this happened. So it just speaks to the community there, and just people just trying to help in any way they can.
It's tough. You struggle with how to not only how to process this internally, but what can I do? You feel helpless. And earlier Mayor Fry, a very powerful comment where he said, yeah, okay, thoughts and prayers, but these kids were literally praying at this time. And and I get that. I also feel like at this moment right now, if you don't feel like you can do anything else, then maybe it is those thoughts and is those prayers and those vibes that you are sending to those families right now as they are dealing with just the unimaginable. Rob, it sounds like there's some traffic direction going on behind you, as I'm sure people maybe still kind of going in that area. I'm guessing they're telling people still stay away from the area.
They are, but obviously Lyndale is a very busy thoroughfare here, so there's been traffic control in this intersection. Was here when I got here this morning already because of the amount of emergency vehicles that were here. And at that point, it was SWAT teams and ambulances, a large number of those, in addition to every responding agency that could get people here quickly. So now it continues to be busy, but this is busy anyway, especially at this time of day. So traffic control certainly here will be important for the near future anyway.
Yeah, we know police were telling some folks earlier to avoid the particular area, of course, as they do their investigation. But if you want to pay respects, your tributes, you can drop your flowers. As you said, people always wonder, how can I help? Well, that's one way for sure. Rob, we appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll be checking back with you here in a little bit. Thank you, Rob. And as we do try to ask ourselves, what can we do? There are a couple things that we've heard throughout our coverage and our conversations with different lawmakers and law enforcement. And one of the things that they've talked about is donating blood. We know that the HCMC is a level 1 trauma center, and they are not only dealing with this situation, but there was also a mass shooting within the last 24 hours as well. So we are thinking of those folks, and if that is a way that you feel like you can do something, then please consider donating that. Also, financially, we know that we always have to say watch out for scams, but the one we are going to pass along here is one that we understand has been set up in coordination with the city of Minneapolis, the Minneapolis Foundation, and what they have done is establish this text to donate line. So you can text ACF1 to the number on your screen, 41444. Again, the Minneapolis Foundation is hosting it, and it will work with the Annunciation community in the coming weeks to equitably distribute these funds to those affected. And this is the one that we'll pass along, the one that we feel comfortable passing along for now. And then, of course, there's some vigils tonight, if that's something that you feel like you want to do. I believe we have been invited to the one at Holy Angels in the gymnasium tonight at 7 o'clock. So if you can't make it there in person, know that we'll have that live for you.
And Children's Minnesota does have an update. They say that 3 children remain in our Minneapolis hospital for care. As a result of the tragic incident this morning, 4 patients have been discharged. That's great news. Our thoughts are with all the victims, their families, and loved ones in our communities who are impacted by yet another senseless act of violence. We will not share more details to respect the privacy of our patients and our families.
We'll continue our coverage now with Mike Manzoni. And Mike, this is the first time we've checked in with you. Can you let us know kind of where you are and what you're covering here at this hour?
We're trying to gather the latest.
It's okay. We're going to hang on just one second there, and they'll let us know if it becomes unfrozen here. A lot of different angles, though. We know that we have been alongside, as law enforcement has set up perimeters around a couple of different scenes. I believe there were 4 search warrants that have been executed here, including 3 that were connected to potentially areas or residences of the suspected gunman. So continuing to follow those angles as well. We'll see where Mike is and what he's covering.
And one at the church as well. The chief also mentioned that they're aware of the manifesto. You heard Corin briefly mention it. I don't want to, of course, pay too much attention to it, but that is a part of course, their investigation right now. We know that it has been taken down. There was some sort of scheduled video for YouTube that the shooter did plan to, air. And law enforcement right now is just combing through some of the social medias, but we still don't know a motive at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, we have sort of stopped using names here, but we just, they very much, it's been called a coward, of course, by all law enforcement here. And so this person shot himself in the rear of the church, used a rifle, gun, a shotgun, and pistol, all lawfully purchased. We learned just a short time ago. They believe the shooter acted alone, no one else directly involved. Again, these 4 search warrants, 3 residences in the metro related to the gunman. Additional firearms were being collected here and continue to be collected by law enforcement. And then, of course, you mentioned the manifesto, this time release on YouTube, which has now been pulled down off of the internet, and showed him on the scene with some writings. Again, that is no longer available, and we don't want to dwell too much on all of that, but as we are reporting what is happening, it is important to sort of lay out the facts of what's going on here as we continue to remember the victims and the lives lost and the lives affected in this tragic shooting today.
And if you have been with us for a while, you do know that we have taken 2 press conferences so far today, the latest about an hour or so ago. We do want to get to some sort of sound from the latest press conference. Governor Walz spoke, as well as Mayor Jacob Frey. Let's take a listen.
Certainly a day and a news conference that no one wants to be at. A community behind us, Annunciation Church and School, committed to academics, service, and Catholic values, filled with the first days of school of beautiful children going to learn those values, share with their teachers and their classmates. And instead of that joy and that curiosity and that learning, they were met with evil and horror and death. And we often come to these and say, these unspeakable tragedies, or there's no words for this. There shouldn't be words for these types of incidents because they should not happen. And there's no words that are going to ease the pain of the families today. On behalf of all the people of Minnesota, our deepest sympathies. A wish that any of these words would make what you're feeling now better, but it won't. A place that's founded on community, founded on service, founded on family. I'd like to give special thank you to the mayor and the team in Minneapolis, the Minneapolis Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, Minnesota State Patrol, the BCA, so many agencies, our federal partners in the FBI, the first responders, and the heroic work that's happening now as we speak at multiple medical locations, including Hennepin County Medical Center, where most of our children were transported to receive the life-saving care. The thoughts and prayers and the hopes and the support that we need to give them in this moment, too, is critical. Speaking with all the people here and grateful to our federal partners, Senator Klobuchar speaking early this morning and receiving a call from President Trump, who was with his leadership team of the Attorney General and the Vice President, expressing their deep condolences amongst the horror that happened and an offer to provide the support to the folks here in Minnesota of what's needed. So there's a lot of cameras here, and unfortunately we have been through these types of things. They will be gone at some point. All of you have to do your jobs. But what happened here today will not be gone. Minnesotans will not step away. We'll stand with this community. We'll redouble ourselves to do the best we can to understand what we can do to prevent any parent from having to receive the calls they received today, from any school dedicated to children having to respond to a situation that, as we said, is unthinkable, but that's all too common, not just in Minnesota, but across this country. It's Minnesota's day today, and it's my strongest desire that no state, no community, no school ever experiences a day like this. So I ask the rest of the folks around the country who are watching, keep us in your thoughts and prayers, but also keep us in the thoughts for action. Keep us in the ideas that we can work together. And it's on these days like this, I think, and I hope we can hold on to it. We are unified as a community. Everybody across the country today is part of the Annunciation Parish, and they're with those families.
All right, well, you were just listening to Governor Walz just kind of say, you know, there's no words to ease this pain and nothing that you can really say, but of course, just giving his deepest sympathies to the families.
Yeah, and I know we can share some more sound here from that same press conference with Mayor Fry in just a minute. Lori, if you don't mind, I just wanted to add a few things. This morning, we got on the air about 9, and there are some things that we were showing on live television this morning that you won't see on our air after that, because it was just a very raw, you know, folks picking up their children and everything. So just if I could just kind of recount some of what we saw, and we mentioned Mayor Fry, and I'll just won't forget, you know, seeing the mayor sort of running toward a scene and going under the crime scene tape and moving on to the scene, arriving, and at that point we you know, we didn't know what was happening. Lori, sorry, go ahead. Okay, and you know what? Yeah. Actually, we do have this video, so we will show you this. This was early on. This was at just after 9 o'clock this morning, and we at this point had very, very little information. There were reports of an active shooter. At this point, we did not know whether the shooter was dead, alive. We did not know who had been shot, how many people had been shot. And it was shortly after this that we had it confirmed that the shooter was indeed dead as well. And then this is some more video. You know, this is not video that I've seen, Lori, so this is... Yeah,
this is new video, I think, that we're seeing.
It looks like... Right okay, now. So okay. Go ahead.
This is video right now outside of the staging area. We know there was a staging area, of course, for some of those families, the loved ones, reunification center as well for parents to really, you know, of course, wrap their hands around their children. Some of the, we're just kind of walking you through some of the timeline of today. Right now, you could just see law enforcement, Minneapolis police, so many law enforcement on the scene, as you can imagine, this morning for hours now.
And we just saw that outside the reunification area. And what was really interesting early on is the first sort of statement given, or tweet given by Governor Walz. He mentioned Annunciation Catholic School. And so a lot of us thought it was at the school, and then when you look at the campus, there is the school and then there's the church, and we noticed that on the website there was an 8:15 mass, and the first call came in at 8:27, and so you start to think there's no, this could not be, and then we certainly learned that yes, it was indeed there. And one of the other sort of things that tipped us off to this did not happen at the school was the fact that the reunification area was set up at the school in the gymnasium. And that really would never happen in our experience. If there's a school shooting, it would be an area that is farther away. Secure. So, and then of course more information came in. Minneapolis Police giving us quite a bit of information right away, letting us know that the shooter was dead. There was no other threat to the community, and that was, we were able to bring some, they were able to bring some peace to those living in that area, knowing that there was not a suspect on the loose. And so from there, it really just became a waiting game of trying to figure out, okay, who are we talking about here? How many victims? How seriously are people injured? And then that information came it trickled in throughout the morning. We know that two children have died, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old who died in their pews as they were worshiping. And then we know that there were 3 parishioners who were in their 80s who were also injured. We know that as of now, everyone else who has been treated, Simone, I believe this is correct, is expected to recover, according to Chief O'Hara.
The latest from Children's Minnesota, 3 children remain in the Minneapolis hospital for care as a result, they say, of this tragic incident that happened this morning. 4 patients have been discharged. The hospital also goes on to say that they will not share any more details just out of respect and the privacy for their patients and their families. But we were just looking at some drone video from in the air. It really does give you a perspective of just the large amount of police response that we have seen throughout the day today. Of course, this is on the ground video. Amy, I know we're not going to show this, and here's that video again. I mean, everyone you can think of course, is on the scene today, and we were going to say, you know, we're not going to show this video, but we saw video of parents and their children and loved ones holding each other's hands as they were walking, you know, pulling up the crime tape to walk through their cars, coming from the schools, and you just have to think of their moments today, of what happened. I think of the parents' moments today, of that call that they got and that they received. I think a lot of officials today have said, you know, no one wants that call, right? It's just the call that I think every single parent dreads.
One of the images that we saw that really speaks to that is I presume a parent or caregiver running to the scene barefoot, holding shoes in her hand, because you just imagine, we saw parents in scrubs, you know, people were at work, and you're getting this phone call, something you just never imagined you're going to get. And then as they filed out, there was one point where the parents were coming out with their children, and again everybody was holding hands. They were not going to let go of each other, and they were walking through what sort of became like almost a makeshift tunnel is the best way to describe it, where they were lined on both sides with neighbors and people who were coming out just to check to see, you know, what was going on. Is everything okay? Of course, there were reporters and cameras, and you know, I guess to describe looks on faces would just, I think dazed, shocked is probably the best way.
It's just,
we didn't see a lot of, you know, outbursts of emotion.
I think you're in shock.
You're in maybe shock at that point. Still,
you're in total shock, and then you're just in emergency mode, right? So it's like, oh my gosh, I need to get my children. I need to figure out what's going on. I need to feel how my children are feeling. You know, I need to check on them in some sort of way, whatever that looks like. But
sadly, we know that there are 2 families who got the worst news today, and we are just so keeping them at the front of our minds and our hearts today, as we know all of you are, as you continue to stay with us here on our continuing coverage of what is become just an extremely dark day here in Minnesota, and for our country.
We've been talking about emotion, and maybe, Lori, we can get to the sound from, we did hear from the principal of Annunciation Catholic School. He was pretty emotional today. I think the first thing he said was, love you. I want you to know that we love you and that you are so brave. But right now we're looking at information about a prayer vigil tonight. We know so many people would love to help in any way that they can, and I think a lot of people just want to stand together in prayer, in solidarity, in whatever that looks like. So we know there are quite a few vigils happening tonight, and this is just one of them that you're looking at right in here on your screen at Holy Angels Gym.
Yeah, and if you can't make it there and you still want to be a part of this, I do believe we are going to be streaming this live tonight as well. So this is a way for you to maybe to heal, and however you want to manage this with your family, individual choices. But this is one opportunity for you.
Yeah. And right now, as I just mentioned, the principal, Matt DeBoer, he spoke earlier today. Let's take a listen.
Good afternoon, everyone. To any of our students and families and staff watching right now, I love you. You're so brave, and I'm so sorry this happened to us today. Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children, older children were protecting younger children. And as we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action. This is a nightmare, but we call our staff the dream team. And we will recover from this. We will rebuild from this. When we planned for this school year, we intentionally chose a theme from the prophet Jeremiah chapter 29, a future filled with hope. There's nothing about today that can fill us with hope. We, as a community, have a responsibility to make sure that no child, no parent, no teacher ever has to experience what we've experienced today, ever again. I need everybody to commit those words to your speech patterns, never again. We lost 2 angels today. And please continue to pray for those still receiving care. We can't change the past, but we can do something about the future. There's an African proverb that says, when you pray, move your feet. So I beg you, I ask you to please pray, but don't stop with your words. Let's make a difference and support this community, these children, these families, these teachers. Never again can we let this happen. I love you, Annunciation family. We're with you, and we will be stronger when this is done.
You really have to feel something after that. When you pray, move your feet.
Yeah, really powerful, powerful words there, and really nice to hear from somebody who's so close to this and just helps everybody sort of in this healing process for him to give those messages. We continue our coverage here on Fox 9. We are going to share a piece of sound that we have from Senator Amy Klobuchar. This is just from a short time ago when a news conference was given with an update as she reacted to this news. And we'll continue after that with Fox 9 News at 5 with Kelsey and Randy. Stay with us.
I just look at it through the eyes of one of my friends who is a mom of 3 of the kids that were in that mass, and her daughter, who's a 7th or 8th grader, watched 2 of her friends shot, one in the stomach, one in the neck. When she got out of the church, she had to tell the dad of one of them what had happened as a 12-year-old. And so you think as parents of that glorious week where you drop your children off for school and they have a new teacher and they're all excited. That's what was going on with these kids. And they're at an all-school mass, tiny little kids down to, kindergarten all the way up to 8th grade. The little ones are in with the big ones. And then this happened. And I really appreciated the words of the Archbishop and the school leadership. They're going to need a lot of love, more security for the church. Yes, of course. All those things we know has to happen. And getting to the bottom of the motives and trying to do something about all these guns, that is all important without hurting legal gun owners at all. But today is a day of thinking of this church family and the surrounding community, because the individuals that are the families that are waiting outside operating rooms right now or in the hospital. The best news I had today was when the police chief announced that they believe all the other kids will survive. But that still leaves of 8 and 10-year-old families who dropped their kids off that day thinking this was a beautiful day. Maybe they're going to the fair this weekend, hanging out as a family, and they'll never see their kids alive again. So that's the first. But the fact that we have Children's Hospital and we have incredible doctors and nurses, and that these kids survived when they're so little to be shot like that, and the fact that they got under the pews, and that there's actually a safety plan was put in place that I think really saved a lot of lives. And I think we're also going to hear about the heroism of the church, heroism of the teachers and the people that were there today. And those stories will be really important to tell, because in all of this hatred, you have to always remember there are heroes, and there's people that stand up for their neighbors.
I'll ask you about the heroes and the helpers.
Yeah.
Because I've been talking about that a lot here. Just standing outside here and seeing somebody bring a dog up so the kids who are leaving could pet a dog. There's a kid who lives down the street who brought a radio flyer full of water and soda for people. And, it's just kind of like seeing this community come together to me has been remarkable. And I just wonder what you've seen there.
Yeah, it has always been a close-knit neighborhood, and it's this mixture. I mean, look at this. The school is right next to houses, and the houses are right next to stores. And they have this incredible sense of community between the schools. There's other schools here. There's Catholic school. There's public school. And I don't think that this madman is going to destroy that part of this neighborhood. But these kids that witnessed that shooting, that's going to be with them forever. And I know their families are going to have to be doing a lot of work with them. And so all we can do as a community is do everything that we can support them.
All right, we are staying on top of the horrific mass shooting at a Catholic school in South Minneapolis.
As you know, 2 children were killed early this morning as Mass began at Annunciation Catholic Church in South Minneapolis. 2 children killed, ages 8 and 10. 14 others also hurt. 19 victims total. 14 children, 6 to 15 were injured, and 3 adults, parishioners in that Catholic church this morning, were also injured. We have been told that all those who were injured are expected to survive, but many have critical injuries. And we are watching those situations closely.
This all happened at Annunciation Catholic Church and School just off Diamond Lake Road in South Minneapolis. Witnesses heard dozens, and I do mean dozens of shots just before 8:30 this morning.
And no motive has been given. They have identified the suspect, who is said to have taken his own life shortly after the shooting began in the rear of the church. The area around Annunciation was quickly flooded with first responders, MPD officers who ran in to give first aid and also help some of the children who were hiding escape from that area. And Fox 9's team coverage continuing tonight. We've been on the air since about 9 o'clock this morning. We continue our coverage with Corin Hoggard, who's been on the scene since early this morning. Corin?
Hey, Kelsey and Randy, neighbors here in this area did tell me that they heard an incredible amount of gunfire, dozens, if not more than 100 shots, and they actually heard so many of them they didn't believe it was gunfire. They thought it was something like a roofing project. But for the kids and the parents and the church staff who were in there, it was something much, much more terrifying. As you mentioned, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old child were killed. 14 other child victims among the 17 victims who were shot and injured. A little more than an hour after that shooting, we saw parents running up to the school in a panic to check on their kids. And then we saw their stricken faces as they walked out with the kids, who were unharmed physically, but who obviously carried a huge emotional burden with them. We saw a lot of them crying. We heard about a shooter the police chief called a coward, and police and school staff that we can all call heroes.
This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping.
Our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children. And as we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action.
Now, all this was targeted at the first Mass of the school year. I heard about another hero, the first police officer on the scene. One of the parents who was attending the Mass told me he was in the back row and still didn't know what to do when the officer came in and asked where the shooter was. So he pointed towards the direction of the gunfire. The officer ran right towards that danger. Not long after that, the shooting stopped. Now, the shooter eventually died by suicide. Police say the suspect had brought a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol and barricaded a couple of the exits, but not all of them. We know 14 more kids from the ages of 6 to 15 suffered injuries. They are all expected to survive. 3 adult parishioners, they're all in their 80s, also got shot. They should live. Police say the shooter acted alone and legally bought all of those weapons. I should mention, this is a Catholic school, and so there has been a message sent through the Archbishop to this community from Pope Leo, and I want to read that here. He said he was profoundly saddened to learn of the loss of life and the injuries. He sent his heartfelt condolences and the assurance of spiritual closeness to all those affected by this tragedy, and he commended the souls of the deceased children to God. And that's where it stands out here, Randy and Kelsey.
Corin, and you've been there since early this morning. One of the things that was notable to me as I watched you was the personal impact that it had on you and the others that were there all morning long. Share some of that insight with us now. I know it's a heavy thing, and a lot of people watching this throughout the day and now into the evening understand how heavy that is. But give us a sense for what that felt like out there.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's a little more personal for me. My brother lives a block away from where I'm standing right now, and he has children who are of elementary school age, and they chose not to send them to Annunciation, but to send them to public school. But, you know, Margot and Patrick have friends who go to this church, and they are currently in Amsterdam. But my brother and my sister-in-law were texting me and, you know, asking about the safety of some of Margot and Patrick's friends. And it sounds like all of them, you know, walked away from this. But that's something that, you know, is touching everybody in this neighborhood. And I do have that personal connection. Another thing I'll tell you is, you know, when I get into a lot of these situations, I've, you know, covered tragedies like this, unfortunately, for almost 30 years now, but I try to find some light in the darkness. I see communities rally in these situations very often, so I look for the helpers, something Mr. Rogers taught me 50 years ago. And I saw a lot of them out here today. I saw a guy bring out a couple of dogs so that the kids who are leaving with their parents could, you know, maybe get some emotional comfort by petting some dogs, and just random people coming up, bringing water to help anybody who needed it coming out. A neighbor who brought water and energy drinks and donuts to help people out here. And South Lindale Liquors owner came over and invited anybody over there who needed some time and a place to chill out. And so those helpers and these heroes are the people that, you know, I know we have to focus on the details of what happened, but those are the folks whose details mean the most to me, because going forward, those are the people we can honor.
Yeah, at a time, Corin, as you note, that people feel so helpless at a time like this. So that is good to see, and that is certainly some light in a very dark time. Thank you.
Yeah. And Corin being out there, like all of our reporters, just witnessing all of this emotion and the waves of emotion that go through a day like this. Corin, we'll be checking back with you in just a little bit, but thank you for being out there today and for continuing to keep us updated on what's going on. The families, and you saw some of the video of the parents going into that school. One of the images that I can't get out of my mind is the mom who took off her heels so that she could run barefoot toward the school to get to her kids, and those parents marching in. So many of them probably did have contact with their kids because so many have cell phones nowadays. But I don't know, with Mass being the first thing of the day, many of the children may not have had their phones, and so parents are rushing to the scene, maybe not knowing whether or not their children are okay. And for two families tonight, their children will not be coming home. And this is just the difficult reality that this church community and this school community will have to deal with.
Rob Olson was on scene as well, and he ran into one of those families with a child, a 10-year-old fifth grader, I believe his name is Weston, who was inside that church, very much a part of this mass shooting as it was happening. And Rob, you were able to talk to that little boy. Bring us through that.
Yeah, a pretty remarkable composure on this fifth grader. You know, as we got here, too, we saw a number of parents and their young children leaving the school. I was stationed here on the north side of the school when we first arrived, and, you know, you saw that was the reunification area, and parents were coming out, and, you know, many of them just had very kind of stunned looks on their faces, just sort of, you know, trying to process what was going on. There were some that were then displaying more emotion, the sadness, the grief of what they'd experienced, but many were trying to get out of there and get away from what they'd experienced. But we did run into Weston. His parents were here, his grandfather as well, and he spoke to us with remarkable clarity and composure, considering what he'd been through, to describe exactly what happened, where they said there were a few minutes into Mass when the bullets came through the stained glass window. Here's a portion of my conversation with him.
Well, we just got into Mass, and it was like 3 minutes after. It was very scary. It was like my friend got shot in the back, He's in the hospital right now. It was super scary because like we've never practiced it in the church. We've only practiced it in the main school. So we really didn't know what to do. We just got into the pews and he shot through the stained glass windows. Yeah.
And did you ever see him?
My friend like ran, someone helped him like run out. He saw him, he was wearing all black and he had a ski mask on.
Yeah, and he references, as he said there, they'd never practiced a lockdown or active shooter drill in the church. They'd done so in the school, but their immediate instinct was to get down in the pews. He said a couple of his friends were hit by the gunfire, that there was one of his friends that was on his back to sort of protect him as well. Again, remarkable composure considering what this fifth grader had gone through. Now, as you notice behind me too, this here on the corner of 54th and Lyndale is where people have been bringing flowers. There was somebody that just dropped off some more as an expression of just people trying to process the grief and the emotion that they're going through doing this. Well, the first man to bring flowers was maybe noon, maybe early afternoon when the first flowers showed up. And I talked to him briefly. He lives in the neighborhood, about what motivated him to begin this.
Just that I was also a student that went around here. Just calling my mom this morning was really sad. Just never want to have that feeling go past you. And just knowing, like, because so many people on my block, they have kids that go here. And I just couldn't bear to think about that.
Yeah, and now these have just shown up too, just now. So sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot. You said you could try to talk to me. You have a connection to the school?
Well, this is from my son's school, Carondelet Catholic School, and then this is from his school.
Which is where?
Catholic school is 10 blocks,
yeah,
just southwest of here.
It says, "May God's love comfort and surround you. We pray for peace and strength for Annunciation from your Catholic school." How does this feel in the processing of this tragedy, this unthinkable, to bring this out here?
It's absolutely horrifying. I mean, as a mother of a 10-year-old, you can't put into words the feeling of loss and, honestly, desperation of the situation. There is nothing you can say. There's not, just support, I suppose, at this time. It's a difficult emotion to be in, to be both grateful for your own child to be here and devastated for those whose aren't.
These are beautiful arrangements you brought here to add to this, and
Thank you.
and again, you just hope it brings comfort to yourself and to others who try to process the emotions and the grief.
Yes, at the initial stages, the most we can hope for is comfort, peace, and coming together as a community.
Thanks for taking the time and putting you on the spot. But you just showed up with these, and these are beautiful and add to the growing memorial here at the corner. So thank you so much. So there you go. And again, people just keep coming out, and we saw this begin, as I said, shortly after noon, perhaps it was. But then as the workday ends for a lot of people, they want to come by and add to this, because you don't know what to do, what to think, how to react to this, and how to process this. And this is just one way that people can do that in dealing with a lot of very complex emotions.
Yeah.
Rob, you spoke with Weston and his family today, and we've listened to that interview a couple of times. The reality is, for all of us who have children nowadays, they do go through these drills, and they're a little bit conditioned in some ways to be ready for something like this to happen. And I hate that for my kids, that I have to even think about that. But Weston was so articulate in those moments to explain what happened. Partially because of the shock, but partially because they do practice for something like this. When you spoke with his parents and his grandparents as well, how are they doing, and what were their thoughts today?
Well, they were, showing a little bit of also clarity and surprising composure, but they had more of there's a little bit of anger there that things like this happen, that they have to come in and and get their kid out of school and talk to him about what has occurred and deal with the fact that some of his friends were injured and and that two of his classmates are no longer with him. So they just say there was clearly just some anger there about this keeps happening. We have to deal with this, and there's got to be a better way to deal with the greater issue altogether. And certainly that becomes a political debate that we are not going to get into in this moment, but that's the expression that they had in that kind of immediate aftermath.
I think that's a fair assessment of how millions of people feel in a situation like this. You feel empathy, sympathy, grief, sadness, and anger.
And you want to
all
protect your kids' innocence.
Yeah.
These kids were ages 6 to 14. That's really, really young to be dealing with something, a reality as harsh as this.
You raise a good point, and Rob, I know we talked about this earlier, is that the fact that Weston at age 10 as a 5th grader can recall this event in such clarity, that in itself is sad, that they are, as Kelsey put it, conditioned to understand this at a level that they can and deal with it. It's just sad that they have to at all. And that's kind of what I got out of that interview.
Yeah.
I listened to every single word, and it's just sort of resonated with this youngster that it was just, this is a fact of life for him.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's, you considering the time here too. I mean, that it's a fact of life that is something that will, certainly be something that'll be with him for a long time. And you don't know how that's going to manifest itself down the line. Certainly, his parents seem to be extraordinarily solid for him being there. And so you don't know. But I mean, the fact that he was able to say with such clarity exactly what happened, and the fact that they hadn't practiced this in the church, because why would you think to practice active shooter drills in the church? And we discussed earlier when we were growing up, not to date ourselves, but we're going to date ourselves here, we practiced tornado drills and fire drills, and something like this wasn't even in the realm of your thought that you would have to eventually, your children would be practicing active shooter drills. And so again, for him to talk about practicing it there, but not in the sanctuary, that speaks volumes too, in many different emotional ways.
Targeted evil. We didn't count on any of that.
Right.
Thank you, Rob.
And Rob's been out there all day talking with families and the folks who are just coming by to help. And so he's been on the front line of all of that emotion. There was a family of an 8th grader that also sent us a statement. This 8th grader was injured today, and the family mentioned that MPD responded immediately with so much support and help for their child, saying that the MPD officer, the son saying that he really helped him and that the officer rendered aid, hugged him, prayed with him before putting him on the ambulance today. And MPD first on the scene along with first responders to give first aid, respond to the scene, help children who were hiding to escape and get to safety as well.
And as you can imagine, those of you at home that don't live in this area, that scene was it was just full of law enforcement, full of first responders and neighbors in that area, obviously extremely concerned, uncertain as to what was happening. In fact, one neighbor recalls that they thought it was just a roof being put on with a power nailer, not gunshots, because there were so many gunshots, and that's sort of typical of a situation like that, is that clarion moment where something is wrong.
Right.
One of the first neighbors that Fox 9 spoke with lives just a half a block from Annunciation.
And she got word of the shooting from a social media group for mothers and says this situation is weighing extremely heavy for her tonight.
I think I'm really sad. I'm frustrated that this continues to happen. that, you know, I don't like saying that I never thought that that would happen in my neighborhood, because every neighborhood should feel safe. But I literally could not imagine this happening here. You always want to think that your kids can play around the block safely. They walk around to the we're right here at a library and a grocery store. You give them independence, and then you're terrified that something may happen to them.
For so many people, it just shatters your sense of safety. And that woman's children do not go to Annunciation Catholic School, but she knows several families in the neighborhood who do go there. So as a community in that neighborhood, it impacts everybody there.
Yeah, the 17 victims, other than the 2 children that were killed, went to 3 different hospitals around our area, including Hennepin County Medical Center.
And our So Young Kim is joining us live now with an update on conditions. So Young.
Kelsey, Randy, in the latest update, Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara says all remaining victims are expected to survive. So as this horrific day plays out, that is some positive news that we could bring you. And hospital officials here, as you know, this is a level 1 trauma center, HCMC, here in downtown Minneapolis. So the victims with the most serious injuries were brought here, and hospital officials say they received 10 patients earlier this morning, 7 in critical condition. 6 of those were children, and of those fighting for their lives, again, Chief Brian O'Hara says all remaining victims are expected to be okay. And the chief of the emergency medicine department here says, again, they are a level 1 trauma center, so they prepare for critical incidents just like this one, but it does take a toll. And without getting into specifics of individual conditions, he also spoke to the complexity of the cases. Take a listen.
We are dealing with gunshot wound injuries from apparently a high velocity weapon. And, you know, gunshot wounds can be very problematic because they can involve multiple body systems. And again, they require a lot of resources to manage.
And we want to show you this video of the scene here at the hospital from earlier today. A couple of the streets around Hennepin Healthcare were blocked off this morning. Armed law enforcement officers were seen patrolling the area as patients were arriving and families were frantically trying to reunite with their loved ones. Of the 3 victims being treated for non-life-threatening injuries, 2 are children, and hospital officials say the ages of the children being treated here are between 6 to 14. And again, hospital officials tell us that they will provide another update later this afternoon, and we'll bring you more as we learn more here at the scene. For now, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, So Young, live in Minneapolis tonight outside of HCMC. Children's Minnesota releasing a statement around 4:30 this afternoon as well. 3 children remain in our Minneapolis hospital for care as a result of the tragic incident this morning. 4 patients have now been discharged, though. Our thoughts are with the victims, their families, and loved ones in our communities who are impacted by yet another senseless act of violence. We will not share more details to respect the privacy of our patients and families.
As you can undoubtedly imagine, there are people all over the Twin Cities, really all over the country now, with this in the back of their minds and certainly in their hearts. Vigils are happening tonight for not only the tragic victims, but those who are still trying to heal in the hospital as well after several surgeries today. Our Mary McGuire is at Holy Angels. There's going to be a vigil there tonight, Mary, one of at least 2 that we're going to cover live as well. Tell us about this one.
Well, and I think after something so horrifying happens in your community, a lot of people are wondering what they can do. They are looking for something tangible. And so many times in the Catholic community, we turn to prayer. And that's what's going to happen here at the Academy of Holy Angels here in Richfield tonight. A vigil planned for 7 p.m. This is being put on by the Archdiocese of Minneapolis and St. Paul. We are told that the Archbishop Bernard Hebda, he will be speaking here, as well as members of the Annunciation community. And the ties between these 2 schools really can't be overstated. Annunciation is one of the largest feeder schools to the Academy of Holy Angels. So a lot of times the kids that you went to elementary school with, they are the same kids that you're attending high school with. So I am told that counselors here at Holy Angels, they were offering support services to alumni of Annunciation who were grappling with this horrifying news today. Now, as you mentioned, Randy, several other vigils planned across the Twin Cities tonight. We do know of a large one planned at Lyndhurst Park in Minneapolis. I've heard of several other Catholic churches across Minneapolis, St. Paul, and other surrounding communities. They are having masses, prayer services, and vigils for these victims. I am told that the gym here at Holy Angels can hold up to 1,500 people, and they are expecting a capacity crowd here tonight. But I did speak with administrators just a couple of minutes before coming on the air here. They said that it was a surreal day here at Holy Angels, a very sad day, and they are still just trying to wrap their minds around what happened here.
And that will continue for many hours, days, months, and years to come. Thank you, Mary. We'll catch up with you later for that vigil. The city of Minneapolis, as Mary just mentioned, they'll also be hosting a vigil tonight for the victims of today's tragic event.
And it'll be held at Lyndhurst Park, just a few blocks south of Lake Harriet. Everybody invited to attend. It will begin at 8 p.m. Memorial Blood Center is saying that they have a 3-day level supply, but there's still an urgent need for blood donations, not just based on today's events, but multiple mass shootings in recent days.
If you want to donate blood, you can book an appointment at mbc.org. Memorial Blood Centers is urging people not to call hospitals to book appointments as they are busy taking other urgent calls as well. All this is very understandable in the light of this tragedy today. And for monetary donations, there's a text line you can donate to as well. It's on your screen right there. Text ACF1 to 4144. Again, let me run this through you again. It's Minneapolis Community Fund. Text ACF1 to 41444.
And reaction continues to pour in from across the country tonight as well.
This morning, President Trump issued a statement. It reads like this: I have been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis. The FBI quickly responded, and they are on the scene. We now know the FBI's investigation is going to center around, this is an addition I'm adding to this, the FBI is going to center their investigation around a domestic terrorism motivation here with emphasis on a hate crime toward Catholics. The White House, as the president states, will continue to monitor this terrible situation. And the president goes on to say, please join me in praying for everyone involved.
And former President Biden also saying no parent should ever have to bury their child. Jill and I are heartbroken, and there are simply no words to adequately mark such a horrific and painful moment. With all our hearts, we're praying for the victims, their families, and the community.
Archbishop of New York, Cardinal Dolan, posting a statement as well that reads in part, once again, we are shocked and horrified by the news of another senseless shooting, this time all the more disturbing because it happened at a Catholic church and school, which should always be sanctuaries, in his words of peace.
And this afternoon, Police Chief Brian O'Hara confirmed the shooter's identity as Robin Westman. And Fox 9 has confirmed the shooter's mother previously worked at Annunciation.
Fox 9's Mike Manzoni is live in Richfield tonight at a scene that may be connected to this deadly situation. Mike, what are we learning about this shooter so far today?
Randy, Kelsey, we've spent the afternoon trying to gather any details that we can. Within the last several hours, investigators went through an apartment at that apartment complex across the street here in Richfield. We'll show you some of that video in a minute, but as you mentioned, investigators have identified the suspected shooter as Robin Westman. She was 23 years old. No criminal history as far as we know. The suspect's mother, as you mentioned, worked at Annunciation at one point, so there is a connection there. Court records show that she, the mother here, applied for a name change for her then son back in 2019. She wanted to change his name from Robert to Robin, and that's because documents say Westman identified as female and wanted the name change to reflect that. Police say they are also right now aware of a manifesto that was out there at one point on YouTube today. That manifesto, Chief Brian O'Hara said, apparently showed the suspect at the church, at the school this morning, and included what they are characterizing as disturbing writings. The FBI has worked to get that taken down from YouTube, so it is not out there at this point. We do have some video also from earlier, several hours ago, as investigators served search warrants on at least 3 properties in the Twin Cities metro, including
this apartment complex here in Richfield, as well as another nearby house not far from here in Minneapolis. It is unclear what they took, but we know they did take some items out of at least some of those properties, and will be, of course, going through those that evidence in the next several hours and days. No word yet on a motive, but we will continue to follow this. This is, of course, very early on in the investigation, and in the coming days and weeks, we could know more about what evidence those investigators seized this afternoon. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Mike, thank you. Now, as we hit the bottom of the hour here, for those folks who may just be joining us, let's reset, let people know exactly what we're dealing with today. It has been going on since about 8:20 this morning at Annunciation Catholic Church and Annunciation School in South Minneapolis. A mass shooting there. At first blush, it was 19 victims. 2 of those have died, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old student there, and then 17 others were injured in this shooting. It happened as those students were getting set to do morning mass at 8:30. Some were already seated, and some were just coming in at the time.
Yeah, and this is the school community, but also regular parishioners were coming in for mass as well. This is something that probably regularly happens on Wednesday mornings for the school and for the community as well. The shooter was on the outside of the school and began firing shots through the windows at these children. And the majority of those who are injured, and the 2 that were killed, are children, very young children. We know that 3 parishioners in their 80s were also shot and injured as well. The gunman then, dressed all in black, according to witnesses and the police chief, took their own life, probably as police were responding this morning. MPD first on the scene there, along with EMS, to render first aid. And you can see this is the scene shortly after, as children are reuniting at the school with their parents who rushed to the scene. The principal saying later today that this should never happen again, that we have to have a future that is filled with hope. And this has been just a gut-wrenching day for this community in South Minneapolis, for this school community, which is K through 8, about 400 students. And we saw some alumni that stopped by with flowers, just fighting back all of the emotion that they're dealing with, because anytime you are connected to a community, you're always part of that community.
A couple things moving this thing forward. One, all those injured, we learned from hospital officials, all of those injured that were taken to the hospital, some 14 others that were actually hospitalized, most of those were children, are expected to live. And that does include some that are in critical condition, some that had surgery right away. We also know a little bit more about the alleged shooter, acted alone. This is coming from Chief O'Hara from the Minneapolis Police Department. There was a manifesto of sorts that, as far as the investigation goes, will be gone through to try and figure out the motivation for this. The shooter acted alone, presumably, and as Kelsey pointed out, did shoot themselves in the rear, outside, back of the church. All the shots were from outside the church. There were no shell casings found inside the church. And they, right now, it's an FBI investigation. It's local, state, and federal authorities that will be investigating and are investigating the shooting.
Yeah, at every level, investigators are involved in this, and the FBI taking down whatever it was that was posted to YouTube from the suspected shooter. We don't know what, if anything, may have been known to anybody prior to this shooting. Even though the gunman acted alone, according to investigators, they're still looking into what could have happened in the days and weeks leading up to this. And if anybody knew anything else, there have been firearms that have been recovered at other residences. They have search warrants at 3 residences and then also the church. And we know the suspect, their mother was also an employee at one point at Annunciation Catholic Church. So that is what we know to this point. There's still a lot of questions that need to be answered, but mostly it's about supporting this community tonight and these young children who are going to have to deal with this for years to come.
Yeah, Corin Hoggart has been on that scene now since this morning, and he witnessed how this thing unfolded post-shooting, and he joins us now live with details of the folks you talked to there today, the situational awareness there today, and kind of what it was like and what it continues to be like there at Annunciation.
Yeah, y'all, the one thing I will say is, like, as soon as I got out here, we were trying to find different location from our other crews, and so we went around the back side of this school, and we saw that's where a lot of parents who, were mostly panicked were running up to the school to check on their kids, and then a bunch of them, were kept by the police just in a parking lot just outside of the school before they were eventually allowed right in there. And shortly after that, we saw parents and the kids just kind of rushing out of the scene and leaving. And you could just see by the looks on the kids' faces, especially, just the horror of this scene for everybody, but the parents as well. We saw tears on parents' eyes, and, a lot of, kids who just, I felt it was kind of intrusive to go up and talk to too many of them. But again, I do know folks in this neighborhood because my brother lives in this neighborhood. And so some of the people I knew, I started to go up and gently ask, how things were. And, almost right away, I asked one woman if everybody was okay. And I know her family, and she said everybody here's okay, but everybody's not okay. And so I knew, that it was a pretty bad scene at that point. But I do try to focus on the positives here, too, as I've told you before. There were people rushing over there to do whatever they could to help. And, in this situation, we don't really know what we can do to help. Folks brought water over there. Folks brought dogs for kids to pet. Folks offered up their businesses for people to come and stay and hide at. And I do have one thing here that I can show you. There's a second grader who lives just down the street from Annunciation, and I'm going to kind of step out of the way to make sure I don't get in the way of the police officers here. But there was a second grader who was just down the street, and I left and I went to South Lindale Liquors to get a couple of bottles of water for myself and the photojournalist I was working with. And when I came back, this kid, he's a second grader at Annunciation, he came up and offered up to us this plane. He made a paper airplane, and let me set it up. It's not the greatest paper airplane in the world, but it's going to be the greatest paper airplane I've ever had because, again, second grader at Annunciation. He broke his arm just a few days ago, and then he re-injured himself last night, and so he wasn't able to go to school today. His father called it the best broken arm in the history of the world, and so he made this with one hand, and when he handed it to us, he said he wanted to give it to somebody who was covering this case, covering this story, because he wanted to help. So his little paper airplane was his way of helping. Now, this is a kid who, almost literally dodged a bullet because he did not go to school today. His father told me a couple of his good friends in his class were among those who were injured. And so he quite literally could have been right there where this gunfire was coming. But, knowing that people have this instinct to just jump in and do whatever they can to help people in their community is a refreshing thing here amidst all this sadness, to know that there is still that care among the community.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough day to try and find some light, but I think we've done it there, Corin. There's a lot of things that people will try to grasp in the next 24 to 48 hours that shed some light on all of this in a positive way, and we appreciate you sharing that with us. That little boy is lucky to break his arm when he did, in many ways, and so what a thoughtful thing for him to do.
I know, and I think the paper airplane just captures the age in which we are dealing with and the innocence of these children, an innocence that is most certainly shattered at this point. But that paper airplane is just symbolic of the fact that we are dealing with young children having to deal with a mass shooting at their place of worship today.
Corin, thank you so much. We'll get back to you when we can, okay?
And Rob Wilson has also been out at the scene all day talking to people who've been coming and going, also the children and families that were leaving after they were reunited with their children this morning. And Rob, you're there at a place where people have been dropping off flowers, and I know you just spoke with a woman and her son, and it's just like she told you, it's so hard to just speak of this right now because it hits so close to home for anybody who has children in school.
Yeah, and and there's a lot of folks too that it's just like I need to express myself in some way, and this feels like the best way to do it, to feel like you've expressed your emotions and dealing with your grief and emotions, and maybe helping others as well. But again, the first person that dropped flowers off here early afternoon was hoping that an officer would be able to take them up to in front of the school or in front of the church. They looked into that actually for a couple of minutes, said, you know what, no, we're not able to do that because of the investigative scene up there. So we left them here, and they sat here, for hours until other people started coming by. And now here's more coming in now, is the place where this has become, again, a place to express your thoughts. We are going to show you, though, again, we want to replay the interview I did just about a half an hour ago. Is a mother and her young son brought in these wreaths from another Catholic school that's not far from here, with the emotions that they're dealing with as they bring this in here to express themselves. Let's listen to that. Sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot. You said you could try to talk to me. You have a connection to the school?
Well, this is from my son's school, Carondelet Catholic School. And then this is from his school.
Which is where?
Catholic school is 10 blocks just southwest of here.
It says, may God's love comfort and surround you. We pray for peace and strength for Annunciation from your Catholic school. How does this feel in the processing of this tragedy, this unthinkable, to bring this out here?
It's absolutely horrifying. I mean, as a mother of a 10-year-old, you can't put into words the feeling of loss and, honestly, desperation of the situation. There is nothing you can say. There's not. Just support, I suppose, at this time. It's a difficult emotion to be in, to be both grateful for your own child to be here and devastated for those whose aren't.
These are beautiful arrangements you brought here to add to this, and
Thank you.
and again, you just hope it brings comfort to yourself and to others who try to process the emotions and the grief.
Yes, the initial stages, the most we can hope for is comfort, peace, and coming together as a community.
So there you go. It's been busy here on the sidewalk along Lyndale, and certainly Lyndale's a busy street to begin with, and at this time of day, there's been traffic control out here all day since I got here this morning because of the amount of emergency vehicles, the police and the SWAT, and so many ambulances that were out here for those initial few hours. Now a much quieter scene out here, but still a large perimeter. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension's crime scene, their mobile crime lab is up the street. They will remain on scene, and others here as they continue to process this now as a crime scene rather than an emergency response scene. So that changes the dynamics of what happens in there. Certainly a lot quieter, but certainly more somber as they go through looking for evidence, processing every last possible thing that they can find in that sanctuary where tragedy occurred this morning, guys.
Yeah, Rob, so much of that area is still cordoned off as this investigation continues tonight. Thank you, Rob Olson, outside the scene there in South Minneapolis.
Also in South Minneapolis tonight, there will be a vigil at Lyndhurst Park. Minneapolis announced that earlier today. Our Leon Purvis is there. And Leon, part of your purpose for being there is that there will be this vigil at 8 o'clock tonight. But also we heard when this happens at a Catholic basic campus, the church and the school there, it elicits response from all over the world. Not only the Pope, but right here at the St. Paul Minneapolis Diocese as well. The Archbishop also had comments today. I think you had some of that we've gathered from Bishop Bernard Hebda today.
Exactly, Randy and Kelsey. It's been such an emotional day for the Catholic community. These were just children in their first week of school praying at Mass. And the principal of Annunciation Catholic School reacts on how people responded. He, in the press conference earlier today, he describes how adults and also older students reacted to such a horrific event.
Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children. And as we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action. This is a nightmare, but we call our staff the Dream Team, and we will recover from this.
The church releasing a statement that says, in part, tragically, we lost 2 of our beloved students before the scene was secured. A number of other children and parishioners were wounded, and they are being treated at area hospitals. Some have been treated and released. All staff are physically safe and accounted for. Also tonight, the Archbishop relayed a message the Pope Leo the 14th sent him after hearing about this morning's school shooting. Here's what it said.
His Holiness Pope Leo XIV was profoundly saddened to learn of the loss of life and injuries following the shooting that took place at Annunciation Church in Minneapolis. And he sends his heartfelt condolences and the assurance of spiritual closeness to all those affected by this terrible tragedy, especially the families now grieving the loss of a child, while commending the souls of the deceased children to the love of Almighty God.
The Archbishop also mentioned that Pope Leo did his hospital training here in Minneapolis, so he knows the community well, and he knows the streets very well here in Minneapolis. And, you know, this has just been a disheartening day for everyone, you know, the Catholic community, and also us as journalists, as we can imagine. If it was one of our loved ones, you know, if that was my nephew, I don't know what I would do. But there is a prayer vigil tonight, and we're just going to continue to pray for Annunciation Catholic School. Randy, Kelsey.
All right, Leon, yes, and on that point, we do have 2 vigils tonight.
And the first happening there at Lyndhurst Park, where you see Leon. That'll be at 8 o'clock tonight. That is a community vigil, and people are invited to come and be part of that. That was announced first earlier today by Minneapolis City Council member Jason Chavez. And then there's another vigil set to begin in about an hour and 15 minutes at 7 o'clock. Mary McGuire was just out live reporting outside of Holy Angels on this particular vigil. They have a seating capacity of about 1,500 people. The public is welcome, but is expected to fill to capacity. Again, that's Holy Angels at their gym, 6600 Nicollet Avenue South.
Yeah.
So all in support of Annunciation Catholic School and Church in the South Minneapolis community.
And while you're hugging your loved ones tonight, be they children or otherwise, in light of what has happened today, I want you to think about this next young man that we're going to have here for you. 10 years old, a 5th grader at Annunciation. He was there, huddled down beneath the pews at the time of the shooting. And he recalls for our Rob Olson exactly what that was like, with such clarity and maturity that it's a little hard to comprehend. But I think you'll see what I mean when you listen to it here.
What were you doing when this happened?
Well, we just got into Mass, and it was like 3 minutes after. It was very scary. It was like my friend got shot in the back. He's in the hospital right now. It was super scary because, like, we've never practiced it in the church. We've only practiced it in the main school. So we really didn't know what to do. We just got into the pews and he shot through the stained glass windows. Yeah.
And did you ever see him?
My friend like ran, someone helped him like run out. He saw him, he was wearing all black and he had a ski mask on.
So it just shot through the windows and never came inside?
I don't think so. I mean, I was down so I didn't really look up. I mean, he got shot through the stained glass windows, so they're probably ruined. And
but do you have friends that got hit by bullets?
Yeah, my best friend did.
Have you heard what happened with him? Is he okay?
Yeah, I think he's gonna be okay. And then my friend, he was like laying on top of me, like making sure I was safe, and he got hit. So that was really brave of him.
And you have a nick on your neck?
Yeah, that was, I don't even know what it's from. Kind of looks like debris or something.
But that came from during this.
Yeah.
How are you feeling? You seem pretty put together here, but it's got to be tough.
Yeah, I'm just like confused kind of because I never thought it would happen and it just happened. So like, just kind of crazy. And I don't really know.
That's Weston, 5th grade. That's probably about 10 years old, explaining what happened to him today in Mass and how his friends protected him and how he also knows other children who were shot and injured. And that is a hard reality to think about children that age having to experience something like that. And we talked about this with Rob Olson earlier. Anybody who does have school-age children right now and probably since the early 2000s know that they do these safety drills, and these children, while you never expect it to happen in your community, they do have in the back of their mind what they need to do if this were to ever happen at their school, and they're in a sad way very conditioned to how to handle these.
Yeah, and I do think that we as adults probably are more prevalent with the mindset that we don't think it's ever going to happen in our community. I think children like Weston these days probably are better prepared for it happening in our community than we are in many ways.
It's very scary for a lot of children to think about something like this. And I know my children have been part of lockdowns where it ended up being a false alarm, but they didn't know that. And they're getting text messages while they're sheltering in place from other children at other schools telling them that there's something happening at their school. And it's terrifying, but I know, my child spoke just as sort of matter-of-factly as Weston, that he expected something bad to happen in his school. And that is the result of having to train for this over and over every year, those safety drills.
Sad conditioning. While this trauma begins with the students' families and, of course, those affected by this, the loved ones and other staff at Annunciation, it hits them hard, and there are ways that they have to deal with this moving forward.
It's hard for anybody in the community to know how to help, how to maybe talk to your children, how to process this on your own, even if you're an adult. The executive director of Minnesota Association for Children's Mental Health spoke with us earlier today about the toll of this tragedy that can affect anybody's mental health regardless of their age. And it's important to communicate to them in an age-appropriate manner.
I think that all children are affected by this, especially if they have access to hear or see what's going on, or they're even feeling emotions from their parents or caregivers, seeing their siblings and neighbors. And we have to make sure that we just try to have age-appropriate conversation and dialogue, open space for those young people to hear and share and ask questions. And don't be afraid to answer those questions to the best of your ability. We don't want to, overstimulate children. We don't want to traumatize them even further than what's already happening. But we do want to give them some reassurance that they are being seen and heard during this moment.
Yeah, and again, that was the Minnesota Association for Children's Mental Health talking about how to process this, how to speak to your children about this. I think a lot of kids are going to have questions, whether you're connected to this particular school or not. School starts for a lot of schools on Tuesday after Labor Day. Annunciation began just 3 days ago on Monday.
I think a lot of parents will have questions for other adults as well as they move forward for their own children's sake. Today's tragic event also has the unique characteristic of being both a school and a house of worship in that shooting. That makes it interestingly and agonizingly difficult for parents, because now they see that net broadening of where they need to worry about their children.
Well, for schools, it will raise some questions and conversations about security in school. But then also, if it's a school where you, religious-based school where you do have mass, or just a church in general that's not connected to a school, there will be conversations about safety at any church service. We spoke to violence prevention experts during our coverage earlier today, and they say the number of shootings at houses of worship are growing due to many factors.
Houses of worship are really tough locations, and we have seen an increase in the number of mass shootings happening at houses of worship because they are designed to be welcoming. They are designed to be open spaces where people come in. They'll take anyone in their spaces of sanctuary and safety. So you don't have a lot of security. You don't have, bulletproof glass. You don't have all these things because that's not what they're designed to be. So when someone targets a house of worship, it's horrific.
Now, right now, all we know about the connection between the gunman and Annunciation Church is that his mother did work there. She retired there in 2021, I believe. That's all we really have to go on.
Not a lot of information has been released about the suspected gunman. And based on the data and findings, Dr. Peterson says a common theme with elementary school shootings is the gunman usually has a prior connection to that school of some kind. Fox 9 investigator Nathan O'Neill did obtain some dispatch audio today from those first moments after a police officer says a lone shooter opened fire on a crowd of people as they prayed inside a church.
You know, we have to warn you, this audio is tough to listen to, so prepare yourself.
Minneapolis has a possible active shooter, 509 West 54th Street, Minneapolis.
The first calls came in around 8:30 in the morning.
All units, you were heading to Minneapolis, mutual aid, on a shooting.
An active shooter in South Minneapolis at the Annunciation Church and School.
We first received a page that we were going to have a mass casualty incident at 8:46 a.m.
First responders from all over the region rushing to the scene.
Hey, troopers arriving. We just need medical. Bring all the guys that you have.
Dispatch audio reveals the scope of the emergency response and the casualties after police say the shooter opened fire through a church window.
We've got at least 4 criticals in the inside, the rest outside of the church, a couple DOAs, but at least 20 other patients.
2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews.
We have 2 gunshot wounds, 2 patients with gunshot wounds to their head in front. There's also a critical patient in the rear of the church.
Authorities say at least 17 victims were injured, most of them children.
Transporting 1 10-year-old male, red trauma, gunshot wound to the head, Minneapolis children. He is third vitally stable, possibly was just grazed.
You're dealing with gunshot wound injuries from apparently a high-velocity weapon.
And within minutes of arriving on scene,
we believe he took his own life in the parking lot.
Emergency medical teams confirming that the lone shooter was dead.
One suspect with a gunshot wound to the head, has a rifle and shotgun. He's down right now.
Marking an end to the violent attack in South Minneapolis. For the Fox 9 investigators, Nathan O'Neill.
It's hard to listen to those initial moments and how those calls came in and how those children were injured.
You wonder how those first responders, 911 operators, get through that kind of call with such stability and calmness. But there it is right there for everyone to listen to. It's a really good recap of how that whole basically 12 minutes transpired this morning at that school this morning. It was profound, and there was so much happening, and it was such a traumatic level that it just resounded all around the country.
Right. And despite what the officers and paramedics were dealing with their own emotions, responding to a scene like that, they immediately provided comfort to dozens of children. You know, so many of them were injured, as you heard from those calls, and they provided that comfort, that care. They sat and they prayed with kids. They told them they would be okay. They got them to safety. Some of those children were hiding when they arrived, and as there were so many children that needed first aid as a result of that barrage of gunfire that came from outside the building through the windows. Yeah. There was no chance for any of those children inside to see that coming. They were just sitting in those church pews ready for mass to begin.
So this afternoon the governor did respond to all of this. We did pick up some sound from the governor in that afternoon press conference. I think we have some of that we can play before we hit the top of the hour.
Certainly a day and a news conference that no one wants to be at. A community behind us, Annunciation Church and School, committed to academics, service, and Catholic values, filled with the first days of school of beautiful children going to learn those values, share with their teachers and their classmates. And instead of that joy and that curiosity and that learning, they were met with evil and horror and death. And we often come to these and say, these unspeakable tragedies, or there's no words for this. There shouldn't be words for these types of incidents because they should not happen. And there's no words that are going to ease the pain of the families today. On behalf of all the people of Minnesota, our deepest sympathies. A wish that any of these words would make what you're feeling now better, but it won't. a place that's founded on community, founded on service, founded on family. I'd like to give special thank you to the mayor and the team in Minneapolis Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, Minnesota State Patrol, the BCA, so many agencies, our federal partners in the FBI, the first responders, and the heroic work that's happening now as we speak at multiple medical locations, including Hennepin County Medical Center, where most of our children were transported to receive the life-saving care. The thoughts and prayers and the hopes and the support that we need to give them in this moment, too, is critical. Speaking with all the people here and grateful to our federal partners, Senator Klobuchar speaking early this morning and receiving a call from President Trump, who was with his leadership team of the Attorney General and the Vice President, expressing their deep condolences amongst the horror that happened and an offer to provide the support to the folks here in Minnesota of what's needed. So there's a lot of cameras here, and unfortunately we have been through these types of things. They will be gone at some point. All of you have to do your jobs. But what happened here today will not be gone. Minnesotans will not step away. We'll stand with this community. We'll redouble ourselves to do the best we can to understand what we can do to prevent any parent from having to receive the calls they received today, from any school dedicated to children having to respond to a situation that, as we said, is unthinkable, but that's all too common, not just in Minnesota, but across this country. It's Minnesota's day today, and it's my strongest desire that no state, no community, no school ever experiences a day like this. So I ask the rest of the folks around the country who are watching, keep us in your thoughts and prayers, but also keep us in the thoughts for action. Keep us in the ideas that we can work together. And it's on these days like this, I think, and I hope we can hold on to it. We are unified as a community. Everybody across the country today is part of the Annunciation Parish, and they're with those families.
And thank you for joining us here at 6 o'clock. It has been a horrific day in South Minneapolis, a mass shooting at a Catholic church and school in South Minneapolis.
2 children are dead, ages 8 and 10. That is the massive tragedy of all this. 14 other children were hurt by the gunfire, 2 of them critically injured. This all happened at Annunciation Catholic Church and School just off Diamond Lake Road. Witnesses heard dozens and dozens of shots just before 8 o'clock this morning.
And the area around Annunciation was quickly flooded with first responders responding to that threat and the 911 calls. We know the shooter is dead. Police Chief Brian O'Hara saying that he died from a self-inflicted gun wound. Fox 9's team coverage continuing tonight. We begin with Corin Hoggart, who's been near Annunciation Catholic Church all day today. Corin, you've spoken with so many people and you've witnessed all of the emotion outside that church today. Give us the latest.
Yeah, Kelsey and Randy, I will tell you that the first thing I heard from neighbors here this morning was that they had heard just a ton of gunfire, an incredible amount of gunfire, so much so that they didn't think it could possibly be gunfire. They thought it was maybe a nail gun in a roofing project, but as they came to find out, it was a much more terrifying situation for the children and the adults, the staff, the teachers, and the parents who were inside of this church. As it turned out, 2 children were killed, ages 8 and 10, and 17 more people were shot, including 14 children. And that in and of itself is a terrible situation. But we know that, a little more than an hour later, parents were running up to the school and, they were in a panic as they went to check on their kids. And we saw their stricken faces as they walked out with the kids who were unharmed physically, but who obviously carried a huge emotional burden with them. And then we heard about a shooter the police chief called a coward.
The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act.
I need everybody to commit those words to your speech patterns. Never again. We lost 2 angels today. And please continue to pray for those still receiving care. We can't change the past, but we can do something about the future.
Now, a lot of people said this can never happen again, but when I asked Chief O'Hara for an idea of where to start making sure it never happens again, he really didn't have an answer. And just to reset, all of this was targeted at the first Mass of the school year, and I heard about another hero, the first police officer on the scene. One of the parents actually attending the Mass told me he was in the back row. He still really didn't know what to do by the time the officer came in. He was trying to hide kids under pews, but that police officer ran in there and asked where the shooter was, so the guy said he pointed, and the officer ran right towards the danger. Not long after that, the gunfire stopped. The shooter eventually died by suicide, and police say the suspect had brought a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol, and he barricaded a couple of the exits, but not all of them, and then was shooting from outside the church into the church area there. We know more than 14 kids. We know 14 more kids from the ages of 6 to 15 suffered injuries. They are all expected to survive, as are the 3 adult parishioners in their 80s who got shot. The police say that shooter acted alone and legally purchased all of those weapons. Of course, this is a Catholic school here in Minneapolis, and so this word of this happening got all the way up to Pope Leo, and he sent a message here through Archbishop Hebda, and I'll just read that here, or at least a portion of it. Said he was profoundly saddened to learn of the loss of life and the injuries. He sent his heartfelt condolences and the assurance of spiritual closeness to all those affected by this tragedy, and he commended the souls of those deceased children to God. Pretty somber scene here that rose all the way to the Vatican.
All right, Corn Hoggard live outside the scene there at Annunciation Catholic School and Church. We know that scene is still cordoned off tonight as investigators continue their investigation. And Corn, we know you've been out there all day, and I know that this is, it's just hard to separate yourself when you're covering something like this. And I know that he's dealt with a lot of emotion, including a young boy who was home from school today and came up to talk with him as well. So, yeah, it's been a long day for everybody who's been out there at the scene.
Rob Olson is also one of those at the scene tonight in an area where people feel like they need to do something, Rob. They need to come by and express their empathy and sympathies and well wishes. I know that you've talked to several there tonight already.
Yeah, and this continues to be a spot where people gravitate to leave flowers. You know, you feel like there's something that you need to do to comfort yourself and to comfort others, and that's what has been happening here at the corner right here behind me, which began early afternoon, but in the last couple of hours has really grown and grown and grown as the scene behind me continues to be cordoned off a large area, but much quieter up there as it is a much more somber and studious crime investigation up there now versus the emergency response and the hecticness that we saw when we first got here today. Wanted to share again, we've been showing this conversation throughout the day, but a fifth grader who very bravely spoke to us, but very well composed too about what he had to say as these shots rang out as they were in Mass here in the sanctuary. They had gone out of the school over to the sanctuary for the Wednesday morning Mass, and here's Weston explaining to us his experience.
Well, we just got into Mass, and it was like 3 minutes after. It was very scary. It was like my friend got shot in the back. He's in the hospital right now. It was super scary because we've never practiced it in the church. We've only practiced it in the main school. So we really didn't know what to do. We just got into the pews and he shot through the stained glass windows. Yeah.
And did you ever see him?
My friend ran, someone helped him run out, he saw him. He was wearing all black, and he had a ski mask on.
Yeah, active shooter drills have become just part and parcel of being a student in this day and age, but not an active shooter drill in a sanctuary where this occurred. But he said so many people reacted by getting down in the pews, and certainly the pews of a church would work as a pretty good protective barrier, not completely, but that would certainly be a very, very good place to get down in a hurry. Now, when we first got here today, obviously, there were ambulances lining the street, along with the SWAT vehicles and along with other squad cars from departments throughout the area, and police with canines searching for evidence throughout the neighborhoods. And we talked to one of the neighbors who's in a mom's group and who had rushed home as soon as she heard about this because her own kids were at home. Here's a portion of what she told us just within the hours of this happening.
We know kids throughout the neighborhood who go there. We see them walk to school. I actually saw 2 on their way to school this morning as I was on my way to work. So it happened right after that.
How are you dealing with this? How are you feeling?
I think I'm really sad. I'm frustrated that this continues to happen. I don't like saying that I never thought that would happen in my neighborhood, because every neighborhood should feel safe. But I literally could not imagine this happening here. You always want to think that your kids can play around the block safely. They walk around to we're right here at a library and a grocery store. You give them independence, and then you're terrified that something may happen to them.
Yeah, and that was, again, just within the hours after the shooting, as this was still a very active scene in terms of the emergency response out here, and is officers with canines had just been going through her yard and her neighbor's yard, looking for any additional evidence here in the wake of this morning. But again, much quieter tonight. It remains, though, a huge area that is cordoned off, and they're asking for people to not come by here. Obviously, it's a very busy street on Lyndale, so you can't avoid that, and people are coming by to bring flowers to this intersection as well. But otherwise, they're asking to still be mindful of this area, because a lot of this will remain closed off as this investigation, as the BCA continues their work right up the street in front of the church and in front of the school. Back to you.
Rob, I'm interested in, you've been out there all day, you've talked to so many people at various stages of what has gone on today. I'm interested in your thoughts on what was sort of the resounding theme or wonder from people who were stopping by. I mean, obviously sad, but what were you getting back from these people as maybe they were just coming back to look or coming back to drop something off? What were you getting from them?
What you're getting from them is partly just sort of a sense of confusion about, I feel horrible. What do we do? Others that you have kind of that sense of anger that, it happened here, and you hear about mass shooting events, and there's got to be solutions to this, whatever they may be, but we need to talk about solutions from the wide range here of things that you can do to prevent this. And again, that's a conversation that seems to continue after every event like this, and situations are different, but so you get that, again, the combination of people that are just stunned. They don't know how to process this. They just know that this is horribly saddening. And those that just have that sort of anger that we must do better, and we must figure out what doing better is.
Right. And I think it's so hard because there are no quick solutions. There are no easy solutions. And Rob, I know you've been out there for so many hours today. Have you had a chance to talk with any police, fire, paramedic officials? We've done so much over the last few years to bring attention to the trauma that those officers all face, and how they, as agencies, are all trying to address that for those people who are on the front lines.
Yeah, not any specific conversations with the officers that have been out here. Just little exchanges here and there about as they go throughout their day. But we haven't gotten into any conversations about those matters. But just a lot of it about their response too, what they have to deal with that initial, that urgency that they're dealing with here, that they have to make sure that this whole area is cleared and investigated, and there's a lot to do, and then that turns into, throughout the day, the officers that are here, many of them are just sort of guarding the perimeter to make sure that they maintain the sanctity of the investigative scene. So, their emotions even sort of change throughout the day as well, from that urgent response to now sort of a solemn guarding of this scene.
Yeah, solemn.
Yeah, all that very understandable.
Yeah.
There's a lot to unpack here as the days move forward. Thank you. Very, very nice work today, Rob. And stick around. We got more to come.
Yeah. And we want to go to a statement from a mother of a student, an 8th grader, a boy who was shot today and injured. And this mother issued this statement saying she doesn't want to do any interviews at this time, but she shared how she was feeling. Danielle Gunter says, "Our hearts are shattered, not only for him, but for everybody who was harmed. We grieve and we pray for the others who were shot, for their families, and for those who lost loved ones."
And for the first responders, you raced into danger for others. For us, we thank them all. Our son shared with us that an MPD officer really helped him. That was the son's words. He said the officer rendered aid, hugged him, reassured him, and prayed with him before getting into the ambulance.
And we ask for leaders to place armed security at schools to prevent another tragedy like this. That mom writing this, saying that there is no higher calling than keeping kids safe, and it starts with protecting them from evil in this world.
We feel the pain and anger, the confusion, and the searing reality that our lives will never be the same, yet we still have our child.
And unlike others, we are blessed to be able to hold on to him. We will help him rebuild his life, his trust, and his confidence. We don't want others to ever feel the same, and we pray that everyone touched by this tragedy can find the strength to begin rebuilding as well. And we saw that with one of the mothers at a neighboring Catholic school with her son saying, just struggling with that emotion of, you're so thankful you have your child. You're so sad for other families who do not have their children to hold tonight.
That is the hardest part. The victims in the shooting went to 3 different hospitals around the area, including Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a high trauma medical center.
Right, and our So Young Kim has been live outside of that hospital with a look at the injuries and how some of those children and the other parishioners, 3 of them in their 80s who were injured as well. So Young?
Kelsey, Randy, there's still multiple victims here at HCMC fighting for their lives at this hour. I just connected with the media team here at the hospital. They said no major updates to conditions. So this is what hospital officials told us a couple hours ago. They received 10 victims earlier this morning, and as you mentioned, this is a trauma center, so they received the victims with the most serious injuries. 7 arrived in critical condition. 6 of those were children. And in the latest update a couple hours ago, Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara says some good news. All the remaining victims are expected to survive. And you spoke a little bit about the trauma and the toll it takes on first responders. The medical team here echoing that sentiment. The chief of the emergency department speaking with us earlier today, he says they are a level 1 trauma center, so they are prepared. They train for these critical incidents, but it still takes a toll on their team here. And he also spoke about the complexities of the cases without going into individual conditions. Take a listen.
We are dealing with gunshot wound injuries from apparently a high velocity weapon. And, gunshot wounds can be very problematic because they can involve multiple body systems. And again, they require a lot of resources to manage.
And here's some scene video here near the hospital from earlier today. A couple of the streets around Hennepin Healthcare were blocked off this morning with armed law enforcement officers patrolling the area as patients were arriving and families were frantically trying to reunite and find their loved ones. Of the 3 victims you already mentioned being treated here for non-life-threatening injuries, 2 of those were children, and hospital officials say the ages of those children, be it being treated here are between 6 and 14. So they're just really young, a range of 6 to 14, and several still remain in critical condition here receiving care, and their families are waiting for updates as we are too. So as soon as we learn more, we'll bring you the latest. For now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, So Young, thank you. When this happens, I mean, it's hard not to reminisce a little bit about what happened on June 14th, a little over 2 months ago, when something so evilly directed toward Minnesotans happened when our Representative House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark and Senator John Hoffman, his wife Yvette, were shot. The Hoffmans injured. The Hortmans died. Such a tragic event. Again, another mass shooting. Earlier today, Senator Hoffman, Yvette Hoffman, and Hope Hoffman sent their love and support to Annunciation Catholic School and Church community in the entire state of Minnesota.
And they say we are all impacted by these mindless acts of violence and senseless attacks. The evil actions of an individual can impact the lives of so many, the victims and our community. And our family understands this firsthand and calls on our state and the nation to find more grace and peace in our daily lives. We will hold these families in our hearts and prayers forever.
Tonight we have two vigils that have already been scheduled. They are obviously a response to what has happened earlier today. Feel like you have to do something, feel like you want to be there in support of the families and the loved ones and really anybody who's affected by this. Mary McGuire is at a vigil tonight at Holy Angels that begins at 7 o'clock. That school very closely connected to Annunciation.
Right, and Mary, so many of the schools, especially of the Catholic faith, they want to come together and show their support for Annunciation Catholic School and Church right now. I know this is a little bit smaller, but they do say the public is welcome, right, if they have room.
And this vigil is being put on by the Archdiocese, so the focus of all of this really being prayer and coming together as a community. Like you mentioned, these two school communities, Annunciation and Holy Angels, are very tied. They are very close. I went to Holy Angels for high school. Many of my friends in high school, they went to Annunciation for elementary school. So it's one of those things where the kids that you graduated from elementary school with, they follow you throughout high school. So a lot of alumni that I've spoken to, they are going to attend this vigil as well. As you can see, a crowd already gathered outside of the school. The vigil will be held not in the school's chapel, but in the gym here, which I'm told has a capacity of about 1,500 people, and they are expecting a capacity or close to capacity crowd. I'm also seeing a law enforcement presence here on scene from Richfield Police. The Richfield Police Chief is on scene here tonight. So like I mentioned, Annunciation, one of the largest feeder schools to Holy Angels. I'm told that they had support services available on campus here today for Annunciation alumni who are grappling with the news of this horrifying mass shooting. Several other vigils also planned across the Twin Cities at churches, prayer services, many people looking to just deal with this news and try to make sense of all of this. And in the Catholic community, they turn to prayer. Again, that vigil getting underway at 7 o'clock tonight. The doors to Holy Angels are expected to open at 6:30 tonight, and we are going to carry this prayer vigil live for you on our air.
All right, yes, we will carry as much of it as we can. We hope to be there, very intimately involved in that, but if not, we will carry what we can and do what we can so that folks at home can see that too. Again, as Mary mentioned, that vigil starting in the next hour, 7 p.m. at Holy Angels Gym. That's located at 6600 Nicollet Avenue South. The public, welcome to attend. And again, we will be airing that live and streaming it live, assuming that we can actually get there and get into it. We will give our viewing public as much of that as possible. This is the type of situation where you feel like you want to do something, you want to be involved in some way, and these vigils are a way for folks at home to do that as well.
And people just needing to connect with others. The city of Minneapolis also hosting a vigil tonight for the victims of today's tragedy. That will be held at Lyndhurst Park, just a few blocks south of Lake Harriet. Anybody is invited to attend and that will begin at 8 o'clock tonight. We will also carry what we can live at 8 o'clock, streaming on Fox Local and on Fox 9 if they allow us to be part of that. Also, Memorial Blood Center saying that they have a 3-day level supply, but there's still an urgent need for blood donations, not just based on today's events, but multiple mass shootings in recent days. If you want to donate blood, you can book an appointment at mbc.org. Memorial Blood Centers is urging people not to call the hospitals to book appointments right now. They are just too busy taking other urgent calls. And the shooting today was the 4th shooting in Minneapolis since Tuesday. And so the hospitals have just been in near constant triage mode.
For monetary donations, if you're interested in that, there is a text line you can donate to as well. It's on your screen. Just text ACF1. ACF1 to 41444 if you would like to do a monetary donation as well.
And this afternoon, Police Chief Brian O'Hara confirmed the shooter's identity as Robin Westman. Fox 9 has also confirmed the shooter's mother did previously work at Annunciation.
Fox 9's Mike Manzoni is live in Richfield at a scene that may be connected to this deadly situation. Mike, what more are we learning about the shooter tonight?
Randy and Kelsey, within the last several hours, investigators went through an apartment here at that complex across the street in Richfield. They did take out some evidence, though at this point it's not clear what exactly that was. We could learn more in the coming hours, days, and weeks. Again, we have confirmed that the suspect was Robin Westman. She was 23 years old. No criminal history that anyone is aware of at this point. The suspect's mother, we also know, as you mentioned, worked at Annunciation at some point, so there is a connection there. Court records show that the mother applied for a name change for her then son back in 2019. She wanted to change his name from Robert to Robin, and documents say that's because Westman identified as female and wanted a name change to reflect that. Police say they are also aware of a manifesto that the suspect put on YouTube this morning. Investigators say it was apparently timed to release this morning or to go online at some point. Investigators say that manifesto showed the suspect at the scene and included what investigators are characterizing or describing as disturbing writings. The FBI has gotten YouTube to take that down, so it is not online. That video from earlier, investigators searched 3 properties across the metro this afternoon, including this apartment complex here in Richfield, as I mentioned, as well as a nearby house in Minneapolis. They took out various items. Unclear again what those were. Still no word on a motive at this hour. But we could learn more in the coming days, as well as what, if any, evidence they took from that home and from the apartment complex here, and whether that gave them any clues as to why this unfolded this morning. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Mike Manzoni tonight outside one of the residences that's part of this investigation. We know they had search warrants for 3 and did recover additional firearms today, too. Now, we continue to have reaction pouring in from across the country as well.
This morning, President Trump issued a statement, and this is how it reads. I have been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The FBI quickly responded, and they are on the scene. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved.
Former President Joe Biden also saying no parent should ever have to bury their child. Jill and I are heartbroken, and there are simply no words to adequately mark such a horrific and painful moment. With all our hearts, we are praying for the victims, their families, and the community of Minneapolis.
Archbishop of New York, Cardinal Dolan, posting a statement that reads in part, once again, we are shocked and horrified by the news of another senseless shooting. This time all the more disturbing because it happened at a Catholic church and school, which should always be sanctuaries of peace.
Minnesota leaders also sharing their reaction and their thoughts after today's tragedy.
Yeah, we spoke with Senator Tina Smith this afternoon. She shared a message of hope while not ignoring the reality of this situation.
And that doesn't mean to adapt a posture of being passive and just accepting the terribleness of this moment and the horrible hatred and violence of this moment. It should be really a recommitting ourselves to making trying to make things better and trying to make it true that when every child goes to school that they're safe and they're going to be loved and cared for. But fundamentally, this is what everybody wants in their life, right? You want to be safe in your home, in your neighborhood, in your community, and we have to recommit ourselves to that. And I do believe we are at a tipping point in this country where we have to really strongly condemn this terrible violence.
And also Senator Amy Klobuchar at the scene today, issuing a response as well.
I just look at it through the eyes of one of my friends who is a mom of 3 of the kids that were in that mass, and her daughter, who's a 7th or 8th grader, watched 2 of her friends shot, one in the stomach, one in the neck. When she got out of the church, she had to tell the dad of one of them what had happened as a 12-year-old. And so you think as parents of that glorious week where you drop your children off for school and they have a new teacher and they're all excited. That's what was going on with these kids. And they're at an all-school mass, tiny little kids down to, kindergarten all the way up to 8th grade. The little ones are in with the big ones. And then this happened. And I really appreciated the words of the Archbishop and the school leadership. They're going to need a lot of love, more security for the church. Yes, of course. All those things we know has to happen. And getting to the bottom of the motives and trying to do something about all these guns, that is all important without hurting legal gun owners at all. But today is a day of thinking of this church family and the surrounding community, because the individuals that are the families that are waiting outside operating rooms right now or in the hospital. The best news I had today was when the police chief announced that they believe all the other kids will survive. But that still leaves of 8 and a 10-year-old families who dropped their kids off that day thinking this was a beautiful day. Maybe they're going to the fair this weekend, hanging out as a family, and they'll never see their kids alive again. So that's the first, but the fact that we have Children's Hospital and we have incredible doctors and nurses, and that these kids survived when they're so little to be shot like that, and the fact that they got under the pews, and that there's actually a safety plan was put in place that I think really saved a lot of lives. And I think we're also going to hear about the heroism of the church, heroism of the teachers and the people that were there today. And those stories will be really important to tell, because in all of this hatred, you have to always remember there are heroes, and there's people that stand up for their neighbors.
I'll ask you about the heroes and the helpers.
Yeah.
Because I've been talking about that a lot here. Just standing outside here and seeing somebody bring a dog up so the kids who are leaving could pet a dog. There's a kid who lives down the street who brought a radio flyer full of, water and soda for people. And, it's just kind of like seeing this community come together to me has been remarkable. And I just wonder what you've seen there.
Yeah, it has always been a close-knit neighborhood, and it's this mixture. I mean, look at this. The school is right next to houses, and the houses are right next to stores. And they have this incredible sense of community between the schools. There's other schools here. There's Catholic school. There's public school. And I don't think that this madman is going to destroy that part of this neighborhood. But these kids that witnessed that shooting, that's going to be with them forever. And I know their families are going to have to be doing a lot of work with them. And so all we can do as a community is do everything that we can support them.
Well, you're continuing to follow the breaking news of that shooting at the Catholic High School and Church this morning. Welcome to Fox 9 News at 6:30. I'm Tim Walz.
And I'm Simone Woolridge. Yeah, just a horrific day in Minneapolis today. 2 children we know are dead tonight. Their ages 8 and 10 years old, and we know 14 other children were hurt by this gunfire, 2 of them critically injured.
Now, this all happened at Annunciation Catholic School and Church just off Diamond Lake Road. Witnesses, they're telling us they heard just dozens of shots this morning just before 8:30.
Yeah, the area around Annunciation was quickly, as you can imagine, just flooded with first responders responding to the threat. You are looking at aerial view here, just a drone video. We know tonight that the shooter is dead, and we've just been continuing to learn, so much more information over the last few hours or so. We've been on the air since about 9 o'clock this morning, and definitely just trying to keep you up to date with the very latest.
Yeah, this is no longer just a response scene now. This is an investigative scene where they're looking into, obviously, the deaths of these 2 kids and the others who are now recovering in the hospital. Maury Glover is there for us tonight to bring us up to date on the investigation and the people who are coming to the scene to pay their respects. Maury?
Well, Tim and Simone, this has been a devastating day in South Minneapolis. As you can see right behind me, this area around Annunciation is still taped off while police comb through evidence to figure out exactly what happened. Now, Minneapolis police say a shooter wearing black clothes and armed with a rifle, shotgun, and pistol opened fire on children and parishioners at morning mass through the stained glass windows from outside the church. Investigators say 2 children, 8 and 10 years old, were killed while they sat in the pews, while 14 other children and 3 worshipers in their 80s were wounded by the gunfire, but they're expected to survive. Now, police say the shooter took their own life, but the damage left behind has been difficult for everyone in the community.
We often come to these and say, these unspeakable tragedies, or there's no words for this. There shouldn't be words for these types of incidents because they should not happen.
These families are experiencing some acute pain right now. But don't just think of these as somebody else's kids. Think of your own. Let's make sure that we're acting now to not just say it's never happening again, but ensure it doesn't.
You were just listening to, just a soundbite there from Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey. I think, the biggest thing that he said that really stood out to me, at least, was, don't just think of this or think of these as just children. Think of these kids as your kids, as if this would have happened.
Also, as you listen to him today, I think one of the things that resonated most with people, certainly in our newsroom, is when he said, I'm going to quote him here now, just to say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These were kids who were literally praying this morning. It was their first week of school and they were in church. We need to be doing more than talking. It can't be just words. We need to take action.
Yeah.
And it's just been part of the soundboard that we've been hearing today from many of our leaders, both religious leaders and political leaders, and certainly in law enforcement too, is, unfortunately, here we go again. And it's not just in somebody else's backyard. This time it was on our own. In fact, it's not in our backyard, it was on our front doorstep, right here at Annunciation School.
Unfortunately it was. And as we start to think about some of the children, Rob Olson has been speaking with a lot of people out there on this scene today. One of them, little Weston, and I think everyone has heard from Weston today. Just kind of tears at your heartstrings just to hear what he had to say about him having a duck down, Rob, listening to him talk about his friends. And Rob, I know you want to probably talk about that, but also the tribute behind you that seems to be growing. I think the last time I saw you, about an hour and a half or so ago, saw a couple of flowers down there, and it seems more has come.
Yeah, it's been continual. I will say that certainly since about 4 o'clock. It has been continual as people come in, and I happen to be standing here, and they're coming in right behind me, and so I have a bird's eye view here, or front row seat to seeing this grow, and that is that expression of people that want to just be able to express themselves in a way that they don't know what else they can do, because what else can you do in a situation like this but to show your support for this church and this school that are right down the street. And you can't put this in front of the church or the school, so you put it here. You were talking about Weston that we talked to earlier. He was out here with his mom and his dad, his grandfather, and spoke to a lot of media here about his experiences. We saw a lot of parents coming out with their kids, that didn't want to speak to the media, and it's understandable, considering the situation, what you've just been through, and many of them just looked, they just had a stunned look about them. Some of them looked much more outwardly emotional. Weston was very composed when we talked to him, as he spoke so calmly and clearly about what he experienced. Here he is.
Well, we just got into Mass, and it was like 3 minutes after. It was very scary. It was like my friend got shot in the back. He's in the hospital right now. It was super scary because we've never practiced it in the church. We've only practiced it in the main school. So we really didn't know what to do. We just got into the pews and he shot through the stained glass windows. Yeah.
And did you ever see him?
My friend got my friend like ran, someone helped him like run out. He saw him. He was wearing all black and he had a ski mask on.
Yeah, so talking about taking shelter in the pews of the sanctuary and not doing sort of any active shooter drill in a church because, you know, why would you? You don't think that would ever be a situation you would encounter. And of course, the kids were in the church for the weekly, the Wednesday morning mass going next to the school. We talked about the flowers growing behind me, and it started early this afternoon with somebody from the neighborhood here, Arthur, who brought flowers and talked about, you know, the emotion he felt as being somebody in this neighborhood. And so he laid the first bouquets down here early afternoon. Here he is.
You know, just that I was also a student that went around here. Just calling my mom this morning was really sad. Just never want to have that feeling go past you. And just knowing, like, because so many people on my block, you know, they have kids that go here. And I just couldn't bear to think about that.
Yeah, and so he laid those flowers down here first, initially trying to get an officer to maybe bring them down to in front of the school, but they couldn't do that because, again, this is a cordoned off, again, originally an emergency response scene and then became an investigative scene. So, again, as we were in that soundbite here, somebody else came and brought some flowers in here right behind me just about 20 seconds ago. So you're going to continue to see this throughout the night, in addition to the prayer vigils then tonight, as people try to process this in whatever way that they can.
Rob, give us an indication of where you're at, because you and I both know that people like, in this day and age, people like to support memorials, and they want to bring something in honor of these lives that have been lost today.
Yeah.
Give us the street corner. Where are you at, my friend?
We're at the corner of 54th and Lyndale. So 54th is what's running behind me past the school. Lyndale is right in front of me here, which is a busy thoroughfare at all times, and certainly it's been rush hour here recently, so it's been even busier. So it makes it a little bit more difficult in terms of getting in here, and they certainly want to make sure that there's not too much traffic around this area. But again, this is where people have been finding this spot. Whether there are other spots around the rest of this huge perimeter, this periphery of this taped off scene, I don't know. I just know that this has become one right here.
Rob, and can you talk a moment more about Weston when you talked to him here today? Outstanding interview, by the way, because it expressed so much emotion and yet innocence. This is a young child that this just happened to. It's one thing for you and I and Simone as adults to try and process what you just witnessed.
There's some more.
Completely another thing for a young child to process this.
Yeah, and that's what makes, you know, we spend a lot of time in this job talking to kids for various stories, and it's always pretty amazing when you run into somebody who's 10 years old who speaks so, you know, clearly and you know, at length like that about any topic, whether you're at the fair or back to school shopping or whatever it is. And for him to speak so clearly and coherently and calmly about this in the wake of what he experienced was pretty remarkable. So, you know, I think a lot of this is, you know, he wanted to share what he saw, heard, and his parents were there and said, feel free. He's more than willing to talk about it. So, you know, certainly there would be a lot of kids and a lot of adults in that situation that would have a hard time putting words together, and certainly would not be really wanting to say those in front of a camera either, just because of the what you've dealt with. And so, pretty remarkable to see somebody like that to express that the way that he did.
Remarkable young boy, and we're glad he's safe.
Here comes another bouquet.
Yeah, and you know, these are always the darkest days and the darkest moments, but there's so much good that comes out of days like this, and we're seeing it, Rob, right behind you with the flowers, with the bouquets, with we've heard from Corin has talked about, you know, some of the kids who have shown up with
the little boy that brought him a paper airplane because he was concerned about the reporters.
People bringing their pets just as some sort of therapy. People bringing water. This is the good, and we just saw another one being dropped off there that we tend to see, which good always overshadows the bad. But we can't forget about the victims of today.
Yeah. Rob Olson coming to us from 54th. In Lindale tonight. Thank you much, Rob. Appreciate it. Our Leon Purvis has a reaction now from both the principal of Annunciation Catholic School and the Archbishop.
Yeah, he joins us live from Lyndhurst Park tonight. That's where prayer vigil is set to take place at about 8 o'clock, right, Leon?
Yes, exactly, Simone. Tim, it's set to take place at 8 o'clock tonight. And speaking with organizers here, they said that this prayer vigil is going to be more of a community prayer vigil, where Senator Amy Klobuchar is expected to attend, and she said that the governor also may attend. Now, as things are starting to get closer and closer to 8 o'clock, I see some people walking with bouquets of flowers, you know, for such a tragic day today. And, you know, today has been a tragic day for the Catholic community. I mean, at Annunciation Catholic School, these were just children in their first week of school praying at Mass. And the principal describes what the heroic action that adults and older students took for such a horrific event.
Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children, older children were protecting younger children. And as we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action. This is a nightmare, but we call our staff the Dream Team, and we will recover from this.
The church releasing a statement that says, in part, tragically, we lost 2 of our beloved students before the scene was secured. A number of other children and parishioners were wounded, and they are being treated at area hospitals. Some have been treated and released. All staff are physically safe and accounted for. Also tonight, the Archbishop relayed a message that Pope Leo XIV sent him after hearing about this morning's school shooting. Here's what it said.
His Holiness Pope Leo XIV was profoundly saddened to learn of the loss of life and injuries following the shooting that took place at Annunciation Church in Minneapolis. And he sends his heartfelt condolences and the assurance of spiritual closeness to all those affected by this terrible tragedy, especially the families now grieving the loss of a child, while commending the souls of the deceased children to the love of Almighty God.
Now, the Pope did his hospital training here, so he does know the community well and the streets of Minneapolis well. But, you know, tonight is a prayer vigil. It's a community prayer vigil here at Lyndhurst Park that starts at 8 tonight. And as you can imagine, it's been a tragic day for everyone. And just processing this as a journalist, it's unbelievable and unbearable what happened today. And you gotta, you know, love your kids and just, you know, hug everyone a little tighter tonight. You know, the first thing I thought about is, what if that was my nephew? He's 8 years old. So definitely unbelievable and unbearable tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And Leon, I'm sure you heard we were just speaking with Rob and the memorial that was growing behind him. Some of the people who were stopping by, putting down, you know, bouquets of flowers and things like that. I'm curious, since this vigil is set to begin in the next 15 minutes or so, are you seeing people come into the park?
So it actually starts at 8 o'clock tonight, and I do see some people walking in with the bouquets of flowers. And I talked to the organizers as well, and they said that, you know, there's going to be some religious leaders here, along with state and city leaders as well. So it's more like the community coming together and really trying to process and understand what happened here in Minneapolis. You know, being a reporter over the years, you always see this happening in other areas, but, you know, today, literally, as Tim mentioned, happened right in our front doorstep, and it's just unbearable to really think about everything that happened today, and just, it's difficult to process everything that happened today.
All right, sounds good. Leon Purvis at one of two of the vigils happening tonight, this one being organized in part by council member Jason Chavez. Now, there is another vigil taking place, and this one's going to start here within the next half hour at 7 o'clock, and this one is at the Holy Angels Gym. Now, that's at 6600 Nicollet Avenue South. The public is welcome to attend, and it is expected to last about 40 minutes or so there tonight. We will be there as well. We are going to air this live in its entirety starting at 7 o'clock tonight, so you can catch that right here on Fox 9 and the Fox Local app as well.
Yeah, I apologize for mixing up that time. I just know that we have heard about a lot of vigils, happening tonight, and it is great to know that so many people are really just extending their support for some of the families and some of the children affected by this. This is video right now from Holy Angels.
Yeah, look at the line.
Wow.
Right?
So many people.
Mary McGuire was telling us, and she's a graduate, alum of Holy Angels, and she was saying that gym holds about 1,500 people, and it looks like it's going to be extremely packed there tonight,
and I'm
for good reason.
Extremely emotional as well. I'm assuming, we've heard some people from some people all day that have just kind of been talking about like the close-knit community. How if you don't know someone who has necessarily have gone to Annunciation, maybe a friend of a friend or a family member, so I can only imagine some of the people who we just saw in that line.
Yeah, and Mary was talking about, she's been in contact with a number of her own friends who graduated from there, and friends of friends, and very tight, and they're all bound together by what happened, because Annunciation is a feeder school in the Holy Angels. So you're going to see a lot of the community there tonight giving each other support.
And something else we want to mention here, Memorial Blood Centers is saying they have a 3-day level supply, but there is still an urgent need for blood donations, not just based on today's events, of course, but multiple mass shootings that have happened in recent days. We heard Police Chief Brian O'Hara talk about just the extent of what their officers have had to deal with, and we're also seeing it in our hospitals. So if you would like to donate blood, you can book an appointment at mbc.org. Memorial Blood Centers is urging people not to call the hospitals, though, to book any appointments, as they are, of course, busy taking other urgent calls.
And that's an important distinction, too. And there is another way to help. For monetary donations, there is a text line you can donate. This will go to the Minneapolis Community Fund. And here's the text address. So you text ACF1 to 41444, and that's to help out there. All right, our Fox 9 investigator Nathan O'Neill, he's obtained some of the dispatch audio today from those first responders after police say that gunmen opened fire on the victims inside as they prayed inside church. And we have to warn you here that this audio, it might be hard to listen to.
Minneapolis has a possible active shooter, 509 West 54th Street, Minneapolis.
The first calls came in around 8:30 in the morning.
All units, you were heading to Minneapolis, mutual aid, on a shooting.
An active shooter in South Minneapolis at the Annunciation Church and School.
We first received a page that we were going to have a mass casualty incident at 8:46 a.m.
First responders from all over the region rushing to the scene.
Hey, troopers arriving. We just need medical. Bring all the guys that you have.
Dispatch audio reveals the scope of the emergency response and the casualties after police say the shooter opened fire through a church window.
We've got at least 4 criticals in the inside, the rest outside of the church, a couple DOAs, but at least 20 other patients.
2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews.
We have 2 gunshot wounds, 2 patients with gunshot wounds to their head in front. There's also a critical patient in the rear of the church.
Authorities say at least 17 victims were injured, most of them children.
Transporting 1 10-year-old male, red trauma, gunshot wound to the head, Minneapolis Children's. He is third vitally stable, possibly was just grazed.
You're dealing with gunshot wound injuries from apparently a high-velocity weapon.
And within minutes of arriving on scene,
we believe he took his own life in the parking lot.
Emergency medical teams confirming that the lone shooter was dead.
One suspect with a gunshot wound to the head, has a rifle and shotgun. He's down right now.
Marking an end to the violent attack in South Minneapolis. For the Fox 9 investigators, Nathan O'Neill.
And while this trauma begins with the students and families, and of course the staff at Annunciation, it just doesn't end there.
According to the executive director of the Minnesota Association for Children's Mental Health, the toll of this kind of tragedy can really affect someone's mental health regardless of their age. And it's very important to just communicate to them in age-appropriate manner.
I think that all children are affected by this, especially if they have access to hear or see what's going on, or they're even feeling emotions from their parents or caregivers, seeing their siblings and neighbors. And we have to make sure that we just try to have age-appropriate conversation and dialogue, open space for those young people to hear and share and ask questions. And don't be afraid to answer those questions to the best of your ability. We don't want to, overstimulate children. We don't want to traumatize them even further than what's already happening. But we do want to give them some reassurance that they are being seen and heard during this moment.
Yeah, when we spoke with Brandon earlier today, he said to really pay attention to some of the changes that you see in children's behavior, because a big thing he says is anxiety right now for any child of any age. And he said the last thing you want to do is just tell them, don't worry about it. You'll be fine. This won't happen to you. Just try to have some of those tough conversations, because you just never know.
And especially as school is about to start for so many of our youngsters here after Labor Day next week.
Yeah. Just something to keep in mind when talking to your children at home. Well, today's tragic event also has the unique characteristic of being both a school and also a house of worship.
Now, we spoke to violence prevention experts during our coverage earlier today, and they say that the number of shootings at houses of worship are growing, all due to a number of factors here.
Houses of worship are really tough locations, and we have seen an increase in the number of mass shootings happening at houses of worship because they are designed to be welcoming. They are designed to be open spaces where people come in. They'll take anyone in their spaces of sanctuary and safety. So you don't have a lot of security. You don't have, bulletproof glass. You don't have all these things because that's not what they're designed to be. So when someone targets a house of worship, it's horrific.
And right now, we know that the only connection that the gunman had to Annunciation Church and School is his mother did retire from there a few years ago.
Yeah, based on their data and their findings, Dr. Peterson says a common theme with elementary school shootings is the gunman usually has a prior connection to the school. Well, right now, we want to take you to a live picture. This is at the Holy Angels Vigil. You can see right there as people are trickling in. This is expected to begin in the next 5 minutes or so. And what did we say the capacity on this was?
According to Mary McGuire, she's been talking to officials there because she's standing by outside, that they have a capacity of 1,500 in there, and oh boy, they are reaching that quickly as people are still filing in. We've got 2 cameras there, by the way, and we will have audio of this. This is all set to begin at 7 o'clock tonight, and we will be carrying this live right here on Fox 9 and streaming on the Fox local app. Governor Walz is already there in attendance. You can see his back there towards us.
And his wife.
And Gwen is there as well, along with Hope. I see Hope there in the background too. And so the Walz family is there at the moment in attendance, and I have to believe a lot of people are going to be here as well, wanting to pay their respects and offer each other support, because so much is needed right now in this community. The governor speaking earlier this afternoon, he said that he actually received a call from President Trump, who was with his leadership team, including the Attorney General and Vice President, expressing their condolences for everything that happened here today. The President has since ordered flags to fly at half-staff at all federal buildings and even naval vessels until the 31st of August. The governor going on to say that this is Minnesota's day today, and it's my strongest desire that no state, no community, no school ever experience a day like this that we've been going through.
And he says, the conversations of what to do to prevent families from getting the call that they did today just have to happen at this point. He tells people to keep us, in your thoughts for action when looking forward, because we know far too often we unfortunately see scenes just like Minneapolis did today.
And part of the reason why everyone is here tonight at this particular vigil and a second vigil that's coming up at 8 o'clock tonight, and this will be from Lyndhurst Park, and we hope to have a camera there for that one as well. And I'm going to paraphrase the governor here again. He said, everyone across the country today is a part of Annunciation Parish. And we're here with those families, and that's what this time is all about here in the next couple of hours, is people come together to reflect upon the awful tragedy that's happened today.
And again, you're looking at two different camera shots here. This is at Holy Angels at the gym. This is for the vigil that is expected to begin here at 7 o'clock tonight. Right now, you are looking at Governor Tim Walz as he is at that vigil. We've heard from him a couple of times today. We heard from him through a press conference, and that's kind of what you were reiterating, Tim. But in some of the shots that we saw, and hopefully we can take that other shot for you that we were looking at, because it was a lot of people just embracing one another, and that's what we have seen today as well. We know the community has really come out today, as we saw through Rob Olson's live shot. You know, people just dropping flowers, coming by to pay their respects, and we can see people paying their respects tonight here at this vigil as we get ready for it to begin in the next 2 minutes or so. And we will take that live as well.
As you can see, they're quickly approaching capacity there inside the gym. There's hardly an empty spot there on the benches nor on the floor in the folding chairs, and you can see people coming into the mezzanine level, the balcony level there above too, inside the gymnasium. So it's going to be a packed house there. And again, for those of you just joining us, we hope to take this live at the top of the hour and let you be a part of this too, because I think everyone across the state right now wants to show their support and be actively engaged in just reflecting upon just what happened here today.
Yeah, and maybe if you can't make it, or if because they are at capacity at some point tonight, you can watch that here.
And here you
live.
come, more people bringing in flowers, including a Minneapolis police officer bringing down flowers to the floor to be placed there as a part of this important memorial here tonight. You can see a chaplain is there as well. And yes, and here are some of the memorials taking place outside. And this is where Rob Olson was at 54th and Lyndale Avenue. That's really kind of become the makeshift impromptu memorial that's been set up. Yeah, look, people bringing their own signs now. And because they can't get close to the scene, it is now obviously a crime scene that the FBI is investigating along with the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and Minneapolis Police. And until they can get closer, this is the place where people are dropping by their memories and their tokens of support, including flowers and posters and cards. So.
And right now, as we hit 7 o'clock, we want to welcome in our Fox 9 Plus viewers as well, as we are taking you live right now to a vigil. This is happening at Holy Angels Gym. Of course, this is after a horrific day in the city of Minneapolis, after a gunman approached Annunciation Catholic School, also the church, while many children and adults were inside praying this morning. We know that we've been on the air since about 9 o'clock this morning. They got the call just after 8 o'clock. I think it was 8:15, 8:30 or so, and that's typically the time for the all-school mass. And we've gotten a chance. Oh, go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, and we can't forget here, the reason why we're having this is because of the victims. We have two children, 8 years old and 10 years old, who tragically lost their lives this morning in this shooting. We've got a total of 14 people, children between the ages of 6 and 15 years old, 3 adults in their 80s who were also shot. They were parishioners there at Annunciation, and they were there at the Mass this morning. 4 people have since been released from the hospital, and the so important update that the governor is able to provide to us this afternoon, along with the police chief, Brian O'Hara, is that they expect all of those in the hospital to survive.
Yeah, but you can only imagine the emotional trauma for some of the children. This is a K through 8 school. Some of these are little kids that should never have to go through anything like they did this morning. We saw kids being taken under crime tape as they're walking through with their families, holding their mom or dad's hand, just very emotional, presumably still in shock after what happened there today. You know, you think you're dropping your kids off at school, they're going to go pray, and something as horrific as this happens. And we just saw just a moment ago through this live picture, you know, one of the police officers, it looked like a MPD officer. We heard from Police Chief Brian O'Hara earlier today, and he talked about the emotional toll on the officers. Of course, this was a mass shooting that happened today that involved children, but they just had to deal with another mass shooting that happened yesterday within the last 24 hours or so. So to really think about just what everyone, you know, as a city, we're all hurting together at this point. And you can really see that through this live picture right now as we take you to Holy Angels, where it is a packed house tonight.
And you see not just pastors who are there too, but I noticed a couple of members of the Jewish community who are also there giving their support tonight inside Holy Angels gym. Again, this vigil is set to begin at any moment now. A capacity here inside of about 1,500. They're filling up fast, and you have to believe that this is going to be a very emotional hour. We're told that the program is expected to go, the vigil is expected to go about 40 minutes, and sometimes these take a little longer, but we're going to stick with all of it here tonight and also bring you the vigil taking place at Lyndhurst Park that will be just on the south shore of Lake Harriet, and that one will take place at 8 o'clock tonight. That one organized by the city, and I know Council Member Chavez has really been one of the driving forces behind that vigil there tonight.
And we have heard that they might say a prayer ahead of time just as everyone gets situated. So I'm assuming they're just waiting for people to get seated. You could see a lot of people chatting, talking. We've seen people embracing one another. As we said, like, this is a tight-knit community, right? If you didn't know necessarily a child that went to this school, you know someone of someone, right? So we are taking you live again. This is Holy Angels inside of the gym as people are trickling in for this vigil that is set to begin at any moment.
Well, this is just more. When you think about this on a higher level, this was more than just an attack on a Catholic church in school. This was really an attack, I think, on all of us.
Yeah.
And that has been reflected upon today, that this has always been, and even when we report on this has always been in somebody else's community, right? Whether it's in Madison, Wisconsin, and that school shooting they had there within the past year, whether it's in North Carolina, whether it's in Virginia, whether it's in Florida. Well, this time it was on our front doorstep, and it came home to our house today, figuratively speaking, here in Minneapolis. And it's so this is the moment where we all are trying to come together, and you see that reflected upon the number of people who are showing up, not just here, but we anticipate at Lyndhurst Park later on tonight. You can see the people just hugging each other there. Nothing really needs to be said, right? It's just the show of support that everyone is giving there. There, Governor Walz with Attorney General Keith Ellison, and a big hug there. Gwen Walz, his wife, in the background, sitting next to him, and I believe that's the Commissioner of Public Safety. So this is going to be an event with perhaps a lot of speakers, a lot of reflection, and a lot of sympathy going out to the victims, especially of those two children, 8 and 10 years old, who were killed today, and the other 14 children between the ages of 6 and 15 who have been in the hospital.
And of course, our thoughts and prayers go out to those families impacted and affected. You know, we heard from Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey today, and he commended some of the teachers and the faculty for their heroic actions today, just really putting themselves in danger to help others. He said, you know, we have more guns in this country than we have people. He addressed the hate. And we also heard from the principal, and I think
Matt DeBauer was just
oh my gosh,
extraordinary this afternoon. afternoon,
what
right?
he had to say, he was so emotional, and what he had to say really hit home. I think he started the press conference by saying, you know, we love you, you are so brave. He talked about the heroics from his staff members. He said he calls his staff the dream team. He said the theme for this school year is a future filled with hope. So imagine that being the theme for this year. You begin school on Monday. Remember that this is the first week of school for these children. This is the third day for this year. So to have your theme as a future filled with hope and you have this happen, how do you rebuild that? He said that we lost 2 angels today. And also went on to say, you know, you can't change the past, but we can certainly change the future, and we will be the strongest when this is over.
And I love this. You know, he talked about, and I'm going to quote him here because I just love this quote. He said, quote, there is an African proverb that says, when you pray, move your feet. So I beg you, I ask you to please pray, but don't stop with your words. Let's make a difference and support this community. And Simone, just to expand upon, you know, him praising his staff, he said our teachers were our heroes today. Children were ducked down, adults were protecting children, older children were protecting younger children, and even the young man that Rob Olson talked to, Weston described how there was another student that jumped on top of him to protect him.
Nick on his neck.
He had a little neck, and he didn't know what it was from. He said it was it's some kind of debris that I got here in my neck, but you know, it was just an extraordinary interview that our Rob Olson got with this young man named Weston, who described in vibrant detail what happened there this morning, especially as the gunman shot through the stained glass windows there, and described one of his fellow students saying he got to look at him all dressed in black with a ski mask. In fact, we have Weston queued up here right now, so let's listen from Weston for yourself.
What were you doing when this happened?
Well, we just got into mass, and it was like 3 minutes after. It was very scary. It was like my friend got shot in the back. He's in the hospital right now. It was super scary because, like, we've never practiced it in the church. We've only practiced it in the main school, so we really didn't know what to do. We just got into the pews and he shot through the stained glass windows. Yeah.
And did you ever see him?
My friend like ran, someone helped him like run out. He saw him, he was wearing all black and he had a ski mask on.
So it just shot through the windows and never came inside?
I don't think so. I mean, I was down, so I didn't really look up. I mean, he got shot through the stained glass windows, so they're probably ruined. And
But do you have friends that got hit by bullets?
Yeah, my best friend did.
Have you heard what happened with him? Is he okay?
Yeah, I think he's gonna be okay. And then my friend, he was like laying on top of me, like making sure I was safe, and he got hit. So that was really brave of him.
And you have a nick on your neck?
Yeah, that was, I don't even know what it's from. Kind of looks like debris or something.
But that came from during this?
Yeah.
How are you feeling? You seem pretty put together here, but it's got to be tough.
Yeah, I'm just like confused kind of, because I never thought it would happen and it just happened. So like, just kind of crazy. And I don't really know.
Yeah, Weston Halsney there, 5th grader at that school, describing blow by blow what happened and the remarkable composure that he has, especially at that young age, to recount everything and knowing what he just went through, right? I think there's a lot of us as adults who have difficulty processing that kind of trauma or witnessing that kind of an event. And for this young man to recount that for us was quite extraordinary. And we wish him our best and hope that you're okay and in a safe place tonight, Hall.
And we got the approval, of course, to speak with Weston through his parents. Rob Olson did that interview. He said, you know, the parents were like, you know, he wants to talk about it. He wants to share what happened to him. And so he did share that with us, kind of just step by step there. It's just really hard to wrap your mind around what happened to him and his friends.
As you can see, we're in standby mode right now, waiting for this vigil to begin, and it looks like it might be starting. We do have a microphone there on the podium. Let's listen in and see where they're at.
Longer. Thank you for your prayerful presence here and your support of one another. We will begin shortly.
And there you go. Yeah. They're waiting for more people to file into that auditorium there before they get going. Once they do, it's expected to last about 40 minutes, and that will take us right up until the 8 o'clock vigil that's expected to take place out at Lyndhurst Park tonight, which is just on the south end of Lake Harriet, just a block or two off the South Shore.
Yeah, and we will take this to you live as soon as it happens. We were told that it might start with a prayer ahead of time, so of course we'll take that to you as well. And I feel like that's what a lot of people are doing right now. They're wrapping their arms around each other. They're hugging, they're embracing, they're praying. We know, sadly, that's what a lot of these children were doing at the time of the shooting. And we heard the mayor say that earlier, right? I think you mentioned, you know, one of the things that really stood out to you from Mayor Jacob Frey was, you know, we want your thoughts and prayers, but literally that's what these kids were doing at the time of this incident.
Yep, and the mayor also said we need to be doing more than talking. It can't just be words. There needs to be action, which dovetailed perfectly into the principle later this afternoon, citing that African proverb about that. When you pray, move your feet. It's one thing to pray, it's another thing to take action.
So we see right now, as we mentioned, people just embracing one another. That happening right now inside of the Holy Angels gym after a gunman killed 2 children today, ages 8 and 10 years old.
And I noticed that he's wearing a t-shirt with Annunciation School there on the back. So a lot of community members from that parish are gathering this along with the community that lives around that school, because this is a community, right? One of the people that Rob talked to earlier tonight was someone who brought a wreath to the location he was at 54th and Lyndale. And this particular mother had I believe a 10th grader, or a 10-year-old, excuse me, at another Catholic school about a mile away. She said it was about 10 blocks away. And they felt that they had to do this as part of that educational religious community to support a fellow school just a mile away. Because so many of these people know each other, right? It's that tight-knit community. You know, my wife went to school, Catholic school growing up, and it's really, really tight. And they still connect with each other all these years later, as this community does here too in South Minneapolis.
Yeah, I've heard so many people just in our newsroom talk about them going to Catholic school, right? And they said, you know, it's normal to have this, you know, weekly all-school mass where people are joined in, because we also know that 3 of the adults were in their 80s.
Yes.
Today, parishioners attending mass there as well. So that's not uncommon. So we've heard a lot of folks just in our newsroom say, you know, this is normal for us, and the fact that something like this would happen through our normal is just shocking.
Yeah.
You know.
And we're again waiting for this vigil to start here in just a couple of moments as people file into Holy Angels Auditorium. And you can see it's now at standing room only.
Yep, I was just about to say that.
And they're still trying to pack them in and being respectful of people's time and patience. They're asking for patience as they get this underway. Just to let you know, we've got a number of reporters across the city tonight. Of course, our Rob Olson has been there outside of the school. Maury Glover is there as well. Let's bring Rob into the conversation right now. Rob, you've been watching a number of people come and go from that particular scene tonight, and more people coming than going, I gather.
Yeah, it's starting to slow down a little bit now as we get kind of past that, you know, that post, that literally rush hour, right, where the traffic gets busier, but people after work are coming by. But you know, this grew from a couple of bouquets that have been sitting there all afternoon. Let me just get out of the way here. That were placed there, you know, shortly after noon. I've kind of lost track of time. Between noon, 1 o'clock, somewhere in there, when Arthur Louis, who I spoke with, and we've shared his thoughts here throughout the afternoon, is he brought them down, originally asking if he could take these up to the school, and then asking an officer, hey, can you take them up to the school? and ultimately saying, we can't do that right now because of the scene as it is, but leave them here and we will move them to the school or the church later. So his had sat there for hours, and then all of a sudden, as you get to that post-work time, probably around 4 o'clock or so, you just saw one after another kind of coming in here. In fact, let me get out of the way. Go ahead. I don't want to stop anybody, but you just sort of periodically see somebody bringing in another bouquet to add to the mix here. As a somber moment and symbol of grief and loss, and I guess unity too here, is people try to support each other here, but also try to deal with their own sense of what can we do? What do you do at a time like this? And this certainly is something that expresses that you often see, but again here, growing rapidly here throughout the last couple of hours. As far as a scene, I will tell you, much quieter here now in terms of, in fact, Rod, why don't you kind of show them down 54th Street here towards the school. You see the BCA Mobile Crime Lab out in front of Ascension, kind of midway between the school building and the church building itself. When I got here this morning, the street was literally lined with squad cars, emergency vehicles, ambulances that stretch there where the BCA van is. I was up closer to that, and there were 5 ambulances lined up right there in a row, several more down the street towards this end of the block, because, as we've talked about, those initial hours, much different than it is now. While it is still a huge perimeter that is taped off, that was an emergency response, very urgent, with officers from agencies all throughout the metro here. Saw airport police here too, and they brought their canines out with them. And so that was the initial response, with the ambulances waiting, and then parents were coming out with their children, and then you saw the canines working the area. But again, now just a much quieter crime scene out here.
Rob, pardon me, Rob. We're going to wrap you here for a moment, because I believe they're about getting ready to start inside the Holy Angels gym. Let's listen in.
Come to you, media. I ask that you be respectful of this evening. Exits are located at the corners of the gym to my right. There's also exits here and up at the top. Restrooms are located on the first floor when you exit the gym to my left. I'd like to welcome Governor Walz, Senator Klobuchar, Attorney General Ellison, General Menke, Commissioner Jacobson, as well as our Annunciation families, 2 of our families, our principal, Matt DeBoer, and Father Zarin, to tonight's time of prayer. It is hard to gather and to process what has happened today, but together we can be the love that is needed in these darkest days. I told our students this morning that we must remember the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. So tonight, know that the entire Academy of Holy Angels family, our students, our faculty, our staff, our alumni, and our parents are praying with you, and we are here to support you. Thank you again for being here tonight.
Before we begin, I invite you to scan the QR code located at the end of each row to be able to fully participate in the service. Please stand.
O God, come to my assistance. Glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit.
The Lord be with you. A reading from the Holy Gospel according to Luke. The angel Gabriel was sent from God to a town of Galilee called Nazareth, to a virgin betrothed to a man named Joseph of the house of David. And the virgin's name was Mary. And coming to her, he said, "Hail, full of grace, the Lord is with you." But she was greatly troubled at what was said, and pondered what sort of greeting this might be. Then the angel said to her, "Do not be afraid, Mary, for you have found favor with God. Behold, you will conceive in your womb and bear a son, and you shall name him Jesus. He will be great and will be called Son of the Most High. And the Lord God will give him the throne of David his father, and he will rule over the house of Jacob forever. And of his kingdom there will be no end." But Mary said to the angel, "How can this be, since I have no relations with a man?" And the angel said to her in reply, "The Holy Spirit will come upon you, and the power of the Most High will overshadow you. Therefore, the child to be born will be called Holy, the Son of God. And behold, Elizabeth, your relative, has also conceived a son in her old age. And this is the 6th month for her who was called barren. For nothing will be impossible for God." Mary said, "Behold, I am the handmaid of the Lord. May it be done to me according to your word." Then the angel departed from her. The Gospel of the Lord.
My sisters and brothers, how wonderful that so many of you are here this evening to pray. I certainly wish that there was something that we could do that would unwind the time of this day and that we would be able to repair the great hurt that has occurred. If I had that power, I certainly would do that. But my brothers and sisters, I'm hoping that in the absence of that our presence, the coming together of so many people from so many places and so many traditions, would provide some support, some consolation to those who have lost loved ones in this morning's event, to those whose children or parents were injured and who are still in the hospital, to all of the young children who were there for Mass today. I hope that our prayers this evening might give them a sense that they are not alone. I was very moved as I drove over this evening to see how many churches were having prayer services this evening, so many of our Protestant brothers and sisters. I've received messages today from the Jewish community, from the Muslim community, and I know that there are representatives from both of those groups who are here. How wonderful to have our governor and our senator and those other public officials that remind us that what happened at Annunciation isn't just something for one parish or one community, but it's something that has an impact on our whole community, the much broader community, on our whole state, on our whole country. In the course of this day, messages have poured in from around the country, and indeed even from Rome. And I'll read later Pope Leo's comments for us. But I'm hoping, brothers and sisters, that the fact that there are so many of us here this evening coming together in prayer, we know that there are a lot of other things that need to be done. We need to be able to address these issues in civic society. But what we do together tonight is to pray. And we look for the words that are able to express inexpressible grief. We look for those symbols that might bring some hope. We've turned, and I'm so grateful to those who have prepared our prayer this evening. We turn to the Hebrew scriptures, those psalms that give us that entryway, that give us those words, those times when we're most desolate, when we have so little encouragement or hope. It's in that time that we're able to, as we turn to the Psalms, to ask for God's goodness. Isn't that what we sang? With the Lord there is mercy and the fullness of redemption. Call to him in your trials. He will answer whenever you call. This evening, brothers and sisters, we come together in our trials, and we trust that God will answer us, that he will hear our pain, that he will hear our prayers, especially for those who are most affected by today's celebration. Now, brothers and sisters, I think for most of us, we would say that we turn away in the presence of pain and suffering. It's a natural response for all of us. Turn the head, cover the eyes. And yet the gospel that we heard tonight, which is the gospel of the Annunciation, and that's the name of the parish and the school where this tragedy occurred. The gospel of the Annunciation reminds us that we have a God who doesn't turn away from pain. In fact, we have a God who embraces pain. We have a God who took on weak human flesh. How much more vulnerable could our God become than to become an infant or to dwell in the womb, to need a mother and a father, and then to live in such a way that he would be put to death on a cross? Jesus knew that. We have a God who embraces us in our pain. Jesus did that not because he likes pain, but because he loves us. He loves all of those children who are in that church this morning. He loves their families. He loves the shooter. He loves all of us brothers and sisters. And it was out of that love that he, on that day of the Annunciation, took on human flesh, took flesh in Mary's womb, so that he could be with us in moments like we're experiencing this evening, moments of great pain, of great puzzlement. Nobody has the right words this evening, but we know that we have a God who loves us and who's with us even as we suffer. I couldn't help but notice, I prayed at Annunciation before the church today, that there's an inscription on the front of the church that's been so horribly desecrated by the loss of these lives and by such senseless violence. On the very front of the church, it says, House of God and Gate of Heaven. The house of God and the gate of heaven. How is it that such a terrible tragedy could take place in a place that's the house of God and the gate of heaven? It's unthinkable. It's unthinkable. But we brothers and sisters trust that it's precisely in that house of God where we're most at home, where indeed we're able to find hope. How meaningful that Annunciation School this year chose as their theme that there would be hope, a beautiful quote from the prophet Jeremiah that speaks about hope. How is it that we begin a school year focused on hope with a tragedy like today? How is it that we can find hope even in that place that was desecrated, that's denominated House of God and Gate of Heaven? It would not be unexpected if we, like the psalmist in today's responsorial psalm, with souls cast down, would find ourselves wondering, where is our God in all of this? I can understand why someone could resonate with the psalmist's question, why, O God, have you forgotten me? The Annunciation, however, gives us Christian hope precisely in a moment such as this. We're reminded that we have a God who can bring new life into the womb of a young woman who has never had relations. A God, moreover, who can enable a barren woman to conceive even in her old age, Elizabeth. As the angel said to Mary in the Gospel, for nothing will be impossible for God. I'm praying this evening, brothers and sisters, that our God will indeed do the impossible, that he will bring healing into the lives of those who are forever changed this morning, that he'll cleanse the memories of the innocent children of Annunciation School. He will cleanse the memories of the teachers and pastor and deacon and staff who were all present, the parishioners who were there, and that indeed he will help them and all of us to trust in his Son Jesus, who knew unmerited suffering and who died for all of us. Now, the inscription on the church, on the one hand, can describe the building, Annunciation Church, as a house of God and a gate of heaven. But it also refers to the young woman at the center of this evening's gospel, Mary of the Annunciation. There's a beautiful statue of Mary right under that inscription at the front of Annunciation Church. Mary's willingness to be faithful to the Lord, even in a plan that makes no logical sense, enabled her to become a dwelling place, the house of God, and enabled her to be that gate of heaven. Well, if you're like me, you might be struggling in understanding what God's plan could be for us in all of this. The example of Mary, a mother and a disciple who knew great suffering in her own life, should give each of us courage and hope. If we're willing to reach out in love to our sisters and brothers in need, we too can make a dwelling place for God right here in the Twin Cities. I was so inspired as I read some of the comments in the news reporting today as some of the young children spoke about how their classmates or the other students in the school were so attentive to their needs and even tried to shield them at those moments of greatest need. That, my brothers and sisters, we saw that as well in the faculty, the teachers, and all who were there that day. How tragic that was, and yet in the midst of that, there was courage, there was bravery, but most especially, there was love. When there's that kind of love, my brothers and sisters, we too can build that house of God. We too can be that gate of heaven, not only for ourselves, but leading others to heaven as well. Already in the course of this day, I've heard so many beautiful stories of families reaching out to families, and just seeing so many of you here this evening speaks to that reality as well. I wish, brothers and sisters, that I had the answers for all of you this evening. I don't. But I trust, brothers and sisters, that we have a God who does have those answers, a God who loves us and who is patient with us. Allow me to just conclude by reading these words that were sent to me by the Cardinal Secretary of State that offer Pope Francis's condolences and also his promise of prayers, not only to the people of Annunciation and those who have lost loved ones or have experienced injury, but indeed to our whole community. It was very meaningful for me that our Pope, how wonderful to have a Pope who's been in Minneapolis, who knows where Annunciation is, and who knows how it is that we're able to strive to find goodness in the midst of such violence, that he is praying for us, and he took the time to communicate this. This is the message I received. His Holiness Pope Leo XIV was profoundly saddened to learn of the loss of life and injuries following the shooting that took place at Annunciation Church in Minneapolis. And he sends his heartfelt condolences and the assurance of spiritual closeness to all those affected by this terrible tragedy, especially the families now grieving the loss of a child, while commending the souls of the deceased children to the love of Almighty God. His Holiness prays for the wounded as well as the first responders, medical personnel, and wounded as well, and the clergy who are caring for them and their loved ones. At this extremely difficult time, the Holy Father imparts to the Annunciation Catholic School community, the Archdiocese of St. Paul in Minneapolis, and the people of the Greater Twin Cities metropolitan area, his apostolic blessing as a pledge of peace, fortitude, and consolation in the Lord Jesus. My prayer for you, my brothers and sisters, is that you might experience that peace, that fortitude, and that consolation that Pope Leo desires for each one of us.
trusting that we have a God who loves us and hears our prayers, especially in our moments of trial and trouble. Let us now present our petitions to his gracious throne.
Our response is, Lord, hear our prayer. That God may establish the Christian people in faith and unity, we pray to the Lord. That he may rescue the entire world from all the evils of war, hatred, and senseless violence, we pray to the Lord. That he may be pleased to show himself a father to our parents, siblings, family members, teachers, staff, and neighbors who are grieving this tragic loss, we pray to the Lord. That he may be pleased to admit forever to the company of the saints his deceased beloved children, who once through baptism received the seed of eternal life, we pray to the Lord. That God would protect police officers, first responders, and all of those who sacrifice to protect us, we pray to the Lord. That he may be pleased to gather into his glorious kingdom all who have gathered here in faith and devotion, we pray to the Lord.
Loving God, hear the prayers that we, your children, your family, bring before you this evening. Grant those prayers that are in accord with your will, so that we might be strengthened in the midst of our grief for your service, and be pilgrims of hope in a world of darkness that needs light. We ask all of these things through Christ our Lord. Amen. Let us now pray together the words Jesus taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Lord, as we mourn the sudden death of our children, show us the immense power of your goodness, and strengthen our belief that they have entered into your presence. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Bow down for the blessing.
Before the blessing, just a few words of gratitude. First of all, to all of you for your presence and your participation this evening. As I mentioned, it's inspiring for me, and I hope for those who were affected by today's tragedy. How blessed we were to have Holy Angels open up their facility to us. We thought we were looking for a large space, and who knew that this wouldn't be even large enough. That speaks to the love of this community, that we're very grateful to the Holy Angels community. Very grateful as well for the powerful presence of Principal Gore and Father Zarin and the staff, faculty, and at Annunciation Church and School. It really is amazing the way in which always they were so motivated by love in the course of this day. I hope, brothers and sisters, that you will join me in praying for them as well as for the families as they really bear this burden and strive to bring love and hope into such a difficult situation. Particularly grateful to have so many clergy, not just our Catholic clergy, but clergy I've met from other denominations as well, who are present here this evening. Nice to have both of our auxiliaries, Bishop Eisen and Bishop Penny. Bishop Penny is an alumnus of Annunciation School, so has been really striving all day to be present to the families at HCMC and really just to be present. I'm so grateful to you for that. Bishop Eisen he texted and said I'm going to be a few moments late because he was in the hospital anointing one of those who had been injured this morning. So I'm very grateful for their presence for sure. But we continue to pray for those who were injured We continue to pray for the children and families of Annunciation School, and we ask that there might truly be hope in the midst of this darkness. The Lord be with you.
Bow down for the blessing.
May the God of all consolation bless you, for in his unfathomable goodness he created the human race, and in the resurrection of his only begotten Son, he has given believers the hope of rising again. Amen. To us who are alive, may God grant pardon for our sins, and to all the dead a place of light and peace. Amen. So may we all live happily forever with Christ, whom we believe truly rose from the dead. Amen. And may the blessing of Almighty God, the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit descend upon you and remain with you always.
Go in the peace of Christ.
Thanks be to God. One other announcement, especially since there were so many people who weren't able to come here this evening or to get in. Tomorrow there are going to be two ecumenical or interfaith prayer moments, one at the cathedral at noon, so everybody will be welcome there at the cathedral in St. Paul, and then one immediately after the workday at the Basilica of St. Mary's in Minneapolis. At both of those places, this evening we were following our Christian tradition, but tomorrow's prayers will be ecumenical or interfaith. So anybody would be welcome to come again, to bring others with you. We have to continue to pray, my brothers and sisters.
I would invite you to be seated for just a moment, please. Thank you again for attending tonight. For exiting, there's going to be two exits on this side. So if you're in are standing side in the west gym. If you're to this side, there's an exit on that corner.
So that is the culmination of that Holy Vigil Mass at Holy Angels High School for the Annunciation shooting victims today, both those that have passed, 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, and then the other victims, 17 victims in all, most of those children as well. A solemn event, the bishop there tonight, also echoing the words of the Pope tonight as well.
They had a capacity of about 1,500 people inside the Holy Angels gym tonight. They were at capacity. Public invited to attend that vigil if there was enough room. But again, Holy Angels very tightly connected to Annunciation Catholic Church and School, that pre-K through 8 school at Annunciation Catholic Church. A lot of those kids do go on to Holy Angels, which is nearby. So the community is very tight, very tightly knit. And then we have another vigil that is set to begin any moment now. And you can see right there in the top right, that is Lyndhurst Park. This is put on by the city of Minneapolis. And we know that the crowd, there may be hundreds of people that have turned out. You can see candles have been lit, and there are many, many people in attendance there tonight. Again, the public welcome to attend this, and we're going to be carrying this vigil live, just like we did the one at Holy Angels that wrapped up moments ago.
You have been listening and are listening to a candlelight vigil at Lyndhurst Park. That's just a few blocks south of Lake Harriet in Minneapolis. All were invited to attend this. We're going to dip in and out of this throughout the night, but this is expected to go about 45 minutes following the one at Holy Angels that we just finished up with, where Bishop Hebda there had a Holy Mass in effect there for folks there. But this one's a little bit different. It's at night. There will be a series of speakers, many from the city of Minneapolis, and this is a chance for any of the citizens within Minneapolis or anywhere to come and gather and talk and listen and think about what occurred today in their city.
Yeah, the vigil at Holy Angels in their gym just a little while ago, more of a service for the church community. This is more of a community gathering put on by the city. As you can see, it looks like there is a very big crowd gathering, candles lit. And as Randy was just saying, there are a number of speakers who are going to begin around 8:30. They're going to play this music until about 8:30 or so. They'll have a moment of silence. They'll have council members speaking. They do have listed that there will be a survivor story in addition to the other speakers.
Good evening, everyone.
Mayor Fry,
thank you so much.
Let's go ahead and listen in for a moment.
The lovely music to start us off tonight, and we have a few folks with us this evening to speak, and I'm going to kick us off. My name is Maggie. I'm the Executive Director of Protect Minnesota. We are the state-based, statewide gun violence prevention organization here in our state, working to make sure tragedies like what happened today never happen again. And I wish that I had words to express what we're all feeling. I don't know that there are words. I'm going to tell you what happened to me today, which is probably what happened to a lot of you, is that I heard news that there was a mass shooting at a Catholic school here in the Twin Cities, and my little sister is a music teacher at a Catholic school here in the Twin Cities, and the first thing you think is, it finally came from me. It came from my family, and then I found out that it didn't. And the first thing that I felt then was relief, and the guilt that goes along with that, because there are 20 families today who don't get to feel that relief, who heard the news and were so scared, and instead of feeling relief, they are going to feel grief and trauma for the rest of their lives. And I'm so sad and I'm so angry, because the truth is that this doesn't have to happen. And not only does it not have to happen, it didn't just happen today. Yesterday, there was a mass shooting outside of Cristo Rey, and 6 people were shot. 2 other people were shot in acts of community gun violence overnight. This problem is with us every day, all of the time. And if you're here today with us for the first time, we are so happy to see you. We are so happy to be in community with you. We're so grateful and overwhelmed that we're here for the purpose that we're here. And my ask for you tonight is, please don't let this be the last time that I see you. Please join us to make sure that this doesn't happen again to any other neighborhood, any other family, any other community ever at all. And with that said, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to our speakers. I'm going to invite KG up to the mic to share his experience with us.
Good evening, everybody. First, I want to give my condolence to the families who lost their loved ones on this morning. They lost their loved ones on this morning at this mass school shooting. You have my sympathy and my empathy. I definitely hate that you have to feel or experience what me and some other families have felt and experienced before you this morning. My condolence also goes out to the families who lost their loved ones on yesterday in another mass shooting. They definitely have my condolence also. And about 2 o'clock this morning, I got a call from one of my close friends that his nephew was shot and killed on 8th in Hennepin, which I just left there doing their vigil for their family. Like the speaker before us just said, enough is enough. Enough is enough. When is it going to be enough? My personal experience, 2 sons shot. One son shot years ago, North Minneapolis on Broadway and Fremont in the neck. Another son was shot in the stomach. Had a cousin that was shot and killed over a dice game in North Minneapolis. Another nephew that was shot in the pizza place in the back while he was fighting another young man. And my same son that was shot years ago on Broadway in Fremont, his 6-year-old daughter, which is my granddaughter, was shot in North Minneapolis in 2021 while she was sitting in the back seat of the car eating a Happy Meal. Maybe weeks or maybe just a month before that, 2 other children were shot. One was killed while playing on a trampoline, and the other one was in a car, and he was shot. He survived, but he is still trying to recover from that. But this is all from senseless gun violence. And like I said years ago, I heard Moms Demand Action and Protect Minnesota, who I worked with years ago, screaming and yelling at the Capitol over and over, screaming on internet, steady trying to pass bills for stronger laws for these guns, and I still have not seen it happen yet. I personally believe that a lot of these shootings that happen would not have happened if it wasn't so easy to purchase a gun. I'm going to say this and quit. Sadly, I can't speak for over here, but being and working in Minneapolis in the streets as a national peace activist for 22 years, it is unbelievable that you can go in North Minneapolis and be able to go to a corner store, a McDonald's, a liquor store, a convenience store, whatever, a gas station, and purchase a gun just like you are purchasing a pack of cigarettes. That's sad right there. That's sad right there. That's disaster. That's dangerous. That's deadly. And for some, it's almost hopeless because it has been going on for years. And it puts somebody's child in danger or making them become a fatality just like our children did and just like the children who lost their lives here this morning at this school. There should be no way, no how that somebody should be able to get a gun and just put in their mind to go and cause mass destruction, violence, and death. Innocent death in no community, especially when there's groups and people and activists who have been speaking out against this time and time again. I'm telling you, man, in my close, I never, ever thought that I would get a call that my 6-year-old granddaughter, innocent 6-year-old sweet angel granddaughter, was shot in her head and killed. There is nothing that would have prepared me for that. And I'm quite sure the people who lost their children, innocent children today in school, nothing would have prepared them for nothing like that. So my question to you, what are we going to do to keep this from happening again? What are we going to do to protect our children in our community, protect our seniors in our community? When are we going to start living more and dying less? My condolences goes out to all the families and to the communities who are hurt by what has happened. This is terrifying. This is tragic. And this is going to take some healing. But I see what I'm looking out here now. You families that this happened to today, this is a lot of healing. And the people that came out here today for you. God bless you all. Peace.
Thank you, KG. Next, I'm going to welcome up the council members from this district, Councilmember Koski and Councilmember Palmisano.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Emily Koski, and I'm here with Lene Palmisano. We represent this community. Most importantly, we represent the families of Annunciation. And tonight, we are here as parents. We are here as moms who are beyond heartbroken for the unimaginable that happened this morning at Annunciation. Both of us understand what it feels like to walk your child to school and think this is the place that they're going to be safe. And today, when those students sat in church praying and hoping for the most amazing year ahead, that was wiped away from them. It is going to be beyond difficult for all of us to wake up tomorrow, for those students and for students across the entire state to think, how am I going to go to school? How are these students next Tuesday, who is going to be their first day, how are they going to go to school? And here's what I'm going to say. I hope that each and every one of you looks around, because the strength, the love, the hope that I see here tonight being with all of you, take that, hold it, wake up that morning and go to school, be there together. It's amazing to be here with all of you tonight and be here to celebrate and connect with each other about how we can support one another through this.
I'll just add that we see every one of you here tonight across these several fields. Thank you. It means so much to the Annunciation community that you're here to light a candle, that you're here to be part of this. Emily and I spent the day in part at Annunciation and part at City Hall, and we really want to thank the first responders. We really want to thank the law enforcement who were in extraordinarily stressful situations, and we want to center this on the kids. You know, KG led us off, and thank you, KG, for your bravery. I know him through other circumstances in my life, but through all of the conversations we've had today, whether with the park superintendent or the county attorney or others, they've all listed their connections to Annunciation School and to families there. We hold these families in our hearts. We all do, everybody here on this field, and we hope that that gives you strength.
Thank you so much, council members. Next, we're going to hear from Mayor Fry.
What happened this morning was an unspeakable tragedy that should never happen. And then again, how many times have you heard a politician at a microphone saying exactly that? It's clear to me, based on the number of people who are in pain right now and who are here with us, that we are a city united in grief. Let us take the next step to be a city united in action. I think we've all felt the pain from the families, and we know that as a collective Minneapolis community, what we need to be doing right now is wrapping our arms around them. The amount of grief that they are feeling, the pain, this is their worst day of their entire life. And what I feel right now is a city that stands up for one another, that does the right thing by their community, and that recognizes that right now, while thoughts and prayers are great, they are not adequate. These children were literally praying at this moment. I'm so grateful to the teachers and the faculty at Annunciation that threw their bodies on top of children. They did the right thing to protect what could have been so many more children dead. I'm grateful for our first responders and our police officers, not just from Minneapolis, but around the state, who ran towards danger when so many of the rest of us could have ran in the opposite direction. And I also want to take this opportunity in calling us all to action to recognize that we shouldn't just think of these kids as somebody else's kids. Think of them as your own kids. Think about the last thing that you told your son or daughter when you said goodbye to them this morning. The gentle kiss on the cheek, a few kind words, shoving them a pack of applesauce. You should be able to do that with the confidence that you're going to see them again that evening. You should be able to do that with the belief that our schools, our system, our society can keep these kids safe. Because these beautiful children at Annunciation, they should not have to go through this right now. They should be learning math and playing at recess and messing around in a cafeteria and playing with their friends. That's what childhood is about. But what we know is that far too often people are robbed of that childhood because of this senseless gun violence. And don't let anybody tell you that it's not about guns, because it is. When you have more guns than people in America, you got a problem. When we experience these acts one week and the next month the same action takes place again, you got a problem. When we see other countries around the world that experience senseless gun violence say they're going to do something about it, yet here we are. Why have we not taken the necessary action to stop our children from dying? This is not about hating one community, a community that's pushing back or stopping us. This is not about hating anybody. This is about love of our kids, which is the most basic and profound love that you can possibly provide. And so each and every one of us must commit to making this all mean something greater than just the words. We need to have true gun reform right now. Not tomorrow, not the next day. So, from the bottom of my heart again, we're with these families. Please do everything possible to love them. Love them as your own. Wrap your arms around them. Minneapolis is a very special place. And in this moment We don't need to simply be united in grief. We can be united in action, and each and every one of you can be part of it. Let's make the change now.
Thank you, Mayor Fry. Our next speaker is Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan.
Good evening. As we were walking up to this field, I was struck by how many people just kept coming. And in this moment, we need people to keep coming so that this kind of evil and this kind of violence is untenable in our communities, because there are so many people who have come to say enough. The first responders, the teachers, the fellow students, the older students who covered the bodies of their classmates as the gunfire began, the clergy, the comforters, the incredible health professionals who got right to work to repair these little bodies. We have incredible gratitude for all of the helpers. And to the parents and to the families who lost their little ones today. The state of Minnesota sends our greatest comfort and condolences to you. And we are incredibly sorry for your loss. And our hearts break with you, and you are not alone. You are not alone. And I'm here as the Lieutenant Governor, but more than anything, I am here as Siobhan's mom. I am here as a Catholic and a parishioner at Ascension in North Minneapolis. And as we hear people continue to say, why would God let something like this happen? Why would God let something like this happen? Friends, God weeps. Jesus weeps in this moment because we have free will and we have been given all of the tools necessary to stop this violence against our children. If we have the courage, and as we watch people continue to come year after year after year to the Capitol and demand more, you must continue coming to the Capitol. You must continue raising your voices. You must continue to pray and turn that prayer into action. And we are here together to do just that. And at Annunciation, the theme of this school year was Jeremiah 29, which is a future filled with hope. Hope is a choice. Hope is a decision that we get to make every single day. And so I would ask you to make that choice, to hope. To make that choice, to say we see the evidence that is before us in this moment. We see people who say, oh, we can't do that. We see people who say, oh, that's too much. And with our hope, we turn it into action and say, not one more baby. Not one more child, not one more faith community, not one more school, not one more public place where folks should just be able to play and be themselves. Because people just keep coming to say enough. So my words, I echo what Maggie said, that if this is your first time here, welcome to this fight. Welcome to the struggle. Welcome to this march for hope and for our children to say enough is enough. We have been waiting for you. And there is an incredible amount of work for us to do in partnership with one another. So if you have stepped up to answer the call, we welcome you, and we will continue to do this work together. Chimi Gwitch, take care of yourselves, take care of your spirits, and know that the antidote in this moment to the evil that we saw this morning and that we saw yesterday and that we continue to see is a radical love that calls for justice, is a radical love that says we need to love our babies and our children more than our guns. And that if you have that courage to stand up against it, I will stand with you, and we are standing together. Our love is greater than that evil, and we are on the right side of loving our babies. May God watch over the families who lost their loved ones, and may we let them know day after day after day they are not alone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Governor. Our next speaker is Attorney General Keith Ellison.
Dearly beloved, it is right and it is just for us to send thoughts and prayers to the victims of this horrible crime. But my thoughts and what I'm thinking about is a national ban on assault rifles. My prayer is a national ban on these assault rifles. And you should know that when we used to ban them assault rifles, we used to keep a lot more people alive than we do now. We need to think and pray about banning these weapons of war. My thoughts are about the lawsuit I filed against Glock. And my prayer is that we make them change that damn gun so that they can't just turn it into a machine gun by putting a $10 doohickey in it. My prayer is that gun retailers that sell guns over the counter will actually check the credentials and the behavior of people they sell guns to, because a lot of them people are buying guns for people who are illegally trying to get them. That's called a straw purchaser, and I'm suing one of them in town right here, right now, and we're gonna make them knock it off. We're gonna make them stop it, because they cannot put these weapons of death on the streets anymore. My thoughts and my prayers, yes, I'm thinking, I'm praying. Thoughts and prayers, baby, you bet. About what we are going to do. I'm praying for a Supreme Court that will not green light guns on the streets of our nation. I'm praying for that. That's what I'm asking God for today. Thoughts and prayers, absolutely. But don't just say, oh, thoughts and prayers, and you ain't willing to do anything about it. Because every time a tragedy like this happens, people like you and me who mourn, we do show up at the Capitol, and we do show up at the state legislature. We do fight these things. We do. It's not like we've been missing in action, but somebody comes and they outweight us. They wait us out, friends. After the march, they wait us out. And then they come in and they spread their campaign donations around. And they send them campaign donations to people who can come up with every reason in the world why weapons of death should be on our streets. And I'm telling you, no politician come to me talking about thoughts and prayers and you won't vote for a national ban on assault weapons. Do not do it. Don't come talking to me about that, because that's a lie and you don't really mean it. We need, and I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to be partisan tonight, but I am going to be political. Because the fact that these guns proliferate on our streets and that no nation in the world that's not in an active war has as much gun deaths as the United States. Not Canada, not New Zealand, not England, not France, not Uganda. We are number one when it comes to gun deaths. And do you know what the leading cause of death for our babies is? It is guns. It's not roller skating. It's not, traffic. It is guns. It is guns, friends. And sometimes I do weep and shed a tear in a silent moment, but then I use them thoughts and them prayers to get my butt back in gear to fight this evil that's on our land. Because it's not about the right to bear arms for these people. It is the right to sell arms. And that is what this is about. Friends, do you know after mass shootings, guns usually sales go up? Did you know that? Did you know gun sales spike after mass shootings because people think, I'm afraid I better get one. And the people who own these companies say, awesome. They literally profit off of death. Somebody is looking for a paycheck tonight because of what happened at Annunciation Church School this morning. Shame, shame, shame. And I'm telling you, we got to stick and we got to stay. And we got to outlast these people who are looking for these paychecks after the murder of our children. We got to be longer than them. We got to be more persistent than them. And when we do that, we will make peace on this earth. Love you.
Thank you so much, Attorney General. Next up are remarks from Representative Emma Greenman and Senator Zainab Mohammed, who represent this area in the state legislature and Senate.
Thank you all for being here tonight. We are shattered and heartbroken and join communities in the state and around the country who have been here before. We are thinking about the families of those two beautiful children, the 17 children, the 14 children, and 3 parishioners who were injured, the Annunciation family, and all of our family, because what you know, if you live in South Minneapolis or Richfield or maybe Edina, you may have bought in your Christmas tree at the Annunciation lot. You may have given blood in Annunciation. You may have had your kids or be a kid who went to Girl Scouts there. They are a center of our community for both their kids who went there, for their families, for the parishioners, but also for everybody across Minneapolis, across the South Metro. And we know that there's many of you here who are crushed and are feeling that tonight it is really hard to think about how we move forward. And I'm there, I'll be honest. It is hard because we know that there are other communities who have had this happen, and yet it happened here again. We know because there are kids who are not going to go back to school tomorrow, and many more who are terrified of a place that should keep them safe. And they join kids who have been in movie theaters and in grocery stores and their families. Everyday people should be safe doing their everyday things. So I just want to, there's so many words, and I'm so grateful for the entire community. I just want to end with something that Principal Matt Du Bois said this morning at the press conference. He quoted a proverb that said, when you pray, move your feet. So I want to ask you here, wherever you're at today, look to your neighbor, introduce yourself. I know that this is a very Minnesota thing not to do. Maybe shake their hand, maybe give them a hug. Because when you pray, move your feet, but we know we have to move our feet together. And this is a good start, and there's a long way to go, and there are people around the country calling and saying this has to be the last time. So when you pray, move your feet, and remember, we will do this together.
Hi, everybody. I am Zainab Mohammed, and I'm the state senator of this district. Thank you for being here. I am, like all of you, devastated for our community, devastated for the parents who will not have a child to go home to tonight, devastated for the parents who are spending the night at the hospital with their kids, devastated for the parents who have to think about what it means for them to send their kids back to school, for our teachers who had to experience this, for our neighbors, for our community. But we're not alone. We're joining hundreds of families that experience this in communities across the country. Over 500 school shootings happen, and that is unacceptable. Unacceptable that our community, that our parents have to send their kids to school hoping that that's not the last time that they're gonna see their child. Unacceptable that kids have to hug their parents hoping that that's not the last time they're gonna see their parent. No one should have to live like that. When I think about this moment in this community, I'm thinking a lot about how this moment is going to change our community forever, fundamentally. It's certainly changed those kids and their lives forever. And you'll hear a lot from leaders. But while you're here in South Minneapolis, what I want you to do is get to know our neighbors, understand the pain that they're feeling, but more than anything, what you can do is reach out to your leaders and tell them they can do more. They can do more. We banned red flag laws. That's not enough. We banned background checks. That is not enough. Weapons of war have no place in our communities. They have no place in our schools. This isn't a political speech. It isn't a right or wrong or left. It isn't a left or right issue. It's just what morally has to be done for our kids. And so thank you for being here. Hug your kids, your family, and your loved ones. And we appreciate you for being here today.
Thank you so much. We have a few more speakers, and then we're going to have some prayer. But before we get there, there's a number of organizations that are here today that I want to make sure that I acknowledge. And that's because we know that the work didn't start today. The work started decades and decades ago, and there are folks who are on the street every single day, boots on the ground, saving lives. And without them, our communities would look much worse. And I just want to make sure that I thank them for what they've done over the past several years, several decades, and for their presence today, calling for a change. So Restorative Justice Community Action is here. Agape is here. Change Starts with Community is here. Save Our Sons is here. Metro Youth Diversion is here. Touch Outreach is here. Restoration Inc. is here. One Sound North is here. Hope Project MN is here. Don't Shoot Guns, Shoot Hoops is here. Mad Dads are here providing security for us tonight. So if you see the folks, thank you so much for being here. If you see the folks in the green t-shirts who are patrolling around the park and around the perimeter, they are here making sure that we are all safe tonight. And they do it every single day on the streets of Minneapolis, so please make sure that you thank them. Thank you to the police and the first responders who were at the school this morning. Thank you to the parks who allowed this to happen, the firefighters, and to HCMC who received the victims this morning, and the doctors who worked on them to save their lives. Grief and trauma counseling will be available at Creekside United Church of Christ tomorrow and Friday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So if you feel that you need it, please take advantage of that. And one more quick shout out to our partners in planning and executing this event, Moms Demand Action, who are there by our side, leading with us every step of the way to make this a state where gun deaths don't happen. So thank you so much to every partner who is on the ground keeping our communities safe. You don't get enough recognition for it, and we're so grateful you're here this evening. And for those I left out because I haven't bumped into you yet, I apologize, and I hope to see you tonight. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our next speaker, Senator Amy Klobuchar.
Thank you. I just got here. I was at Holy Angels with some of the families, and this is just doesn't surprise me that we have such an incredible group gathered here today. I met one of the families that lost their child today, and when you saw them huddled together, the sister doesn't have a sister anymore, holding her little bear. It hit home just what happened here this morning. You think about that family dropping their child off, week school, the joy of seeing who's your new teacher, seeing your classmates again, and it ends here. And what I keep telling people across the country, and I thought Emma and Zaina did such a beautiful job of talking about this community. I talked to them about, yes, this is a school and a church on a hill. But right next to that school and that church is a house, and then another house, and then another house, and then a shop, and then a restaurant, and then another school. This community is incredibly strong. And today I saw the neighbors sitting out on their lawn chairs just to give each other a hug. And I saw people bringing food, and I saw people embracing these kids. These families are going to need a lot of that over the next months. And yes, there are major policy things. I have long, I think you all know, been an advocate for changing our laws ever since way back in my time in the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. But the only way there's going to be that kind of courage is if, as Emma noted, people stand up. Because these vigils, these beautiful vigils like this took place after Uvalde. And they took place in Buffalo. And they took place in Nashville, and they took place in Florida, and they took place in Connecticut. But every time there's more and more families, there's more and more people. So my prayer tonight is this is the vigil that makes a difference. That the stories of these families that I talked to tonight, when they get through their grief enough to tell them, when people hear the stories of the older kids literally laying on top of the little kids, and the teachers' heroic actions, and the members of the church. They should not have to do this. Sixth graders should not have to protect first graders. We should be doing that. So let us take this tremendous love of this vigil, and yes, continue to give it to this community and this family, but then let us turn it into action. Thank you.
Thanks, folks. A couple more speakers and then prayers. Next up is Congresswoman Angie Craig.
South Minneapolis, I wanted to be here with you this evening on behalf of every single one of my constituents in the 2nd District of Minnesota who mourns with you tonight on your loss. Thank you to the incredible first responders who undoubtedly save lives today. Thank you to our healthcare professionals at HCMC at Children's, who we know save lives today. But before I conclude, I just want to tell you that I come before you as a mother of 4 sons, as a grandmother of 3 little babies. And just as we were getting the word that this had happened today, a first day at school photo of my nearly 4-year-old grandson came up on my phone. Folks, we do not have to live this way in America. We don't have to live this way. The weapons of war that are on our street, we can do something about it. So I ask every single one of you here tonight, this extraordinary gathering of Minnesotans, I ask every single one of you who hear our words that it is up to us as a community to demand more from our lawmakers, to fight, to make sure that these weapons of war are off our street. Folks in this country talk about freedom a lot. I talk about freedom a lot. How about the freedom to take your child to school and not be shot? How about the freedom to go to church or your mosque or your synagogue and not be shot? Folks, if we're going to fight for freedom, let's fight for the freedom from gun safety in our country. Thank you.
That is from Lyndhurst Park in Minneapolis, just a couple blocks near Lake Calhoun there. Billed as a vigil tonight, turned into more of a rally for gun control tonight. The speakers, each and every one of them, talking about gun control in light of this morning's mass shooting.
The vigils began at 7 o'clock tonight. There was an initial vigil that was more of a service at Holy Angels School with the Archbishop, Bernard Hebda, and many members of the Catholic community that are connected to Annunciation Catholic Church and School. And then this vigil starting around 8:15 tonight at Lyndhurst Park, more of a call to action. So we've had many prayers and calls for action this evening as this community grapples with the fact that 2 children were killed this morning sitting in church pews getting ready for a church mass as part of their school day today.
So let's get you started now on 90 minutes of a recap of what happened so tragically earlier today.
It was very scary.
We have a total of 19 victims from this tragedy.
We lost 2 angels today.
This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children.
We just got into the pews and he shot through the stained glass windows.
It's absolutely horrifying.
I never thought it would happen and it just happened.
We are a level 1 trauma center. We prepare, we train for this. Having said that these incidents are never easy.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act.
What happened at Annunciation isn't just something for one parish or one community, but it's something that has an impact on our whole community.
There. Tonight to grieve and offer comfort after what's been an incredibly difficult and very heartbreaking day. Annunciation Catholic Church and School in Minneapolis, the latest location of a deadly gun violence incident here in the United States, right here at home in Minnesota.
A gunman opening fire outside the church, firing through the windows during a church mass this morning, killing 2 children ages 8 and 10, injuring 17 other people. Many of them remain in the hospital tonight. We know 1 adult. 5 children are still in critical condition. This shooting happening just days into their new school year.
Now tonight, authorities are still searching for a motive behind the shooting. Here's what we do know at this hour. The 2 students who died were 8 and 10 years old. Their identities have not been released. Authorities say they were sitting in the church pews at the time they died. Of the 17 people injured, 14 of them are children between the ages of 6 and 15. The other 3 survivors are parishioners in their 80s. They are all expected to survive, though. As for the shooter, she's been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman, and investigators believe she acted alone. Westman died by suicide. Officials say the guns she used were purchased legally and recently.
We want to take a live picture of the White House this evening. President Trump has ordered all U.S. flags to fly at half-staff until sunset on Sunday to honor the victims of today's shooting.
We do have team coverage. We begin with Maury Glover tonight, who has been following this tragedy throughout the day with us as well. Maury, what's the latest from your perspective?
Well, it's been a violent couple of days in Minneapolis with several shootings since yesterday afternoon. Police do not believe this one is related to any of the others, but the effects are being felt far and wide.
You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation.
Horror and heartbreak as the first week of class is interrupted by a barrage of bullets at Annunciation Catholic School.
I'm so deeply saddened and I'm so sorry to the families that I know are suffering right now.
Minneapolis police say a shooter wearing black clothes and armed with a rifle, shotgun, and pistol opened fire on children and parishioners at morning mass through the stained glass windows from outside the church. Investigators say 2 children, 8 and 10 years old, were killed where they sat in the pews, while 14 other children and 3 worshipers in their 80s were wounded by the gunfire, but they're all expected to survive.
We often come to these and say, these unspeakable tragedies, or there's no words for this. There shouldn't be words for these types of incidents because they should not happen.
Police say the shooter, identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman, died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound at the scene, leaving many unanswered questions about a possible motive for such a violent attack.
This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible.
As the community tries to wrap its head around an unthinkable act of violence, city leaders say we also need to wrap our arms around the victims and their families during the difficult days ahead.
Don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. We need to be doing more than talking. It can't just be words. There needs to be action.
Now, the FBI is investigating this as a hate crime, possible hate crime against Catholics. As you can see, there's a memorial here that's been growing by the hour as people bring flowers and candles and pay their respects. In the meantime, officials in Annunciation say they're not sure when classes will resume. Reporting live in Minneapolis, Maury Glover, Fox 9.
All right, Maury, thank you. Countless Minnesotans are mourning tonight along with the families and the victims.
And so many came together for these prayer vigils this evening. Our Mary McGuire joining us from Academy of Holy Angels High School, where a vigil was held at 7 o'clock this evening. And Mary, many of these were members of the community that have personal connections to Annunciation Catholic Church and School.
Yeah, there were, and very understandably, it was a super emotional night inside of the gym here at the Academy of Holy Angels. There were a lot of hugs. There were a lot of tears. The capacity inside of the gym is 1,500 people, and I'm told that they reached capacity after about 20 to 30 minutes of letting people in, and there were still several hundred people outside of the school who wanted to come in and pray and be a community together after such a horrific event. Now, we'll show you a little bit of a video inside the service. It was full of prayers and songs. There was only one speaker. That was Archbishop Bernard Hebda. He spoke about losing hope in the face of such a tragedy and finding comfort in faith. The governor also attended the vigil along with Senator Amy Klobuchar, the Attorney General, and the principal and priest over at Annunciation Catholic School. I did speak with one alumni of both Annunciation and Holy Angels about why he felt the need to come here tonight.
So it's just devastating, and just to have all that grief, what do you do with all that grief, and just knowing, thinking about those kids, it's like I was one of those kids,
Now, the Archbishop did say that tomorrow there will be services at both the Cathedral in St. Paul and the Basilica of St. Mary in Minneapolis. Those are interfaith services, so anyone of any faith is invited to come and pray with the Catholic community following this tragedy. And one more thing that I do want to share tonight, after the vigil, there were 2 crosses set up, and there was a blank space on each cross, and it said this space is reserved for the name of the 10-year-old victim and the 8-year-old victim. So members of the community were invited to sign those crosses and leave their prayers and remembrance for those victims.
Yeah, it's just the the emotion and the tragedy of this event, it's just so deep in so many people.
These children are so young, all of them who were affected inside that Mass, and to think about an 8 and a 10-year-old just sitting there waiting for Mass to begin today, it is absolutely heartbreaking. All right, thank you, Mary McGuire, live from Holy Angels tonight. Also in Minneapolis, just a short time ago, and it's still going on right now, a candlelight vigil was held as well.
This one at Lyndhurst Park, and that's where we find Corin Hoggard live. Corin, this is an emotional night, but hopefully one where some healing can begin as well.
Yeah, Randy, Kelsey, that was one of the messages here tonight from a lot of the speakers and from people that I talked to out in the crowd as well. They said they wanted to come together, mourn, and then hopefully find some kind of way out of this darkness. And at least on that first note, the coming together, they did a great job here tonight. The crowd was huge. It was hundreds or maybe even a couple thousand folks filling up Lyndhurst Park, and they were chatting, hugging, crying, listening to music, and eventually holding up candles. That was as soon as the sun set. Heard a somber song from the bagpipes, and then a series of speakers, including the mayor, the local council members to this district here, and the state representative to this district, as well as a Minneapolis man whose family members have been on the wrong end of a few shootings. And he told the crowd, you know, when are we going to start living more and dying less? He sent his condolences out to everybody, but he said, you know, this big crowd out here is going to be a big part of helping people heal. Now, I do want to note that Senator Amy Klobuchar was a later arrival here. She said this was an amazing show of love. She said that she was actually at that other vigil that Mary was covering, and she talked to the family of one of the victims there, and she said, you know, can you even imagine that this is a family that now has no daughter to go home to? And so they are, you know, in that kind of unimaginable situation there, that unimaginable grief. I should say, you know, this is a vigil that is just barely, well, it's about to end here very soon. It's put on by Moms Demand Action as well as Protect Minnesota, and those are gun control groups. And so you did hear a lot of the gun control messaging coming from a lot of the speakers here today. But I did talk to several people who also were telling me, you know, tonight's not really the night for that. Tonight is the night to remember these victims and to think about the community, and that tomorrow would be a better day to start thinking about, you know, motives and, you know, what they can do to make sure this doesn't ever happen again. And I can see now, you know, the last cheers of the night here. They're going to go into a prayer and then wrap it up.
Yeah, you were so right about that. There was people went as a vigil, and there was a lot of speaking tonight about less speaking about the children and the tragedy, and a lot of speaking about what happens next with gun control. And I think a lot of people sit and ponder that and wonder, we're less than 12 hours away from when this tragedy occurred, and I think there will be some discussion about that as well. Good note on that, Corin. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Corin. And, you know, so many of these students and families tonight, it's a school of about 400 children, remain shaken by what happened today.
Rob Olson interviewed one brave young man who recounted what he witnessed inside the chapel. I want to warn you, the details can be haunting and somewhat upsetting.
What were you doing when this happened?
Well, we just got into Mass, and it was like 3 minutes after. It was very scary. It was like my friend got shot in the back. He's in the hospital right now. It was super scary because, like, we've never practiced it in the church. We've only practiced it in the main school, so we really didn't know what to do. We just got into the pews and he shot through the stained glass windows. Yeah.
And did you ever see him?
My friend like ran, someone helped him like run out. He saw him, he was wearing all black and he had a ski mask on.
So it just shot through the windows and never came inside?
I don't think so. I mean, I was down, so I didn't really look up. I mean, he got shot through the stained glass windows, so they're probably ruined. And
but do you have friends that got hit by bullets?
Yeah, my best friend did.
Have you heard what happened with him? Is he okay?
Yeah, I think he's gonna be okay. And then my friend he was like laying on top of me, like making sure I was safe, and he got hit. So that was really brave of him.
And you have a nick on your neck?
Yeah, that was, I don't even know what it's from. Kind of looks like debris or something.
But that came from during this?
Yeah.
How are you feeling? You seem pretty put together here, but it's got to be tough.
Yeah, I'm just like confused kind of, because I never thought it would happen, and it just happened. So like, just kind of crazy. And I don't really know.
Yeah. I think confused is probably a very accurate portrayal of what a lot of kids are feeling, because they're so young, they don't know how to process all that they're facing.
Weston's 10 years old, he's a fifth grader, and the clarity in which he recounts what happened is in itself bothersome, that a youngster of that age can go through that in a relatively calm manner. And I guess that what that tells us as parents and as adults, that they are conditioned to expect this sort of thing.
We heard him say we never practiced it in the church, so we didn't know what to do, but that's because children today, going back probably the last 20 to 25 years, have practiced active shooter drills several times a year. And so they do have in the back of their minds what to do in their school environment if something like this were to happen. And that's really hard to think about children this young having to have that in the back of their minds.
Well, we wish little Weston and everybody else that was involved today the best. It's going to be a long road. There's a lot of soul searching and a lot of help from adults in the future to get them through this, no doubt.
And we did hear from a parent who has a child who was injured today. This parent of an injured 8th grader sharing this statement, saying, quote, "Our hearts are shattered, not only for him, but for everyone who was harmed. We grieve and we pray for the others who were shot, for their families, and for those who lost loved ones, and for the first responders who raced into danger for others, for us. We thank them all." Our son shared with us that an MPD officer, quote, "really helped him." He said the officer rendered aid, hugged him in those moments, reassured him, and prayed with him before getting into the ambulance. We ask for leaders to place armed security at schools to prevent another tragedy like this. There is no higher calling than keeping children safe, and it starts with protecting them from evil in the world. This mom going on to say that we feel the pain, the anger, the confusion, and the searing reality that our lives will never be the same, yet we still have our child. Unlike others, we are blessed to hold on to him. We will help him rebuild his life, his trust, and his confidence. We don't want others to ever feel the same. And we pray that everyone touched by this tragedy can find the strength to begin rebuilding as well.
A lot of emotional responses today from a lot of folks all around the country, really.
Yeah, and a pre-K through 8 school that has about 400 children, all of these children, especially in their particular class, they know each other very well, and they've been together for probably all of their elementary school years. And in an emotional message to his school, the principal as well also talked about finding strength today.
Our Leon Purvis heard from him. He joins us now live. And Leon, this will undoubtedly go down as one of the worst days in his school's history. That goes without saying.
To remember
Exactly, Randy and Kelsey, one of the worst days in school history ever. And the principal of Annunciation Catholic School just, described what today was like. I mean, these kids, they're children, and they were just praying at Mass the first week of school. Here's what he had to say earlier today.
There's nothing about today that can fill us with hope. We, as a community, have a responsibility to make sure that no child, no parent, no teacher ever has to experience what we've experienced today, ever again. I need everybody to commit those words to your speech patterns, never again. We lost 2 angels today. And please continue to pray for those still receiving care. We can't change the past, but we can do something about the future.
The father of Jamari
That has
Rice,
been
who
the
was shot
messaging
and
throughout the
killed
day
in
today. The church
Richfield
releasing
in
a statement that says, in part, tragically, we lost 2 of our beloved students. Before the scene was secured, a number of other children and parishioners were wounded, and they are being treated at area hospitals. Some have been treated and released. All staff are physically safe and accounted for. Also tonight, the Archbishop relayed a message that Pope Leo XIV sent him after hearing about this morning's school shooting. Here's what it said.
Here today, and I want you to know that you don't got next, but you got now. And we are looking out for you, and we see you, and you have a future.
Sorry, would you?
And a hope.
No, sorry.
Now, we
No, sorry.
don't have
That was
to
the story from
agree
earlier tonight.
on
But yes,
everything
we're
tonight.
continuing to be at the
But what
prayer
we
vigil.
can agree on
This is the last
is
one
that
of the
it's
night.
time
Is at
to do
Lyndhurst Park. And, people here are continuing to grieve
That's my
and
main
just talk
message
about the
here
messaging
tonight.
of how
It is
kids were
time
in school
to do
today.
something.
And, just
But we
talks
also know
about gun
that if
violence.
we're
It's
going to
definitely
solve
disheartening
the
what
problem of gun
happened
violence,
today.
then
As
we've
you can
got to look
imagine,
at the
today
root
has been a
causes
long day for all of us.
as
Randy,
well.
Kelsey.
And that means...
All right, Leanne, thank you. We're also hearing reaction from national leaders tonight as well.
President Donald Trump releasing a statement earlier today that said, I have been briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis. The FBI quickly responded. They're on the scene. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. And please join me in praying for everybody involved.
And former President Joe Biden also weighed in. He said no parent should ever have to bury their child. Jill and I are heartbroken, and there are simply no words to adequately mark such a horrific and painful moment. With all our hearts, we're praying for the victims, their families, and the community of Minneapolis.
And former President Barack Obama saying in part, quote, we cannot allow ourselves to become numb to mass shootings. What happened today in Minneapolis is heartbreaking. And again, 17 people were injured inside Annunciation Catholic Church, 14 of them children.
8 of those children went to Hennepin County Medical Center. Our So Young Kim has been there all day long with live hits in and out. And So Young, we know several of those victims have been released now. And I guess what we're looking for tonight is give us the update as well as you can on the victims still being treated. And are you expecting any more information from HCMC officials tonight on those victims?
Randy, Kelsey, yeah, we actually just received another update from the team here at HCMC just minutes ago. They say 6 people remain in critical condition fighting for their lives tonight. And in a separate update, Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara said earlier today that all of the surviving victims are expected to be okay, even though many of them, as we know, are in critical condition here. So they do face a long road to recovery ahead. And like you said, they've been transported to several area hospitals. This one here, HCMC, is the level 1 trauma center. So the patients that they're caring for here are the ones with the most serious injuries. Initially, they said they received 10 patients earlier today. 7 had come in critical condition. 6 of those were children. But in this latest update minutes ago, we now know one of those children, their condition has improved enough where their condition is no longer life-threatening. So that is a bit of good news we're able to bring you tonight in the midst of this nightmare situation. And we spoke with the chair of the emergency medicine department here. He says they are a trauma center. They're prepared and they train for these types of really traumatic mass casualty events, but it still takes a toll. And he wasn't able to provide any insight on individual conditions or medical cases, but he did speak to the complexity of the cases they're treating. Take a listen.
We are dealing with gunshot wound injuries from apparently a high velocity weapon. And, gunshot wounds can be very problematic because they can involve multiple body systems. And again, they require a lot of resources to manage.
And we want to show you video of the scene here at the hospital from earlier today. It was emotional as families were frantically making their way into the hospital to reunite with their loved ones. In the couple of hours following the shooting, the streets surrounding Hennepin Healthcare were blocked off this morning. Armed law enforcement officers were seen patrolling the area as patients and families were arriving. And hospital officials say the ages of the children being treated here at HCMC range from 6 to 14. And again, now the 10 patients that arrived here at HCMC are still being treated here. 6 are in critical condition. 4 still remain here being treated for non-life-threatening injuries tonight. Live in Minneapolis, So Young Kim, Fox 9.
All right, So Young, thank you. Meantime, Children's Minnesota releasing a statement as well. This happened around 4:30 this afternoon. That said, 3 children remain in our Minneapolis hospital for care as a result of this tragic incident this morning. 4 patients have been discharged. Our thoughts are with all the victims, their families and loved ones in our communities who are impacted by yet another senseless act of violence. We will not share more details out of respect for the privacy of our patients and our families. Tonight we're learning more about the suspected shooter as investigators continue to search for a motive.
And Fox 9's Mike Manzoni is in Richfield tonight. Investigators did search 3 residences. That includes an apartment complex this afternoon. And so, Mike, what have you learned about the gunman today?
Well, Kelsey and Randy, investigators went through an apartment here at Linwood Commons several hours ago. We can tell you that they did take out several items, though it's unclear what those items were at this point. Police identified the suspected shooter as Robin Westman. She was a 23 years old, I should say, and did not have any criminal history, at least not that we know of. Her mother worked at Annunciation at one point, so there was a connection there. Court records show she applied for a name change for her then son back in 2019. She wanted to change his name from Robert to Robin, and that's because the suspect identified as a woman and wanted a name change to reflect that. Meanwhile, police say they are aware of a manifesto that the suspect put on YouTube this morning. They say it showed the suspect at the scene and included what investigators described as disturbing writings. Investigators searched 3 properties, as you mentioned this afternoon, including this apartment complex here in Richfield. They carried out several items. Unclear, though, what exactly those things were. It's also unclear whether the suspect lived here or if the apartment has some other connection to the investigation. Investigators also searched another home in Minneapolis, not far from the complex here in Richfield. The suspect's father owned that house at one point, according to court records, and they roped off that property with police tape earlier in the day before leaving. Tonight, there is still no word on any motive in this case. We're live in Richfield tonight. Mike Manzoni, Fox 9.
All right. Thank you, Mike. And federal authorities also involved in part of this investigation. The FBI taking that information off of YouTube earlier today, and the ATF also looking at the purchasing of those guns. We will have continuing coverage of today's tragic mass shooting throughout our newscast.
Next up, dispatch audio from the scene, plus interviews with violence prevention and mental health experts, and how the public is being asked to help in this situation as well.
Let's go, baby! It's exciting to be here. The crowd, the atmosphere, this is what makes it special. Here we go. Touchdown! This is what we do! Sensational.
Big noon kickoff Saturday on Fox.
With Toyota's national sales event, you can take your next tailgate anywhere.
Right now, lease a 2025 RAV4 for $349 a month. Toyota, let's go places.
We're doubling the fun live at the fair. Join us live for 2 full hours of the Jason Show at 10 and 11. We've got double the guests, double the games, and double the... Oh, my goodness. So grab a fan and join us for the Jason Show.
Presented by Dynamic Drips. A healthier, more hydrated you. Delivered to your door by a registered nurse. Book your mobile IV therapy today at dynamicdrips.com and feel your best wherever you are.
We're celebrating a Minnesota State Fair with free installation on every door for your home. Upgrade the look of your home with a new steel or fiberglass entry door from Window Concepts. We feature hundreds of different styles to meet your family's needs. This offer only lasts until the last day of the fair. Plus, get no interest for 36 months, and with every free estimate, Window Concepts will give you a $50 Target gift card.
Call Window Concepts at 877-264-8713 or log on to windowconceptsmn.com.
There's a reason Chevy is called the heartbeat of America. With SUVs for life's adventures, trucks as dependable as the people who drive them, EVs to charge up a summer of no limits, and American legends that need no introduction. This summer, Chevy drives America.
Get 0% financing on this Silverado, plus $3,000 total cash allowance on select Silverado pickups. That's around $9,000 total value, plus $3,750 owner loyalty cash.
And this is an important step for all our employees.
Blah, 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 blah. Certain you're on mute?
Yeah. Are you for imprint certain?
Oh boy.
Certainty matters. So when you need the right high-quality promotional products, printed perfectly and guaranteed to arrive on time, that's the certainty of 4imprint. Wow your clients, nail your next event, or inspire your team by visiting 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
Hot Tub. Major manufacturers and warehouses clearance of new 2025 inventory. Friday through Sunday. 2 locations, Shakopee and Medina. Over 100 hot tubs on display and everything must go. New 2025 inventory. Hot tubs starting at $29.95. All inventory 40 to 80% off. Come see the revolutionary swim spa in action and save up to 60%. Trade-ins welcome. Free delivery. We'll even haul away your old hot tub. Worry-free installation. 18-month interest-free financing. Millions of dollars of inventory must be sold. The Labor Day sale at Canterbury Park and Medina Entertainment Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE.
With Toyota's national sales event, you can take your next tailgate anywhere.
Right now, you can lease a new 2025 4Runner for $479 a month. Toyota, let's go places.
If you are just joining us tonight, we do want to update you on the breaking news that we've been following for well over 12 hours now. 2 children shot and killed, 17 others wounded after a shooting at Annunciation Catholic Church. It's part of a school community in South Minneapolis. Fox 9 investigator Nathan O'Neill obtained dispatch audio today from those first moments after police say a lone shooter opened fire on a crowd of people as they were praying inside a church.
Well, to be honest with you, some of this is hard to listen to, so if you do not want to relive these conversations that were happening in real time, you might want to turn away, but here it is.
Minneapolis has a possible active shooter, 509 West 54th Street, Minneapolis.
The first calls came in around 8:30 in the morning.
All units, you were heading to Minneapolis, mutual aid, on a shooting.
An active shooter in South Minneapolis at the Annunciation Church and School.
We first received a page that we were going to have a mass casualty incident at 8:46 a.m.
First responders from all over the region rushing to the scene.
Hey, troopers arriving. We just need medical. Bring all the guys that you have.
Dispatch audio reveals the scope of the emergency response and the casualties after police say the shooter opened fire through a church window.
We've got at least 4 criticals in the inside, the rest outside of the church, a couple DOAs, but at least 20 other patients.
2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews.
We have 2 gunshot wounds, 2 patients with gunshot wounds to their head in front. There's also a critical patient in the rear of the church.
Authorities say at least 17 victims were injured, most of them children.
Transporting 1 10-year-old male, red trauma, gunshot wound to the head, Minneapolis Children's. He is third vitally stable, possibly was just grazed.
You're dealing with gunshot wound injuries from apparently a high-velocity weapon.
And within minutes of arriving on scene,
we believe he took his own life in the parking lot.
Emergency medical teams confirming that the lone shooter was dead.
One suspect with a gunshot wound to the head, has a rifle and shotgun. He's down right now.
Marking an end to the violent attack in South Minneapolis. For the Fox 9 investigators, Nathan O'Neill.
And this has impacted so many people across our country and around the world tonight. Reaction continues to pour in this evening. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz said the state is heartbroken by today's mass shooting.
And we often come to these and say, these unspeakable tragedies, or there's no words for this. There shouldn't be words for these types of incidents because they should not happen. And there's no words that are going to ease the pain of the families today.
And Minnesota lawmakers also sharing their thoughts and prayers as well. Democratic Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette and their daughter Hope releasing a statement today just months after they were attacked by a gunman in the middle of the night at their home. Their statement saying in part, "We are all impacted by these mindless acts of violence and senseless attacks. The evil actions of an individual can impact the lives of so many, the victims and our community. Our family understands this firsthand and calls on our state and the nation to find more grace and peace in our daily lives. We will hold these families in our hearts and prayers forever. Another personal connection, Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar said that one of her friends is the mother of 3 children who were at that mass this morning, and the oldest watched 2 of her friends get shot.
You think as parents of that glorious week where you drop your children off for school and they have a new teacher and they're all excited. That's what was going on with these kids, and they're at an all-school mass, tiny little kids down to, kindergarten all the way up to 8th grade. The little ones are in with the big ones. And then this happened. And I really appreciated the words of the Archbishop and the school leadership. They're going to need a lot of love, more security for the church. Yes, of course. All those things we know has to happen. And getting to the bottom of the motives and trying to do something about all these guns, that is all important without hurting legal gun owners at all. But today is a day of thinking of this church family.
And Republican member of Congress Pete Stauber saying, quote, "I am praying for the kids, parents, and teachers at Annunciation Catholic Church and for the first responders on the scene."
And Minnesota sports teams are also expressing their well wishes tonight as well. The Minnesota Twins in Toronto tonight, and the Blue Jays holding a moment of silence before their game.
The Toronto Blue Jays and the Minnesota Twins are devastated by the horrific violence that took place at Annunciation Church in Minneapolis this morning. We ask you to join us in a moment of silence.
And while many are impacted, this incident is especially close as Twins play-by-play announcer Corey Provost announced during tonight's broadcast that his daughter's friend was among the victims shot today.
It hit home for me. It hit home for members of our crew, as a dear friend of my daughter Mia's was among those that was shot. Thankfully, she's okay. She'll need stitches, but she'll be back at the dance studio soon. But 2 families no longer have their children tonight.
And the Vikings releasing a statement as well that says, in part, we are praying for the injured, those who witnessed the attack, and the first responders who were on scene providing care and support during this tragedy. We also sought out community reaction today. Everyone we spoke with was understandably highly emotional about this.
And here's one of those interviews that we wanted to replay for you. A mother and her son who attends Catholic Catholic School that's just blocks away.
It's absolutely horrifying. I mean, as a mother of a 10-year-old, I mean, you can't put into words